Volume 4. Chapter 300, Shikatsumiyaku. Chapter 300, Shikatsumiyaku. Stop. Just after Rin Tianyu left the pub and was about to walk away, suddenly a coldly shouting voice came from behind. Hearing this word, the originally stepping forward steps of Rin Tianyu stopped. After that, slowly turning around, he looked behind. After turning around, Rin Tianyu saw that robust man called Lebake, who had retreated after Yao Rao had scolded him inside the pub, was chasing after him from inside the pub. Right now this robust man called Lebake's face appeared to be pitch black, and his two big bull eyes were firmly staring at Rin Tianyu with ominous glint. From the time this Lebake had seen Yao Rao for the first time, her beauty that was unrivaled within the entire city had deeply attracted him. And with an identity of being brother-in-law of the city lord of Bloody Cloud City, this Lebake was always arrogant, domineering and act wickedly within this city. And at the time he had seen Yao Rao for the first time, he wanted to take her to his home by force. But his brother-in-law, i.e. the city lord of Bloody Cloud City, stopped him. He told him that whatever happens he must never provoke this Yao Rao. If he, Lebake, offender, then he, city lord, would break all the relation he, city lord, had with him, Lebake. Although he, Lebake, would act wickedly relying on his identity as a brother-in-law of city lord, but he was just a bungling oaf. He also clearly knew that everything of his were given to him by his brother-in-law, so after hearing the words of his brother-in-law, he hastily agreed to his brother-in-law. And the matter that had happened next made Lebake even more terrified of Yao Rao. Once the eldest son of Bloody Cloud City's foremost clan carelessly offended this Yao Rao, and on the same night, this entire clan was massacred, leaving none behind. The next day, only the corpses were found inside the residence of this clan, but no one had heard or sensed any battle activity within this clan in the previous night. One should know that there was two true God Realm experts within this clan. Although the big forces within Bloody Cloud City knew who had done this deed, but all of them selected to suppress this matter. Still, although this Lebake couldn't obtain Yao Rao, but inside his heart, he however had already regarded her as his woman, and didn't let anyone to touch her. But today, seeing Yao Rao and Rin Tianyu were merrily talking with each other, he intentionally came to disrupt things, but outside of his expectation, he was reprimanded by Yao Rao, so he hated Rin Tianyu on the spot. But he didn't dare to raise his hand inside the pub, but outside, he however didn't have any worries. Are you talking to me? Looking at Lebake's that black as if carbon ash face, Rin Tianyu expressionlessly asked. Nonsense, dumb idiot, relying on your white face, you dared to seduce big sister Yao Rao. Today if I don't kill you, then you will not know the power of I, Lebake. Crackling the finger bones of his hands, Lebake slowly walked towards Rin Tianyu from a flight of steps of the pub entrance. And the activity of this side attracted the attention of the pedestrians walking around them. All of them surrounded Rin Tianyu and Lebake and began to watch the drama. All of these people knew Lebake, and they also naturally knew his behavior too, so all of them sighed one after another, thinking someone was out of his luck. Go to hell, dumb idiot. Tiger roar wave. Lebake gathered huge amount of black-colored magical power within his body, then brandished his fist, sending out huge black-colored magic tiger towards Rin Tianyu. Seeing the move used by Lebake, the onlookers around again sighed one after another, thinking Rin Tianyu was screwed. Because although the character of Lebake was not decent, but he was peak deity ranked expert. And as for Rin Tianyu, no matter how they looked at it, he was merely intermediate fighter in strength, so how could he be the opponent of Lebake? This huge black-colored magic tiger quickly reached Rin Tianyu, and with the roaring sound, it directly swallowed Rin Tianyu, then along with the loud explosion sound, it exploded, and huge shockwaves spread in all direction. The onlookers tumbled backwards due to the wind and waves of this explosion, and simultaneously thought that this boy ought to be already torn into pieces. Haha, this damned bastard, this time you died without a place for burial. Seeing his black tiger had swallowed Rin Tianyu and exploded, Lebake opened his mouth and laughed loudly. What does this mean? At that moment, an indifferent voice came out from inside the explosion. How could this be? Hearing this voice coming out from the cloud of dusts raised by explosion, the surroundings onlookers of Demon Clan simultaneously thought inwardly. When the cloud of dusts raised by explosion dissipated, everyone could clearly see Rin Tianyu. And seeing Rin Tianyu, the pupils of all of the onlookers couldn't help but shrunk firmly, and a word simultaneously appeared within their heart: monster. Right now the clothing on the upper part of his body had already fallen off, and was hanging down from his waist. And countless white bones were unexpectedly sticking out from his body, forming a bone shield in front of him. This looked very terrifying. This was Rin Tianyu using the ability of Shikatsumiyaku to manipulate the bones within his body for defense. Now that he had entered Demon World and was disguising himself as Demon of Bone Demon Clan, he wanted to play this part up to the par. And although the strength of this Lebake was very weak compared to himself, but his human body was not strong like that of Demon Clan. If he used Raitan Shikuramoto, Cloak of Lightning, then this attack would have tickled him at best, but he however couldn't reveal his ninjutsu casually. Moreover, since he had chosen to use the identity of Bone Demon Clan as a disguise, using the ability of Shikatsu Miyaku was the best choice. This was also something Rin Tianyu had already thought in advance before entering the City of Demon. Only this level of power and you want to have a beauty for yourself, isn't this overrating yourself? Looking at surprised Lebaik, Rin Tianyu sneered in disdain. You bastard! Hearing Rin Tianyu's those mocking words, the complexion of Lebaik immediately became red in shame, then rushed towards Rin Tianyu. Humph, overestimating your capabilities. Seeing Lebaik rushing towards him, Rin Tianyu sneered in disdain, then stretched his hands. After that, the fingertips of his 10-finger unceasingly wriggled. Shortly afterwards, 10 tiny sharp bones shot towards Lebaik. Teshi Sendan. Digital shrapnel. Not good. Seeing sharp bones, the complexion of Lebaik changed, then waving his right hand, he created a black-colored energy barrier in front of him. Pang, 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 muffled sound unceasingly rang out. These tiny bones collided against the barrier and fell down. The color of this barrier also unceasingly became dim, and finally broke apart. After that, remaining 2 bones directly shot into the shoulder of Lebaik. Lebaik gave out a blood-curdling scream, then covering his shoulder with his right hand, he fell down to the ground. And a dark red-colored blood flowed out from his covered shoulder. Is this the level of your skill? Trash. Looking at Lebaik, who was knocked down with only one move, Rin Tianyu sneered. Although the reason why Rin Tianyu was able to defeat Lebaik in a single move was because there was a huge gap in strength between himself and Lebaik, but the ability of this Shikatsu Miyaku being too terrifying was also another reason. The ability of Shikatsu Miyaku, if used for attack, then it was strongest attacking spear, and if used for defense, then it was strongest shield. In the first place, even when Gaara had buried Kimimaro 50 meters deep underground, and applied the big pressure, he was still unable to kill him. This shows the strength of Shikatsu Miyaku. No, don't kill me, I beg you. Seeing those eyes of Rin Tianyu flashing with ominous glint, Lebaik said with trembling legs and fear written all over his face. Killing you will only dirty my hand, so I don't feel like killing you. Seeing that fearful look of Lebaik, Rin Tianyu said in disdain. Inside the pub, Yaorao stood beside the window. Seeing the situation outside, her lips, which were full of charm, slightly bent upward. After that, raising her right hand in front of her, she muttered, "Interesting youngster, in this several 10,000 years, you are the first person I was not able to see through. Let me use this trash to test out your potential. Hope you will not disappoint me." Finished speaking, with the wave of her right hand's finger, then a purple-colored energy passed through window and directly shot outside. After that, it entered the tiny bone beside Lebaik. Many thanks for not killing, eh? Hearing Rin Tianyu would not kill him, Lebaik immediately got excited, and thanked to Rin Tianyu. But before he could finish thanking, the tiny bone with purple light directly shot straight into the space between his eyes. The words of Lebaik immediately stopped, and blood began to flow out from the hole in the space between his eyes. After that, his consciousness slowly dissipated. And his last thought was, why did Rin Tianyu go back on his words and kill him? Not good. The instant that bone had flown, Rin Tianyu immediately realized that this was bad, but he was too late to react. Now seeing Lebaik had died, Rin Tianyu didn't have time to carefully search who secretly framed him. Now he could only use his fastest speed to run away from here. Rin Tianyu ran away, leaving behind the corpse of Lebaik and those dumbfounded onlookers. Inside the pub, seeing Rin Tianyu had quickly ran away, Yaorao slightly smiled and her beautiful body changed into purple-colored mist and disappeared from that place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 301, Why Have Fear? Tian messaged me saying that it'd still take a little bit more time to release chapters in Shidan International, and I can release the chapters here in advance until they release all the chapters there, so as to not inconvenience all of you readers. Therefore, I'm taking out my time to post the chapters. Hope you all will enjoy the read. Thank you. Why have fear? Truly interesting youngster, you are the first person I couldn't see through, so I am very curious about the power you are hiding within your body. I hope you will not disappoint me. Beside the window of pub, looking at the disappearing figure of Rin Tianyu with her beautiful eyes filled with charm, Yaorao revealed a beautiful smile. After that, slowly changing into purple-colored mist, she disappeared from that place. But everyone within the pub who were in the process of drinking seemed to be completely oblivious of this, and as before kept drinking. In the City Lord Mansion of Bloody Cloud City, a bottle of wine suddenly fell down to the floor from the hand of a robust man who was 2 meters. Then that robust man immediately stood up. Bastard, dare to kill Lebaik within my city, you are courting death. Messengers, give command to my protection squadron to stop him at all cost. I want to tear his body into thousands of pieces. And immediately seal off the city gate. From now on, without my command, don't allow anyone to enter and exit. Yes. In the hall, a kneeling robust man of demon clan wearing black-colored armor and holding a spear bowed and answered, then stood up and retreated. Shortly afterwards, a group of soldiers emitting powerful aura rushed out in full force from City Lord Mansion. Balawota, you must avenge my younger brother. At this time, from the rear of the hall, a tear-stained beautiful woman walked out. Walking over to this tall robust man of demon clan, she said while weeping, "Rest assured, I will definitely wring out the head of that person and hand it over to you," Balawota said. After that, emitting powerful black-colored magic light, he disappeared from there. On the street within the city, Ren Tianyu was rapidly running towards the center of the city. The instant Lebake died, he immediately knew that this was bad, and it was already too late to investigate who was the one that had framed him, so he immediately ran inside the city. The reason why he didn't immediately run towards outside the city without wasting any time was because he already knew the identity of Lebake from the talk between the onlookers of just a moment ago. Now the city gates must have been already closed, and if he ran to the city gate then he would be walking right into the trap, that's all. Although he had the method to instantly leave this place, but unless it was out of absolute necessity, he would not use it, because he wanted to use the transfer magic formation within this city to go to next stop. After that he could directly go to Demon World's Demon Metropolis, Demon Emperor's City, which was his final goal. And Ren Tianyu also cannot waste this opportunity. So the moment he met with a mishap, he instantly decided to quickly run to the center of the city where the transfer magic formation was located, but not towards the city gate. At this moment, suddenly a group of 10 or so demon clans guard appeared on the street in front of Ren Tianyu. They were wearing black-colored battle armor and held a black-colored spear. They issued a loud roar, then directly charged towards Ren Tianyu. They came so quickly. Seeing the sudden appearance of guards, the pupils of Ren Tianyu firmly shrunk. He had never thought that these people of City Lord Mansion would found him so fast. Furthermore, all of these guards were unexpectedly saint-ranked in strength. These saint-ranked people could only become the guards of City Lord Mansion. This shows the strength of Demon Clan. Stopping me relying on you pitiful strength is only a wishful thinking. Looking at the guards in front of him, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly in disdain. After that, along with the circulation of chakra within his body, the location of his shoulder and knee simultaneously wriggled unceasingly, then several sharp bones stuck out from his shoulder and knee. Go to hell, Yanagi no Mai. Willow dance. Poochie, Poochie, several stabbing into the body sound rang out. The body of these guards were simultaneously stabbed through by these steel-like hard and sharp bones. After that, along with dark red blood flowing out from their body, they simultaneously fell down to the ground. Humph. With regarding to the death of these demon clan, Ren Tianyu didn't have any reaction, merely leaving behind a snort. He again began to rapidly run towards the center of the city. Roughly after 10 minutes, Ren Tianyu arrived at the center of Bloody Cloud City. All along the way, he unceasingly encountered the obstruction of demon clan's guards, but with their strength level, they weren't able to resist even a single attack of Ren Tianyu. In the center of city, there was a huge platform, and above this huge platform, there was a dark gate. This gate was emitting a powerful devouring power, just like a ferocious beast wanting to devour all space. This was the Blood Cloud City's space transfer gate. But this moment, this transfer gate was surrounded by roughly 200 armed guards. There was also Bloody Cloud City City Lord Balawota and his 5 personal squadron emitting powerful aura in front of this transmission gate. Very good lineup, ah. Ren Tianyu walked out from the corner, then looking at that luxurious lineup, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but make a wry smile. A true God Realm expert, 5 high God Realm experts, and a group of saint and deity ranked guards. You are thinking too highly of me. Hearing the footsteps sound, everyone looked towards the street in front of them. Right now entire city was under the martial law under the command of Balawota, forbidding anyone to walk outside. So in this moment, whose footsteps could it be other than the footsteps of Lebake's murderer? When the footsteps closed in, they saw a handsome youth wearing unusual dress walking over. Stepping firm steps, step by step, he walked towards Balawota and others. And not far away from the location of Ren Tianyu and other people, along with a purple-colored magic light, Yara's charming figure appeared on the roof. After that, with an interest on her beautiful eyes, she looked downwards where a drama was about to unfold. Boy, did you kill Lebake? Looking at Ren Tianyu walking towards them with a firm steps and without a trace of any cowardness, Balawota couldn't help but slightly praise the courage of Ren Tianyu. Don't you already know the answer of whether I killed or not within your heart? So why waste time by asking again? Ren Tianyu didn't explain that he really didn't kill Lebake, because he didn't have any evidence to prove it, and most importantly, Ren Tianyu didn't feel like explaining to them. Wanting to attack, then attack, as any crafty plots and mechanism were nothing before absolute strength. Haha boy, if you hadn't killed Lebake, then I would have definitely drink with you for 3 days and 3 nights, but too bad, you will die today. Hearing Rin Tianyu, Balawota didn't lose his temper, instead he said with some admiration. But as a respect, I will not bully you with group, as long as you can defeat me, you can leave this place alive. Finished speaking, Balawota took out 2 battle axes in his hand and pointed towards Rin Tianyu. No need, you all can come together. Rin Tianyu didn't appreciate the favor of Balawota, just looking towards 200 or so people of Demon Clan in front of him, he said, even if you all can come together, why would I, Uchiha Tianyu, have fear? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, Dance Together with Me. Dance together with me. Even if you all come together, why would I, Uchiha Tianyu, have any fear? Standing in front of them and looking at those 200 or so elite soldiers of Demon Clan in front of him, Rin Tianyu indifferently said. Haha, good, you have guts. Today I, Balawota, will take a look at how powerful your means are. Hearing those heroic words of Rin Tianyu, Balawota couldn't help but laugh in anger. And his laugh was filled with dense killing intent. Balawota had thought inwardly, I saw you were a brave man, and I admire you for that, so I gave you a fair duel, but I had never thought that you would not appreciate my kindness, making it seem like I myself was taking the initiative to stick onto your buttocks. With this, how could Balawota, who was always sitting on a high position for a long time, not get angry? All of you kill him for me. Balawota waved his hand, while giving orders to all the guards. Yes, Your Excellency the City Lord. All the soldiers answered in unison. After that, other than Balawota and those 5 High God Realm Protection Squadron of Balawota behind him, those 200 or so who were at least saint-ranked soldiers charged towards Rin Tianyu. Have courage and insights, it seems thinking so highly of you is not in vain, this drama ought to be interesting. At the far-off roof, hearing those words filled with heroism, the beautiful eyes of Yaorao flashed with unusual hue. Then looked at underneath Rin Tianyu with admiration. Looking at those experts of Demon Clan charging towards him, Rin Tianyu pulled off his right hand, and took off the clothing from the upper part of his body which now hung on his waist, bearing the upper part of his body. And after that, along with the rapid circulation of chakra within his body, the muscles above his left arm's shoulder wriggled, then thick white bone broke out from the muscles of his shoulder and slowly rise up. After that, under the terrified gaze of everyone, his right hand reached out to this white bone and directly pulled it out. This. Seeing the action of Rin Tianyu, not only were those ordinary demon soldiers so scared that they stopped and forget to charge, even Balawota and those 5 High God Realm experts were stunned seeing the action of Rin Tianyu. Seeing Rin Tianyu pulling out his own bone, even these Balawota and others who had seen bloody struggle every day couldn't help but felt a little bit of their blood run cold. And in the far-off roof, seeing the action of Rin Tianyu, the corner of Yara's mouth rose, making a beautiful radiant, pretty good ability, possessing the ability to control all the bones within one's body. This Bone Demon Clan, contrary to expectation, is very interesting. We Bone Demon Clan have the ability to control all the bones within our body. Today I will let you see Bone Demon Clan's only remaining person, I, Uchiha Tianyu's strength. Rin Tianyu held that bone sword with his right hand which he had pulled out from his shoulder, then looking at everyone in the front, he said, I am skillful in 5 types of dance. And I will let you all accompany me to dance together. After speaking, Rin Tianyu suddenly dashed towards the soldiers in front of him without any fear. All of you kill him for me. Seeing Rin Tianyu had actually took the initiative to initiate the attack, Balawota immediately gave order to attack. Hearing the command of Balawota, all the demon soldiers tried to overcome the fear in their heart, and brazenly initiated assault towards Rin Tianyu again. As the distance gradually narrowed, and when Rin Tianyu and those soldiers of Demon Clan were about to make contact, Rin Tianyu heavily stepped on the ground, then soaring high up in the sky, and raising the bone sword in his hand, he rapidly rushed forward. Poochie, the sounds of sword stabbing through the body resounded. The white bone sword in the hand of Rin Tianyu had stabbed through that seemingly hard armors of Demon Clan, then along with dark red blood flowing out from their body, they lied on the ground motionlessly. Step sound. Rin Tianyu landed on the ground, then half squatting above the ground, he looked at those soldiers of Demon Clan all around him. At that time, the scene of those tortured and deformed humans he had seen at soul-breaking cliff appeared in his mind, and strong killing intent rose inside his heart, then spat out one word, kill. Tsubaki no Mai. Camellia dance. Finished speaking, his body changed into a white light and rushed forward quickly. And coordinating with Rin Tianyu's exquisite taijutsu, the bone sword in his right hand gave rise to white light while cutting all the soldiers of Demon Clan obstructing his path, including their seemingly hard armors. This bone sword of Rin Tianyu could cut through even iron and steel, let alone these armors. Roar, 100 Li blood killing formation. Seeing the unscrupulous massacre in the middle of the crowd, the demonic intent within the body of these soldiers of Demon Clan instantly set off. After that, along with the roar of all the soldiers of Demon Clan in unison, they raised their spear, then blood-colored energy mist emitted from their body. Then horizontally holding the spear with their right hand, all of them changed into a blood-colored light rushing towards Ren Tianyu. 100 Li blood-killing formation was one of the most frequently seen battle formation. They would combine massacre energy which they had obtained from the war of all the year around within their body, then all of them would initiate unceasing assault towards their target, so that the enemy couldn't react. Humph! Seeing rapidly rushing towards him soldiers of Demon Clan, Ren Tianyu just snorted coldly in disdain. After that circulating chakra within his body, the muscles of the bare stomach and back of Ren Tianyu unceasingly wriggled, then sharp bones rapidly broke out from his body. Looking at current Ren Tianyu from far away, he would resemble a hedgehog with sharp thorns all over the body. Shortly afterwards, the body of Ren Tianyu began to spin unceasingly, then advance in all direction rapidly towards those assaulting soldiers of Demon Clan. Take this, Karamatsu no Mai. Larch dance. Along with those rapidly assaulting soldiers of Demon Clan, and Ren Tianyu's that rapid spinning form sweeping away, a series of blood-curdling sound resounded. Countless bones had stabbed through the body of many soldier. Some had their thigh stabbed, some had their throat stabbed, and some even had their head stabbed. Right now the ground of this square was thoroughly dyed with dark red blood. When the blood-curdling screams stopped, Ren Tianyu also stopped spinning and stood on the ground. Now corpses of demon soldiers lied on the ground around him, and blood was still flowing out from their corpses' cuts. Right now there was only less than 50 demon soldiers who were alive and were capable of standing up. And those terrifying-looking bones on the body of Ren Tianyu slowly sank into his body, and those cut opened on his flesh also revert back to the previous state without a trace of single scar. Then looking around the disaster he had created himself, an unusually evil smile appeared on the handsome face of Ren Tianyu, then he said, "This dance is very beautiful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 303, Sawarabi no Mai. Sawarabi no Mai, Bracken Dance. And just after Ren Tianyu had spoken, wind-breaking sound suddenly resounded from the sky behind him. But the complexion of Ren Tianyu didn't change, just exerting force in his right leg, his body directly changed into a blur and disappeared from that location. Along with the Hong loud explosion sound, a terrifying explosion wind and waves spread in all direction. When the smoke and dusts dissipated, one could see huge crack on the ground of this square which spread all around just like a spider web. And Balawota holding two huge battle axes was standing at the side of this crack, and as for those 5 High God Realm experts, they were directly rushing towards Ren Tianyu. Humph, Teshi Sendan. Digital shrapnel. Looking at those 5 experts rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu extended his 2 hands, then along with pang, 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 continuous sound, 10 tiny sharp finger bones shot towards them. These 5 people had no choice but to stop and set up a firm barrier in front of their body to block those sharp finger bones of Ren Tianyu. Well. Didn't expect I Balawota had underestimated you. Today I will use your blood to wash off the soul of these excellent soldiers you have killed. Tiger Roar Sky Tyrant Axe. Balawota roared, then swinging his right hand, huge black tiger axe shot out from the huge battle axe of Balawota's right hand towards Ren Tianyu along with tiger roar sound. Humph! Seeing the huge axe flying towards him at high speed, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, then waving his right arm, countless tough and tensile bones stuck out from his arm which changed into a huge bone shield in front of him. After that along with dang loud metal colliding sound, under the assault of that huge black tiger axe Ren Tianyu slid several meters backward, but fortunately the bone shield was not broken through, firmly blocking this attack of Balawota. It seems I have really looked down upon the power of Shikatsu Miyako before, never though these bones were tough and tensile enough to block an attack of true God Realm expert. Looking at the huge bone shield on his right arm, Ren Tianyu thought inwardly. And after Ren Tianyu had blocked the attack, Balawota and those 5 High God Realm experts had already surrounded him. Boy, now you can't run away. The Forbidden Sky magic formation within this Bloody Cloud City is already activated, so from now on all the experts who are yet to step into God Lord Realm are powerless to fly in the sky within this city. This time you are screwed. Looking at Ren Tianyu in the middle of their encirclement, Balawota sneered. Cannot fly. After hearing Balawota, Ren Tianyu immediately become happy, then looking at Balawota and other around him, he said, since we cannot fly, then all of you prepare to accept death penalty. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu half squatted down, and placed the palm of both hands on the ground of the square, then circulating the chakra within his body, he yelled, Pulsate, Sawarabi no Mai. Bracken Dance, dot. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly ka-ka sound of cracking transmitted outward from inside the ground, then countless sharp bones suddenly broke out from the ground. Moreover the number of these sharp bones were unexpectedly still spreading towards all direction rapidly. Sawarabi no Mai, Bracken Dance, was the final dance among the 5 dance of Kimimaro Shikatsu Miyaku. At that time Kimimaro required the aid of the power of Orochimaru's cursed mark because of his insufficient strength, and under the second state of this cursed mark, he was able to use this move, but with the current level of Rintianyo's strength, he could easily use this move. Although the might of this move was powerful, but Rintianyu had never intended to use this move, because this move was basically not effective against the experts of Saint rank and above. Because although this move could cause countless sharp bones to stick out from the ground around him, but Saint rank and above experts could easily fly in the sky to dodge this, so how could this move injure them? But what Ren Tianyu had never expected was, this Balawoda had unexpectedly activated the forbidden sky magic formation to prevent him from escaping through the air. One might well say this was harming themselves. When Sawarabi no Mai, Bracken Dance, stopped, all those ordinary demon soldiers around him had already died under this move. And among those 5 High God Realm experts, 2 of them had died and remaining 3 were also stabbed but luckily escaped with their life intact. And as for Balawoda, at the critical moment, he had used absolute strength to break out from those sharp bones forest, escaping the danger. With the tragedy around him, Ren Tianyu no longer stayed there, his body directly changed into a blur and rushed towards that space transfer gate on the high platform. And after entering inside that space transfer gate, his body disappeared. Damn it, that bastard, you 3 follow me to chase after him. Seeing the disappearance of Ren Tianyu inside the transfer gate, Balawoda angrily roared, then calling those 3 High God Realm experts who had survived, he prepared to enter inside the space transfer gate and chase after Ren Tianyu. But just at that time, suddenly a purple-colored radiance appeared in front of everyone. Along with the dissipation of this radiance, the right leg of Yaorao stepped on the sharp bone of Ren Tianyu, blocking the path of Balawoda and others. It's you! Seeing the sudden appearance of Yaorao, Balawoda suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's me. Looking at the sorry figure of Balawoda and others, Yaorao covered her mouth and slightly smiled. Don't know what matter you have to block my way, I want to hunt down that villain of just now to take revenge. Balawoda respectfully said. As a matter of fact, he truly was unclear about the identity of Yaorao in front of him, but he knew that he must not provoke her. If he made her unhappy, then he will definitely die without a place for burial. This was something leaders of all the big forces within Bloody Cloud City knew after Yaorao came into this Bloody Cloud City for no apparent reason. I want you all to stop pursuing him. Yaorao slowly said her purpose in coming. Who do you think you are, relying on your... Hearing the words of Yaorao, one of the 3 High God Realm experts who had survived by fluke stepped forward and said towards Yaorao in disdain. But before he could finish speaking, suddenly purple-colored radiance appeared around his body, making him unable to move even a bit. Then before the alarmed and panicky gaze of everyone, the body of this High God Realm expert as if melting changed into pieces of meat slice and fell down from his body. Within 5 minutes, originally living expert had already changed into a skeleton. My words are orders, from today onwards, you all are not allowed to pursue or attack Uchiha Tianyu. The fate of all the violators will be same as him. Looking at the frightened look in the eyes of everyone on the scene, Yaorao slowly said in a stern voice. Finished speaking, her body changed into a purple-colored radiance and disappeared inside the space transfer gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, Endless Abyss. Endless Abyss. In a wilderness stretch as far as the eyes could see, along with the appearance of silver-colored radiances, the figure of Ren Tianyu appeared there. Looking at that barren environment around him, Ren Tianyu breathed out a long breath, then wiping the bloodstain from his forehead, he quickly disappeared from that place in order to avoid the pursuit of Balawoda and others. And what Ren Tianyu didn't know was, just after he had left, a purple-colored radiance appeared in that place. And along with the dissipation of that purple-colored radiance, the figure of Yaorao appeared in that place. Looking at the disappearing back view of Ren Tianyu, Yaorao revealed a mysterious smile. Shortly afterward, she also flew towards the direction where Ren Tianyu had disappeared. In a cave of a small mountain, Ren Tianyu sat cross-legged inside that cave, slowly recovering the chakra within his body. After a long time, Ren Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't stand up, rather fell into a deep thought, unceasingly recalling the scene of Lebake's death. At that time, after he said that he would not kill Lebake, his Teshi Sindan, digital shrapnel, fingerbone which had fallen beside the body of Lebake suddenly flew, and before everyone including Ren Tianyu was able to react, it had directly stabbed through the space between the eyes of Lebake, instantly taking his life. It's completely obvious that someone is trying to frame me. Recalling the strange scene of that time, Ren Tianyu thought inwardly with certainty, the main problem is, it has been only a short period of time since I entered Demon World, so there is basically no one here that have enmity towards me. Furthermore, my current identity is something I made up, so it is also impossible for someone who is called Uchiha Tianyu of Bone Demon Clan to exist beforehand in Demon World. Moreover, even if there is such a person, the possibility of the enemy of such person staying in Bloody Cloud City is far too small. Ren Tianyu definitely didn't believe in these possibility, as one might well say that the probability of this was happening was lower than purchasing the winning lottery ticket of 5 million. And within Bloody Cloud City, I had come into contact with solely Yao Rao of that pub, but I had done nothing injustice to her, and we don't have any enmity, so it is very unlikely for her to frame me. Moreover, even if she had hidden her strength, but it is not possible for her to be able to frame me by deceiving my eyes. Think this, Ren Tianyu recalled that mysterious woman filled with charm inside the pub, but he didn't believe that she had framed him. But what Ren Tianyu didn't know was, this time his deduction nevertheless was wrong. Moreover, at that time I didn't notice anything unusual, although I had not opened Sharingan, still my eyesight was still there, so to be able to deceive my eyes and instantly control my finger bone to attack, this person is definitely a powerful expert. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but sighed. He had never expected that just when he was intending to make a move, he attracted the attention of hidden expert without any rhyme or a reason. In any case, now there was only two possibilities. First was the hidden enemy of Lebeck borrowed his hand to kill him, shifting the blame onto him. Looking at the behavior of Lebeck, this possibility was very likely. Second was just like Lebeck, because of Yao Rao. But this person was clever, so with the help of the death of Lebeck, he was trying to eliminate him. Forget it, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. Since I cannot stay here in Demon World for a long period of time, when I finish my plan, I will immediately leave this place, then prepare the plan for the invasion of Demon Clan. Ren Tianyu patted off the dusts and stood up, then sighing, he left that place. Now he had officially crossed one domain among 8 domain and entered into Baleful Blood Realm among 3 realms. And this Baleful Blood Realm's leader was one of the 3 great demon god, Blood Prison demon god, Balada, was extremely powerful. The strength of this Balada was at least comparable or more than the strength of heaven-sealing demon god Amike whom Ren Tianyu had encountered in the 9th floor of Tower of Babel. Primarily, because Amike was sealed within the 9th floor of Tower of Babel for a long period of nearly 30,000 years, his strength was greatly whittled away due to the divine power of Tower of Babel, so when Ren Tianyu encountered Amike, his strength was not at his peak state. But although the strength of this Balada was strong, but Ren Tianyu had no relation to that, because his goal was Demon Metropolis, Demon Emperor's city. Only after entering the Demon Emperor's city, he would begin to take action. But now there was nearly 1 month of time left before the opening of Demon Metropolis, and before then Demon Metropolis would absolutely not open. So Ren Tianyu decided to stay here for 1 month of time. Before then I should not go to the town in order to avoid side issues that might arise. I will go there only at the right time. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu flew towards the distant sky. After flying for nearly 3 hours, Ren Tianyu suddenly discovered a huge abyss in the distant, and this abyss was emitting a chilling black-colored aura. What is this place? Seeing that abyss far away, the eyes of Ren Tianyu revealed a solemn expression, because that black-colored aura being emitted by that abyss gave him a chilling feeling. If the people of Demon Clan saw this abyss, then they would absolutely be so frightened that they would urinate in their pants, then they would immediately run away madly without turning back, because this was the one of the forbidden ground for entire Demon Clan endless abyss. In this endless abyss resides a terrifying existence. Even Demon Emperor of Demon Clan had no way to capture this existence. Once this fellow came out from endless abyss, and the consequence of that was, the neighborhood surroundings of 1000 Li changed into ruins. Finally Demon Emperor lead 3 great demon god of Demon Clan and 13 demon generals, then all of them acting together, they finally forced it to retreat back to endless abyss. After that they used the universe boundary divine artifact of Demon Clan and combined the power of everyone to set up a powerful seal around this endless abyss, making it impossible for this fellow to leave the radius of 3 Li around the endless abyss. Although they sealed this fellow, but they however were powerless to really injure that fellow. Furthermore, in the battle against this fellow last time, Demon Emperor had greatly damaged his vitality. One might say the price was heavy. But Ren Tianyu was completely unaware of this matter, so he curiously flew towards this abyss. When he arrived within the 3 Li range of endless abyss, suddenly powerful purple-colored seal blocked his path, making him powerless to move forward. This is... seal? Seeing the barrier in front of him, Ren Tianyu was surprised. Shortly afterwards, along with the appearance of Sharingan, and launching the Kamui of Right Eye, he immediately passed through this barrier entering inside the seal. And just after Ren Tianyu had entered into the barrier, a terrifying roar resounded from inside the abyss, and huge sound waves transmitted outwards from inside. Ren Tianyu was unable to bear hearing this sound, so he covered his 2 ears. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Roar. An ear-deafening roar resounded from inside the endless abyss, and endless sound waves came through underneath as if wanting to thoroughly shatter the eardrum of people. Under this terrifying sound waves, Ren Tianyu firmly covered his ears with his hands, and resisted this sound wave attack while showing uncomfortable expression on his face. At the same time, he was thinking, what the hell is this thing? Along with the slow dissipation of sound waves, suddenly inexhaustible black-colored magic mist rose from inside the endless abyss. These magic mists didn't scatter but gathered in one place, slowly solidifying above the abyss. Along with the dissipation of magic mist, one huge claw appeared in the sky, and fell down straightly towards Ren Tianyu. Again this move? Seeing that thick huge claw which looked like the pillar supporting sky, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but raised his brows a bit. Last time within Tower of Babel, that heaven-sealing demon god Amike had also used his one palm to swat him to death. Now after coming here, he again ran into an expert with similar taste. Do all the experts of Demon Clan love to use their palm to swat people to death just like swatting flies off? Kamui. At this moment, Ren Tianyu didn't have much time, and immediately used Kamui. Because the strength of this claw was far more powerful compared to heaven-sealing demon god Amike, so if he tried to keep his strength even now, then that was basically just courting death. Hon! A loud sound of explosion resounded. This huge claw passed through the body of Ren Tianyu and landed on the ground underneath. Suddenly a terrifying explosion sound resounded, and large amount of dusts and smoke instantly rose spreading all over the place. At that time, a figure broke out from the cloud of dust and landed on the ground not far away. This figure was precisely Ren Tianyu. Using the ability of Kamui, he was able to dodge the sudden attack without any injury. And at this time, that huge claw also changed into black-colored magic mists and slowly dissipated. Meanwhile a huge shadow rose up from inside Endless Abyss. A terrifying aura was being emitted from the body of this shadow which gave terrifying degree of pressure. When Ren Tianyu clearly saw the appearance of this shadow, he involuntarily inhaled a mouthful of cold air suddenly, and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In the sky of Abyss, not far away right in front of Ren Tianyu, an octopus-like magical beast floated in the midair. The size of this octopus body was a little too frighteningly tall, reaching up to nearly 40 meters. And right now its black-colored huge tentacles coming out from its body underneath were unceasingly swinging. And the most terrifying was not these, rather in the body of this octopus-like magical beast, one huge eyes after one appeared, densely covering the entire body of this octopus. It looked very terrifying and nauseating. What is this magical beast? Looking at this terrifying magical beast in front of him, and sensing the pressure from that aura leaking from its body, Ren Tianyu was completely sure that this magical beast was a lot more powerful than all the opponent he had encountered this far. At that time when this magical beast had wreaked havoc in the entire demon world, and no one was able to stop it. Finally Demon Emperor along with the combined effort of 3 great demon god and 13 demon general and also with the help of universe boundary divine artifact was finally able to seal this Thousand Eyes evil beast with great difficulty. Thousand Eyes evil beast was the overlord of Endless Abyss where the ordinary people of demon world wouldn't dare to even go near it. It was so powerful that one might well say that it could bully the entire demon world and no one could oppose it. Thousand Eyes evil beast was a terrifying ferocious magical beast that had survived from the ancient times of demon world. It had the ability to absorb the negative feelings and emotions of people's heart, and can also draw the support of these negative energy to rapidly raise its strength, so it in itself was one evil ferocious beast. Furthermore those thickly dotted eyes on its body could release extermination magic light which could evaporating everything, moreover these eyes still possess a number of other special abilities. But because of its own restriction, this Thousand Eyes evil beast was powerless to change itself into human form throughout its life, and could only maintain its beast form without being able to change. Boy, didn't expect you were able to pass through this seal and enter here. I guess you have method of passing through this seal without getting any obstruction. Boy, if you are able to take me out from this seal, then I might let you go with your life intact. Looking at Ren Tianyu underneath, a loud voice was transmitted out through the body of this Thousand Eyes evil beast. As a matter of fact, when Ren Tianyu had approached the seal, it had already noticed him, but it however had ignored Ren Tianyu, because it was affected by the seal created by the power of universe boundary divine artifact of Demon Clan, so it was simply powerless to go out of the seal. Furthermore other people also didn't have any means of entering there. As a result it had completely ignored Ren Tianyu. But to its surprise, Ren Tianyu unexpectedly passed through the seal without any obstruction, entering into this place. This instantly raised its interest towards Ren Tianyu. And with its strength coupled with its power of Thousand Eyes, it naturally was not deceived by that surface intermediate fighter rate strength of Ren Tianyu. It clearly sensed that powerful strength hidden within his body. This power was something it had never seen before. This made it see a hope of getting out. It was sealed by this damned seal for unknown numbers of years, even it itself couldn't remember the exact numbers of years. On the basis of strength, it was not afraid of Demon Emperor, but the key point was Demon Emperor held the demon world's universe boundary divine artifact. One might well say that this universe-boundary divine artifact was a treasure birth from the crystallization of the aggregate power of entire plane. Want me to take you out? Hearing the demand of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu was stunned, then he instantly understand. Looking at seal around, this beast definitely sealed here for a long time, so it's understandable that this beast put forward this demand. Want me to take you out? Why? Although I do have a method to let you out, but give me one reason why I should do so. Looking at Thousand Eyes Evil Beast in front of him, Ren Tianyu didn't have any fear on his face. Although this fellow was very powerful, and even if he fight he might be defeated by it, but as long as this beast couldn't kill him instantly, if he wanted to flee, then this beast would be unable to stop him. With you completely under my control, boy, don't tell me that other things are more important than your life? Looking at Ren Tianyu as if he was already a lamb waiting for butcher, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast said. Indeed, with its strength, it could speak this sentence, but it however didn't know that real methods of Ren Tianyu. Is that so? Hearing Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu sneered, and thought about refuting, but at that time, the chakra within his body as if attracted by something, flowed towards the body of Thousand Eyes Evil Beasts. After carefully sensing, Ren Tianyu noticed that the thing that was attracting his chakra was a piece of black-colored hexagon crystal which was inlaid on the forehead of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. It was not easy to notice that piece of small crystal as compared to Thousand Eyes Evil Beast's that terrifying body. And this crystal was emitting an evil power which gave people a kind of not very good feeling. And just at that time, Ren Tianyu suddenly heard the system sound within his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, Eternal Dark Night. Eternal Dark Night. Congratulations to host for finding the element crystal of dark element, Eternal Dark Night. At that moment, the prompt of system suddenly resounded within the mind of Ren Tianyu, instantly causing Ren Tianyu to look towards that black crystal inlaid in the forehead of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast with passionate gaze. So far, Ren Tianyu had altogether discovered two such heavenly treasures, Forever Green and Earth Emperor Crystal. Ordinary people wouldn't even have a chance to see this type of treasure throughout their life, but here Ren Tianyu had encountered such treasures one after another. The power of Forever Green had bestowed him eternal life, making his body to stay young forever. Moreover, combining it with his chakra, his physique transformed into a powerful sage body which was comparable or stronger than the sage body of Senju Hashirama, letting him obtain the power of wood style. Although he had only obtained a piece of Earth Emperor crystal, but that also gave him 7.5 million system points, with which he was able to exchange Eternal Magikyo Sharingan. Never in his wildest dream did Ren Tianyu ever thought that he would encounter similar treasure here. But this crystal known as Eternal Dark Night however was on the body of this terrifying beast in front of him. As a result, obtaining it would not be any easy. You want me to take you out? I have no problem with it, and I also have a way to take you out from the seal, but I have a condition. Ren Tianyu instantly thought of a plan, while speaking. What condition? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast asked while staring at Ren Tianyu. I want that crystal on your forehead. Ren Tianyu pointed towards the forehead of this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast with his right hand and said loudly. Want this crystal on my forehead. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the speaking tone of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast suddenly become incomparably unusual, then laughing loudly, powerful aura of this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast suppressed towards Ren Tianyu. Why are you laughing? Hearing unconcealed mocking laugh of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, as well as sensing that oppressing aura being emitted from its body, Ren Tianyu became serious, and asked a little bit coldly. Why am I laughing? I am laughing at your ignorance. Never expected that you not only not feel grateful towards me for letting you go away with your life intact, you unexpectedly even covered my eternal dark night. You are truly bold sufficiently. Thousand Eyes Evil Beast stopped laughing, then looking at Ren Tianyu underneath, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast said with his tone filled with ill intention, but your eyesight is pretty good, actually able to recognize the eternal dark night. If that is the case, then you can stay here forever. With no reward, do you think I will take a risk to let you out from here? Ren Tianyu sneered, then began to leave. Did I say you can leave? At that moment, the voice of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast came, and Ren Tianyu instantly felt a powerful aura was locked onto his body. If he again make even a slightest amount of movement, then he would be greeted by rain shower like fierce attacks. What do you want? Ren Tianyu stopped his steps, then turning around his head, he asked Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Originally I planned to let you go with your life intact, but now that you don't know how to be tactful and cooperate with me, I am forced to control your consciousness to take me out, after that it will be your time of death. Thousand Eyes Evil Beast itself possessed power to absorb that evil emotions within the heart of people. And those thousand eyes on its body also possessed all thoughts of 1,000 people's heart, so if it wanted to completely control one person, one might well say that it was as easy as turning one's hand over. Finished speaking, Thousand Eyes evil beast gave out a loud roar, and direct those numerous huge tentacles to attack towards Ren Tianyu. Humph, my life is not even within the grasp of myself, let alone yours. Seeing the swift and fierce attack of Thousand Eyes evil beast, Ren Tianyu sneered, then quickly made a series of hand seals, Mokutan, Kajikai Korin. Wood style, deep forest bloom. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground in front of him suddenly began to shake violently, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, flowed by countless thick vines breaking out from the ground which attacked towards the incoming attack of Thousand Eyes evil beast. With a series of pa sounds, the tentacles of Thousand Eyes evil beast were suddenly knocked down. The current wood style of Ren Tianyu was already beginning to show the real power of wood style. Although there was a large gap between the strength of Ren Tianyu and Thousand Eyes evil beast, but Thousand Eyes evil beast had underestimated him, so Ren Tianyu was able to instantly block this wave of attacks. Shortly afterwards, the flower buds on the branch of these vines slowly burst forth into a huge bewitching flower, and yellow-colored pollen spread all over the place from inside. Bye, but rest assured, I will definitely come back. Seeing Thousand Eyes evil beast was surrounded by the pollen, Ren Tianyu spoke his mind, then making a hand sign, he said, Hirashin no Jutsu. After that Ren Tianyu instantly disappeared from that location. Shortly afterwards, a terrifying energy storm from within the pollen suddenly spread out, directly dispersing the pollens, and also destroyed the tree domain, and was finally blocked by the seal. Roar, next time I meet you, I will definitely devour you alive. Thousand Eyes evil beast roared loudly. Although it was sealed in this endless abyss, but it didn't place even Demon Emperor of Demon World in its eyes, but it had never expected that today, and nobody forced him to fall, making it very angry. But despite getting angry, it could do nothing as Ren Tianyu had already left this place. Finally, after venting off its anger to the ground, it again entered into the abyss, disappearing from there. The reason why Ren Tianyu had left that place so fast was because he basically was no match for Thousand Eyes evil beast, so fleeing was correct choice. Although the temptation of eternal dark night was very big, but big temptation also needs life to enjoy. As long as his strength rose to the level of being able to rob this eternal dark night from its body, he would again come back. Moreover, if he had really fought with Thousand Eyes evil beast at this time, then with the battle of their level, the activity would definitely be very large, and would definitely attract the attention of the experts of Demon Clan. This was something Ren Tianyu didn't want. Appearing beside the Hirashin kunai inside that same cave of nameless mountain up before where he had restored his chakra, next he had nothing to do, so he just sat down to rest. After going out and bumping into Thousand Eyes evil beast, this terrifying magical beast, now he clearly didn't want to go out for the time being. If he again come across another such terrifying existence, then he would have physical and mental suffering, so he decided to wait here until the opening of Demon Emperor's city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Abyss Hydra. Abyss Hydra. In Baleful Blood Realm's Baleful Demon City, Ren Tianyu was walking down the streets towards the center of the city. Right now, nearly 1 month had already passed since the time he had encountered that terrifying Thousand Eyes evil beast at Endless Abyss. Now the main city of Three Realms transfer gate leading to Demon Metropolis, Demon Emperor's city, had already opened. And all the people who wanted to participate in the trial and watch the excitement could enter the transfer formation to leave for Demon Emperor's city. And Ren Tianyu was precisely one of those people. After living outside the city for nearly 1 month, finally the day he had been waiting for had come, so how could Ren Tianyu be unhappy? So immediately after the arrival of this day, he directly rushed into this Baleful Blood Realm's Baleful Demon City where Blood Prison Demon God Balada resided, intending to enter the transfer formation to go to Demon Metropolis. Right now all kinds of Demon Clan's experts were coming to this Baleful Demon City, and were walking towards the center of the city. With regarding to these ordinary people of Demon Clan, being able to enter Demon Emperor's city and see the Demon Emperor in itself was greatest honor. In the center of the city, there was a transfer gate on the high platform. Right now in front of this transfer gate, there was large number of people. And beside this transfer gate, some people were in the process of unceasingly trying to maintain order in order to avoid any chaos. It seems this Demon Metropolis is quite attractive to people, but this way is better. The more the people, the more the chaotic situation, and that more beneficial to me. Standing on the long queue of the transfer gate, and looking at those long stream of people around him, Ren Tianyu sighed. This was the condition of only Baleful Blood Realm at all. In addition to this there were still Purgatory Realm and Demon Dragon Realm's two main city from where one could enter Demon Metropolis. And the number of people entering Demon Emperor's city from there would definitely not be any less than here. When the time comes, don't know whether Demon Metropolis could be able to accommodate such large stream of people or not. After waiting for nearly 1 hour, it was the turn of Ren Tianyu. Stepping up to high platform and entering into the transfer gate which was active long ago, he disappeared. And when his vision restored again, seeing the scene before his eyes, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but become stunned. There was a large city at a distant place in front of him. That was the largest city he had ever seen. There was no another city that was anywhere close to this city in area covered. Comparing this city with baleful demon city of just now, this city was nearly twice as much in area. At four sides of this city, four huge magic towers stood erect. These four towers reached straight up to the skies and were glimmering with a black-colored magic light. And this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was none other than a huge hydra hovering around in the sky above this city. The body of this snake was exceptionally large, and its 9 heads were hovering around one of the tall magic tower. Right now the eyes of these 9 heads were closed tightly, as if this noise and excitements of underneath was powerless to disturb its hibernation. Is this the legendary pet abyss hydra of His Majesty the Demon Emperor? Seeing this hydra hovering in the sky, one of the two-person talking among themselves said, which attracted the attention of Ren Tianyu. Yes, I heard this abyss hydra is the fierce beast that had survived from ancient time, and its strength is unfathomable. Its 9 snake head can swallow the heaven and devour the sea, and possess monstrous magical power. I heard it is only slightly weaker than that beast of endless abyss. Another person added while nodding his head. He clearly knew the origin of this hydra. I heard that, originally this hydra had received mortal injury because of unknown reason. And at that time His Majesty the Demon Emperor had saved his life. After that, feeling gratitude towards His Majesty the Demon Emperor for saving its life, it became the pet of His Majesty the Demon Emperor and took the role of defending this Demon Emperor's city. So that was the case. Hearing his companion, this person nodded his head in understanding. And as for Ren Tianyu, currently he was looking at this hydra with his gaze full of passion. Such powerful pet was a kind of huge temptation for anyone. Wait until the time when I have enough system points, then I will immediately exchange all 9 tail beasts. At that time, when I dispatch all 9 tail beasts, who will be able to stop my way? Thinking about scene of 9 tailed beasts simultaneously wreaking havoc everywhere under his control, Ren Tianyu's heart was filled with longing, but unfortunately, currently he didn't want to exchange all 9 of them. Currently Ren Tianyu actually had 9.6 million system points, which was more than enough to exchange all 9 tailed beasts, but he was in the process of accumulating the system points to exchange Rinnegan, and these 9 tailed beasts were not his main goal currently. Only if his own strength is powerful, he will truly be strong. Unless there comes a time when he truly needed the power of 9 tailed beasts, he would not exchange all of them first. Only after exchanging Rinnegan first, he would choose to exchange them. Calming down his state of mind, Ren Tianyu stepped forward towards the city gate of Demon Emperor's city. After walking through the city gate, he entered into Demon Emperor's city, and wide streets appeared in front of Ren Tianyu. On the street, groups of guards wearing black-colored armor and helmet, and holding black-colored spear were in the process of patrolling. They didn't emit any aura from their body. They were just like death guards, giving people a kind of stifling feeling. They were Demon World's elite guardian regiment, Guardians of Shadow Legion. The army group of Demon World could be subdivided into 4 large army group. Individually were Demonic Legion, Baleful Demon Legion, Virtuous Image Legion and Shadow Legion. Among these 4 large army group, the Shadow Legion had least people. This legion only had nearly 1/20th of people compared to the number of people in other 3 legion. This was so because all the people of this Shadow Legion were elite among elite. Their most ordinary soldiers were all low god realm in strength. All of them resides within Demon Emperor's city throughout the year, and were responsible for the defense of Demon Emperor's city, and also were the personal squadron of Demon Emperor himself. And inside Demon Emperor's city, outsiders were not allowed to do any business. All the pubs and hotels within this city were under the charge of someone sent by Demon Emperor himself. When Demon Emperor's city was open to outsiders, these pubs and hotels would also open for business. They would provide accommodation to guests for free, but guests however needed to spend money for foods. Ren Tianyu arrived at the most bustling hotel, which was 5-story tall. One might well say such building was rare in this world. After entering inside this hotel, someone would naturally provide him a room. Receiving the key of his room, he ordered a number of foods and drinks, and made a person of the hotel to bring them to his room. After that, when Ren Tianyu was preparing to go upstairs and return to his room, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Never thought that I would meet you here, Uchiha Tianyu." Hearing this voice, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but turn around. And after seeing the person behind him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Suspicious Demon. Suspicious Demon. It's you! Seeing the person behind him, Ren Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. In the middle of the hall, a flirtation woman of Demon Clan was standing. Her skin was light purple in color, which didn't have any angelic beauty of human, but gave people a kind of exotic sense of beauty. This person was precisely Yao Rao. What a coincidence, didn't expect to meet you here too. Ren Tianyu stopped his steps, and turning around, he came over to the side of Yao Rao and said with a smile. This isn't a coincidence, don't you remember? At that time, at bar I said that we will meet again very soon. Looking at that handsome face of Ren Tianyu, the eyes of Yao Rao showed a mysterious smiling expression, then slowly said. Is that so? Did you say that? I am sorry that I have a bad memory. Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulders and said, pretending he was helpless. How come you are here? Are you here to participate in the competition for the selection of leaders of thousands guards? Nope, I am not interested in that. I came here to look at the excitement, nothing more. I don't plan to take part in this competition. Shaking his head, Ren Tianyu slowly said. He came here only for that grave, so he didn't care about this competition. As long as he got things he needed, he would immediately leave this place. Oh, Tianyu, your strength ought to be not weak. I heard about the matter of how you were able to escape from that heavy encirclement in Bloody Cloud City, so with your strength, I think if you want to win this competition, then it would not be any difficult. Could it be that this position of leader of 1,000 guards is not attractive to you? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Yao Rao confusedly asked. That is not the case, merely I am used to being free and unrestrained. I don't want to be bound by the army, so I don't want to participate this competition. So it was like that. Yao Rao nodded her head in understanding, then looking at Ren Tianyu, she said with a smile, standing here is not too convenient to talk, don't know if it is possible to ask you to go up and have a seat? Look at my brain, neglecting beauty is my fault, I just got the key of my room. Let's go up. Ren Tianyu hit his head, then slightly bent over while extending his right hand, and feigned the look of gentleman. Thanks for the trouble. Yao Rao nodded her head with a smile, then gracefully walked in the front, and stepping on the stairs, she unhurriedly walked upstairs. And after Yao Rao went up, Ren Tianyu lifted up his head, then looking at that figure of Yao Rao, his eyes flashed with a strange look. The appearance of Yao Rao had extremely surprised Ren Tianyu. Just now in the brief moment of contact, he had already used no less than 3 methods to probe her, but all of them didn't have any discovery. First, just now when he had entered inside this pub, he had already used the memory ability of Sharingan to secretly scan the scene of the hall including everyone present in this hall. At that time, he hadn't noticed Yao Rao. The way of this hotel to go upstairs was only this one stairs, and at that time there was no people coming down and going up, but just when he had taken the key and was preparing to go upstairs, within this brief amount of time, Yao Rao had suddenly appeared behind him without him noticing anything. Second was the temperament of Yao Rao. Although her entire body emitted a kind of mature charm which would involuntarily attract the attention of other people, but if one carefully looked her, one would discover that under this charm, a noble aura was deeply hidden. How could 2 completely different temperaments appear in one person? This explains that she was hiding her identity. Third was the strength of Yao Rao. Since this Yao Rao was able to conceal herself from his perception and suddenly appear behind him, this means her strength was not low, but right now when he bowed slightly and asked her to go upstairs, he had already opened Sharingan to scan her. But unfortunately, there was no discovery. Her strength was still saint rank, appearing ordinary and mediocre. But it was because her strength was ordinary and mediocre, she was suspicious. From this brief moment, Ren Tianyu was completely alert against this Yao Rao. He wondered why she was deliberately approaching him. And he also didn't believe that she had fallen in love with him in first sight, this kind of nonsense. Tianyu, why aren't you coming up? What are you thinking? At that time, Yao Rao suddenly turned around, and looking at Ren Tianyu, she curiously asked. Never mind, just now I merely recalled something. I will lead you the way. Ren Tian woke up with a start, then quickly walking up the stairs, he came in front of Yao Rao and took the lead. Looking at the figure of Ren Tianyu, the corner of Yao Rao's mouth slightly curved upward, then began to step forward. The room of Ren Tianyu was in 3rd floor. After finding his room, he used his key to open the door. After that Ren Tianyu and Yao Rao simultaneously entered inside, then the door of the room slowly closed automatically. This room was not big, roughly was 7 to 10 square meters. Sitting on the stool beside table, Ren Tianyu poured a cup of tea for himself and Yao Rao. Oh, that's right, I still haven't asked you? How come you are here, is your pub closed? Ren Tianyu raised the teacup and drinking the tea, he asked Yao Rao. I came here with similar reason, only came to see the excitement. This kind of prosperous age is very rare to see. Yao Rao also sipped her tea, then slowly said. As for pub, I was only substituting for my friend for a short time, that's all. Now that my friend has already returned, I naturally should leave. Oh, it was like that. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, but his eyes however flashed with a trace of unusual light, while clearly recalling the words he had heard in the pub regarding that pub of Yaorao in Bloody Cloud City. This pub had suddenly appeared here more than a year ago, and the wine sold inside this pub were something we had never drunk before. Finally exposing a flaw? Ren Tianyu slowly thought. That pub was clearly hers, but she didn't admit it. That revealed a flaw. I'm sorry, I need to go to toilet. Ren Tianyu stood up and apologetically said to Yaorao. No need to feel sorry, you can go. Yaorao covered her mouth and said with a smile. Thanks a lot. Ren Tianyu thanked her, then went into the toilet and shut the door. And after closing the door, Ren Tianpu instantly made a hand seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Along with the white-colored smoke, another exactly the same Ren Tianyu appeared beside him. Go! Ren Tianyu said to Shadow Clone. Got it. Shadow Clone nodded his head, then along with the spiral-shaped space ripple, disappeared from the toilet. And after completing the task, Ren Tianyu opened the door and walked out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, Demon Emperor's Graveyard. Demon Emperor's Graveyard. After his shadow clone used Kamui and left, Ren Tianyu immediately opened the door of the toilet and returned to the room, then sitting on the stool next to table, he chatted with Yaorao while drinking the tea. In one unmanned street corner of Bloody Cloud City, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu appeared in that place. Since he had already been in this place, he already know the space coordinate of this place. So using Kamui, he directly returned here. This time he had returned here to confirm a matter. Looking at the streets all around, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then along with the circulation of chakra within his body, a white-colored smoke appeared around his body, Ninpo Henge no Jutsu. Ninja Art Transformation Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the white smoke around his body dissipated, and a tall and big robust man of Demon Clan appeared at that place. Before Ren Tianyu had caused havoc within Bloody Cloud City, and many Demon Clan had perished in his hands, so that demon called Buluoda absolutely hated him to death. As a result, if he appear here in his original form, then that would be just provoking him. Arriving at the location where Yaorao had opened her pub, and seeing the scene before his eyes, Ren Tianyu, who was already prepared for this outcome, was not surprised. The pub which used to be there had already disappeared. Now there was only huge empty ground here. That tall and big pub building which used to be here had completely disappeared in a thin air. Just like I have thought, the pub has disappeared. This clearly explains that Yaorao definitely has a problem, but why did she incessantly scheme to approach me? I have never known her before, moreover my current identity is something I have casually came up with, so it is basically impossible for her to have any relation. Ren Tianyu fell into a deep thought for a long time, but even after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any clue. After that, making a hand seal, he changed into white smoke and disappeared from that place. And at the same time, far away in the demon metropolis, the body of Ren Tianyu suddenly shook, then the scene his shadow clone had seen appeared in his brain. After that, his gaze looking towards Yaorao changed. What happened, Tianyu? Seeing the peculiar gaze of Ren Tianyu, Yaorao asked, feeling somewhat strange. Nothing, probably I'm tired because I rushed for an entire day to come here. Ren Tianyu laughed a bit hollowly, then said. Since that is the case, take an early rest. The competition will begin after 3 days, and you don't want to miss that competition. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Yaorao stood up and said. Rest assured, how can I miss this kind of grand gathering? Since you want to go, I will see you off. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then accompanying Yaorao to the door, he opened the door. After Yaorao left, he shut the door again. Standing at the head of the flight of stairs, and looking at the already shut door of Ren Tianyu's room, Yaorao softly said with a smile, already noticed? Then along with purple-colored mists, she slowly disappeared from that place. And inside the room, Ren Tianyu sat on the bed while pondering the oddness of Yaorao, but even after thinking for a long time, he didn't have any countermeasures. Forget it, counter soldiers with arms, water with earthware, after 3 days, I will immediately leave this place after I succeed. And at that time, whatever scheme you have, you will not be able to do anything as I will be already out of here. Finished speaking, he lied on the bed and entered into dreamland. Early morning after 3 days, Demon Metropolis was already very lively. Many people were already walking to and from on the streets, because today was a special day, the day for the final competition to select the leaders of 1,000 guards before invading Divine Wind Continent. And the number of guards in the streets had clearly increased, as the quantity of visitors today was absolutely the largest and they must uphold the order. Although no one dared to stir up trouble here, but just like the proverb says better to be safe than sorry, they had already made preparation for problem in advance. and in the room of Ren Tianyu had already disguised himself. Now he was wearing Akatsuki organization's robe and bamboo hat, and he had placed Uchiha round fan on his back. Okay, let's move out. After making preparation, Ren Tianyu estimated the time, then along with the spiral-shaped space ripple from his right eye, he disappeared from inside the room. On a secluded street, a group of guards of Shadow Legion had just arrived here while patrolling from elsewhere, and were preparing to continue their patrol. But behind them, a person wearing black-colored robe with red clouds imprinted on it and also wearing a bamboo hat with round fan on his back slowly walked out from the wall behind them, without being noticed by anyone. Looking at those patrolling soldiers in front of him, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled, then extending his right hand, he noiselessly caught the last guard. The instant his right hand touched this guard, before this guard could react in any way, he was directly sucked into the Kamui space. When his Sharingan had evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the dojutsu of his eyes were also enhanced further. The absorption speed of his right eye had also become 1/3 times faster than before. After completing this task, Ren Tianyu also disappeared from there along with Kamui. In the Kamui space, Ren Tianyu directly used Illusion of Sharingan to control this guard of Demon Clan, then asked about the location of Demon Emperor's graveyard. After he got all the information he needed, Ren Tianyu directly broke the neck of this guard, ending his life. Demon Emperor's graveyard was in the west side of the Demon Metropolis. And that place had a barrier set up by Demon Emperor himself. Usually no one was permitted to enter this place, and numerous guards heavily guarded it from outside. All the trespassers were killed on the spot without any pardon. Now that he knew the location, it naturally was time to take action. Currently the attention of majority of people were attracted by the upcoming competition, so the defense around this Demon Emperor's graveyard should be lax compared to before. As a result, this was a good chance, which shouldn't be wasted. In the west side of the Demon Metropolis, a huge purple-colored magic light barrier surrounded the radius of 10 li. This place emitted light death chi, and one could clearly see huge tombstones inside the barrier. This was Demon Emperor's graveyard. This was the graveyard where only very strong demons of Demon World were buried after their death. And in the center of this place, even the Demon Emperors of past generation were buried. And in all sides of this barrier, there were high platforms from where soldiers of Demon Clan overlook everything around this place. Although this graveyard had barriers surrounding it, but they were still guarding this place very alertly, because this was their duty. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, Robbing the Grave. Robbing the Grave. This Demon Emperor's graveyard was said to have the corpses of more than 80 strong Demon Clan's experts. One might well say that the corpses of those experts were precious treasures for many people, as those corpses would play a very big role for researching power. And Demon Emperor and others naturally knows the importance of this Demon Emperor's graveyard, so Demon Emperor had dispatched this large number of troops to guard this place from outside, but all of these guards were only for showing. The genuine protection of this place was that huge barrier surrounding the radius of 10 li. This barrier was something Demon Emperor himself had set up personally, Purple Yuan Baleful Heaven Barrier. The energy of this barrier was Purple Yuan power, which was formed by the combination of Demon Emperor's own power with the power of Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, so this barrier was exceedingly powerful. The defensive power of this barrier was so strong that it was already beyond the imagination of people. According to the words of Demon Emperor when he had set up this barrier, if one wanted to break open this barrier, then other than having the same level of power of Demon Emperor or the combined power of 8 God Lord Realm experts, it was basically impossible to break this barrier. So the people of Demon World were completely at ease with regarding to the safety of this Demon Emperor's graveyard. They didn't have even a slightest bit of worry that something unexpected would happen here. But at this moment, suddenly an uninvited guest appeared beside this barrier. In one concealed corner beside the barrier, which was located in dead angle of the guards, suddenly the space distorted, then a man wearing bamboo hat and black robe with red clouds imprinted on them appeared. Finally found it. Ren Tianyu raised his head, then looking at the barrier in front of him which was emitting huge energy, he slowly muttered solemnly. Now that I have already found my target, I should immediately begin my operation in order to avoid something unexpected. After looking at the barrier around, Ren Tianyu no longer delayed, and directly passed through the barrier as if his body was transparent. That powerful barrier was not able to block Ren Tianyu even a bit. After entering the barrier, he discovered that the atmosphere here emitted a kind of indescribable pressure. This pressure directly affected the spirit of people, so there basically was no way to resist, unless you use your own spirit to break the pressure. All the Demon Clan buried here were once earth-shaking experts of Demon World. All of them were God's favored one in their era, and had embarked on the road of the strong. Now even though they had already fallen, there the strong's aura still existed. And after the passing of long period of time, their aura slowly fused together and become a powerful oppression power. If a person with insufficiently firm the strong's heart stepped into here, then at that moment they would be oppressed to the ground, and even if their strength was exceedingly high, they wouldn't be able to move. Interesting? Feeling that powerful aura in the atmosphere and powerful pressure spread all over the place around him, Tian chuckled. After that he walked towards the center of the graveyard. After the distance to the center reduced, tombs began to appear before the eyes of Tian. Black Cavalry Demon General Ethake's tomb, Cloud Dragon Demon General Dulky's tomb, Bewitching Lotus Demon General Alice's tomb. Many tombstones carved with names stood tall and upright above their tomb, indicating their identity. This area was for the tombs of demon clans past demon generals. All of them possessed respective title, and these titles were something bestowed by successive demon emperors indicating their status as demon general. All of these demon generals were at most God King realm experts. The strength of these demon generals should not be too low, let's dig out them first. Tian, having the principle of not wasting spirit, didn't ignore these tombs even though there were even stronger experts' graves deeper inside. Quickly making hand seals, and circulating the chakra within his body, he said, Doton Kaido Shokutsu. Earth style, erupt, dot. Along with the voice of Tian, the ground around the tombs of two demon generals began to slowly loosen, then with a pang, pung two muffled sound, two huge coffins broke out from the ground of tombs, and fell before the eyes of Tian. Walking over to the coffins, Tian put forth his strength to directly open the lid of the coffin, causing the powerful corpse chi to come out from inside the coffin. After that, looking inside the coffin, he saw a corpse of a man wearing black battle armor with spear by his side. God King realm expert. Although these experts had already died for a long period of time, but their corpses were still not decayed. Yes, this is a very good specimen. Looking at this middle-aged man's corpse, Tian nodded with satisfaction. After that, along with Kamui of right eye, he absorbed these two coffins into his Kamui space. Shortly afterwards, Tian broke open 11 other tombs of demon general, and suck all those corpses into his Kamui space. These tombs of demon generals are not urgent, now I should take a look at inner region. Inside there ought to be the tombs of demon gods, and perhaps there might also be the tombs of demon emperors too. After breaking a number of tombs, Tian stopped his move, then walked deeper, intending to look for the tombs of demon god. After walking for nearly 5 li, the tombs of demon gods finally appeared before the eyes of Tian. The very first tomb of demon god appearing before the eyes of Tian was a tomb of demon god called Balada. Compared to the tombs of demon general, the tombs of demon gods were not only bigger, but their introduction was also carved more explicitly on the tombstone. Balada, one of the 3 great demon god of 100,000 years ago, titled Dark Night Demon God. According to the introduction, this Dark Night Demon God was the demon of one of the most ancient demon clan, and his identity was very mysterious. He always liked to go out at night, because in the night environment, his strength would increase greatly. And even in daytime, within the certain range around him, he could change the celestial phenomena, causing the night to arrive in advance. He was once hailed as the strongest demon god among 3 great demon gods of his time. And at that time, he had already reached peak God Lord realm and strength, infinitely close to the strength of Demon Emperor himself. Not bad. After reading the introduction of the identity of the tomb owner, Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he immediately began to break open this tomb, and put away his coffin. And beside the tomb of Dark Night Demon God, there was the tomb of his younger brother Shadow Demon God, who was through and through assassin. One might well say that the assassination method of this fellow was at apex. He was known as the most dangerous demon god, because you don't know when his dagger would cut open your throat. But when Tian was ready to break open the tomb of Shadow Demon God, suddenly a female voice filled with charm resounded from not far away, so your target was actually this place. What? Hearing this sudden voice, the fine hairs all over the body of Tian immediately stood erect, and he instantly took the fighting posture while looking at the source of the sound. It's you! When he saw the person, Tian instantly exclaimed in surprise, and his voice was filled with disbelief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Demon Empress. Title is somewhat spoilerish, so it's at the bottom. So your target was this place. Just when Tian was preparing to break open the tomb of Shadow Demon God, a female voice filled with charm resounded from not far away. This voice instantly caused all the fine hairs on the body of Tian to stand erect. Who's there? Hearing this voice, Tian instantly responded. And before he had time to panic in his heart, he immediately took the battle-ready posture and looked towards the source of that voice. Beside the tomb not far away, along with the gathering of purple-colored mist, a beautiful girl wearing purple-colored clothing with skirts suddenly appeared. Right now her body was emitting indistinct aura. It's you! Seeing this woman who had suddenly appeared, the complexion of Ren Tianyu tightened, and his eyes flashed with surprise. The woman who had suddenly appeared in front of him was none other than Yao Rao. With regarding to the identity of Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu was very curious, and coupled with the strange matter he had suddenly encountered in Demon World, he had always approached Yao Rao with vigilance within his heart. But he had never thought that she would unexpectedly appear suddenly in front of him when he was at the most crucial moment of his action. "Are you surprised, seeing my sudden appearance here?" Looking at Ren Tianyu's alert eyes, Yao Rao said with an indistinct smile on her attractive lips as before. "In the end, who are you?" Looking at Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu asked. Now that she had appeared here, furthermore she was able to accurately grasp the timing to suddenly appear here at the crucial moment of his action. This consequently explains that she was continuously keeping watch over his every action. If it was like this, then that was too frightening. He was already under her surveillance, but he however was completely oblivious to it. Then how strong was this Yao Rao? Who am I is not important. What is important is that you by yourself was able to break open the space barrier between Divine Wind Continent and Demon World. It seems your strength is not low. Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu, Yao Rao didn't answer, rather slowly revealed the identity of Ren Tianyu. "It seems you already know my identity." Hearing Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu was not surprised at all. She was already keeping watch on him for a long time, furthermore able to timely appear here, that already explained that she had already seen through his identity long ago. "Yes, roughly 2 months ago, I discovered that the space barrier of our demon world was broken. An outsider had entered into our demon world. But where was that person? I however wasn't clear, so I was forced to stay in the dark without any movement." Looking at Ren Tianyu, the eyes of Yao Rao shone and continued, "And in the entire 3 realms and 8 domains of Demon World, all of them have my small pub. This is something I made during my board days. But the unexpected thing was, at that time you actually walked before me by yourself," Yao Rao said. She was speaking about the time when Ren Tianyu had entered into the pub of Yao Rao for the first time. "When I saw you for the first time, I immediately see through your identity. Although your disguise is very good, and your that ability to control all the bones in your body was even better disguise, but you forget a final point, that is chi. Human have human chi, demon have demon chi, and they both have nothing in common with each other, so even if you possess even better disguise, you are fundamentally unable to change your identity. So you had already seen my identity, but why didn't you directly attack me at that time, instead secretly killed Lebake and framed me, afterwards using Balawota to deal with me?" Having heard up to here, Ren Tianyu curiously asked. And he secretly began to move his hands, as he didn't want to give up the tomb of Shadow Demon God behind. As long as he could obtain his corpse, he would immediately use Hirashin no Jutsu to leave this place. "That is because there is special energy within your body." Yao Rao pointed towards Ren Tianyu. "The power within your body is a kind of strange power. According to my knowledge, other than myself, only Emperor Tian Kai, whom I had met 30,000 years ago in Divine Wind Continent, possessed this kind of power, but what a pity it is that he is already dead. Now you are the second person to possess it beside me, so I didn't want you to die, otherwise after entering into my bar at that time, you wouldn't have any chance to go out." "Oh, so you want me to say thank you for showing mercy and letting me go with my life?" Hearing Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu said with sarcasm. "The fact is indeed the case, although you are a person of Divine Wind Continent, but our Demon World's invasion to Divine Wind Continent is also imperative. Your Divine Wind Continent has something I want, so Divine Wind Continent must belong to me. Seeing you are a hard-to-come-by talented person, hand over the corpses you have taken just now, then I can spare your life." The face of Yao Rao was calm just as in the past, and said indifferently. Come Demon Empress, let me see whether you have enough skill to make me, Ren Tianyu, leave behind my life?" Ren Tianyu looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, and roared in disdain. After hearing all the words of Yao Rao, if he still couldn't know that Yao Rao was Demon Empress, then he would be a perfect fool. Finished speaking, he quickly made a series of hand seals and said, "Doton Kaido Shokutsu." Earth style, erupt. Along with the completion of ninjutsu, the tomb of Shadow Demon God began to violently shake. Shortly afterwards, a huge coffin broke out from the ground, falling on the ground. "Humph, do evil and you cannot live." Seeing the action of Ren Tianyu, Yao Rao coldly snorted. Shortly afterwards, a purple-colored magic light appeared on the index finger of her right hand while she noiselessly chanted the incantation rapidly. "Purple Yuan baleful heaven, space seal off." Along with the voice of Yao Rao, the purple-colored magic light on her fingertips suddenly rose, then changing into purple-colored light, it directly shot into that huge barrier surrounding the radius of 10 li. And this barrier began to show huge reaction immediately. In the originally dim purple-colored barrier, suddenly purple-colored magic runes appeared. These magic runes, as if essence, began to shine with special purple-colored light, illuminating the entire space within the barrier. Meanwhile, Ren Tianyu had just absorbed the corpse of Shadow Demon God inside his Kamui space. And the barrier's purple-colored magic light suddenly illuminated, but to his surprise, there was no harmful effect on his body. Shortly afterwards, when Ren Tianyu prepared to use Hiraishin no Jutsu to leave, he suddenly discovered that his Hiraishin no Jutsu had already lost its effect. How is that? Can't use space magic, right? At that moment, looking at Ren Tianyu with mocking smile, Yaorao said, I already know that you are proficient in using space magic, so how can I give you a chance to use space magic? Now the space within this entire barrier is already sealed, meaning you can't escape. Demon Empress. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, Battle Start. Battle Start. Shit, what a blunder. Hearing Yaorao, the complexion of Ren Tianyu instantly became very ugly. He had never expected that this barrier actually had the ability to seal the space too. Now there is no other choice other than running to the edge of this barrier and use Kamui to pass through this barrier, or break this barrier. Looking towards that barrier emitting powerful energy, Ren Tianyu thought inwardly. But breaking open this barrier was easier said than done. Since you failed to appreciate my kindness, I am forced to catch you personally. Looking at Ren Tianyu, who was continuously scanning the barrier, Yaorao naturally realized the thoughts of Ren Tianyu, but would she give him any chance? Finished speaking, Yaorao immediately began to take action. She slowly raised her right hand, and a powerful purple-colored radiance unceasingly gathered, forming a wide purple-colored ocean behind her. This simple and vigorous energies gave rise to oppression all around the space. Vast baleful heaven. Along with the wave of the right hand of Yaorao, this huge energy as if huge sea wave, advanced towards Ren Tianyu with huge momentum. The surface of the ground swept by this energy instantly lost its top layer as if it was corroded. Katan Goka Mekyaku. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. When Yaorao had raised her right hand, Ren Tianyu had also begun to take action. Now there was no other way, so he could only stall Yaorao for the time being, while looking for an opportunity to leave this place. Along with the completion of making hand seals, he spat out huge blazing flame from his mouth. The might of the current fire-style ninjutsu coupled with eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of Ren Tianyu was incomparably more powerful than before. Although the might of vast baleful heaven of Yaorao was strong, and that unique power of her body's purple yuan baleful heaven was even more extraordinary, but the fire style of Ren Tianyu was able to firmly resist it. And at that time, on the other side, Yaorao suddenly began to rapidly wave her hands in front of her chest, then purple-colored radiance appeared around her body. And along with the rapid movement of her hands, purple-colored huge six-edged star formed in front of her chest. Six-edged purple killing formation. Along with the voice of Yaorao, that purple-colored six-edged star in front of her chest instantly became larger, and this six-edged star emitted purple light. Go! Yaorao pointed at this six-edged star with her right hand's index finger, then softly spat out one word from her sexy lips. After that, this purple-colored six-edged star directly advanced towards Ren Tianyu with powerful momentum. This six-edged star directly split open vast baleful heaven which she herself had casted before, and still pressed forward with an indomitable will. Then it again broke through Goka Mekyaku, majestic destroyer flame, and directly advanced towards Ren Tianyu. Not good. The eyes of Ren Tianyu shrunk firmly. He immediately made a series of hand seals, and rapidly circulated the chakra within his body. Wood style, hexagon defense technique. Along with the completion of this ninjutsu, the ground in front of him suddenly began to split open rapidly, and huge cracks appeared on the ground, then 6 huge wooden stakes broke out from the ground, forming a huge wooden shield wall in front of Ren Tianyu. Pang! This purple-colored six-edged star directly collided against the wooden shield created by Ren Tianyu. Strong purple-colored magic lights came out from this six-edged star, unceasingly pounding the wooden stakes in front of it. Too naive. Seeing the action of Ren Tianyu, a sneer appeared on the mouth of Yaorao, then stretching straight right hand's index finger and middle finger side by side in front of her body, she began to noiselessly chant incantation. After that, on the fingertips of right hand, purple-colored light appeared. Along with the chanting of Yaorao on this side, that huge purple-colored six-edged star suddenly changed. Purple-colored light suddenly flew out from the six-edged star, then rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Damn it! Ren Tianyu cursed, then with his Sharingan spinning rapidly, the movement path of these energy reflected in his eyes. After that, using his exquisite taijutsu accompanied by the power of Sharingan, he was able to dodge the surprise attack of these several energy beams. And at this time, under the unceasing bombardment of powerful energy waves which were condensed from that purple-colored six-edged star, cracks appeared on that huge wooden stakes. Seeing this situation, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, Mokutun Mokuria no Jutsu. Wood style, Wood Dragon Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ring Tianyu, loud sound of dragon roar came from under the ground, then the ground began to shake violently. After that, with the appearance of huge fissure, a huge wooden dragon broke out from the ground. And under the control of Ring Tianyu, that wooden dragon charged towards the six-edged star. At that time, that purple-colored six-edged star had already smashed the wooden stakes created by Ring Tianyu to pieces, and was advancing towards Ring Tianyu. But wooden dragon nevertheless went first and collided against that six-edged star. After that, along with Kaka scattering sound, that six-edged star directly scattered and changing into energy, it disappeared under the violent ramming of wooden dragon. Immediately after that, under the control of Rin Tianyu, that wooden dragon continued to advance towards Yaorao. Seeing wooden dragon advancing towards her, Yaorao immediately rose to the sky to dodge. But the wooden dragon nevertheless closely followed after her. Seeing this wooden dragon was closely following her, Yaorao's eyes flashed with purple light. After that, placing her hands in front of her chest, she gathered purple-colored magic light in her hands, changing it into a huge purple-colored ball. Go, Broken Yuan! Along with the voice of Yaorao, this huge purple-colored energy ball directly shot towards wooden dragon. It directly landed on the mouth of wooden dragon, and the powerful energy of this ball directly smashed the head of this wooden dragon to pieces, and advanced towards the body of this wooden dragon. Humph, Mokuton Makujin no Jutsu. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. Seeing this circumstance, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly. And with the completion of making hand seals, in the broken down body of wooden dragon, suddenly a nearly 30 meters huge fatty came out. This fatty extend right hand and directly caught that huge purple-colored ball, then under the control of Rin Tianyu, this ball was directly thrown back. Hon! A huge explosion rose and the explosion waves and wind swept all around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, Space Teleportation. Space Teleportation. After wooden golem caught that huge purple-colored energy ball created by Yaorao, under the control of Rin Tianyu, this purple-colored energy ball was directly thrown back towards Yaorao. And when this energy ball hit Yaorao, this energy ball exploded. This explosion engulfed everything within 1 li radius. Not good, there is a problem inside. When the explosion occurred inside, the guards outside the barrier immediately had great change in their complexion, then they immediately rang the alarm sound. Just after that, suddenly 3 huge light beams streaked across the sky far away. And those lights instantly appeared in front of barrier, then those light dissipated, revealing 2 middle-aged men and 1 young woman. One of the middle-aged man had 2 black-colored dragon horn on his head and was wearing black-colored battle armor. And his body was filled with black-colored magic lines. This person was one of the 3 great demon god, evil dragon demon god, Anlake. Another middle-aged man had a handsome face and was wearing white-colored robe, but his body however was emitting unusually evil aura. This person was also one of the 3 great demon god, baleful heaven demon god, Busik. And the remaining young woman was wearing fiery red long skirt, and her body emitted an aura that would cause people to have their blood expand. And especially that sexy fiery red lips of her, it gave people a kind of wanting to eat it feeling. This person was final one among the 3 great demon god, blood prison demon god, Irene Nua, Bolada, Originally they were in the process of preparing to direct the upcoming selection competition, but they suddenly noticed the battle fluctuation in the west side, so all 3 of them immediately rushed over there. Greetings to your excellency the 3 great demon god. Seeing the 3 figures in the sky, those guards underneath immediately knelt down to one leg and bowed their head respectfully, paying respect towards these 3 people. Okay, all of you retreat, there is nothing you all can do here. Evil dragon demon god Anlake waved his right hand, and said towards everyone underneath. Now that someone was fighting inside the barrier, furthermore sensing the might of that explosion winds and waves of just a moment ago, which even they themselves couldn't look down upon it, he immediately knew that these guards underneath were basically of no help, so he ordered all of them to retreat. Yes, your excellency the great demon god. Those guards answered loudly, then prepared to retreat. Wait, you all go to the venue of competition where 13 demon general are located, then transmit my orders. Immediately control the entire venue, do not permit anyone to enter and exit, if anyone dares to disobey, then kill them on the spot without pardon. At that moment, baleful heaven demon god Busik ordered towards underneath guards. We'll obey your command. The leader among the guards bowed and answered, then quickly left taking everyone with him. Busik, this barrier is already activated completely, this means Her Majesty the Demon Empress ought to be inside. Don't know who she is fighting with. After the guards left, Blood Prison Demon God scanned the purple Yuan baleful heaven formation in front of her with her beautiful eyes, and slowly said. Yes, but since this person could silently enter inside the barrier, his strength should not be low. I also don't know who that person is. Busike nodded his head in agreement to the words of Irene Nuwa. Now we should think about the way to enter inside this barrier. Looking at that explosion smoke rising inside the barrier, evil dragon demon god Anlake slowly said. Inside barrier, after the smoke and dusts of explosion dissipated, Ren Tianyu, who was standing on that nearly 30 meters in tall huge body of wooden golem, slowly scanned all around. At that time, suddenly a purple-colored light flashed above the head of Ren Tianyu, which attacked towards the head of Ren Tianyu. Humph! Seeing this, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, then making a hand seal, that wooden golem extended its huge right hand directly blocking this sudden attack. Along with a muffled sound, above the right hand of wooden golem, the figure of Yao Rao slowly became visible. She didn't have any wounds on her body. It seems that explosion of just a moment ago didn't cause any damage to her. At that time, the right hand of wooden golem slowly began to form a fist, seemingly wanting to crush Yao Rao within its palm. But how could Yao Rao let Ren Tianyu succeed so easily? Borrowing the power from the body of wooden golem, she directly changed into a purple light and dodged it. Didn't expect your wooden golem to be this sturdy. Standing in the sky far away, Yao Rao said with a smile, looking at that huge wooden golem. That's given. Did you think that I would dare to come here without any strength? Ren Tianyu also said with a smile. This wooden golem, when used by Senju Hazarama, was once able to catch the Baijidama of Kyubi with one hand, so how could someone break it with one or two causal move? But, it seems your helpers have arrived outside. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu looked towards outside of not distant barrier. Those three great demon gods hadn't concealed their aura, so Ren Tianyu immediately discovered them upon their arrival. Rest assured, they will not affect our battle. Finished speaking, Yao Rao extended her right hand, then she shoot out purple-colored light beam towards the barrier from her hand. And outside the barrier, those three great demon gods were in the process of unceasingly thinking the ways to enter inside the barrier, but just at that time, suddenly a huge purple-colored light flew out from inside the barrier, and spread all around, instantly sending all three of them flying. All of you leave, don't interfere with my battle. At that time, coldly shouting voice of Yao Rao came from inside the barrier. Three great demon god quickly stabilized their body in the sky, and after hearing the voice of Yao Rao, three of them immediately fell to one knee, and respectfully said, "Yes, your majesty the demon empress." Finished speaking, three people immediately changed into light and left without looking back. In demon world, the command of demon empress was supreme, so no one dared to defy her commands, including three great demon god. Well, no one will interfere our battle, but if we continue our battle here then everything will be destroyed very quickly, so let's change our location. After driving away those three great demon god, Yao Rao looked at the destruction around the graveyard, then said. Finished speaking, without waiting for Ren Tianyu to respond, a purple-colored crystal ball flew out from her body. This crystal ball was emitting terrifyingly powerful aura. After this crystal ball flew out, Yao Rao began to make hand signs rapidly. Along with her hand signs, powerful purple-colored radiances appeared around that crystal ball, and the purple Yuan baleful heaven formation around also gave out a purple-colored radiances as if it was correlating with the purple light of crystal ball. The power of universe boundary, space teleportation. At that moment, the voice of Yao Rao entered inside the ear of Ren Tianyu. Shortly afterwards, the surrounding barrier and crystal ball emitted large amount of purple-colored radiances, making the eyes of Ren Tianyu to temporarily lose its sight. Ren Tianyu became aware of bluff, so he immediately controlled wooden golem to cover his body with its palm. When the radiance dissipated, and after his vision was restored, the scenery around him stunned Ren Tianyu. Now there was no graveyard around them, it was replaced by barren field, but the surroundings purple Yuan baleful heaven formation was still firmly shrouding the surrounding within the radius of 10 li. This is... Seeing the changes around him, the complexion of Ren Tianyu instantly became a little unsightly, and stuttered a little. I have teleported us in this barrier to this barren field. Here we can fight freely. Standing not far away from Ren Tianyu, Yao Rao slowly explained. After that, with a wave of her right hand, that crystal ball instantly disappeared. Damn it, her strength is actually so strong that she could instantly teleport such large range, including the entire barrier too. How did she accomplish it? Looking the surroundings around him, Ren Tianyu thought with unsightly face. No, just now wasn't space sealed off? So how could she accomplish space teleportation? Don't tell me that. Thinking this, the eyes of Ren Tianyu shone and he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu, but unfortunately there was no effect. Too late, just now when that dazzling light was flashing, I had removed the space seal for a moment, but I have already activated the space seal now. You have already lost your only chance to leave, now you should either defeat me or break this barrier if you want to leave this place. As if she understood the thought of Ren Tianyu, Yao Rao suddenly poured a basin of cold water onto Ren Tianyu. Damn it! Hearing the words of Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu instantly punched the ground underneath, causing a huge crater to appear in that place. Now his complexion was even more unsightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, Strange Purple Light. Strange Purple Light. Damn it! Tian heavily punched on the ground while cursing with unsightly expression. He had never thought that because of his negligence, he would unexpectedly lose his only chance to leave this place. Now even if he wanted to leave, then that would be very difficult. Just now that place wasn't too suitable, so I was not able to enjoy myself to the full extent while fighting with you. But now I will let you see my true power. Seeing the unsightly expression of Tian, Yarao said with a smile. Then with purple-colored light appearing around her right hand, she noiselessly began to chant incantation. Along with her chanting sound, flame gradually rose in the sky, and this fiery radiances slowly formed a huge flame twister in the sky above. Shortly afterwards, countless dragon roar resounded out of thin air, as countless huge fiery dragon came out from this fire twister, and looking towards the sky, they issued a loud dragon roar. After that, under the control of Yarao, they directly rushed towards underneath Tian and that wooden golem. Fire Dragon's Heavenly Dance. Looking at those countless huge fire dragons, Yarao slowly spat out these words. After that, those thickly dotted fire dragons in the sky flew down towards Tian. Seeing those rapidly flying downwards countless fire dragons, the complexion of Tian changed. With so many flames, even Kagetsuchi, flame control, is powerless to control all of them, so I can only block them. The dojutsu of Tian's right eye Kagetsuchi, flame control, had the ability to control myriad of flames. So the attack of ordinary flame was basically powerless to injure him. Instead, using Kagetsuchi, flame control, he could reflect it back. But the range of this fire magic of Yarao was too big, so it was basically impossible for him to completely control it using Kagetsuchi, flame control. As a result, he opted to defend against it. Wood style, 1000 domain dragon technique. After making the hand seals, the ground underneath Tian began to shake violently. After that, huge crack appeared on the ground, and loud dragon roar sound came from inside that crack. Shortly afterwards, 4-5 huge wooden dragon flew out from inside the ground, then surrounded Tian, forming into a huge wooden dragon shield wall all around him. This move was the ninjutsu created by Tian himself, where the strong dragon spirit of wooden dragon would form a solid shield to block any external attacks. The defensive ability of this ninjutsu was only a little bit lower than Hobi no Jutsu, wood expulsion jutsu. Standing in the middle of the shield formed from wooden dragon, Tian stretched his right hand's middle finger and index finger side by side in front of his body, while manipulating wooden golem outside the shield to rush towards faraway Yarao. But at that moment, countless fire dragons fell down from the sky and hit wooden golem's body and the wooden dragon shield around Tian. Along with continuous huge explosion sound, countless flame engulfed the surrounding, and terrifying explosion winds and waves spread all around. This continuous loud explosion lasted for nearly 3 minutes, then it slowly stopped. The original place had already changed into a huge sea of flames, with flames all around that place. Right now Yarao was floating in the midair with purple-colored radiances around her body. And looking at that sea of flames underneath, she had indifferent expression on her face. At that time, a huge figure suddenly came out from this sea of flames. Precisely was wooden golem of Tian. But right now the original green wooden body of this wooden golem had already become slightly burned black. And it had also lost some parts of its huge body due to this continuous extraordinarily large explosion. Humph, your skin is truly too thick. Seeing rapidly approaching wooden golem, the complexion of Yarao didn't change, she merely snorted coldly. After that she stretched out her angelic right hand, and gathered purple-colored energy in her right hand's palm, which changed into a purple-colored energy strip. Go! With the cold shout of Yarao, she swung her right hand, then that purple-colored energy instantly changed into a huge purple-colored energy slash and slashed towards wooden golem. This huge energy slash directly passed through the body of that wooden golem. After that, this wooden golem instantly stopped its moment, then huge crack appeared on its body. Afterwards the huge body of wooden golem split into two and fell down to the ground. Although the defensive power of the wooden golem was very powerful, but the gap between the strength of two sides was too huge. Furthermore, Tian had still not completely refined the power of Forever Green within his body, so the strength of his wood style was still not at its strongest. In addition, Yarao, as the Empress of Demon Clan, one might well say that her strength was exceptionally high. Right up until the present, he didn't know whether she had used all of her strength or not, but wooden golem had already suffered Yarao's that large-scale fire magic's continuous bombardment, and its body was already heavily damaged long ago. This was also the reason she was able to easily cut wooden golem into half. When the two-half body of wooden golem fell on the ground, a loud dragon roars resounded from within the sea of flame. After that, 9 lifelike huge fire dragons came out from within the sea of flame and rushed towards Yarao. Fire-style, majestic 9-flame dragon formation. The speed of these fire dragons were very fast. In just few seconds, they already reached in front of Yaorao. Seeing 9 fire dragon flying over, Yaorao immediately chanted the incantation. Along with her chanting, large amount of purple-colored light rose from her body. Then this purple-colored magic light changed into a huge light shield in front of her. Above this light shield, purple-colored magic lights were continuously circulating, which gave people a kind of unusually evil feeling. After that, these 9 fire dragons instantly collided against that light shield, and pang, pang, muffled sound unceasingly resounded. When those fire dragons hit that light shield, the purple-colored light would instantly engulf them, then a mysterious power would continuously wither away the flame body of those fire dragon, making them increasingly smaller. And after a short while, all those fire dragons disappeared. And at that time, Tian also slowly walked out from inside the sea of flame. Seeing his fire-style ninjutsu was easily blocked by Yaorao, he wasn't surprised, as it was already within his expectation. If this kind of simple move could injure her, then she would not have the position of Demon Empress. But what sparked the curiosity of Tian was that corroding-like ability of that purple light of Yaorao. After being swept by that purple-colored magic light, his flame actually got weakened continuously, and finally disappeared, as if wiped out in the thin air. In the end, what is that ability? Actually is so powerful. Looking at purple-colored light around Yaorao, Tian inwardly thought, but he clearly understood one thing, which was he must not let this purple-colored light hit him, otherwise it would truly be dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Slipping Away Secretly. Slipping away secretly. Now that is the case, first I should change the surrounding terrain into advantageous environment. Tian was slightly afraid with the ability of that purple-colored magic light of Yaorao. If that magic light hit him, then that absolutely wouldn't be any good for him. Finished thinking, Tian made a series of hand seals without any hesitation, while rapidly circulating huge amount of chakra he had created by refining the power of forever green within his body, Mokutan Kajikai Korin. Wood style, deep forest bloom. Along with the voice of Tian, large amount of chakra within his body instantly depleted. Then along with the initiation of ninjutsu, the ground around suddenly began to shake violently, and deep fissures spread all around the ground. This is... Sensing the unusual changes around her, confusion appeared on the beautiful face of Yaorao, but shortly afterwards her complexion changed, then immediately changing into purple-colored light, she directly flew towards the sky. Countless huge trees began to rapidly grow out from the ground, quickly changing the surrounding terrain into a dense forest. This time the area covered by tree domain was especially larger. The entire surroundings of 10 li within the barrier was covered with trees, changing the original barren land instantly into a dense forest. It seems I was still underestimating this fellow. He is unexpectedly about to create this huge forest instantly. It seems the life force within his body is many times more powerful, even comparing to that woman of Elf clan among that 7 great saints. Seeing the forest instantly growing out from the ground below her, Yaorao, who was standing in the midair, was shocked even with her shrewdness. But this was still not the end of it, as right now the petals of those unusually evil red-colored flower on the top of the trees slowly began to burst forth, and yellow-colored pollen spread all around from inside those petals, filling the entire atmosphere within the barrier. In the midair, Yaorao accidentally inhaled a mouthful of pollen, instantly causing her to feel numb all over her body. After that she immediately held her breathing, and waved her right hand, blowing away the pollen around her body. Never thought that these pollens were actually poisonous. Thinking of numb feeling all over her body of just now, her gaze becomes solemn while looking at underneath yellow-colored pollens. Although she had accidentally inhaled little bit of pollen, but with her huge amount of energy within her body, she instantly expelled the poison of pollen from within her body. At that time, suddenly large amount of vines rose from underneath trees and whipped towards Yaorao. Seeing the vines whipping towards her, Yaorao waved her right hand, causing a huge purple-colored energy ring to spread all around rapidly with herself as a center. And all the vines swept away by this energy ring were broken into pieces, and changing into branches, they fell down to the ground. But the number of these vines were so much that after one batch of vines were broken into pieces, another countless vines continued to advance towards her. Seeing this, Yaorao began to make hand gestures. Then purple-colored energy light rose from her body, which changed into countless purple-colored energy ball. Purple edge meteors. Along with the voice of Yaorao, these purple-colored energy balls exploded, then countless purple meteors appeared in the sky, which fell down towards those vines. These purple meteors suddenly hit these countless vines, giving rise to loud explosion sound. Countless vines scattered here and there and changing into broken-down branches, they fell down towards the sky. Wait a minute, it seems this fellow is intentionally stalling for time. At that time, looking underneath, Yao Rao only saw vines continuously flying towards her, but didn't see the figure of Ren Tianyu. He clearly knew that these things were basically unable to stop her, but he was still using this kind of boring move to attack her. This fellow wants to flee. Yao Rao instantly understood the intention of Ren Tianyu. This fellow was taking advantage of this chance to flee. First, he deliberately created huge forest, making her think that he intended to fight with his life on the line, but he was taking advantage of the cover of this forest to flee. Did you get my approval to leave? Yao Rao coldly snorted. Shortly afterwards, she placed her palms together and huge amount of purple-colored magic light slowly gathered around her body, condensing into huge purple-colored ring. Shortly afterwards, the body of Yao Rao slowly descended from the sky, entering inside the forest. At this time, the loud voice of Yao Rao suddenly came from inside the forest. Purple Emperor cross-extermination, ... Along with the voice of Yao Rao, purple-colored light suddenly flashed in the middle of forest created by Ren Tianyu. Shortly afterwards, huge purple-colored halo rapidly spread all around. All the trees that were swept away by this purple-colored halo instantly disappeared. After this halo stopped, all the trees around were already exterminated by this move of this Yao Rao. Right now there were only tree stumps on the ground around her, but there was not even the trace of Ren Tianyu. Don't tell me that this fellow has truly escaped? But how can his speed be so fast? Since all the trees around were already destroyed, there basically was no place to hide. But she however didn't see the figure of Ren Tianyu, and she also couldn't believe that Ren Tianyu had the ability to escape so quickly from here. Forget it, since he has already escaped, I will remove the seal. Count yourself lucky this time. Even after carefully searching all around her, Yao Rao couldn't find the figure of Ren Tianyu. So sighing, her right hand flashed with purple-colored light, and the barrier enveloping around this place slowly dissipated. Shortly afterwards, the body of Yao Rao also changed into purple-colored mist and disappeared, leaving behind only tree stumps on that place. Roughly after 5 minutes, the sky suddenly flashed with purple-colored light, and the figure of Yao Rao appeared in the sky once again. After that, looking at the circumstance on the ground underneath, she sighed, it seems this fellow has truly left. Shortly afterwards, her body changed into purple light and disappeared. This time, she truly left. And not long after Yao Rao had left, from inside the ground beside a tree stump, a head slowly appeared. Carefully looking, this was Ren Tianyu. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu had never left this place, only had used earth style to hide under the ground, then concealed his aura, so as to conceal himself from the perception of Yao Rao. Looking all around, and determining Yao Rao had truly left, Ren Tianyu relaxed, then his body slowly came out from under the ground. As a long night of sleep brings about many dreams, Ren Tianyu immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu to leave this place. A long night of sleep brings about many dreams equals a long delay means trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Sage Mode. Sage Mode. And after Ren Tianyu had just left using Hiraishin no Jutsu, what he didn't know was, a purple-colored light suddenly appeared above a tree stump not far away, then disappeared. In an isolated island of Divine Wind Continent's endless ocean, Ren Tianyu, whose upper part of the body was bare, sat cross-legged above the rock with his eyes firmly closed. After coming back for Demon World, Ren Tianyu had tried to contact White Tiger and others, but discovered that there was no way to contact them. In the beginning, he thought that they might be in trouble, but after looking at their fire of life, he discovered that they were fine. Ren Tianyu speculated that they might be in the crucial moment of inheriting the legacy of 7 Great Saint, so there was no way to contact them. Since all of them were undertaking the inheritance, Ren Tianyu didn't want to disturb them. Now there was only a year and a half or so time left before the invasion of Demon Clan, so although he might not be able to awaken Rinnegan before then, but there was 2 very important jutsu he must master. These 2 jutsu were Sage Mode and Edo Tensei. Ren Tianyu was very clear about the might of Edo Tensei. So after he had made a firm resolution to learn this ninjutsu, he had taken a great risk and went to the Demon Emperor's capital on his own. And nearly never returned back. Now he already have some corpses of experts, although not too many, but when he encounters suitable chance, he will gather more. But learning Edo Tensei was not urgent for Ren Tianyu, and he wanted to first learn Sage Mode. Although Edo Tensei was very powerful, but when all is said and done, this jutsu wouldn't increase his own strength, and he believed that increasingly his own strength was most important before anything else. So Ren Tianyu decided to train Sage Mode in this place. Sage Mode was a special state of using Senjutsu Chakra. The might of this Senjutsu Chakra was several times or even 10 times more powerful than ordinary chakra, and let user possess very strong sensing as well as danger perception ability. Furthermore, the body would give rise to different kind of patterns according to the different nature of natural chakra absorbed. The ordinary chakra is produced within one's body by the means of the perfect fusion between physical energy and spirit energy, and ninjas could use ninjutsu by spending fixed amount of this chakra. But senjutsu chakra is the chakra that is formed after blending the absorbed natural energy with their own chakra. And after absorbing the fixed quantity of natural energy within one body, one could enter sage mode. All the ninjutsu casted in sage mode were called senjutsu. After entering into sage mode, the user's power would greatly increase. No need to talk about others, merely the might of senjutsu chakra alone was already 10 times or so more powerful than ordinary chakra. This point alone was already very abnormal. The might of any ninjutsu that was used in sage mode would be 10 times or so more powerful than using it under normal state. This kind of addition was not simple like 1 plus 1. Furthermore, under sage mode, users' physical strength and speed would also increase greatly. Moreover, the injuries would begin to heal automatically too, and it grants user very powerful perceptivity. And unlike ordinary chakra, the more senjutsu chakra you use, the more spirited you become, but the more you use ordinary chakra, the more exhausted you become. Moreover, when Madara became the Jinchuriki of 10-tailed beast, only ordinary taijutsu and senjutsu chakra had the ability to injure him. This shows the might of senjutsu chakra. But only people with large chakra capacity could cultivate senjutsu chakra, because it was not easy for the people with lower chakra capacity to hold natural energy, and were very likely to get swallowed by natural energy. And even the people with very high chakra capacity had similar risk. If one was swallowed by natural energy, then they would become part of the great nature, such as those failed to cultivate in Mount Mayaboku would change into stone toad. Therefore the difficulty and risk of cultivating senjutsu was extremely huge. Moreover, only few people were able to achieve perfect sage mode. So although Rin Tianyu was very clear about the might of sage mode from the beginning, he had never cultivated it, rather had earnestly embarked on the cultivation of ninjutsu. In Naruto world, senjutsu was divided into Mount Mayaboku, Ryakido, and Shikatsurin. Human ninja could use sage mode of Kabuto, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Senju Hashirama. Among them, the sage mode of Jiraiya and Naruto was based on Mount Mayaboku's senjutsu, and Kabuto's sage mode was based on Ryakido. As for the sage mode of Senju Hashirama, many guessed that it was based on Shikatsurin's senjutsu, but Rin Tianyu however didn't know it for sure. And now Rin Tianyu was planning to begin training sage mode. For training sage mode, first one should absorb the natural energy of outside world, then one should be able to maintain ingenious balance between this natural energy and the physical and spirit energy within one's body. Since the prior chakra was formed with only physical energy and spirit energy, they each occupy one half, forming a balance, so formed a chakra. And for senjutsu chakra, natural energy must be added therein. And to make a stable balance among them, the absorbed natural energy must occupy exactly 1/3 of overall amount. If exceed 1/3, then one would be consumed by natural energy, and if less than 1/3, then one would not enter sage mode. Because Jiraiya was unable to accomplish perfect balance, every time he entered sage mode, he needed Fukasaku and Shima, these two toad to stand at his shoulder to maintain the balance within his body. But Ren Tianyu however didn't have any other people to help him, and he himself also didn't want to become just like Jiraiya in sage mode, because that inevitably would have a huge weakness. So just like Naruto and Senju Hashirama, he wanted a perfect sage mode. And now Rin Tianyu was performing the first step of the cultivation of sage mode, i.e. absorbing natural energy for outside world and slowly adding it to the chakra inside his body. And while doing this step, Rin Tianyu was being very meticulous, because he couldn't afford to make any error in this step. And having any error might cause mortal danger. If he absorbed too much, his body will be consumed by natural energy, and if he absorbed too little, then he wouldn't be able to initiate sage mode. But this step was obviously not easy. Slowly beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of Rin Tianyu, and his brows were deeply creased, as if he had encountered troublesome matter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Sage Mode Accomplish. Sage Mode Accomplish. Ren Tianyu with his upper body bare sat cross-legged on a boulder which was at the top of a mountain peak. Both of his eyes were tightly closed, and the chakra with his body was slowly absorbing endless natural energy from outside. The reason why he had selected to train in this ocean area was, because this ocean area was quiet and no one would easily disturb him. Moreover, the natural energy in this endless sea was comparatively denser than in the continent, so Ren Tianyu had selected this endless ocean area as his training location. But, although Ren Tianyu already knows the training method of this sage mode, but it was obviously not easy to train. Right now his forehead was covered with beads of sweats, and brows were tightly creased, as if he had encountered something troublesome. In fact, he had indeed encountered a trouble. While absorbing the natural energies, it was impossible to continuously maintain balance from the beginning to the end simultaneously. So Ren Tianyu also didn't dare to absorb too much natural energy, else he would be consumed by natural energy. At this moment, Ren Tianyu's eyes snapped open. Right now, his eyes were flashing with deep helplessness. Almost 3 weeks have passed, but I still couldn't do even the most basic absorption of natural energy and maintain the balance of Senjutsu Chakra. Ren Tianyu helplessly sighed. I have to think of a way to do it, otherwise I'll be just wasting my time in vain. Ren Tianyu helplessly thought while still sitting on the boulder. I alone am basically powerless to quickly accomplish the absorption of natural energy, as well as maintain the stability of Senjutsu Chakra within my body, but in this world only elder sister Yuera cultivates chakra, moreover now she is not beside me, Oh, that's right, my stupid head, truly walking into a dead end. Ren Tianyu hit his own head, and cursed. Shortly afterwards, Ren Tianyu stood up, and making a series of hand seals, would clone jutsu. Mokotan Moku Bunshin no Jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, 2 identical to himself clones appeared beside him. After that, Ren Tianyu sat down cross-legged again, then began to slowly absorb natural energy, and those 2 wooden clone beside him simultaneously sat on either side of Ren Tianyu and placed their hands on his shoulder, then simultaneously closed their eyes. Within the body of Ren Tianyu, after a long period of continuous cultivation, large amount of chakra was circulating rapidly. And at this time, a large amount of energy entered inside his body from outside, mixing into that chakra. This large amount of energy entering into his body from outside was precisely the natural energy he had absorbed from outside, but Ren Tianyu nevertheless was powerless to clearly grasp the balance of this natural energy he had absorbed. But just at that time, 2 large amount of chakra entered into his body from outside once again, helping him to maintain the balance between the chakra and natural energy within his body. The method Ren Tianyu thought of was letting his clones to temporarily help him to maintain the portion of natural energy accurately to 1/3 of entire Senjutsu Chakra, then he himself consciously used the ability of Sharingan to accurately remember this sensation. And afterwards when he enter into Sage mode by absorbing the natural energy, he would no longer need to rely on the help of his clones again. With the time passing minute after minute, 1 hour slowly passed. At that moment, Ren Tianyu who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder suddenly opened his eyes. Beside the eyelids of his eyes, 2 pink-colored marks appeared, and simultaneously a black-colored rune appeared on his forehead too, which continuously spread to his ears. After that he stood up, and those 2 clones beside him also disappeared slowly. This feeling is really different, and my sensing ability has unexpectedly become so large in an instant. After standing up, he slowly felt changes after entering Sage mode. After entering Sage mode, the natural energy around him completely stood in his side. Now even if he closed his eyes, the situation within the radius of 10 li completely appear within his mind. Furthermore Ren Tianyu could also borrow the power of natural energy around him, so the natural energy around him had already become his good friend for his use. Now with the aid of Sage mode, my strength and speed received significant boost. This really is pretty good. Sensing carefully, Ren Tianyu clearly felt that his strength had really obtained great boost. Shortly afterwards, Ren Tianyu dispelled the Sage mode state, and his body returned to normal state. Now I have already memorized that state perfectly, so it's time to rest for a while, then continue to absorb the natural energy and try again. After dispelling the Sage mode, Ren Tianyu sat on the boulder and began to slowly reflect. 1 month later, in one huge isolated island of the endless ocean, a loud shouting sound reverberated, sage art, wood style artifacts of the Buddha. Senpo Mokutmun Chojo Kabutsu. In a distant valley, there was a more than 100 meters tall giant Buddha with thousands hands, and on the top of this giant Buddha, there was a huge wooden golem with wooden dragon coiling around it, and only on the head of this wooden golem, Ren Tianyu with Uchiha round fan on his back was standing with both hands maintaining a hand seals. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, this 1,000 hands giant Buddha suddenly began to violently brandish its 1,000 giant hands. And continuous loud sound of explosion reverberated throughout this valley. When the loud sounds of explosion stopped, and the smoke dissipated, one could see that the surroundings of 4 to 5 li in radius was already razed to ground. And Ren Tianyu who was floating in the midair faintly smiled, then looking at the state he had created, he nodded his head in satisfaction. After 1 month of continuous training, he had already grasped Sage mode completely. And he had also already grasped a number of Sage arts perfectly. But just at this time, Ren Tianyu suddenly noticed a powerful energy fluctuation in the distant sea surface. Carefully sensing, it seems someone was in the process fighting. Is there someone else in this endless sea? Let's go and see. Ren Tianyu thought in surprise. In this endless sea, there were countless terrifying ocean magical beasts, so average people would not come here. Last time when he had come here, he had taken a boat with other people. Ren Tianyu was very curious to know who had come over here. If it was not for training, then why would anyone come here to suffer a living hell? Shortly afterwards, along with a spiral-shaped space ripple, he disappeared from that place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Meeting Again. Meeting Again. In the endless oceans, a huge magnificent boat split open the sea waves and was sailing rapidly above the surface of the sea. Nearly at this time, the state of this huge boat was not too good. It seemed to have met some trouble. Around the hull of this huge boat, there was a layer of huge barrier, and at the lower deck, there were holes. From those holes, huge magic cannons were in the process of unceasingly opening fire. A huge magic light beam cut open the water surface and flew towards the rear of this boat. And not far away in the rear of this huge boat, there was 40 or 50 meters huge shark-type magical beasts. That shark was spitting open the seawater and was straightly swimming towards this imperial boat rapidly as if the arrow that had left the bowstring. When the cannonballs that were shot by those huge magic cannons were about to land on its body, suddenly monstrous waves appeared on the sea surface blocking them, and that magical beast was completely unscathed. If someone saw this shark-type magical beast, then they would definitely cry out in fear. This magical beast was the overlord of deep-sea, ocean-capsizing heavenly beast. Ocean-capsizing heavenly beast was a kind of extremely ferocious magical beast. Once it sets a target as its prey, it would use extremely ferocious ways to torture the prey to death. And the strength of all these ocean-capsizing heavenly beasts were at least at the realm of boundary of God domain. And all of them were water-attributed magical beasts, so within this endless oceans, even Dragon Clan also didn't dare to easily offend them. And the figure of this ocean-capsizing heavenly beast in front had already reached 40 to 50 meters in length. This means, the strength of this magical beast had already reached at least high God realm. And the target of this ocean-capsizing heavenly beast was precisely those peoples boarded on that huge boat. So they could only blame their luck for unexpectedly encountering this ocean-capsizing heavenly beast. On the deck of this imperial boat, a group of 30 or so mercenaries were unceasingly moving back and forth. Seeing that rapidly chasing after them ocean-capsizing heavenly beast, and seeing those countless magic cannons firing but wasn't able to stall it for even a second, the eyes of everyone were already filled with despair. And on the terrace of the deck, a beautiful young girl wearing purple-colored skirt and a weak-looking young girl wearing white-colored princess skirt were standing. Looking at that rapidly approaching ocean-capsizing heavenly beast, the eyes of these two girls were also filled with despair. Ching, this time I'm truly sorry, I had never thought that we would actually encounter ocean-capsizing heavenly beast here. The poison on your body was completely detoxified nearly 3 years ago, and I only wanted to take you to the ocean to relax, but didn't expect to let you suffer this disaster. That purple-dressed young girl apologetically said to that weak-looking young girl beside her. The two of them were best friends. That girl called Kunger had been suffering from poison before, and had remained unconscious. But just 3 years ago, her poison was completely cured, so she wanted to take her to the ocean to relax, but outside of her expectation, they ran into ocean-capsizing heavenly beast, this overlord of deep sea. So now all of them were going to lose their life in this endless ocean. Under the attack of ocean-capsizing heavenly beast, they basically had no chance to escape. Moreover, this time she had secretly taken Chinger away, so the strongest person on board was only high saint rank in strength, so how could they flee from the mouth of ocean-capsizing heavenly beast, unless a miracle occurred? It doesn't matter, Wei, this time I followed you on my own, because since the time my poison was cured completely, my father and mother didn't allow me to go out, greatly fearing that I will get injured again, but I always wanted to see the world outside, so this is not your fault. That girl called Chinger shook her head, and although her appearance was weak, she however said firmly, and even though we are dying, us two sisters are dying together, so there is nothing to be unhappy about. Haha, you two are not dying yet. At that time, a sudden and unexpected voice came from the sky. Who's there? Hearing the sudden voice, Ling Weiwei instantly became alert and looked around, while stepping forward in front of Yun Muqing. And the surrounding mercenaries also alertly looked around, looking for the origin of the voice. But what made Ling Weiwei feel strange was this voice seemed a little bit familiar. How are you doing, little girl? We didn't meet for just 3 years and you have already forgotten about me. At that time, that voice again resounded. Shortly afterwards, the space in front of Ling Weiwei and Yun Muqing suddenly distorted, then a spiral-shaped space ripple appeared. Shortly afterwards, a youngster wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it with Uchiha round fan on his back suddenly appeared at that place. It's you! Seeing the person who had suddenly appeared, Ling Weiwei's eyes were filled with disbelief and pleasant surprise. She had never thought that she would encounter this person in this place. Yes, it's me, long time no see, little girl. Looking at Ling Weiwei in front of her, Ren Tianyu lightly smiled and said. Yes, this person who had suddenly appeared was Ren Tianyu, who had left that island. After finishing the training of Sage Mode, he suddenly noticed the fighting fluctuation out in the oceans. So out of curiosity, he had come over to look, but to his surprise, he ran into his old acquaintance. Ling Weiwei, who was in front of Ren Tianyu, was precisely the Miss of Heaven jealously mercenary group of whose boat Ren Tianyu had rowed when he was going to Good Weeping region to search for Purple Gauze magnificent skyflower at that time. He had never thought that he would run into her here. But seeing that ocean capsizing heavenly beast closely pursuing after them, he understood that they had clearly encountered enormous trouble. At that time this Ling Weiwei had after all sent him to God Weeping region, and he furthermore had good impression of her, so there was no reason for him to not save them. As a result, he appeared in front of them with that purpose. But what Ren Tianyu didn't know was that Yun Muqing beside Ling Weiwei also possessed a relation to him, but he however didn't realize it. I say, little girl, it seems your luck is not very good. Last time 3 years ago, when we were going to God Weeping region, we ran into sea hydra that wasn't seen for 100 years, and now you again encounter this big fellow. Your luck is really good to the end. Looking at that ocean capsizing heavenly beast rapidly chasing after their boat, Ren Tianyu said with a wry smile. Frankly, Ren Tianyu truly doubted the luck of this Ling Weiwei. Although some people might encounter a number of ocean magical beasts, but would they encounter such strong magical beast one after another like Ling Weiwei? First time sea hydra blocked her path. And one should know that usually this sea hydra wouldn't be seen even in 100 years, and even if some experts wanted to hunt it, they wouldn't be able to find it. But as for Ling Weiwei, she just went out to the sea and sea hydra voluntarily popped up in front of her. And as for this time, unexpectedly ocean capsizing heavenly beast came out. And one should know that usually this ocean capsizing heavenly beast resides deep in the ocean, and was incomparably rare sea magical beast. And when Ling Weiwei came out to ocean, it unexpectedly came out. Go to hell, 0. We didn't see each other for 3 years, and you are already speak sarcastically to me? Hearing Ren Tianyu, a tint of bright red color appeared on the face of Ling Weiwei, then running towards Ren Tianyu, she kicked him and said gloomily. And among those mercenaries standing far away, seeing the clothing of Ren Tianyu, one of them suddenly shouted in pleasant surprise, "Ha, we are saved, we are saved. He is from Akatsuki organization, now we don't need to die." What? Akatsuki organization? Is he really a person of Akatsuki organization? Other than their organization, does no one else dare to wear this kind of clothing in this continent? Yes, furthermore he seems to be very familiar with our Mississippi. This time we will not die, we are saved. After hearing one of the companion, everyone else instantly reacted. And looking at his clothing, they cry out in pleasant surprise. Akatsuki organization, everyone recognizes this words and acknowledge this name as the synonym of destruction. Every appearance of this Akatsuki organization represents the emergence of blood, just like their clothing's those red clouds. Moreover, each of the members of this organization were very mysterious, and no one knows their identities. For instance, the complete annihilation of Shiman clan, and the through destruction of magic domain. Furthermore, just like that person had stated, other than the member of Akatsuki organization, no one dared to wear same kind of clothing, otherwise without Akatsuki organization raising their hand, the enemy of Akatsuki organization would treat them as the member of Akatsuki organization and silence them. And what Ren Tianyu don't know was, Yun Muqing, who was beside Ling Weiwei, after hearing his identity, her eyes flashed with pleasant surprise look, and she tightly clutched her hands, as if she was very excited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Benefactor? Benefactor? With regarding to those reaction of those mercenaries, Ren Tianyu completely remained oblivious, just replied to Ling Weiwei, everything I said however are truths. You, hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei immediately breathed heavily, causing her bosoms, that pair of huge lethal weapon, to move up and down continuously along with her breathing. Seeing this, the eyes of Ren Tianyu narrowed. Truly a big bosom, Ren Tianyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, while thinking. But at that time, a loud sound suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and attracted the gaze of everyone. Under the control of ocean capsizing heavenly beast, monstrous waves had directly hit the barrier surrounding the ship. Immediately after that the barrier unceasingly rippled, and the ship also shook on the sea surface, as if it would capsize at any time. Roar! A loud roar issued by ocean capsizing heavenly beast caused the seawater around it to seethe unceasingly, as if there was a huge storm. Not good, it's ocean capsizing heavenly beast. Standing on the deck, Ling Weiwei supported Yun Muqing beside her and exert great efforts to stabilize her body. And seeing ocean capsizing heavenly beast was already close to her ship, she said in a trembling voice. Okay, no need to worry, I will take care of this big fellow. Ren Tianyu said to Ling Weiwei. Then large amount of chakra erupted from his body which rapidly covered the entire ship, make this unceasingly swaying big ship completely stable. Shortly afterwards, he created a shadow clone, and left him on the deck, in case the battle outside spread to this place and injure Ling Weiwei and others. My clone will stay on board, and you all quickly sail away from this place in order to avoid the effect of the battle. I am going to resolve that big fellow." Finished speaking, he directly passed through the barrier and flew towards ocean capsizing heavenly beast. 0. Seeing Ren Tianyu flying towards ocean capsizing heavenly beast, Ling Weiwei anxiously yelled. "Well, no need to worry, with only the strength of this fellow, it can't even scratch him, so you can be at ease." Seeing the worried expression of Ling Weiwei, the clone of Ren Tianyu said with a smile. "Okay, quickly sail away from here." After Ren Tianyu flew out from the barrier, and seeing the ship was already far away from him, he bit the index finger of his right hand, then making a series of hand seals, summoning jutsu. Along with the right hand falling down to the midair, a mysterious black-colored rune appeared in the midair. After that, along with pang sound, large amount of white smoke appeared out of thin air. After the smoke dissipated, Sanbai Isabu had already appeared there in the waters, and its body was emitting powerful aura. As for Ren Tianyu, he was standing on its back with his hands folded in front of his chest. Although the strength of this ocean capsizing heavenly beast was nowhere near Ren Tianyu, and dealing with it was also not that hard, but this place after all was sea area, and here it occupies terrain advantage. Moreover, his water style was somewhat weaker too, so he decided to summon Sanbai to quickly deal with it. When all was said and done, Ling Weiwei and other were behind him, and to protect them, it was better to conclude battle as soon as possible. "Isabu, I leave this big fellow to you," Ren Tianyu said to Sanbai. "Okay," Isabu answered. Shortly afterwards, its body emitted powerful chakra, rapidly stirring the sea surface beside it. Shortly afterwards, several huge waterspout changed into a huge water dragon, and advanced towards ocean capsizing heavenly beast. Suetun Suoryuden no Jutsu. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Roar. Ocean capsizing heavenly beast roared, then the surrounding sea water began to roll over and over rapidly. After that, huge water wave appeared in front of it, and changed into a water barrier, blocking the water dragon attack. On the other side, on the rapidly sailing away ship, after they reached safe sea area, looking at the battle in the distance between Sanbai and ocean capsizing heavenly beast, everyone stared without being able to take their eyes off the distant battle. This type of battle was a very rare sight for these average people. "Didn't expect you are actually already this strong," Ling Weiwei said to the clone of Ren Tianyu. "Hee, it's just ordinary. Compared to those true experts, I am still very far away." Ren Tianyu didn't lost himself and became arrogant because of the words of Ling Weiwei. Now he was at least weaker than Demon Empress Yaorao, in front of whom, even fleeing away was very difficult to accomplish. "May I ask, have you ever been to God Weeping Region?" At that time, Yun Muqing walked over and asked while looking at Ren Tianyu. "You are?" Ren Tianyu looked at Yun Muqing in front of him. Her 1.6 meter height and frail stature gave people a kind of delicate feeling, provoking their tenderness. "I forgot to introduce you to, 0, this beauty is my best friend, and her name is Yun Muqing. And she is the second Miss of Light Temple's Grand Marshal." Ling Weiwei pointed at Yun Muqing and introduced her to Ren Tianyu, then again pointing towards Ren Tianyu, she introduced him to Yun Muqing. "Qingqing, this scoundrel is called 0. He is the leader of that most mysterious Akatsuki organization." Saying this, Ling Weiwei bent over and whispered in the ear of Yun Muqing, "In addition, this fellow is a big pervert. You should be careful around him, so that he wouldn't take any cheap advantage of you." Cough cough. With Ren Tianyu's current level, how could this whispering of Ling Weiwei escape the ear of Ren Tianyu? So hearing this, he could only cough few times. Then looking at Yun Muqing, he said, "How did you know that I have been to God Weeping Region? It seems we have never met before." "Weiwei, did you tell her about this?" "No, I haven't told anyone about this matter." "Oh, that's right, Qingqing, how did you know about this matter?" Ling Weiwei also asked curiously to Yun Muqing. "You have really been to God Weeping Region, that's good, I have finally found you." Hearing Ren Tianyu had really been to God Weeping Region, Yun Muqing was excited. Shortly afterwards, to the surprise of everyone, she directly knelt down to Ren Tianyu. "What are you doing?" Ren Tianyu instantly came over and helped Yun Muqing to rise. "Benefactor, I finally found you." With pleasant surprise expression across her face, Yun Muqing said to Ren Tianyu. "Benefactor?" Hearing Yun Muqing addressing to him like this, he was confused. He carefully looked at Yun Muqing again, and confirmed that he had never met her before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Flame of Amaterasu. Flame of Amaterasu. "Hey beauty, aren't you mistaken? I have never met you before, no need to talk about being your benefactor." Ren Tianyu stepped forward and helped Yun Muqing to rise up. If he let such charming beauty to keep on kneeling him, then wouldn't he suffer from lightning strike? Ching, could it be that this person is? At that time, Ling Weiwei suddenly thought of something, and exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Yun Muqing nodded her head, then said towards Ren Tianyu, Benefactor might not recognize me, but my life nevertheless was saved because of you, Benefactor. In that year when I was ambushed by assassins, I was poisoned. That poison was so powerful that even the red-robed Cardinal of Light Palace was not able to neutralize it, and was only able to suppress it for the time being. Furthermore, to completely neutralize that poison, there was only one way. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Yun Muqing's gaze was filled with gratitude. That was Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. What? Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. Hearing Yun Muqing, Ren Tianyu instantly understood. Then you should be the person who issued the mission of searching Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower of that time. After hearing Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, he immediately understood why she had asked whether he had been to Good Weeping Region or not, as well as he instantly realized that this Yun Muqing in front of his eyes was the person who had issued that mission at that time. That mission was issued by my father. At that time, I was in coma due to that poison, and even the light forbidden magic spell Angel's Tear used by Red-Robed Cardinal was only able to suppress that poison temporarily for less than 1 year. At that time, my father exhausted various means to obtain Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, but was unsuccessful. And in the final moment, my father wanted to personally set out to God Weeping Region to find that Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, but to the surprise of everyone, in the final moment, young noble, you successfully obtained the Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower. This not only saved this small woman's life, but also made my father needless to take risk. Speaking this much, Yun Muqing was about to bow to Ren Tianyu once again, but Ren Tianyu stopped her. You actually don't need to thank me. My true objective to find the Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower was not to save your life, I merely took a liking to the reward of the mission, that's all. We each took what we needed, nothing more, so there is no need for this. Ren Tianyu stopped Yun Muqing, who wanted to bow again, and said indifferently. Although the reality was a little bit cruel, still the fact was indeed so. Initially Ren Tianyu basically didn't know Yun Muqing, and at that time, he had went to God Weeping Region to find Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower only because of the promotion test of Academy, and while at it, he had accepted that mission from Mercenary Union too. In other words, if there wasn't that assignment, then he would not have run to that God Weeping Region to fetch Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower while risking his life. One should know that at that time, Ren Tianyu had almost lost his life. Fortunately his willpower was firm, and at the last moment, he crawled to the side of Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower, saving himself. You big idiot, can't you say something pleasant? Do you have to be this direct? Hearing those ruthless words of Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei stepped forward and unhappily said. And as for Yun Muqing, hearing those words of Ren Tianyu, she became somewhat dejected, and standing there she didn't know what to say. I am only telling the truth, that's all, and reality in itself is cruel. Everything is not as beautiful as you've imagined. I didn't take the risk because I was attracted by Miss Yun's charm. Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulder and continued to speak without care. It seems I was too oversensitive, but in any case, many thanks noble son for your kindness of saving my life. After hearing Ren Tianyu, Yun Muqing slightly bowed and said to Ren Tianyu. This time Ren Tianyu didn't stop her, because he knew that this time Yun Muqing was sincere. Although Yun Muqing seemed very grateful to him before, but how could Ren Tianyu not tell whether she was sincere or not with her voice? Before she was looking at him as her pursuer who had taken risk to fetch Purple Gauze Sky Magnificent Flower to save her life, so that he could impress her. As a result, although she had thanked him just now, but it was in fact disregarding the relationship, and saying that she was grateful for the kindness of saving her life, but will not accept his pursuit because of this matter. But Ren Tianyu gave no sh*t with regarding to this type of game. Right now he was only thinking about increasing his strength as far as possible before the invasion of Demon Clan. In this world, the foundation of everything was strength. You don't have strength, then you could only live lowly forever, never holding your head high. Furthermore, Ren Tianyu still wanted to raise his strength as quickly as possible to return back to the earth. This had always been his ultimate goal. But up until now, he hadn't found any means to return back to earth, only knew that he had to increase his strength as far as possible, and when his strength reached the certain level, there will not be any barrier that could block him. Ren Tianyu firmly believed in this point without doubt. Okay, my original over there is going to end the battle, take a look at it, that might help you in your future cultivation. Ren Tianyu didn't want to talk about this subject again, so he drew the attention of Ling Weiwei and other towards the battle. Suitun Suoriuden. Water Style Water Dragon. Ren Tianyu, standing on the back of Sandbai, quickly made a series of hand seals, then along with the completion of ninjutsu, the sea surface beside him rose rapidly, changing into huge water dragon. And this water dragon began to rush towards the water barrier in front of ocean capsizing heavenly beast. Water-style ultra-large water dragon roar. At this moment, Sanbai also completed its water-style ninjutsu, then the sea surface began to violently roll over and over, and countless huge water dragon advanced towards ocean capsizing heavenly beast. These water dragons instantly destroyed the barrier in front of it and hit its body. Ayo! Ocean capsizing heavenly beast immediately wailed mournfully in pain, as a huge wound appeared in its body. Humph, the barrier is finally broken. After seeing the water barrier in front of it had finally broken, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted. He had been continuously waiting for this moment. After that, the eyes of Ren Tianyu instantly changed into eternal Mankyo, and his left eye spun rapidly, emitting a large amount of eye power, Dujitsu Amaterasu, but along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, slightly above the body of ocean capsizing heavenly beast where the sight of Ren Tianyu was focused, suddenly black-colored flame appeared out of thin air, then it fell down on the body of ocean capsizing heavenly beast and began burning violently. Roar, roar. Just after the flame of Amaterasu fell on its body, ocean capsizing heavenly beast began to give out loud roars in pain, and unceasingly flapped its body, as well as threw itself into huge sea waves, wanting to extinguish the flame of Amaterasu. But to its fear, no matter what it did, it was powerless to extinguish this flame, instead its burning speed increased. And here comes the additional fuel. Enten Kagetsuchi. Inferno-style flame control. Looking at the ocean capsizing heavenly beast roaring in pain, Ren Tianyu just snorted coldly. Then along with the rapid spinning of right eye, large amount of eye power gushed out, and that flame burning the body of ocean capsizing heavenly beast suddenly began to spread rapidly all over its huge body. Along with the burning of Amaterasu, the roar of ocean capsizing heavenly beast became increasingly small, and finally its body sunk down the ocean. With its body sinking down, the Amaterasu continued to burn the sea surface. Finally finished off this troublesome big fellow. Seeing ocean capsizing heavenly beast was burned to death by Amaterasu, Ren Tianyu sighed. Although the strength of this ocean capsizing heavenly beast was weak, but it after all was one of the overlord of ocean, and it had extreme advantage in sea area, so finishing it off was truly not easy. As a result, Ren Tianyu summoned Sanbai to violently attack and break its defense, and seizing that chance, he immediately used Amaterasu to finish it off. Because it had huge body, using Amaterasu to finish off was most suitable choice. Well, now that enemy is gone, I am leaving first. After seeing ocean capsizing heavenly beast had already died, Sanbai said to Ren Tianyu, then along with the appearance of white smoke, it disappeared. And after Sanbai left, Ren Tianyu also targeted the space coordinate of his clone body, then used Hiraishin no Jutsu to instantly appear on the ship. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, Source of Strange Energy. Source of Strange Energy. Ren Tianyu instantly used Hiraishin no Jutsu to return back to the ship, and removed his clone. Well, Weiwei, that big fellow is already done in by me, now it's already safe. Standing on the deck, Ren Tianyu said it Ling Weiwei. Truly thank you for this, Zero. If it was not for your timely appearance, then we might have really doomed. Ling Weiwei stepped forward and thanked gratefully. Don't mention it, in fact last time you helped me to go to God Weeping Region when I was in great hurry, so how can I just watch you die when you're in danger? Ren Tianyu shrugged his shoulders. Last time he was able to go to God Weeping Region with her help, and that reduced a lot of his trouble. Furthermore, although this person Ling Weiwei had a little bit of bossy temperament, but she however was not that bad, and Ren Tianyu didn't hate her. But I say little girl, will you be okay hereafter? I met you 2 times, but both time you had attracted boss of oceans. Ren Tianyu thought about the ability of Ling Weiwei to attract big magical beasts, and had a pain in the ass. This is just an accident, that's all, only accident. Ling Weiwei tried to defend herself with red face. Well, I will send you to shore, and after you are safe, I will leave. Ren Tianyu looked at the boundless sea around him, and said. If he left now, he won't be able to be at ease regarding the safety of Ling Weiwei. If she again attract another big boss of ocean en route, then that would really be tragedy. Although it was very hard to encounter ocean magical beast in normal times, but with the super strong charm to attract magical beast of Ling Weiwei, she might truly attract a number of dangerous magical beast. So Ren Tianyu stayed in the ship for the time being. And when they were only 2 days away from the coast of ocean, Ren Tianyu finally understood that he had still underestimated that super strong charm of Ling Weiwei to attract bosses. On the way, they unexpectedly met 3 gods domain realm ocean magical beasts. And all of them dashed towards the ship. Fortunately Ren Tianyu had not left before, otherwise Ling Weiwei and others would have already buried in the sea. And this made Ren Tianyu raise his alertness throughout the way. These ocean magical beasts, as if demon and ghosts who had seen longevity meet, ran towards them just like a moth darting into a flame. This made him think about the possibility of someone on board intentionally playing the trick, and that person was intentionally attracting these magical beasts. But even after secretly observing for a long time, he didn't discover any suspicious circumstance. Everything was natural, as if those magical beasts voluntarily running towards them. But it was impossible for these magical beasts to run towards them without any cause or reason. 3-4 God's domain realm ocean magical beast running towards them together, how could this be normal? If this was not the trick of outsiders, then the source of this everything should be within Ling Weiwei's body. Bringing up these, Ren Tianyu recalled the incident of last time when they were sailing to God Weeping region. At that time, they had encountered Sea Hydra. Although the Sea Hydra was attacking everyone, but its eyes seemed to mostly focus on the body of Ling Weiwei. Furthermore, it never used large-scale water magic to attack towards the ship, seemingly afraid of sinking the ship. But how could this big boobs but no-brain little girl Ling Weiwei attract the attacks of these magical beasts? What on earth is going on here? Ren Tianyu inwardly in confusion. At that time, he suddenly thought of Tang Seng of Journey to the West. This Tang Seng would also encounter countless demons and ghosts who wanted to catch and eat him because of longevity meat that would give them immortality. After thinking of this point, Ren Tianyu thought about the physique of Ling Weiwei. Is it because of her physique, Weiwei is attracting these ocean magical beasts? Ren Tianyu thought this was the only possibility. Furthermore, she herself, including her family, might not know about the special physique of Ling Weiwei, otherwise her elders wouldn't have let her run everywhere all day long. After arriving at the shore, Ren Tianyu didn't leave immediately, rather called Ling Weiwei. Weiwei, come with me, I have something I want to confirm. What's the matter, Zero? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei turned around and asked in confusion. Come with me to the room, I have something to tell you. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu returned towards his room inside the ship. Ling Weiwei confusedly flowed behind Ren Tianyu and entered the room. When Ling Weiwei entered inside the room, Ren Tianyu closed the door of the room. Seeing Ren Tianyu had closed the door, Ling Weiwei, as if suddenly thinking something, her face instantly became very red and her jade hands tightly clutched her purple skirt's helm, while standing unsteadily. Why's your complexion so red? Go and sit cross-legged on the bed. Seeing Ling Weiwei suddenly blushing, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but asked in wonder. Zero, isn't this developing very fast, and there are many people outside, so doing this might not be a good idea. Hearing Ren Tianyu telling her to get on the bed, the complexion of Ling Weiwei became even redder, then still standing on the same location, she shyly said. Seeing the change in the complexion of Ling Weiwei as well as hearing her words, Ren Tianyu instantly understand her meaning. Furthermore, he also realized that he had spoken two ambiguous words, so hitting his own forehead, he weakly said, I say, little girl, what are you thinking? It is impossible for my eyes to take a fancy on your this kind of figure, which resembled basin in front and resembles plains in back. Pretending everything was all right, Ren Tianyu attacked Ling Weiwei. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Ling Weiwei became increasingly redder, but this time it was not because of shyness, rather due to anger. She immediately kicked Ren Tianyu and sent him flying. Bastard, where is I, your old mother's figure not good? Before didn't you say, now saying my breasts are not big? While speaking, the voice of Ling Weiwei became smaller and smaller, and final words were so small that they were inaudible. Cough cough, well, your breast is big, not a basin, is that fine? Ren Tianyu stood up from the floor and said while smiling. After that he pointed towards the bed and said, okay, quickly sit cross-legged on the bed, I want to examine the interior of your body. This might help you greatly in your future cultivation. Oh. Ling Weiwei nodded her head, then sat cross-legged on the bed. Ren Tianyu also got on the bed and placed his right hand on her shoulder, sending his perception within her body. Sharingan, open. Instantly, the eyes of Ren Tianyu changed into eternal Mangekyo. Although Sharingan didn't have any 360-degree perceptive ability of Byakugan, but it however could still see the flow of energy within the body. Along with his perception slowly entering into the body of Ling Weiwei, his Sharingan also began to spin rapidly, and a large amount of eye power continuously flowed out, which combined with the perception of Ren Tianyu to look for the abnormalities within the body of Ling Weiwei. While sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ling Weiwei felt as if the gaze of Ren Tianyu was able to see through her clothes and completely see her body. This kind of feeling made her fidgety. But she subconsciously believed in Ren Tianyu, so she merely sat motionless on the bed with her eyes closed. And the perceptive of Ren Tianyu slowly moved down from her head while carefully inspecting her body. And when his perception concentrated on her heart, he suddenly felt a special energy fluctuation. Found you? Let me see what you are. After feeling that obscured energy fluctuation in the heart of Ling Weiwei, Ren Tianyu smiled, then his entire perception instantly concentrated around the vicinity of her heart. And his Sharingan also firmly stared at her heart. Along with the perception power combined with the ability of Sharingan, Ren Tianyu found that in the vicinity of the heart of Ling Weiwei, there unexpectedly had a powerful water energy ball. The strength of this energy was alarmingly powerful. Ren Tianyu estimated that if this energy explode, then the surroundings within the radius of 1,000 li would definitely change into ruins. But this energy was very tranquil, and was lurking within the body of Ling Weiwei without any fluctuation. Strange, how can Weiwei have such strong energy source within her body? Feeling the energy source within the body of Ling Weiwei, Ren Tianyu creased his brows while thinking in confusion. Ren Tianyu concentrated his eye power and concentrated his gaze at her heart, but just then, mishap suddenly occurred. A powerful energy fluctuation suddenly appeared from within the body of Ling Weiwei, and under the circumstance of being caught off guard, Ren Tianyu was directly sent flying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Mysterious Virtual Shadow. Mysterious Virtual Shadow. With a loud hong sound, a huge energy wave burst out from inside the body of Ling Weiwei. And Ren Tianyu, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. He heavily collided against the wall and fell down on the floor. Along with ka-ka cracking sound, the bed of Ren Tianyu immediately scattered, and wooden frames fell to the ground. And from within the body of Ling Weiwei, large amount of blue-colored water energy suddenly appeared, and wrapped around her body, making her float in midair. Puff Ren Tianyu got up from the floor, then with red complexion, he spat out mouthful of blood. Cough cough, Ren Tianyu coughed few times, and stood up staggeringly. Because he had taken the heavy attack of this energy without any guard, currently he was seriously injured. But still he looked towards Ling Weiwei. He saw Ling Weiwei floating in midair. And from inside her body, large amount of energy was coming out which was slowly gathering behind her. And right now she nevertheless had her eyes closed, as if she didn't know the circumstance that was happening outside. Weiwei, Weiwei, after standing up, Ren Tianyu called out to her several times, but she however didn't have any reaction. Could it be that she has lost her consciousness? Seeing Ling Weiwei didn't have any reaction to his call, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but think in surprise, what the hell is this energy? How come there is such a powerful energy hidden inside the body of Weiwei? Just at that time, the energy gathered behind Ling Weiwei instantly formed a virtual shadow behind her. And seeing this virtual shadow, Ren Tianyu instantly had his mouth wide open, enough to swallow an entire egg. The looks of that virtual shadow formed behind Ling Weiwei unexpectedly was exactly the same as Ling Weiwei, merely her temperament however was completely different. Ling Weiwei gave people a kind of lively, optimistic, and somewhat unruly impression, but this exactly the same virtual shadow formed behind her nevertheless as if Plum Blossom gave people a kind of proud and aloof temperament, making them feel too high to reach, feeling as if she was high above the masses. And when the virtual shadow behind Ling Weiwei opened her eyes, that instant her body emitted vast amount of aura that oppressed Ren Tianyu. Puff Ren Tianyu again spat out another mouthful of blood under this suffocating aura, and his body violently trembled under this aura as if he would kneel at any time. Beads of cold sweats appeared on his forehead which slowly flowed down his cheeks. Susanoo. The eyes of Ren Tianyu instantly turned into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then along with its rapid rotation, large amount of eye power gushed out from them, then a purple-colored light skeleton appeared around his body, which instantly blocked all the pressure of outside suffocating aura. After activating Susanoo, Ren Tianyu instantly felt his body lighter, and the pressure around also disappeared instantly, so he couldn't help but took a deep breath. Shortly afterwards, the complexion of Ren Tianyu became cold. After that, firmly staring at that virtual shadow that had appeared behind Ling Weiwei with his spinning Sharingan, he said, "Who are you? What's your purpose of hiding inside the body of Ling Weiwei? Who am I? You mortal is not qualified to know." Hearing the voice of Ren Tianyu, that virtual shadow behind Ling Weiwei said in disdain, "You are powerless to resist even my aura, even though you have absorbed Forever Green. What a waste. Didn't expect you were actually able to see the power of Forever Green within my body. You are not simple at all, but I think you are mistaken about one matter." Hearing this virtual shadow was actually able to see through his body, and knew that he possessed Forever Green, surprise flashed in the eyes of Ren Tianyu, but under the powerful observation ability of his Sharingan, he had already seen through this virtual shadow. "What matter? That is if you were in your complete state, then you might be able to kill me easily, but now you are just an incomplete soul, so what power do you possess? On the other hand, now if I want to seal you, then that however would be very easy." Looking at this virtual shadow, Ren Tianyu said. Yes, this virtual shadow in front of him was just an incomplete soul, nothing more. At the beginning, that suffocating aura of hers had shocked Ren Tianyu, because with only her aura, she was able to heavily injure him, making him think how much powerful this fellow's actual strength was. But with his Sharingan, he was able to clearly see that she was basically only an incomplete soul. Other than her aura, she had basically no other power. Humph. With only you? Although now I have no power, but you stupid mortal also can't injure me. Hearing Ren Tianyu, this virtual shadow said in disdain. Is that so? Ren Tianyu sneered. Shortly afterwards, his Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and on the skeleton body of Susanoo, suddenly a large number of energy thread appeared. After they surrounded the skeleton body of Susanoo, they took the shape of huge armor, and on the right hand of the Susanoo, a thin energy sword appeared, precisely was Futsu no Matama sword. Right now the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu was not that big, otherwise the room would be destroyed and it would be bad if other people noticed the situation here. And after Futsu no Matama appeared, Ren Tianyu suddenly controlled Susanoo to extend its right arm, and pointed Futsu no Matama towards that virtual shadow, then said, "Then what if I rely on my hands this Futsu no Matama sword?" This Futsu no Matama sword of Ren Tianyu not only had the ability to control myriads of lightings, it furthermore had an ability to seal all the souls that are stabbed through by it. The souls would be sealed in the sword blade of Futsu no Matama sword. Moreover, the souls sealed by Futsu no Matama sword would basically be under the control of Futsu no Matama for all eternity. So although this Futsu no Matama didn't have the ability to seal everything like Totsuka blade, but it however was still not bad, furthermore it had ability to control myriads of thunder and lighting, so when he had opened Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had selected his own Susanoo. Seeing Futsu no Matama sword on the hand of Ren Tianyu, this virtual shadow suddenly felt a kind of dread. This feeling came from the depth of her soul, so she believed that this sword could indeed seal her. Well, are you going to speak out your identity as well as your purpose for hiding inside the body of Ling Weiwei or not? Don't try to tell a lie, otherwise I will instantly seal you. Looking at this virtual shadow, Ren Tianyu coldly said. If you seal me, then Ling Weiwei will also die, so can't you let me go? This virtual shadow said while looking at Ren Tianyu. Even if Weiwei really dies, I have a method to revive her, moreover who knows whether you are speaking true or false? Ren Tianyu's Sharingan was firmly staring at this virtual shadow, so he knew that she was actually speaking the truth. But even if Ling Weiwei died, he also had method to revive her. Never thought you actually found the power to revive dead, perhaps you might really reach that realm. When this virtual shadow heard that Ren Tianyu actually grasped the method to resurrect the dead, she lightly sighed, then she no longer had any hostility while looking towards Ren Tianyu, and she also withdrew her aura, then said, "Okay, youngster, put away your sword. I think it is comparatively better for both of us if you speak." Although this virtual shadow had already withdrew her terrifying aura, but Ren Tianyu still remained alert within his heart. Fine, whatever. This virtual shadow didn't insist on, and shortly afterwards, she opened her mouth. I can see that you are only 23 years old, but you actually possess this level of strength, and furthermore you have obtained Forever Green. Even in my times, you would still be part of God's favored one. Many thanks for the praise, but why are you staying inside the body of Weiwei as well as who are you? Ren Tianyu didn't forget his goal because of the praise of this virtual shadow. Fine, there is some matter I can tell you. This virtual shadow sighed, then looking down towards Ling Weiwei, she said, "Why am I staying inside her body? That is because she is my reincarnation or perhaps the reincarnation of my successor." Reincarnation? Hearing this virtual shadow, Ren Tianyu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yes. This virtual shadow nodded her head. Could it be that you didn't feel strange about why my appearance was exactly the same as Ling Weiwei? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Method to Break Universe. Method to Break Universe. Having heard up to here, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but nodded his head. It was indeed like that. The appearance of this virtual shadow and Ling Weiwei was indeed exactly the same. As a matter of fact, the soul of Ling Weiwei is merely a part of my soul. In those years, I sustained an injury that was hard to recover from completely. Even after I lied dormant, it didn't recover, so I was forced to use a reincarnation method where I had to divide my soul into two. One soul would reincarnate achieving rebirth, and other part of soul would retain my previous memory and my origin power while hiding within the rebirth life. Then at the suitable opportunity, the new soul and the other part of my soul will merge together to obtain my former power. This virtual shadow slowly explained. Then if you fused with the soul of Ling Weiwei, will she still be herself? Having heard up to here, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but ask tensely, as if he greatly feared that Ling Weiwei would disappear. But he himself didn't realize this feeling. As a matter of fact, I am Ling Weiwei, and Ling Weiwei is me, both of us together is entirety nothing more. After we fuse together, she will receive all of the previous memory and abilities. Naturally the memory of this new life will also not disappear. This virtual shadow slowly said. I see, but who are you? Ren Tianyu nodded his head. After listening to her explanation, it seems this was just like merging together of his soul which had crossed over and the soul of Shiman Tainlong. But Ren Tianyu was quite curious with regarding to the identity of this virtual shadow. I can't speak about my identity now, moreover now that I have reincarnated, my name has also disappeared, so now I am only Ling Weiwei now. This virtual shadow didn't answer the question of Ren Tianyu. I can only say that with your potential, someday, you can absolutely reach my level of that time. And only when you are able to truly shuttle back and forth between 300 great realms, you will know everything. 3,000 great realms? Hearing this, Ren Tianyu was puzzled, so he couldn't help but ask while feeling surprise. Yes, our universe is made up of 3,000 layers of space, not one more not one less. And there are various kind of life forms in these realms. For instance this divine wind continent and demon world, both of them are among those 3,000 realms. This virtual shadow said. I hope you will not contain yourself only within this small divine wind continent. Although this divine wind continent also possesses a number of secrets, but compared to entire 3,000 realms, one can say that it's merely a drop in the ocean. So do you know how to break through this universe and reach another universe? After hearing this virtual shadow, Ren Tianyu asked with some excitement. Till now he had never got any clue with regarding to breaking this limit of this universe and return back to Earth, but now this virtual shadow in front of him was definitely a peak expert, so perhaps she knew the methods to break through this universe. Break through this universe? How did you get this kind of idea? Hearing Ren Tianyu, this virtual shadow looked at Ren Tianyu with surprise. She didn't understand why he asked about this. This matter is very important to me, if you know any method, please tell me, I will be very grateful. And if you have any matter you need me to do, then I will absolutely do all I can to help you accomplish it. Anxiously looking at this virtual shadow, Ren Tianyu said. The matter of breaking through the universe, within my knowledge, only one man had ever accomplished it, but this is also merely a legend, nothing more. Seeing Ren Tianyu getting anxious, this virtual shadow slowly said. If you really want to break through the universe, you have to master space magic in addition to having absolute power. But these are only the prerequisites. The most important thing is to obtain all the universe boundary divine artifact of every one of these 3,000 realms. Universe boundary divine artifact? Having heard up to here, Ren Tianyu instantly thought of Tower of Babel. Yes, universe boundary divine artifact, moreover you must gather all 3,000 of them, even one less wouldn't work. This virtual shadow nodded her head and said. What is this universe boundary divine artifact? I have once seen our realm's universe boundary divine artifact, Tower of Babel, but what are they? I however truly don't understand. Ren Tianyu really didn't understand what these universe boundary divine artifacts truly were, and why the help of all 3,000 of them was required to break the universe. Universe boundary divine artifact is every realm's origin power. When the realms form, along with the appearance of realm, the universe boundary divine artifact would also simultaneously appear within that realm. Once you obtain this universe boundary divine artifact, then that is equivalent to you obtaining the origin power of that realm. And everything in that realm will be subjected under your control. And if you obtain all 3,000 universe boundary divine artifact, then that'd be equivalent to you obtaining the origin power of all 3,000 realms. And gathering their power, it is possible to break this universe's restriction. But it is basically impossible to obtain all 3,000 universe boundary divine artifacts. You should know that the universe boundary divine artifacts are either in the hands of the strongest person of the realm or in ownerless state or hidden within the space, so relying on the strength of one person to obtain all 3,000 universe boundary divine artifacts is, saying up to here, this virtual shadow couldn't help but shake her head. I'll do it even if it's very hard. Hope is created by oneself, not God. Ren Tianyu resolutely said. He, hope you can accomplish this. That virtual shadow chuckled, then said to Ren Tianyu, boy, I hope you are able to protect my successor, because of my origin power, her body will emit a kind of energy fluctuation that would have powerful effect of attracting magical beasts. And when she becomes powerful enough to accept my inheritance, she will inherit everything. After that I will use my power to help you look for those 3,000 universe boundary divine artifacts. You can be at ease, I'd have done so even if you hadn't asked me, after all she is my friend. Ren Tianyu nodded his head and said. Then thank you, now I will use my origin power to help you completely refine the power of forever green within your body. This virtual shadow nodded, then waving her right hand, from the heart of Ling Weiwei, suddenly a blue-colored radiance shot towards Ren Tianyu and entered inside his body. After this blue-colored radiance entered inside his body, Ren Tianyu sensed that the power of forever green unexpectedly spread rapidly, and were absorbed by his body. Furthermore the chakra within his body also strengthened rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the power of forever green within his body was completely refined. And now the chakra capacity within his body was actually twice as much compared to before, which was basically already comparable to tailed beasts. This power is too strong. Never thought that I'd be able to completely refine Forever Green this quickly. Ren Tianyu clenched his hands, and feeling colossal amount of chakra within his body, he sighed inwardly. Many thanks. If it was not your help, then it would have taken at least 5 more years to completely refine the power of Forever Green. Ren Tianyu thankfully said to this virtual shadow. Treat this as my payment. This virtual shadow nodded her head, then her figure slowly faded away. Hope you'll be able to obtain all 3000 universe boundary divine artifact. Goodbye, youngster. Along with her voice, this virtual shadow disappeared, and the water energy leaking out from the body of Ling Weiwei also disappeared slowly. And when Ling Weiwei fell down from midair, Ren Tianyu stepped forward and caught her body in his embrace. Just then, Ling Weiwei slowly opened her eyes, and looking all around with confused eyes, she asked, "What's going on? Did I fell asleep?" Just then, she suddenly noticed that she was actually lying in the embrace of Ren Tianyu. Immediately afterwards she suddenly cried out in alarm, jumped out, and then her face became very red. Well, now that you are awake, it's fine. Seeing that Ling Weiwei had woken up, he stood up, and then taking out Haration kunai and a talisman, he handed them over to her. Always keep these things with you. If you encounter any danger hereafter, then burn this talisman, and I will instantly appear by your side. Oh. With her complexion still a bit red, Ling Weiwei stepped forward and took both talisman and kunai, and placed them into her space ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Capturing Living Sacrifice. Capturing Living Sacrifice. Always keep these 2 things with you. Furthermore, bear in mind, hereafter don't go to the places where magical beasts gathers, and especially this endless ocean. Ren Tianyu said meaningful and heartfelt words to Ling Weiwei. Why? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei couldn't help but immediately asked in confusion. Ling Weiwei's nature was lively and active, and she loved to go on an adventure. Just like last time, she daringly recruited mercenaries by herself to go on an adventure to Endless Ocean, this kind of dangerous place. At that time, if it was not for Ren Tianyu and that secretly hiding deity-ranked magician, then Ling Weiwei and all those people of that boat would have already buried deep within the sea. Don't tell me that you still haven't noticed why you are always running into powerful magical beasts every time you go out to sea? This is not a coincidence, rather it's because of your physique. Ren Tianyu slowly explained. Because of my physique? Isn't this only because I am too unlucky? Ling Weiwei excitedly held the hands of Ren Tianyu and asked agitatedly. As a matter of fact, she had already noticed this point long ago. Not only in Endless Oceans, even if she went to Magical Beasts Forest, she would always suffer the pursuit of high-level magical beast without any rhyme and reason. And she had always believed that this happened because her luck was too bad. Where is the possibility of having bad luck in succession so many times like this in succession? Ren Tianyu rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, after examining your body just now, I noticed that you were emitting a kind of special energy fluctuation from within your body which could be perceived only by magical beasts. And this energy fluctuation possesses a very strong attraction towards magical beasts. One may well say that you are basically a delicious cake for magical beasts, and all of them are dying to eat you. Ah, then what should I do? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei exclaimed aloud. As long as you don't to a place where magical beasts gathers, you'd be fine, and you should also focus on cultivation hereafter, as your aptitude is pretty good. Furthermore, in less than a year and a half, the situation of continent will change greatly, and at that time, there will be many bloodshed, so you should at least learn to defend yourself. Ren Tianyu sighed. Although now he had already refined the power of Forever Green completely, the power of his wood style had already surpassed Senju Hazarama, and chakra capacity was also comparable to tailed beasts, but in this state where he still hadn't awakened Rinnegan, he still had no confidence to deal with Yao Rao. Now I must adapt to my current strength as soon as possible, then master Edo Tensei, and then go to complete those 2 things as soon as possible. Ren Tianyu slowly thought within his heart. And with regarding to those 3000's universe boundary divine artifact that mysterious virtual shadow had stated, he had his own plan. Perhaps he had to carry out the similar plan just like Uchiha Madara, but his plan might be confronting the entire universe. Fine, I'll listen to you. Ling Weiwei nodded her head and said in a low voice. Now that she knew that the reason for everything was her physique, she understood that she indeed shouldn't run around all over the place, otherwise her little life would really end. Well, I have something to do, so I am leaving first. Take care of yourself, I will come back to see you if I have time. Ren Tianyu looked all around. Now that Ling Weiwei had safely arrived to the shore, it was time to leave, as he still had many things left to do. You want to leave? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Weiwei a little gloomily said. Well, I really have something that needs to be done. You can rest assured, after I finish all those matters, I will come to look for you. Ren Tianyu said, then directly used Kamui to leave this place. 0. Seeing Ren Tianyu had left, Ling Weiwei whispered, while tears flowed out from the corner of her eyes. In one nameless mountain of Dark Empire, there was the stronghold of a bandits group. This bandit group relied on the geographical advantage of this mountain to frequently attack traveling merchants and stop at nothing in doing evil. But today, in front of the entrance of this mountain stronghold, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped Space Ripple, a youngster with huge round fan on his back, wearing bamboo hat and black robe with red clouds imprinted on it appeared. Who's there? Seeing the suddenly appearance of a person, the bandits in the lookout towers in front of the door of this mountain stronghold who were responsible for guarding instantly became alert and made the preparation for a battle. This person was naturally Ren Tianyu. He used a week of time to adapt to his increased power and exploding chakra after the power of Forever Green was completely refined. Then began the preparation for Edo Tensei. All those people who had watched Naruto knows that a sacrifice of a living person was absolute necessity to use Edo Tensei, so Ren Tianyu placed his sight on this bandits group. In any case, the hands of these bandits group were stained with the blood of countless innocent person, so he would not feel unsettled and have guilty conscience if he used them as the living sacrifice for Edo Tensei. Hump, Katan Goryoka no Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Ren Tianyu ignored these people and quickly made a series of hand seals, then he spat out huge fire from his mouth, which changed into a fire dragon and attacked towards the gate of Mountain Stronghold. Along with the loud sound of explosion, the gate of Mountain Stronghold was directly blasted open, and simultaneously those bandits guarding the gate were also blasted asunder. Along with this loud sound, all the bandits inside this mountain stronghold immediately held their weapons and rapidly ran towards the gate. And just then, the figure of Ren Tianyu slowly walked in from the blasted open gate. And seeing those bandits rapidly coming outside from all around, Ren Tianyu laughed grimly, and quickly made a series of hand seals. Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Koten. Wood style, Deep Forest Emergence. Along with his voice, the ground around suddenly began to crack open one after another, and giant trees grew out from the ground, instantly changing the entire mountain stronghold into a woods. After that, countless thick vines instantly darted towards the bandits around and tightly bound them. Then the energy within their body was instantly absorbed by these vines. Now they were hung in the midair without any ability to move. Taju Mokutan Bunshin no Jutsu. Wood style, Multi-Wood Clone Jutsu. After all the bandits were tied up, Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals, and numerous exactly the same wooden clones appeared. These clones walked to the front of those bounded bandits, then placed their hand on their shoulder. Kamui. All the clones simultaneously used Right Eye's Kamui. Then, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped Space Ripple, all of those bandits were sucked to his Kamui space. That settles it. Seeing all the bandits were already captured alive, Ren Tianyu lightly smiled. After that, he removed his wooden clones, and used large-scale fire style to change the entire mountain strongholds into sea of flames before leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei. After gathering enough living sacrifice, Ren Tianyu used Kamui and arrived on an isolated island in the middle of the ocean, and began the preparation of Edo Tensei. As stated before, this Edo Tensei was the forbidden summoning jutsu developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. This jutsu could summon the soul of deceased person back to the living world and resurrect them by binding it to the living person. Afterwards, this jutsu was improved by Orochimaru, and Kabuto brought it to the greatest height of development, but this jutsu, however, had 3 necessary prerequisites. They were: first of all, the DNA of the person to be resurrected was required. If this condition wasn't be satisfied, then there was no way to resurrect, i.e. a piece of human body of intended reincarnated was absolute necessity. Afterwards, a living person was required to use as a sacrifice to become the vessel of the intended reincarnated. The soul of the intended reincarnated must reside in the Pure Land. If the soul was sealed, then it couldn't be summoned. After this jutsu was used, the dust and ash would encase the body of the sacrifice, giving them the same appearance as the reincarnated had before the time of their death. In Edo Tensei, although the jutsu user could restrain their movements, but the soul of reincarnated people could still free themselves if they were greatly stimulated in some emotional way. To prevent this from happening, the jutsu user could implant their control talisman in their brain, and completely wipe out the reincarnated soul's personality, making them have no sense of self, and turning into merely a killing tool. But like this, although the control over the reincarnated soul would strengthen, but they would be less resourceful and they required the attention of summoner for every action, reducing their strength. Furthermore, those person reincarnated with the use of Edo Tensei couldn't be killed with any method. In other words, they obtain immortal body. As far as the understanding of Ren Tianyu, there were only few ways to end this Edo Tensei jutsu. The jutsu caster himself end the technique, on his own accord or forced. This is the most fundamental way to end this jutsu. Sealing the body of reincarnated soul. This can only stop the action of reincarnated soul, but the Edo Tensei jutsu in itself will not end. Remove the soul from the reincarnated body and seal it, such as with Shiki Fujin, sealing jutsu Reaper Death Seal. Then the Edo Tensei jutsu will automatically end. And after the soul itself is sealed, Edo Tensei will not be able to resurrect them again. Such the first Hokage, second Hokage, and so on. If the resurrected person still retains their personality, and had will that is sufficiently strong, then the soul might be able to struggle free from the binding and ascend to heaven. After that the Elo Tensei jutsu will automatically end. Such as Sasori. Seize the control from the jutsu caster, only no method is Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, but the Edo Tensei jutsu in itself isn't ended, and summoning contracts still exist. Such as Uchiha Itachi. If the reincarnated person knows required hand seals of the Edo Tensei jutsu, then they could completely free themselves from the influence of Edo Tensei as well as free themselves from the summoning contract of Edo Tensei. Afterwards, they would be no longer under the control of jutsu user. Such Uchiha Madara. Thoroughly destroy the physical body of reincarnated soul, only yin-yang style could accomplish it, but what would happen to soul, he didn't know. If the resurrected deceased person is truly revived, only Rinnegan's Rinne Rebirth Jutsu can accomplish this, then Edo Tensei Jutsu would naturally end. Moreover, this Edo Tensei also had a small flaw, and that was, no matter how much skilled one was in this technique, there was no way to make the strength of the reincarnated person achieve their peak strength before their death, can only reach infinitely close. Furthermore, if the gap between the strength of the reincarnated person and the jutsu user was too big, then the jutsu user might not be able to control the reincarnated person, and get himself killed by the reincarnated person. But now Ren Tianyu had already refined the power of Forever Green completely, so his binding power would naturally be very strong. As a result, these reincarnated person would not be able to easily struggle free from his binding. Standing on a mountain peak, the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu spun rapidly. Then, along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, two human figures appeared in front of Ren Tianyu. Two middle-aged men with ferocious-looking face and wearing cotton clothes knelt on the ground in front of Ren Tianyu. Right now their hands were tied behind them, and their eyes didn't have any spirit. These living sacrifices, from the time they were sucked into the Kamui space, they had been under the illusion of Ren Tianyu, so there was no resistance. Ren Tianyu walked to that relatively big-build middle-aged bandit, then stretching his hand, he directly twisted his neck, ending his sinful life. Shortly afterwards, Ren Tianyu took out a kunai, and directly stabbed the chest of this dead middle-aged bandit. Along with Puchi sound, red blood splashed in all direction from his body. And Ren Tianyu exerted some strength in the kunai and took out a piece of bloody flesh on the tip of kunai. Well, the DNA is ready. Looking at the bloody flesh on kunai, Ren Tianyu muttered. Yes, Ren Tianyu wanted to reincarnate this bandit in front of him first, as now was only an experiment, so how could he take chances with those precious corpses of experts? Now it's time to use this fellow as an offering to summon the deceased. Ren Tianyu slowly thought. He naturally understood the formula of Edo Tensei perfectly. So, he walked to that remaining bandit who was the sacrifice, and not far away from him, he began to make a series of hand seals quickly. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Along with the hand seals of Ren Tianyu, huge black-colored mysterious formula appeared on the ground in front of him, then rapidly spread to that sacrifice bandit. And in the middle location of this formula, 4 blank circles appeared. And in these circles, Edo Tensei, these 4 large characters appeared. Shortly afterwards, Ren Tianyu clapped his hand together, then along with the circulation of chakra within his body, he lightly said, Kochios Edo Tensei. Summoning Jutsu Reanimation. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, suddenly white light rose from the body of that sacrifice bandit, then countless dust and ash that appeared from the formula on the ground encased the body of this bandit. Along with the appearance of dust and ash, this bandit sobered up from the illusion, then gave out a horrible shriek in pain. After the dust and ash disappeared, this sacrifice bandit's appearance had already changed into the appearance of the bandit that had died just a moment ago. This is? Feeling he could breathe fresh air again, and difference within his body, this resurrected bandit involuntarily exclaimed in surprise. Never thought I would succeed in my first try. Don't tell me that it is not difficult to learn this Edo Tensei Jutsu? Seeing he had successfully resurrected a person, Ren Tianyu exclaimed in surprise within his heart. But Ren Tianyu didn't think about these matters for the time being, rather walked forward, and then implanted a talisman into his head. After that he wiped out his personality, making him merely a killing tool without any thoughts. After doing this, Ren Tianyu controlled this reincarnated person for experiment, and made him use his strongest attack move. Several minutes later, Ren Tianyu understood a number of things from his experiment and his own conjecture. According to his conjecture, the reason why this Edo Tensei Jutsu was used by only a few number of people in Naruto world was because most of the people basically didn't know the method to use this Edo Tensei Jutsu. Thinking about it, the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf weren't idiots. They naturally were clear about the might of this Edo Tensei, as this jutsu user could create a group of powerful immortal army, just like Kabuto, who had created that luxurious lineup where the boss-level characters of Naruto were resurrected. So the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf might have strictly controlled this jutsu. And at that time's third Hokage might have felt that this jutsu defied the heaven and blasphemed the soul of deceased, so decided to forbid anyone from studying this jutsu. And this jutsu might have been accidentally discovered by Orochimaru before he defected, and learnt it. And as a faithful aide of Orochimaru, Kabuto also naturally learnt this jutsu. But although this Edo Tensei Jutsu was easy to learn, it however was very difficult to master. After experimenting the strength of the resurrected person just now, he discovered that although this resurrected person had Great Swords Master rank strength before his death, but now after resurrecting, he could merely display the attack strength of Great Swordsman rank at most, falling nearly 2 great rank. Just like that time, when Orochimaru planned to destroy Hidden Leaf, those Grand First Hokage Senju Hazarama, who was known as God of Shinobi, and Second Hokage Senju Tobarama were unexpectedly sealed by Third Hokage. At that time when Ren Tianyu had seen this, he'd felt a burst pain in the ass. Thinking about it now, it seems Orochimaru might have just mastered this Edo Tensei at that time, and was insufficiently skilled in it, so after First Hokage and Second Hokage were resurrected by Edo Tensei, their actual strength was very low compared to their actual strength before their death. As a result, this old fellow Third Hokage was able to seal both First Hokage and Second Hokage. And now Ren Tianyu was in similar state. He was very far from being sufficiently skilled in this Edo Tensei Jutsu, so he still needs more practice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Returning to Demon World. Returning to Demon World. Although all of these were only the conjecture of Ren Tianyu on the basis of his understanding of Naruto, but facts were very likely to be this case. Now that, currently he was not very skilled in using Edo Tensei, he basically couldn't achieve his purpose. Ren Tianyu stood up, and with a thought, a wooden coffin appeared beside that reincarnated test product. Then this reincarnated person withdrew inside that wooden coffin. After that, the coffin lid closed firmly, and slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. Must train harder to strengthen myself, as now there is not much time left. Moreover, before the arrival of Demon Clan, must master this jutsu, then awaken Rinnegan, accomplish the promise of Tower of Babel, and obtain Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, Tower of Babel. Ren Tianyu slowly thought. He wanted to complete so many things that this 1.5 year time limit was very tight. Afterwards, Ren Tianyu engrossed himself in training Edo Tensei, as well as training a number of secret skills to strengthen his strength. Roughly after half a year, when there was only less than 1 year time left for the invasion of Demon Clan, yesterday, a shocking matter happened in the Divine Wind Continent, which was the 100 clans came into the world. Yesterday, the clan head of 100 clans came out in open with their powerful momentum one after another, and declared their return to the Divine Wind Continent. Holy Sword Clan, Elven Clan, Death Clan, Heavenly Wind Clan, Featherman Clan, Beastman Clan, Bone Spirit Clan, each and every clan formally broke their seal and declared their return, and the people of 100 clans formally stepped into Divine Wind Continent starting yesterday. One might well say now Divine Wind Continent was very lively. But Ren Tianyu however understood that the declaration of 100 clans about their return was equivalent to confirming the matter of Demon Clan's invasion a year later. And this was done to prepare themselves for the invasion of Demon Clan of a year later. And regardless of hatred between them, for the sake of their homeland, every one of them would go to fight this bloody battle together, as all of them after all were similarly living in this same Divine Wind Continent. Just like the war of 30,000 years ago. And at this moment, after unceasingly training for half a year, Ren Tianyu had already mastered Edo Tensei Jutsu. And with Edo Tensei Jutsu thoroughly mastered, all those corpses of experts he had collected before had already changed into his pawns. Moreover, in this period of this time, Ren Tianyu used 7.44 million system points to exchange few things. This time, one might well say that Ren Tianyu was betting all his hard-earned savings. Everything was for the sake of that eternal dark night on the body of that thousand eyes evil beast of Demon World. If he could obtain this eternal dark night and gave it to system, then he would definitely obtain enough system points to exchange Rinnegan. Yes, currently the primary goal of Ren Tianyu was not that Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, Tower of Babel, rather that eternal dark night on the body of that thousand eyes evil beast. That was because currently he was uncertain with regarding to the true might of Tower of Babel. Moreover, it was still unknown whether he could make it recognize him as its master or not. So Ren Tianyu made eternal dark night as his first target. But he was also clueless with regarding to Thousand Eyes evil beast, and he also didn't know whether he could deal with it or not, but this time Ren Tianyo's goal was not to kill it, rather just seizing the eternal Dark Knight. But he however has to be careful of this person Yao Rao, as her strength would be the real threat this time around. But Ren Tianyu however couldn't consider everything. Now he can only put his all into the fight. Furthermore, till now, White Tiger and others still hadn't returned, but even if they had returned, he'd not have let them follow him to Demon World. This person Yao Rao was truly too dangerous, even he might not necessarily hold up against her, let alone White Tiger and others. Today Ren Tianyu stood on the top of a mountain peak, and just at this moment, information from his clone he had dispatched earlier came to his mind. Then he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of unceasingly spinning eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. All the preparation is complete, it's time to take action. Along with his voice, his body changed into a blur and disappeared from there. At the same time, in the Demon Emperor city of Demon World, Yao Rao suddenly felt the barrier of Demon World was broken again, which meant someone sneaked into her Demon World. Never thought that after I let you leave last time, you still dare to come here again. Do you really think that my Demon World is a place where you can come and go as you please? Finished speaking, Yao Rao slowly changed into a purple-colored mist and disappeared from that place. And in the sky above Endless Abyss, the figure of Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared. Using the space coordinate of Hiratian, he had directly broken through the space barrier and appeared right outside the seal of Endless Abyss. Standing in the mid-air, Ren Tianyu looked at that huge seal ahead. Then along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple, he disappeared from there. And inside the seal of Endless Abyss, along with the space ripple, Ren Tianyu appeared. After that he indifferently looked down at that underneath abyss that looked as if it could swallow everything. At that moment, a terrifying roar came from inside the underneath abyss, and huge sound waves reverberated through entire Endless Abyss. Shortly afterwards, huge silhouette flew out from inside the abyss, and the huge figure of Thousand Eyes evil beast appeared before Ren Tianyu. Ha, didn't expect you brat to return here again, this time I will definitely catch you alive. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Thousand Eyes evil beast roared excitedly. It had never thought that Ren Tianyu would unexpectedly come here once again, this made it see hope of getting out from this seal, so this time he would definitely not give Ren Tianyu an opportunity to flee. Thousand Eyes evil beast, you should have already realized that if I want to run then you are powerless to stop me. So if you just give me that eternal Dark Knight, then I can help you to get out of this seal. Looking at Thousand Eyes evil beast before him, Ren Tianyu slightly frowned and said, Brat, this eternal Dark Knight is hard to come by dark element treasure even within all these 3,000 realms, so do you think that I will hand it over to you this easily? Hearing Ren Tianyu mentioning about eternal Dark Knight, Thousand Eyes evil beast loudly said, If you want something, then you must pay relevant price. Although you are very powerful, and this eternal Dark Knight is also a rare heavenly treasure, but you however are sealed here forever, never being able to take a single step outside this endless abyss. Ren Tianyu fearlessly confronted Thousand Eyes evil beast. If he really want to leave then it basically couldn't prevent him from leaving. So if you want me to help you get out from this seal, then you must give me that eternal Dark Knight first. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Thousand Eyes evil beast became silent, indeed, although this eternal Dark Knight was rarely seen treasure, but he however was sealed here for all day long. This seal was set up by Yao Rao using the universe boundary divine artifact of Demon World as well as the power of this entire Demon World realm, so it was basically unable to break it. But Thousand Eyes evil beast however thought of another point, which was, first he would give this eternal Dark Knight to Ren Tianyu, then after using him to get out of this seal, instantly kill him with a sudden attack. Afterwards, eternal Dark Knight would still be its. Fine, I can give you eternal Dark Knight, but how can you make me believe you that after you get eternal Dark Knight, you will help me to get out? After thinking the countermove, Thousand Eyes evil beast said to Ren Tianyu, I have no assurance, now I can only say that you have no choice but trust me in this matter. Because only I have the ability to take you out of the seal, moreover I do not need to deceive you. Fine, I will give you eternal Dark Knight first, I hope you will keep your promise and take me out of this seal. Thousand Eyes evil beast thought for a moment and said, That's given. Ren Tianyu slowly said with a smile on his face. But just at that time, a voice which both Ren Tianyu and Thousand Eyes evil beast had never expected resounded, Never thought your guts was this big, unexpectedly not only you return back to my demon world once again, moreover you also want to release Thousand Eyes evil beast. Along with this voice, a purple-colored radiance suddenly appeared in the sky, then a figure of a person appeared in midair. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Kodama Raisin Shuriken. Kodama Raisin Shuriken, Massive Rasen Shuriken. Ren Tianyu and Thousand Eyes evil beast simultaneously looked up towards the sky. And in the sky, along with the dissipation of purple-colored radiances, Yao Rao's that attractive beautiful figure appeared. Roar, damn demon empress, you actually dared to appear in front of me, I will devour you alive. It is because of you, I am sealed here for such a long time. After seeing the figure of Yarao and sensing that familiar aura, Thousand Eyes evil beast instantly exploded with violent rage, and its body released boundless stifling aura, which rapidly spread in all direction, causing the surrounding space to emit a creaking sound as if it would scatter at any time. Sensing that stifling aura, Ren Tianyu emitted a purple ash-colored lightning spark blocking this oppressive aura. But as for Yarao above, she completely ignored this powerful aura of Thousand Eyes evil beast. Thousand Eyes evil beast, inside this seal, you have no chance to win against me. Looking at angry Thousand Eyes evil beast, Yarao coldly snorted in disdain. Shortly afterwards, a purple-colored energy ball flew out from her body. This energy ball emitted an unusually evil purple aura. Not good. Seeing that purple energy ball, the pupils of Ren Tianyu shrunk firmly, as he instantly knew this was bad. Last time when he was fighting against Yarao, he however had clearly seen that Yarao had precisely used the energy of this purple energy ball to completely seal the space. He didn't want same thing to happen here, so he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu to leave the seal. And within the seal, seeing that purple energy ball in front of Yarao, Thousand Eyes evil beast instantly exclaimed, "This is universe boundary divine artifact, purple Ling dark break." After this purple energy ball appeared, Yarao stretched her right hand's index and middle finger side by side, then softly chanted the incantation. After nearly 5 seconds, huge purple-colored energy chains appeared from the surrounding seals, densely covering the entire space within the seal. And under the control of Yarao, they directly tied up the body of Thousand Eyes evil beast, making it unable to move in midair. Even with its exceedingly high strength, under this energy chains, it was unable to struggle free. After doing all this, Yarao looked at this tied up in midair Thousand Eyes evil beast, and waved her right hand, then that purple-colored crystal ball suddenly changed into a light and flew into the seal, and emitting a large amount of purple energy, it began supplying energy to the seal. "You stay here, after I deal with that human, I'll come back to sort you out." Looking at this trapped Thousand Eyes evil beast, Yarao slowly said with a smile. "Roar, don't run, damn demon empress, quickly release your father." Sensing its body was firmly bound, and it was unable to move even a bit, Thousand Eyes evil beast loudly roared. But Yarao completely ignored the howl of Thousand Eyes evil beast. Then with her body slowly changing into a purple-colored mist, she disappeared from there. And what Yarao didn't notice was, after she left, the ground within the seal slowly loosened. And above the wasteland not far away, the figure of Yarao appeared in front of Ren Tianyu. "Never thought that after fleeing last time, you'd still dare to return here. It seems I cannot show you mercy this time." "Humph, who show mercy towards whom is still not certain." Looking at Yarao who had appeared in front of him, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly without running away, rather quickly began to make a series of hand seals. He wanted to test out how high his current combat strength was. "Fire style, Grand 9 Flame Dragon's formation." Ren Tianyu shouted loudly, taking the lead to make a move. He spat out blazing flame from his mouth which took the form of 9 huge fire dragon and advanced towards Yarao. "Boring cheap trick." Looking at those 9 huge fire dragons flying towards her, a disdain flashed in the eyes of Yarao. She just waved her right hand, and majestic purple-colored energy changed into a huge purple-colored energy barrier in front of her, firmly blocking this fire-style ninjutsu. After that, both hands brandishing purple-colored energy thread, Yarao formed a purple-colored 6-edged star in front of her, then she pointed at this purple-colored 6-edged star with her right hand's index finger. After that, this purple-colored 6-edged star suddenly changed into a huge 6-pointed star and advanced towards Ren Tianyu. "Go, 6-edged purple baleful formation." Seeing that huge purple-colored 6-edged star rushing towards him, Ren Tianyu shouted loudly and simultaneously began to quickly make a series of hand seals. Then Shadow Clone appeared beside him, and this Shadow Clone released large amount of wind-attributed chakra in his right hand. "Do you think same trick will work against me again?" Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, ear-piercing sharp sound resounded throughout the entire horizon. A super-huge wind-attributed energy shuriken appeared in the right hand of Ren Tianyu. Along with this, the appearance of this shuriken in his right hand, the Shadow Clone also changed into white smoke and disappeared due to the exhaustion of chakra. "Go, Futon Kodama Raisin Shuriken." "Wind style, massive Rasen Shuriken." Ren Tianyu shouted loudly, and directly threw this huge Rasen Shuriken. The extremely powerful cutting power of Rasen Shuriken directly sliced that huge purple-colored 6-edged star into 2 halves, and these 2 halves changed into purple-colored energy and dissipated in the air. And as for Rasen Shuriken, without losing any of its strength, it rapidly advanced towards Yarao, as if it wanted to slice her into 2 halves. Looking at this huge Rasen Shuriken, Yarao slightly frowned. Even she felt danger sensing the energy being emitted from this Rasen Shuriken. And now it was already too late for her to dodge, because she was too close to Ren Tianyu. With no other choice, Yarao rapidly brandished her hands, and the purple-colored energy formed a seal formula in front of her chest, while simultaneously chanting the incantation. And along with the rapid surge of energy, 12 purple-colored rhombus shield formed in front of her. And purple-colored energy runes were depicted above these purple-colored shields, and those runes were emitting powerful purple-colored energy. Purple defense. Yarao softly spat out 2 words, and those purple energy shields suddenly rose above the head of Yarao, then emitted purple-colored light screen, guarding all around Yarao. And just then, the Rasen shuriken directly collided against this light screen, and suddenly loud ear-piercing sound reverberated in the sky. And Yarao poured her powerful purple-colored energy from within her body to maintain this purple defense. And just at that time, Tian, who was standing at a distant point, softly spat out 1 word, explode. Along with the voice of Tian, Rasen shuriken suddenly exploded with a bang, and large explosion engulfed the surroundings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, Miserable Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Miserable Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Along with the voice of Tian, that massive Rasen shuriken exploded with a bang. And with that hong loud explosion sound, a huge explosion storm engulfed everything within the surroundings of 10 li in radius. Boundless storm wreaked havoc in the center of this explosion, and the powerful winds and waves blew away huge rocks in all direction. After the explosion stopped, one could see a huge crater on the surrounding engulfed by the explosion, and huge rocks were scattered around this crater, fully displaying the might of Tian's move. And in the center of this crater, a purple radiance was shining. After this purple radiance dissipated, the figure of Yarao appeared in that place. This moment, other than slightly rapid breathing, she was completely unscathed. Never thought that even this move is unable to injure her. It seems I was still underestimating Yarao's strength. Seeing unscathed Yarao, the heart of Tian slightly tightened, and sighing, he muttered. As a matter of fact, what Tian didn't know was, just now Yarao had already used her origin power, otherwise it was impossible for her to be unscathed under the attack of this massive Rasen shuriken. It seems, I truly underestimated you. As it now seems you, however, are qualified to fight against me. I hope your strength is able to satisfy me. Yarao floated in the air, then looking at the destroyed land all around her, she said to Tian. Shortly afterwards, she quickly made a hand signs, and powerful purple-colored energy gathered in front of her, forming a mysterious purple-colored runes. Seeing the strange state of Yarao, the heart of Tian tightened, then he immediately prepared himself to defend at any time. Seal release, purple yuan power, activate. After the energy was gathered, Yarao shouted loudly. Shortly afterwards, that mysterious purple-colored energy runes in front of her changed into a light and entered into the body of Yarao. Then, as if caught a disintegrating sound coming through the empty space, the aura of Yarao suddenly rose sharply, and large amount of purple-colored energy came out from within her body. This purple-colored energy surrounding the body of Yarao increasingly became stronger, and finally changing into a towering purple-colored energy pillar, it shot towards the sky. Looking from the distance, it looked just like a purple-colored huge pillar supporting heaven. The powerful energy fluctuation overflowed from this purple-colored light beam spread in all direction, and the surrounding space unexpectedly issued a caca disintegrating sound, and traces of space cracks appeared in the space all around. After roughly 3 minutes, the energy of this purple-colored huge light beam as if whale swallowing water concaved inward, as if something was swallowing it. And after this light beam dissipated, the figure of Yarao slowly appeared from inside before the eyes of Tian. This moment, Yarao had 12 pairs or 24 huge purple-colored wings on her back. And in those purple-colored huge wings which were slowly flapping, a trace of purple-colored lights were circulating. And on the forehead of Yarao, purple-colored magic line had appeared. This magic line, from her left brow along with her left cheek spread to her nose. This purple-colored magic line didn't change the beautiful face of Yarao into ugly, on the contrary added a kind of strange sense of beauty. Right now a purple-colored silk sash revolved around her body which also surrounded her that willowy slender waist, making her look just like an exceptionally gorgeous demon angel. Entering into demonic wing state? Seeing the changes of Yarao, Tian frowned. Although the current Yarao was exceptionally beautiful, but he didn't have time to appreciate this kind of beautiful scenery, as now however was at the moment of life and death. The clone on that side ought to succeed. Now Tian could only hope that the clone he had left behind was successful on his task. On the other side where the seal was located, the body of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was firmly tied up in the midair, and above the seal, that purple-colored crystal ball was continuously emitting a powerful purple-colored energy light, supplying the energy to the seal. Although this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was very powerful, was equally matched with Yarao, and even Yarao didn't have enough strength to kill it, but Universe Boundary Divine Artifact was in the hand of Yarao, Furthermore, now it was sealed within the seal created by this universe boundary divine artifact, so how could it be the opponent of Yaorao? That purple-colored crystal ball floating in the midair was Demon World's universe boundary divine artifact, Purple Ling Dark Break. Purple Ling Dark Break was this Demon World's universe boundary divine artifact. This universe boundary divine artifact helped its owner to cultivate a unique energy source, Purple Yuan Power, which was that purple-colored energy within the body of Yaorao. The might of this Purple Yuan Power was at least 4 times more powerful than the power of other common energy. Furthermore, this Purple Yuan Power had a distinctive characteristic, which was elimination. The power of ordinary energy such as fire, water, wind, lightning, and so on, which were frequently seen, after getting hit by this Purple Yuan Power, would immediately get their power eliminated, then weakening, they would finally disappear. One might well say that the power of this Purple Yuan Power was bane of all the common element power. In the equal level, to contend against the power of Purple Yuan Power, the common element power must use 8 times more power. This shows the might of this Purple Yuan Power. And this supplying Purple Yuan Power was merely a most basic ability of this Purple Ling Dark Break. This divine artifact in itself had powerful strength, and also could help its user to use a number of super strong unique skills. And the most important was this Purple Ling Dark Break could grant user the power of realm. This power of realm would let user to split open the space at will. Moreover, the space barrier between 2 realms couldn't block their path, as any space barrier was joke in front of a person who possessed the power of realm. Furthermore, this Purple Ling Dark Break was the divine artifact of this demon world, which contains the origin power of the entire demon world, so everything within the demon world was within the grasp of the master of Purple Ling Dark Break. It could be said that, within this demon world, no one could injure Yaorao who possessed this Purple Ling Dark Break, unless you possess strength enough to destroy a realm. And within this seal, after Ren Tianyu and Yaorao left, the soil on the ground slowly loosened, and Ren Tianyu slowly came out from underground. This was the shadow clone Ren Tianyu had left behind before leaving. He had made this shadow clone to hide under the ground in advance, waiting for Yaorao to leave, then begin taking action. This moment, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was tied up in midair without slightest ability to move. And that priceless treasure of dark energy element Eternal Dark Night was still embedded in its forehead. Seeing this, an unusually evil smile appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu, then he immediately flew towards this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Roar, how come you are here, human? Hurry up and help me leave this seal, then I will immediately give you this Eternal Dark Night. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast immediately shouted in pleasant surprise. Even after hearing the yell of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu ignored it, rather directly flew towards the position of Eternal Dark Night, while dodging all those purple-colored thread using Kamui. After arriving at the forehead position of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu firmly looked at that Eternal Dark Night in front of him, and quickly began to make a series of hand seals. Then, along with the ear-piercing sound of birds chirping, powerful lightning appeared in the right hand of Ren Tianyu. Roar, what do you think you are doing, human? Quickly let me out first. Seeing the action of Ren Tianyu, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast instantly had a bad premonition, so it roared loudly. Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, now there is nothing you can do. The Eternal Dark Night is right before my eyes, and is readily available for me, so why should I expend great effort to save you? Hearing the roar of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu sneered. Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu immediately stabbed the forehead of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast with his right hand covered with powerful lightning. Then, along with sprinkle of large amount of black-colored demon blood, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast roared in pain. Ren Tianyu used Chidori to cut open the forehead of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, and directly cut off the flesh where Eternal Dark Night was embedded. After Ren Tianyu withdrew his right hand, and a flesh with black-colored crystal embedded on it from where black-colored demon blood was still flowing out appeared on his hand. After that he used Kamui to absorb it. Roar, wicked human, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Roar! 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 Seeing it had lost Eternal Dark Night, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast emitted powerful black-colored magic mist, and roared towards Ren Tianyu in violent rage. But at that moment, Purple Ling Dark Break emitted a purple-colored magic light which entered into the body of this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, making its energy to disappear instantly. Humph! Seeing this, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly in disdain and sneered. With regarding to this relatively shameless move, Ren Tianyu didn't feel any remorse. Now that he could easily obtain Eternal Dark Night, why was there a need to do a hard but thankless job of letting this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast out from this seal? If one says that for the sake of abiding that agreement of before, he should let out this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, then Ren Tianyu had only one word to say, fart. For strong, his fists is truth, and everything else is just floating clouds. Do you expect an expert standing at a pinnacle to speak reasonably with a lowly loser? What a joke, although it seems it was a little despicable, but this was reality, and this was also the way Ren Tianyu handles his affairs. Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, bye-bye, meet you again at unspecified date. After obtaining Eternal Dark Night, Ren Tianyu waved his hand towards Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, then changing into white smokes, he disappeared from there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, The Scheme of Yaorao. The Scheme of Yaorao. No matter how much Thousand Eyes Evil Beast roared, it was completely powerless to stop Ren Tianyu from leaving from the very beginning. Furthermore, now it was also basically powerless to free itself under the binding of universe boundary divine artifact of Yaorao. On the other side, Ren Tianyu also already knew that his shadow clone had already succeeded, so he don't need to waste any more of his time with Yaorao, now he just need to seize a moment to leave. Looking at Yaorao, who was already in demonic wing state, Ren Tianyu rapidly made a series of hand seals, Tajumokutan Bunshin no Jutsu. Wood style, multi-wood clone jutsu. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, 7 or 8 wooden clone rapidly formed beside him. Then these 7 or 8 wooden clone dashed towards Yaorao in the sky. Humph! Seeing clones were rushing towards her, Yaorao coldly snorted. Then waving her hands, majestic purple yuan power flew out from her body. Shortly afterwards, along with the incantation sound of Yaorao, that energy separated into 4, and rapidly formed a huge barrier in the 4 corner of wooden clones. Destroy for me, purple Ling Tranquil Moon. Seeing the barrier had formed, Yaorao coldly shouted, then rapidly made hand signs. And along with the hand sign of Yaorao, a huge purple-colored energy handprint hit the barrier in front of her. And along with Yaorao's handprint hitting the barrier in front, the barrier suddenly changed. A huge purple-colored crescent moon slowly rose inside the barrier, and large amount of purple-colored energy light from this purple moon illuminated the entire space within this barrier. And when this purple-colored radiance illuminated the entire space within the barrier, those wooden clones in the process of moving suddenly stopped all their motion in midair, then their bodies slowly changed into fine powder and disappeared in the air. And as for Ren Tianyu, after using wood clone just to stall Yaorao, he immediately used Hiraishin no Jutsu to fly away from Demon World to Divine Wind Continent. And after disposing all of those wooden clones, and catching the sight of disappearing figure of Ren Tianyu, she slightly smiled, "You are still very fast at running away." Finished speaking, those 12 pairs of wings behind her slowly withdrew inside her body and disappeared. And those magic lines of her body also slowly disappeared. Treat that Eternal Dark Night of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast as my gift to you. I hope, when I see you again a year later, you have already obtained Tower of Babel, otherwise I don't mind personally destroying you, my pawn at that time, but... After speaking this, Yaorao waved her right hand, and 3 lights flew out from inside her body, and remained in front of her. After this lights dissipated, long sword, silk sash, and mirror appeared in front of her. The light circulating above these things emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. In 100,000 years, never thought that I'd only gather 4 including Purple Ling Dark Break, and I've also wasted 30,000 years in Divine Wind Continent, but this time no matter who stands in my way, it's impossible to stop my step. Finished speaking, Yaorao waved her hand, and those 3 treasures again entered into her body and disappeared. According to the estimated time, Mo Yun, that fellow ought to have already succeeded in Divine Wind Continent. But before that, I have to consider the use of a pawn. Finished speaking, Yaorao looked towards not distant seal of Endless Abyss, and her body slowly disappeared. And what Ren Tianyu, who had already left, didn't know was, his every action was already under the plan of Yaorao. In Divine Wind Continent's isolated island of Endless Ocean, right now Ren Tianyu was sitting cross-legged while passionately looking at that Eternal Dark Night in his hand, which was emitting powerful dark element fluctuation. After a while, he said to the system within his body, "System, how many system points is this Eternal Dark Night worth?" Because a portion of energy of this Eternal Dark Night was already absorbed by Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, now it can be exchanged with only 70 million system points. The voice of system resounded in the brain of Ren Tianyu. "That's good, I will give this Eternal Dark Night to you to absorb, help me exchange it into system points." Hearing he could exchange it for 70 million system points, Ren Tianyu impatiently said to the system within his body, "Okay." After hearing Ren Tianyu, the system within his body replied. Then large amount of golden light came out from within his body, which covered that Eternal Dark Night in the right hand of Ren Tianyu. Instantly that Eternal Dark Night changed into a black-colored radiance and was devoured by that golden light. After that the golden light also disappeared from the surface of Ren Tianyu's body. Roughly after 5 minutes, system voice resounded within his body, "Absorption of Eternal Dark Night complete, congratulations to host, you obtained 70 million system points." Hearing the voice of system, Ren Tianyu relaxed slightly. Only after this Eternal Dark Night really changed into his system points did he finally relax. Shortly afterwards, Ren Tianyu opened the exchange interference of the system within his mind, and looked at exchanging Rinnegan option. Rinnegan, it is the ultimate form of Sharingan, originated from six paths Jujutsu, possessing remarkable ability of controlling yin-yang, and controlling six paths. The owner of Rinnegan could either possess the ability of creation god, or possess the ability of exterminating life of destruction god. The owner of Rinnegan would simultaneously possess six kind of chakra nature, learn super strong abilities, and became proficient in all mainstream ninjutsu. Just like Nagato of that time, under the guidance of Jiraiya, he quickly grasped the nature change of six chakra nature. Summing up, all-encompassing was one of the embodiment of Rinnegan's divine ability. Ra has six nature written on it. I think it's five main element and yin-yang making it six. Only my guess though. Furthermore, Rinnegan had super strong memorizing ability. Rinnegan could memorize everything including ninjutsu, incident, person's characteristics, and so on. And as long as Rinnegan come into contact with any person, Rinnegan would memorize his strength and weakness, and apply them in future battles. Furthermore, Rinnegan still had ability of seven paths. The owner of Rinnegan could use all jutsu, and also use chakra to control corpse to use the ability of one path. Tendo, Deva path, Shirato, Asura path, Ninjendo, human path, Chikashoto, animal path, Gakido, Preta path, Jigakudo, Naraka path, and Geto, outer path. These seven paths ability were most probably seen by all the people who had watched Naruto, but these were merely seven paths most basic ability. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Tendo, Deva path possess Bansho Tenin, Universal Pull, Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push, and Chibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation, these three extremely powerful dojutsu. And that moon in the world of Naruto world was created by Sage of Six Path using Chibaku Tensei to seal the body of Ten-tailed beast. Ninjendo, human path can read the memory and thoughts of other people, then extract the soul of other people, usually used to gather intelligence. Also can withstand powerful taijutsu, as once was able to block the attack under Sage mode with one hand. Shirato, Asura path like cyborg, have weapons within the body will become machinery, can carry a large number of weapons within the body will have 3 heads and 6 arms, and waist will have a blade-like tail. Chikashoto, animal path basically can only use summoning jutsu. Summoning beasts, can summon a large number of different summoning beasts. Also can summon other pains. Zofuku Kuchios no Jutsu, self-replication summoning jutsu, he summons a dog-like summoning beast, which can split apart when struck. Gakido, Preta path can absorb any jutsu of any attribute attack and any chakra, including Senjutsu chakra. Devour, absorbs chakra attack of any attribute. Fujitsu Kyuin, jutsu absorption after the opponent is caught, their chakra is forcibly absorbed. Jigakudo, Naraka path can summon Yama, the king of hell, and repair the corpses, but it seems it needs to absorb human soul as a price. Judgment, after catching hold of the opponent's throat, summon Yama, the king of hell, then Yama, the king of hell would make these opponents to lose their combat strength and consciousness. After that Yama, the king of hell would consume their soul if they tell a lie. Simultaneously Yama, the king of hell also has the ability to repair other destroyed pain. For instance, after Shirato, Asura path, was eaten up by Yama, the king of hell, it was completely restored, possibly by injecting chakra and repairing the body. Because 6 paths were dead body, there is no question about resurrection. And Geto, outer path, controls over Rinna Tensei no Jutsu, Sasara of heavenly life technique. But according to the guess of Rin Tianyu, the abilities of Rinnegan would be different according to the person's ability who awakened Rinnegan, and they would also awaken their unique dojutsu. Rin Tianyu looked at the exchange system interface's Rinnegan exchange interface, and lightly said towards system, help me exchange Rinnegan. Okay, exchanging Rinnegan requires 15 million system points, and it is fully deducted. Upgrading to Rinnegan, during this time, please close your eyes. If you open your eyes and any accidents occurs, then system will not be responsible for it. Hearing Rin Tianyu, the voice of the system resounded in the mind of Rin Tianyu. Shortly afterwards, huge power flowed towards his eyes from his mind. And after hearing system, Rin Tianyu, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock, closed his eyes. He already had experience of upgrading his Sharingan few times, so this time Rin Tianyu was able to withstand the pain he suffered while upgrading to Rinnegan. Time passed second after second, and roughly after 3 hours of time, the pain he was feeling disappeared, and was replaced by cool and refreshing sensation, making him feel like a flying immortal, and he wanted to sink in this feeling forever. Just then, the voice of system resounded inside his mind, exchanging Rinnegan complete. After deducting 50 million system points, now host has 24.3 million system points left. After hearing the voice of system, Rin Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, and ripple pattern that spreads over the purple eyeball appeared. The instant these eyes appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of scattering under the power of these eyes. Is this the power of Rinnegan? Feeling that boundless eye power in his eyes, Rin Tianyu thought aloud. After Rinnegan was awakened, Ren Tianyu clearly understood the difference between the power of Sharingan and Rinnegan. No, this was a qualitative difference. First, no need to talk about the difference of dojutsu, merely eye power alone was already in different dimension. Very good, finally I exchanged Rinnegan, now even if it is Yaorao herself, I've enough strength to directly confront her in a battle. Ren Tianyu firmly clutched his right hand into fist, while shouting loudly within his heart. After awakening Rinnegan, Ren Tianyu looked towards the system's exchange interference, and discovered that above Rinnegan, there however was another higher layer to exchange, but this layer of exchange however was all question marks, even how much system points were required to exchange was unknown. What is this? Could it be that there is still a higher level dojutsu above Rinnegan? Seeing this, Ren Tianyu asked the system. Wait until you became the host of 10-tailed beast, i.e. reach the level of Sage of Sixth Path, then you will know. The voice of system slowly resounded in the mind of Ren Tianyu. Host of 10-tailed beast? That will not happen anytime soon. Ren Tianyu slowly thought, then again recalled the circumstance of Nagato while using Rinnegan. System, using the power of Rinnegan, will I also become like Nagato? Do I have to use my life force to use any large-scale dojutsu? That will not happen. The reason why Nagato had such great side effects when he used Rinnegan is because his eyes in itself was transplanted to him by Uchiha Madara, and that doesn't count as his own eyes. Moreover, this was only possible because Nagato was from Uzumaki clan, and possessed formidable life force. If Rinnegan was transplanted to ordinary person, then that person would die at that instant. System slowly explained to Ren Tianyu. So it's like that. Ren Tianyu nodded his head in understanding. If using Rinnegan would leave him barely alive, then Rinnegan wouldn't be reputed as the most exalted eye amongst the three great dojutsu. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu simply wanted to test the power of Rinnegan, so standing up, he looked towards the boulder not far away, then stretching his right hand towards that rock, Bansho Tenin. Universal pull. Ren Tianyu felt a mysterious power flashing through his Rinnegan, then along with the consumption of a little bit of eye power, that distant boulder suddenly floated and was pulled towards Ren Tianyu with a mysterious power. And as if arrow leaving the bowstring, it shot towards Ren Tianyu. And when this boulder was about to hit him, eye power flashed through his Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. Almighty push. A pang sound resounded. A powerful repulsion suddenly spread in all directions from Ren Tianyu, and that boulder was suddenly hit by this repulsion and scattered into debris in the midair and fell down to the ground. Not bad, this Rinnegan is truly worthy of its reputation of the most exalted eye amongst the three great dojutsu. Its power is really super powerful. Feeling the power of Rinnegan, Ren Tianyu thought aloud. Shortly afterwards, the eyes of Ren Tianyu slowly began to change, slowly changing into eternal Mangekyo form, Kamui. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, he disappeared from that place along with the appearance of spiral-shaped space ripple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Ranking of Experts. Ranking of Experts, according to author. Junior, Fighter, Magician, Illusionist, Ninja not graduated Academy. Intermediate, Fighter, Magician, Illusionist Genin. Senior, Fighter, Magician, Illusionist Chunin. Scholar, Fighter, Magician, Illusionist Chunin. Saint and Deity, Jonin. God's Domain. Low God and Mid God, Elite Jonin. High God and True God, Kage. God King and God Lord, Super Kage. God Emperor, basically Madara and Senju Hazarama's level. Missing Great Saint. Ren Tianyu stayed in this vast ocean for nearly 1 month, getting familiar with the power of his Rinnegan as well as the unique dojutsu that only belonged to him he got after opening Rinnegan. His Rinnegan was evolved from his Sharingan just like that of Uchiha Madara, so under the state of Rinnegan, he could still use Susanoo. Furthermore, thanks to Rinnegan's that boundless eye power, the power of Susanoo was strengthened a step further. But under the state of Rinnegan, he nevertheless was powerless to use the dojutsu of Sharingan. Even Uchiha Madara was also similarly powerless. But he could freely change between Sharingan and Rinnegan. This point completely nullified the impact of previous problem. And when Ren Tianyu was preparing to go to Tower of Babel, White Tiger and others sent him a news. They said they had already came out from the secret realm of 7 great saints' inheritance, and asked him where he was currently at. Hearing this news, Ren Tianyu put down a stone from his heart. Calculating the time, they had gone for nearly 2 years, don't know to what extent their strength had increased. According to the news, at this very moment, they were waiting for him in Sky Fragrant Restaurant of Dark Empire's imperial capital. Hearing this, Ren Tianyu immediately used the Hiratian space coordinate of their body, and used Hiratian no jutsu to teleport beside them. In the Sky Fragrant Restaurant, White Tiger and others were sitting on the table by the window, and were eating dishes. At that time, a blur shadow flashed and instantly appeared beside them. White Tiger, who was in the process of drinking, immediately noticed this blur and pallid light flashed in his eyes. Then, along with click sound of sword unsheathing, his sword instantly slashed towards this blur shadow. I say, White Tiger, we just met and you are greeting me using your sword, isn't that way too cruel? When this sword was about to reach that blur shadow, an incomparably familiar voice came through this blur shadow. Along with this voice, the movement of White Tiger instantly creased abruptly, his sword also stopped in midair, as the figure walking out from this blur shadow was precisely Ren Tianyu. Zero, I thought it was enemy. Seeing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger a little awkwardly said, while showing an apologetic smile on his face. Idiot. Seeing Ren Tianyu, Little Yu, who was sitting on the stool, immediately threw herself into the bosom of Ren Tianyu, and softly yelled. Little Yu, how are you doing in this period of time? Feeling attachment and affectionate from the beauty in his bosom, warmth appeared in the eyes of Ren Tianyu, and placing his right hand on the back of Little Yu, he gently asked. An, very good, merely I missed you. Little Yu nodded her head and softly said. And what Ren Tianyu didn't notice was, Jade Maiden and Vermilion Bird were looking at Ren Tianyu and Little Yu with trace of envy flashing in their eyes. Okay, Little Yu, get up first, everyone is watching. You can be at ease, I will never part with you. Ren Tianyu patted the shoulder of Little Yu, making her straighten up, then together with her, he sat down on empty stool. After sitting down, Ren Tianyu scanned White Tiger and others, and was greatly shocked in his heart. Now White Tiger, Northern Dipper, Southern Dipper, Vermilion Bird, Void and Azure Dragon, these 6 had already reached peak God King realm in strength. Furthermore, Ren Tianyu clearly sensed a huge power within their body. And if this power was to erupt, then their true combat capacity would definitely be comparable to Godlord Realm Expert. But the strength of Little Yu and Jade Maiden was slightly low. Both of them had just stepped into God King realm. As for elder sister Yuer, who had studied ninjutsu, she had already stepped into Kage level. Now Ren Tianyu was really curious about what happened in the secret realm that caused their strength to actually rise this fast. When they had left, the highest level of strength was merely High God realm, that's all, but now all of them had already stepped into Godkind realm. God King realm expert in 20 or so age. If this spread out, then the entire Divine Wind continent would shook, and those so-called genius would also knock themselves to death. After eating the meal, Ren Tianyu, White Tiger, Void, Northern Dipper and Southern Dipper, these 5 were sitting in a room, and were in the process of talking about some things. White Tiger, I see you all should have already inherit the inheritance of 7 great saints successfully. Looking at White Tiger and others, Ren Tianyu said. Yes, after entering the secret realm, we underwent through the trial given by the remnant soul of 7 great saint. I, Void, Northern Dipper, Vermilion Bird, Southern Dipper and Azure Dragon, we 6 have already got the energy source inheritance of 7 great saints. Furthermore, using their power of God-ranked blood lineage, our blood lineage also broke free from the shackles, and evolved into God-ranked blood lineage. White Tiger nodded his head and said. Moreover, in the secret realm, the element power was so dense that it had nearly condensed into liquid state, so cultivating there was at least few dozen times faster than outside, and coupled with our inheritance power, we reached peak God King realm. Northern Dipper slowly added. Oh, it turns out like that. Ren Tianyu nodded his head in understanding and said, but shortly afterwards, he realized something wrong. Northern Dipper, didn't this secret realm possess the inheritance of 7 great saints? So why did only 6 of you obtain the inheritance? What about the final one? Could it be that Jade Maiden and others failed? Yes, thinking about it now, White Tiger said that only 6 people obtained inheritance. Don't tell me that Jade Maiden and other didn't succeed to obtain final inheritance, but... Hearing Ren Tianyu's question, White Tiger and others looked at each other, and finally Southern Dipper opened his mouth. This is precisely where we are suspicious, because in the secret realm, there was only the inheritance of 6 great saints. What? Only 6? Don't tell me that the 7 great saints were only 6 great saints? But that can't be, because if there were only 6 people, then why would everyone call them 7 great saints? Hearing Southern Dipper, Ren Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. No, there certainly were 7 people and 7 great saints. But there indeed was inheritance of only 6 great saints in that secret realm. Only the inheritance of Dark Saint Dark Knight was missing. Southern Dipper shook his head and said. That can't be. Why is the inheritance of 1 great saint missing in that secret realm? Don't tell me that someone had already entered into the secret realm before and obtained the inheritance of Dark Saint? Ren Tianyu confusedly said. No, that is not the case, because no one has ever entered that secret realm before. White Tiger shook his head and slowly said, in the secret realm, there was basically no trace of other people entering before. Moreover, the most strange thing was, inside there was only 6 statue of 7 great saints, there was no statue of Dark Saint. Furthermore, after we obtained the inheritance, other 6 saints' remnant soul appeared, but when we asked about this, they also didn't tell us why there wasn't the inheritance of Dark Saint. This is strange. If no one had entered before and obtained this inheritance, then why this inheritance is missing? Don't tell me that. Ren Tianyu suddenly thought about a possibility, and shocked expression flashed in his eyes. There is only one possibility, that is, this dark saint didn't die 30,000 years ago when they were resisting the demon clan's invasion, and he is very likely to be still living in a certain corner of this world. Northern Dipper completed the conjecture in place of Ren Tianyu. But 30,000 years ago, many strong experts of the continent saw Dark Saint and other 6 saints simultaneously using secret skill to seal the transfer passage of Demon World. Moreover, if he isn't dead, then why hasn't there been any information of him in this continent for so many years? This basically is not normal. Although Ren Tianyu also thought of that possibility, but he also understood that this probability was very low. But there indeed is one less in the inheritance of 7 great saint, and this is the fact. When Southern Dipper was speaking, Ren Tianyu interrupted him, and he saw that Ren Tianyu was pointing towards the door. Seeing the move of Ren Tianyu, Northern Dipper and others immediately looked towards the door, and they instantly sensed indistinct aura fluctuating in front of their door. Show White Tiger directly pulled out his sword and split open the door and ran outside the door. Ren Tianyu and others follow closely behind him. They saw a black shadow dodging the attack of White Tiger, then breaking the window. This black shadow rushed towards outside of Dark Imperial capital. Want to run? It's not that easy. Seeing the figure had already reached far away, Southern Dipper coldly snorted, then he instantly disappeared, leaving behind afterimage, chasing after that figure. It was not easy thing to successfully escape from the hand of lightning speed, Bufong. This is demonic aura. Sensing the lingering aura, Ren Tianyu was surprised, then he immediately said to White Tiger and others, "We should catch him quickly, this person is very like to be a people of Demon Clan." Okay. White Tiger and other answered, then flew out from the window simultaneously, and chased towards the direction of Southern Dipper in high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Invitation Card. Invitation Card. In the capital of Dark Empire, a figure surrounded by a black-colored light suddenly streaked across in the sky, rapidly flying towards outside the city. All people within the city confusedly looked at that flying figure. One should know that flying was forbidden within this capital city, but right now someone was daring to brazenly fly here like this. And at that moment, a star's radiance closely followed behind that shadow, chasing after that front shadow in a very high speed. The speed was so fast that everyone on the scene felt only a blur before their eyes, and this star's radiance had already disappeared from their view. Next, another 5 lights chased after the first 2. This dazzled all the people underneath. They didn't know what had happened before their eyes. Southern Dipper closely followed that shadow in the front, although the speed of that fellow was also not slow and had fled in advance, but compared to the speed of Bufong, his speed was very far away. Not far away above the street outside the city, Bufong almost caught up to this shadow. Seeing he was already about to catch up to the shadow, the eyes of Bufong flashed with pallid lights, then his body immediately changed into a meteor and disappeared. Star Step, Star Transformation. Bufong directly appeared in front of this shadow, then heavily kicked towards the head of this shadow. Pang, the shadow raised his hands and firmly blocked the kick of Bufong. But this one attack also prevented the shadow from escaping. This shadow backflipped several times and landed on a huge tree not far away beside the road. And after blocking this shadow, Bufong also landed on the top of another tree, then folding his hands in front of his chest, he stared at that shadow in front of him. That person was about 1.6 meters in height, and his whole body was covered with loose-fitting black robe, so he was not able to clearly see the appearance of this person. Furthermore, he couldn't even tell whether this person was male or female. And this road beside them was the only path leading to Imperial Capital City, so there was unending numbers of people traveling this road. As a result, after they landed there, soon the street was filled with a number of onlookers. "Who the hell are you? Actually eavesdropping our conversation? I see you are still earnestly holding that black robe to cover your body." Standing on the top of a tree on the tiptoe of his right foot, Bufong coldly said while staring at that mysterious person. "Heh, never thought that with only Peak God King realm strength, you have such fast speed, but what a pity it is that you shouldn't have chased me by yourself." Hearing the question of Bufong, the hoarse voice of that mysterious person transmitted out from under the black robe. "Dress up as God, play the devil." Bufong coldly snorted. And he wanted to attack, but just then, 5 figures flying towards him appeared not far away, precisely where Ren Tianyu and others. All of them encircled this mysterious person to prevent him from fleeing. Dress up as God, play the devil, idiom, equals deliberately mystifying/deceiving people. Didn't expect you all to arrive this quickly, it seems I still look down upon you all. Seeing he was already surrounded, this mysterious person sneered as if he didn't care. "Speak, why were you eavesdropping our conversation?" Furthermore, looking at that mysterious man in black robe, Ren Tianyu coldly asked, "Aren't you a person of demon world?" Haha, you asked me a question, but I am powerless to answer. What's to be done now? Hearing the question of Ren Tianyu as well as sensing the killing intent overflowing from the body of White Tiger and others, this middle-aged man merely smiled coldly and said as if he didn't sense any danger. Acting recklessly. Hearing this middle-aged man, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, then his eyes instantly changed into Rinnegan, then extending his hand towards this mysterious man, Bancho Tenin. Universal pull. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, this middle-aged man suddenly felt great attraction force on his body, then his body was automatically pulled towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. Not good. This mysterious person had never thought that Ren Tianyu actually had such strange move. Unexpectedly, from so far away, his own body was attracted towards him. But before he could react in any way, White Tiger instantly made his move. Along with the sound of sharp sword unsheathing, and all the people on the scene sensing only cold sword light flashing, and White Tiger had already appeared behind that mysterious person. And at the same time, Ren Tianyu also stopped his Bancho Tenin. And this middle-aged person stopped in the midair for a brief moment, then gradually changed into black-colored mist and disappeared. Sure enough, it was a clone. Never thought that this fellow was so crafty. He unexpectedly used clone to probe us first. Seeing this mysterious person had disappeared, Ren Tianyu slowly thought. When he had just caught up to them, his Sharingan had discovered unusualness in his body, coupled with his reaction when he was heavily surrounded. Ren Tianyu had already estimated that this fellow in front of them was not true body. And simultaneously, in a dark mysterious place, a voice suddenly resounded, "Never thought that I was still looking down upon Akatsuki. They unexpectedly discover my clone that quickly, really is not simple. But, because you all are not simple, you all are worth using. I hope after 6 months, you will let us see the desired results." Didn't expect that fellow was unexpectedly a clone. Southern Dipper walked forwards and said, feeling a little bit disappointed. Seeing the disappearance of that middle-aged man, all of them clearly understood that that person was merely a clone. Forget it, let's go back first. Looking at the onlookers around, Ren Tianyu frowned, then said to White Tiger and others. But just then, a voice came from underneath that made Ren Tianyu and others to stop their step. "Don't know if you all are people of Akatsuki?" Looking at Ren Tianyu and others, a middle-aged person among the onlookers asked. Along with the voice of middle-aged man, everyone in the crowds began to talk in whisper. They had never thought that they would run into the people of Akatsuki here. "Yes, we are, so?" Ren Tianyu nodded his head. With current strength of Akatsuki, there was nothing he was afraid of, so he didn't deny it. "That's truly great, I've been looking everybody for a while." Hearing Ren Tianyu confirming it, that middle-aged man excitedly said. Right now his face revealed an excited smile. "Searching us?" Ren Tianyu curiously asked. He didn't recognize this person at all. "Yes, I am from Shadow Clan. After 7 days, Light Empire will be holding a distinguished gathering. For that, invitation cards were issued to all the powerful people in the continent to invite them to join this gathering. Because of our Shadow Clan's peculiar blood lineage, we are responsible to deliver the invitation cards. But Sire and others appear and disappear unpredictably, and there was no fixed place, so even after searching everybody for nearly 3 months, I was not able to find. As a result, I could only give up. But never thought that I'd encounter everybody here, truly lucky. Finished speaking, this middle-aged man took out a golden invitation card and threw it to Ren Tianyu. This is invitation card. At that time, if everybody has time, there is no harm in attending. I think that will not disappoint any of you. Many thanks, we know this matter, at that time, we'll definitely be there. After looking at the content of the invitation card, surprise flashed in the eyes of Ren Tianyu, then said to that middle-aged man. That being the case, then I'll take my leave. Finished speaking, that middle-aged man slowly merged into his own shadow and disappeared. Let's go, we'll talk about this after returning. Ren Tianyu waved his hand towards White Tiger and others, and said, then flew towards Dark Imperial Capital. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Who said we Akatsuki will not come? Who said we Akatsuki will not come? When they returned to the restaurant, Vermilion Bird and others were already waiting for their return. Just now when White Tiger had cut apart the door, the activity sound was not small at all. Not only Vermilion Bird and other were alerted, even the owner of the Sky Fragrant restaurant was alarmed. The owner of this Sky Fragrant restaurant was a middle-aged female elf. When she saw that exquisite door of a room was chopped into splinters, black lines appeared on her that beautiful forehead, and involuntarily thought, are these fellows guests or bandits? Do they need to cut open the door to enter? But fortunately, Jade Maiden gave a sum of money to the owner of Sky Fragrant Restaurant as a compensation, moreover assured that hereafter such thing will not happen, and also explained that this happened because her friend was at a critical juncture of cultivation, and now everything is under control. After returning to Sky Fragrant Restaurant, Ren Tianyu and his group of 10 entered inside a room. After that, Ren Tianyu took out that golden invitation card and said to everyone, "This is the invitation card given to me by a person of Shadow Clan when we were returning. He said after 7 days, Light Empire is having a distinguished gathering and they invite us to join, but I guess that the main purpose of this gathering is to prepare for the impending invasion of the Demon Clan. That should be the case. According to my calculation, every big forces of this continent as well as our 100 clans ought to have communicated already at an earlier time. And the purpose of this time's gathering should be to announce their decision as well as policy for the time of Demon Clan invasion to the entire continent." White Tiger nodded his head and said, "Zero, don't you think that mysterious person appeared today seemed a little fishy?" At that moment, Void asked to Ren Tianyu, "So you also noticed, as expected of your Death Clan, with regarding to sensing aura, you are extraordinary." Hearing Void, Ren Tianyu lightly smiled, then said to Void, "What's going on? What are you two talking about, Zero? How come we are unable to make sense of what we are hearing, ah?" Hearing the irrelevant talk between Void and Ren Tianyu, Northern Dipper couldn't help but confusedly asked, "As a matter of fact, I noticed that black-robed man was not Demon Clan, rather was a human." Ren Tianyu said slowly, "What? Human? How is that possible? Zero, didn't you say that he emitted powerful demonic chi from his body? How can a human possess demonic chi?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, White Tiger couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "I also don't understand this point, but he is indeed a human, because with my eyes, I clearly saw an aura belong to human on his body." Ren Tianyu pointed at his eyes and said, "Then how did you notice it, Void?" All the people on the scene knew the might of Ren Tianyu's Sharingan, but how did Void also notice it? Because of chi. We Death Clan are particularly sensitive to people's aura. When I just discovered that mysterious person, I felt strange. His body was full of powerful Demon Clan's aura, but this demonic chi was spread all over the place from around his body, was not emitting from within his body. And under this powerful demonic chi, there however was hidden very weak human aura. And in the beginning I thought that was my misconception." Void slowly explained his discovery. "So it was like that." Hearing the explanation of Void, everyone nodded their head, but inwardly they however became alert towards that mysterious person. It seems like he had appeared outside their door for no apparent reason, but they knew that this shows that their whereabouts was under his grasp. Well, don't think about it. No matter what scheme he have, you all only needs to remember, before absolute strength, any crafty plots and machinations are joke, nothing more. Ren Tianyu consoled. "Now take a rest everyone, and prepare yourself to go to the Holy Light Hill of Light Empire after 7 days to join the distinguished gathering." "Okay." White Tiger and others answered, then everybody left, leaving behind only Ren Tianyu and Little Yu. These two had not seen each other for more than a year, so seeing this time, they naturally were burning with passion. 7 days passed very quickly. In Holy Light Hill of Light Empire, there was already a huge crowds of people early in the morning. Holy Light Hill was the symbol of Light Palace, where more than 80 experts of Light Palace resides. At the top of this mountain, there was a square built with white jade. And in front of this square, hundreds of seats were placed, and right now those seats were almost full. And on the square, numerous all kind of races of Divine Wind Continent were standing. There were beautiful Elven Clan, powerful Holy Sword Clan, having a number of magical beasts, Straight Saints Clan, emitting powerful Death Chi from all over, Bone Spirit Clan, and human forces. Dark Dynasty, Illusory Shrine, Flame Phoenix Villa, nearly all of them were present, but since Shaman Clan and Magic Domain were already destroyed, they were not here. Elderly, did all the people arrive? In the seat of the front, a man wearing golden priest robe asked white-robed bishop standing behind him. Reporting to Brilliant, basically all the people have already arrived. That white-robed bishop answered to that middle-aged man wearing golden priest robe. This person was Light Palace's Brilliant of this generation, the leader of Light Palace. As the organizer of this distinguished gathering, Light Palace naturally would sit at the front and lead the gathering. It seems all people haven't arrived. As far as I know, the people of Akatsuki have yet to arrive. Just then, Flame Phoenix Villa's Villa Mistress Feng Yunmeng opened her mouth. Indeed, I don't see the people of Akatsuki. At that time, you all decided to send invitation card to the people of Akatsuki. I don't know whether this invitation card was delivered or not. Elf Queen of Elf Clan also opened her mouth. The invitation card has already reached the hands of Akatsuki's leader Zero. According to the report of my clansman, 7 days ago, in the capital of Dark Empire, one of my clansmen luckily encountered people of Akatsuki, at that he handed over the invitation card to them. The clan head of Shadow Clan said. Shadow Clan, one of the 100 clans, possess the ability to control shadow. Furthermore, they can let their body hide inside their own shadow using vanishing without shadow secret skill, and also can ignore this world's any barrier and seals. They had already received the invitation card 7 days ago, and within 7 days, even a weak people can arrive here without rushing. I think they didn't want to participate. At that time, a middle-aged man said. The most noticeable thing of this middle-aged man was his eyes. His eyeballs were deep red in color, which gave people a kind of powerful pressure. What Akatsuki organization? At that time we shouldn't have invited them. Brilliant, you should begin the gathering without wasting any more time. Who said our organization will not come? Just then, an indifferent voice suddenly resounded throughout the square. Shortly afterwards, under the surprised gaze of everyone, suddenly a huge spiral-shaped space ripple appeared in the space not far away in the front. Then a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe with red clouds imprinted on it stepped out from this spiral-shaped space ripple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, Allied Force. Allied Force. Who said we Akatsuki will not come? After that middle-aged man had just spoken, an indifferent voice suddenly resounded throughout the square, attracting the attention of everyone present. After that, the space above the square not too far away from them suddenly distorted, and a huge spiral-shaped space ripple appeared before the eyes of everyone. And in the center position of this spiral space ripple, a huge space black hole appeared. Shortly afterwards, 10 people wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it and putting on a bamboo hat on their head suddenly appeared there along with this space ripple. Space Magician. Seeing the method of appearing on the scene of Ren Tianyu and others, those on the scene who didn't know them suddenly exclaimed, and everyone began to talk in whisper one after another. This kid still loves to be in the limelight like this. Seeing Ren Tianyu and others, Feng Yunming smiled and shook her head while thinking helplessly. Elf Queen, who had interacted with Ren Tianyu once, also looked at Ren Tianyu and his group full of interest. She was quite curious about this youngster who had once made her vexed. Ren Tianyu stood on the square and slowly raised his head. Then everyone on the scene clearly saw that young face as well as that scarlet-colored Sharingan eyes in the process of spinning continuously hidden underneath the bamboo hat. When they saw those eyes, everyone present felt their eyes blurring, as if they were sinking into boundless illusion, making them unable to extricate themselves. This caused all the people present to hastily circulate the energy within their body to free themselves from this illusion. After that, they immediately look away from the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu. Great eyes. These words appeared in the minds of all the people present. But lucky for them, Ren Tianyu basically hadn't used the illusion of Sharingan. This was merely a power that was automatically emitted by the Sharingan of Ren Tianyu after it was evolved to the extreme limits. I think we, Akatsuki, aren't late to arrive. Looking at everyone present, he slowly said while his eyes emitting a powerful eye power. Brilliant, it was this man that destroyed the plan of previous Holy Maiden, rescued Bufeng as well, took away Chu Qian. Do you want us? That white-robed Bishop of Light Temple said to Brilliant sitting in the front. Don't be impatient, this Akatsuki organization has never shown its full strength, and we also don't know how strong their strength truly is. In this circumstance of not knowing the strength of opponent, rashly raising our hands is bad action. Brilliant shook his head, disagreeing this white-robed bishop's suggestion. Although last time Ren Tianyu had destroyed their Light Palace's plan, by taking away the Holy Maiden whom they had settled on with great difficulty, but recalling that space magic as well as that demonic scarlet eyes that terrified the heart of people, his heart was unexpectedly filled with chilliness. He had already reached peak God King realm in strength, but he unexpectedly was so scared by the mere gaze of a person that he didn't dare to raise his hand against him. If this was to spread out, then no one would dare to believe it. Moreover, the invasion of Demon Clan is right around the corner. If we still have such internal strife, then perhaps this time Divine Wind Continent will no longer exist in the future. He was a person who had luckily survived the Great War that had swept across the entire Divine Wind Continent 30,000 years ago. He could never forget those days. Countless experts continuously died, land sunk, and the entire population of Divine Continent instantly declined to 1/3 or so. And at that time, the entire atmosphere was filled with boundless blood. He had truly experienced the strength of Demon Empress. He had personally seen a single move of Demon Empress exterminating 3 million's military squadron. The life of 3 million human thoroughly disappeared at that instant. Their strength and the strength of Demon Empress was basically on a different dimension. Finally, the joint one attack of strongest people of Divine Wind Continent, 7 great saints after igniting their god-rank blood lineage and burning their life was finally able to break the defense of Demon Empress and severely injure her, forcing her to flee back to Demon World. Now after 30,000 years of recuperation, the strength of Divine Wind Continent had gradually restored, but even so, there still wasn't anyone strong enough to deal with this Demon Empress. Finished speaking, Brilliant stood up and said to Rin Tianyu, "Naturally you aren't late. Welcome everybody of Akatsuki. Let's put together our strength to resist the upcoming demon clan invasion. Attendant, quickly bring a seat for everybody of Akatsuki." "Yes, Your Excellence Brilliant." After the command of Brilliant, several golden knights wearing golden battle armor answered in unison, then brought 10 chairs for Ren Tianyu and his group. "Thanks a lot." Ren Tianyu nodded towards Brilliant expressing his thanks, then led White Tiger and other to sit down on the chair. This moment, Holy Sword Clan and Death Clan's people present also recognized White Tiger and Void, but they didn't open their mouth, obviously wanted to wait for the end of gathering before interrogation. Now that all of us are already present, I declare the official start of this convention. Seeing Rin Tianyu and others had already taken their seat, Brilliant stood up and loudly said towards everyone present on the square. "I think everybody should already know that after half a year, the seal of Tower of Babel will break thoroughly, then the transfer passage will also open once again, and Legion of Demon Clan will descend in Divine Wind Continent just like 30,000 years again to seize our territory. But I think everybody present here don't want our homeland to be seized by Demon Clan, and also don't want to let our clansmen humiliated by Demon Clan just like Salve. Nonsense, we certainly don't want. If this Demon Clan dares to come, then we Beastmen Clan will be the first to fight them staking all." A robust man with golden hair who was 2 meters tall sitting on the front chair coldly said. "Yes, just like Beast Emperor said, although those Demon Clan are strong, but if they want to seize our Divine Wind Continent, then unless the blood of us 100 clans thoroughly drains, don't think that it's possible." The elder of Holy Sword Clan also said coldly. And when he said Demon Clan, his body emitted bone-piercing sword intent. "Yes, Demon Clan wanting to seize our Divine Wind Continent is simply a daydream. Yes, if the worst comes to the worst, we are ready to risk our life." When it comes to Demon Clan, everyone present were filled with indignation, and share a bitter hatred. Regardless of great grudge between the people present, as well as the hatred between the clan and races of Divine Wind Continent, faced with Demon Clan this alien race, all the people present choose to put down their hatred, and selected to work together to resist Demon Clan. Looking at the reaction of everyone present, the eyes of Rin Tianyu flashed with admiration. Those leaders of different clans clearly knew who their real enemy was, and also knew that they had to work together to resist Demon Clan. If this time they had internal strife, then they'd be beyond redemption. "Calm down, everyone." Brilliant waved his hand, and used his majestic light divine power to transmit his voice to the ears of everyone present. "Although we want to resist Demon Clan, but Demon Clan is truly too strong, so unless we work together, we might not be able to defeat them. So I hope everybody among those of you seated here can put together their clan's fighting resources and combatant here in Holy Light Hill. And from this day onward, this place will be the headquarters of our allied force. Then I request everybody of Tianji, God's design, clan to create a magic communication system linking entire Divine Wind Continent, so that every nook of the entire continent is within our communication system. Now clan head of Tianji clan, please explain the entire battle plan for us." After Brilliant spoke, a white-bearded old man wearing plain white clothing stood from his seat. His strength was not particularly high, merely high god rank, but his eyes emitted wise and far-sighted aura, seemed to be able to see through everything. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tianji clan's clan head Ling Xiaotian. Not long ago, my clan's high elder used his life to divine the impending Demon Clan's invasion, then we immediately informed this news to everybody. After that, integrating the combat resources and combat capacity of everybody present, we finally formulated a most appropriate battle plan. First of all, as of this date, Supreme Feilu Empire's capital Khaleesi City and 100 li around will be completely evacuated, and any living person is forbidden to go there, because the Demon Clan's invasion passage is there in the sky above Khaleesi City. If the seal breaks, then the entire Khaleesi City will be destroyed in the first moment. Next step is starting to build defensive fortification in the 100 li surroundings of Khaleesi City. This place will be the first step of our defense against Demon Clan. Now, all the combatant of different forces will be unified and divided into 6 large units. 1 to 5 large units will be fighting units, and 6 unit will be the mass of all the priests of Light Palace, responsible for the treatment of respective units. Each unit will have our Tianji clan's member, they will be responsible for communicating with headquarters, in order to unify our command. Now that there is army troops, there must have a leader. After going through our unified decision, first unit will be led by Elf Queen of Elf Clan, second unit by Holy Sword Clan's clan head Li Tianjian, third unit by Beastmen Clan's Beast Emperor, fourth unit by Akatsuki's leader Zero, fifth unit by Evil Eye Clan's clan head, and final sixth unit i.e. medical unit by Brilliant. Then in addition to assigned leader, all above Godkind realm experts will be assigned to various units. And as for God Lord realm experts, we want to assemble together to take care of Demon Clan's 3 great Demon God and Demon Empress. Then, when Tianji Clan's clan head Ling Xiaotian was speaking, a voice interrupted him, so all the people present couldn't help but look towards the source of this voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Soul-Breaking Cliff reappears. Done with my exams, so henceforth I will be releasing chapters according to our normal schedule, i.e. 2 chapters a day. Still, I will try to release additional chapters. Soul-Breaking Cliff reappears. Wait a minute. Just when Tianji Clan's clan head Ling Xiaotian wanted to continue, a voice suddenly resounded, interrupting Ling Xiaotian. All the people present including Ling Xiaotian looked towards the owner of this voice, Ren Tianyu. Ren Tianyu stood up. It was precisely him who had interrupted Ling Xiaotian just now. Don't know whether Sire Zero has any objection to my plans and arrangements. If there is any good suggestion, then there is no harm in saying it directly. Ling Xiaotian looked at Ren Tianyu and said. With regarding to Ren Tianyu interrupting him, he was not angry at all. As a clan head, if he couldn't even tolerate this much, then he wouldn't have been able to stay in that position for this long. That's not the case. As a matter of fact, Sire's plan is pretty good, but if you wish to make your plan really able to bring down the casualty of Divine Wind Continent to lowest point, then we need to make few additions and adjustments. Ren Tianyu slowly said. With regarding to these people who truly wanted to put their lives on the line to protect their homeland, he had a bit of respect in his heart. In addition, this Divine Wind Continent was the hometown of White Tiger and others, so Ren Tianyu naturally will not let Demon Clan easily have their way. And the most important thing was, Demon World's universe boundary divine artifact, Purple Ling Dark Break, was also in the hands of Yarao. According to that mysterious virtual shadow attached in the body of Ling Weiwei, he must gather 3,000 universe boundary divine artifact, and only with their strength, he would be able to break the limits of this universe, so sooner or later he has to fight a real battle with her. Since that was the case, then he must ensure that Divine Wind Continent didn't perish. Oh, don't know what might those be? Please elaborate, Sire Zero. Hearing Ren Tianyu really had a suggestion, the eyes of this Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but lit up, and said with interest. With regarding to Ren Tianyu and his Akatsuki organization's action, he had also heard to some extent. Not long ago, when they were intending to notify Dragon Clan to attend the gathering, they however discovered that Dragon Island had already sunk into the ocean and disappeared. The entire Dragon Clan were truly exterminated. At that time he used his blood lineage's secret skill and divined one word, Akatsuki. Thinking of the hatred of Ren Tianyu against Shiman Clan and Dragon Clan, Ling Xiaotian guessed that Akatsuki quietly exterminated the entire Dragon Clan without the knowledge of anyone. This shocked and also made him curious with regarding to Akatsuki, this mysterious organization, so he decided to let Ren Tianyu lead a large unit. As a matter of fact, I have been to Demon World before. Ren Tianyu slowly said, endlessly shocking everyone present there. The pupils of everyone involuntarily shrunk, some were shocked to the extent of immediately standing up. What? You have been to Demon World before? How is this possible? It is simply too hard to create the path between Demon World and Divine Wind Continent, so how did you reach there? Everyone present there said in disbelief. All of them were filled with shock hearing the words of Ren Tianyu. Sire, are the words you have said just now truth? Hearing Ren Tianyu, even Ling Xiaotian found it a little hard to believe. After all, the matter of breaking the space barrier between two realms, even Godlord Realm expert would find very difficult to accomplish it. Yes, I have indeed been to Demon World, more than once. Ren Tianyu nodded his head and unhurriedly said, furthermore the most important is, there I discover secret weapon of Demon Clan to be used to deal with us Divine Wind Continent. Secret weapon? What is that? Hearing Ren Tianyu, everyone present couldn't help but ask in confusion. But everyone realized that this secret weapon was definitely not simple, otherwise Ren Tianyu wouldn't have such solemn expression and stand up to specially narrate it. This matter is very difficult to describe in words, so, if you all look into my eyes, then I will show you everything I had seen at that time. Recalling the scene of that time, ice-cold dense killing intent appeared in his heart, then he said to everybody present. Look into your eyes? Hearing Ren Tianyu, everyone present couldn't help but recall that strange feeling they had felt when they had seen Ren Tianyu's that scarlet-colored eyes just some time ago, then their hearts were involuntarily filled with chilliness. They naturally were too lacking in understanding the power of Sharingan. Rest assured, I will not use my eyes to harm you all, and I only want to use illusion through my eyes to transmit all the things I had seen to your visual sense, letting you all to see the circumstance I had seen in the breaking soul cliff of Demon World. Ren Tianyu naturally knew the worries of everybody present, so he smiled and explained to everyone. So it turned out to be an illusion. Fine, we'll do as you say. Brilliant stood up and said to Ren Tianyu. Although the power of illusion was powerful, but wishing to instantly dispose all of them was basically impossible, so they didn't have any worry. Shortly afterwards, everyone present looked at the eyes of Ren Tianyu. Seeing everyone present were ready, his Sharingan changed into Mangekyo Sharingan, then his left eye began to spin rapidly, and large amount of eye power gushed out from his eyes. Dojutsu Tsukuyomi. Everyone present saw the sudden change of the pattern of Rentianyo's eyes, then their sight blurred, and when their vision restored, the surrounding environment had already changed dramatically. The original clear sky was already shrouded by dark clouds, and these dark clouds emitted an aura which caused people to feel stifling. The original beautiful square around them had also already changed into a huge cliff. Right now towering cliffs were standing at their both sides, and they were now at the bottom of these cliffs. Furthermore, in the distance there was a huge valley. What is this place? Seeing the strange environment, everyone thought curiously. Just then, the space distorted, and Ren Tianyu appeared there. Everybody, this is the scene of Demon World's breaking soul cliff I had seen at that time. I've created this with my illusion power. And the secret weapon of Demon World I was speaking about is in that valley. Ren Tianyu explained to everyone present. This is illusion? Never thought Sire Zero's illusion strength is actually so exquisite. If it was not for your explanation, then we can hardly notice that we are actually in a space created by illusion. Illusory Shrine's Hall Master, Huan Tianchen, closed his eyes and carefully perceived the surroundings, but he didn't find any flaw. This was just like a real space. This deeply shocked him. The Illusory Shrine was the place where the illusion powers were concentrated the most in the entire Divine Wind continent, but now even he was powerless to discover any flaw in this illusion. This shows the strength of Ren Tianyo's illusion. No kidding, Dojutsu Tsukuyomi is strongest spiritual attack. With the exception of Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, of Uchiha Shui, there is no illusion technique that surpassed Tsukuyomi. In addition to Huan Tianchen, everyone were also deeply shocked by the illusion technique of Ren Tianyu. One should know that the person that was capable of using this level of illusion were very few in numbers in Divine Wind continent. This is just a small trick. Let's go. I want to let you see the things ahead, but you all should mentally prepare yourself to see what's next. Ren Tianyu didn't show any arrogance, rather slowly said a sentence and took the initiative to walk ahead. When they arrived at the valley, all the people present were stupefied seeing the scene before them, then boundless rage and killing intent appeared in their heart. The body of each and every one involuntarily emitted powerful aura and killing intent. Bastard. These damned demon clan actually dare to torture our clansmen this way. We will definitely kill you all, damned demons. What present in front of the eyes of everyone was a scene which was just like the scene of hell. In this valley there were huge iron trees, and hanging on these iron trees' branches were not leaves, rather people's body. They saw human, Holy Sword clan, Beastmen clan, Elf clan, and so on. All of their skin was cut open, legs and hands were broken, tongue sliced off, and were hanged on those iron trees' branches. Their blood mixed with their boundless grievance flowed out from within their body and streamed down the trunk of these iron trees, until all their blood was dried. Some people that were hanged onto these iron trees already had their blood drained, and the iron trees merely had leftover skin with already dried up muscles and bones. After that they peel off and fell to the ground. Seeing this circumstance, the eyes of everyone present became red. Seeing their clansmen tortured like that, how could they not hate, how could they not get angry? This is the real scene of breaking Soul Cliff. Those dark clouds above is the condensed powerful resentment chi emitted by these people in their death, and they wouldn't disperse for a long time. Furthermore, there are many similar places like this in Demon World. Ren Tianyu slowly said to everyone. Sire Zero, I don't think that this is the only thing you wanted to show us? Ling Xiaotian withdrew his killing intent, then taking a deep breath, he said to Ren Tianyu. Yes, what I want truly show is further inside, follow me. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then took the lead to walk ahead. This was the world of Tsukuyomi, everything was under the control of Ren Tianyu. They quickly passed those iron trees one after another, and when the scene around stopped, what appeared in front of them was a huge blood-colored pond. This pond was filled with blood-colored water, and in the surrounding of this pond, there was a huge magic formation. And what surprised all of them the most was, in the blood-colored pond, Demon Clan soldiers emitting powerful baleful chi were standing. But everyone felt something was wrong, as they couldn't sense any life aura from these demon soldiers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Formulating Plan. Formulating Plan. These demon soldiers are the secret weapon of Demon Clan Demon Spirit Baleful Soldier. Looking at those demon soldiers in the middle of blood-colored pond, Ren Tianyu slowly explained to everyone. Demon Spirit Baleful Soldier? What is this? The crowd couldn't help but ask confusedly. Do you all think that Demon Clan had nothing to do and build such a place dedicated to torturing our clansmen? They are using the blood filled with resentment chi of those tortured to death clansmen to complete this magic formation. Ren Tianyu pointed that huge magic formation ahead and slowly said. You all can perceive that these demon soldiers are dead long ago, and they are merely a corpse without any consciousness. But Demon Clan used this magic formation to inject baleful resentment power into these corpses, allowing them to gradually restore their strength before death, then controlling them using a secret technique. They turn them into a killing machine. Furthermore, the most terrifying matter is, the attack of these demon spirit baleful soldier contain baleful resentment power. If one suffers even a single wound from these demon spirit baleful soldier, then the baleful resentment power will enter into their body, which will then infiltrate deep into their body, changing them into similar demon spirit baleful soldier without any consciousness. This is very troublesome. Didn't expect these demons still have such hidden trump. If you didn't inform in advance, then we'd have absolutely paid bitterly. Looking at demon spirit baleful soldier, Ling Xiaotian solemnly sighed, and became grateful to Ren Tianyu. Indeed, the strength of these demon spirit baleful soldier in itself is not too hard to deal with, although they don't have any consciousness, don't know pain, and even if they are able to recover their strength before death, that is not too much of a problem. The main problem is these baleful resentment power. Brilliant also nodded his head and said. If you are wounded even once, the baleful resentment power would change them into similar demon spirit baleful soldier. This made everyone present to feel thorny. Well, now you've seen all the things you should see, so let's return to reality first, and then discuss together about how to deal with these demon spirit baleful soldier. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then said to everyone present. After that, stretching out his right hand, Ren Tianyu snapped his fingers. Along with this sound, everybody only felt their vision blurring, and they had already returned back to the square of Holy Light Hill. Still truly a mystical illusion technique. Seeing the surrounding environment, as well as the stool where they were sitting hadn't moved even a bit, it was basically unthinkable that all of these people had gone to another place just a moment ago. As a matter of fact, I have a way to somewhat restrain these demon spirit baleful soldier. Just then, Brilliant slowly opened his mouth. Oh? You have? Then why don't you quickly tell us how to deal with these troublesome things? Ling Xiaotian hastily asked. This baleful resentment power is actually a part of dark energy. If we use light magic, fire magic and elf clan's life magic, then I believe these three magic can definitely deal with these demon spirit baleful soldier. Brilliant slowly expressed his view. It makes sense, light in itself is bane of dark, although the power of fire magic is not as good as light magic to cope with dark magic, but fire magic is much stronger compared to other magic. And the life magic of elf clan along with light magic are called the two great nemesis of dark magic. Ling Xiaotian nodded his head, then said, now that this is the case, our plan is changed. We will take out some excellent light magician from 6th Medical Unit, then take out half of total fire magicians and everyone of Elf Clan from other units to deal with these demon spirit baleful soldiers. As for the leadership of this group, it will be given to. When speaking about who to give the leadership, Ling Xiaotian was unable to think of a suitable person for the time being. Give it to our Akatsuki's Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird and Northern Dipper. Ren Tianyu stood up and said to Ling Xiaotian. They are fire and light cultivators, and they have great restraint against these demon spirit baleful soldier. Well, the team of Akatsuki's 3 people will lead this unit. Hope you all will be able to succeed in blocking demon spirit baleful soldier of Demon Clan at that time. Ling Xiaotian thought for a brief, then agreed to the opinion of Ren Tianyu. Furthermore, I don't want to lead 4th unit, you can give it to White Tiger, and all the remaining members of my Akatsuki including White Tiger will assist this unit. You don't want to lead this unit? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I don't want to, I will move freely and that will suffice. Since you all will lead experts to block 3 great demon god of Demon Clan, then it'd be better to let me deal with the demon empress of Demon Clan. Ren Tianyu slowly said. You want to deal with demon empress? Then do you need the help of our experts? Hearing Ren Tianyu wanted to deal with demon empress, everyone present were greatly shocked. They thought that Ren Tianyu was intentionally cracking a joke. But thinking of that illusion of just now, they also felt that his strength might be higher than everyone present here. No need, you will only hold me back. Without God Emperor Relman's strength, it is basically impossible to injure Demon Empress, otherwise why do you think that 7 great saints burned their blood lineage and life? Ren Tianyu shook his head, and refused the kindness of Ling Xiaotian. Moreover, sooner or later Demon Empress and I must fight. This fight will be the continuation of our last time's unfinished battle. Unfinished battle? Don't tell me that you and Demon Empress clashed? Hearing Ren Tianyu, Brilliant exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, we clashed. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then disregarding the shock and astonishment of the crowds, he continued, and more than once. Ren Tianyu said these because he wanted a deterrence force, and this will be convent for him to move without any interference or questioning. Since that is the case, then I hope you can really stop Demon Empress. After all, currently we do not have any way to deal with Demon Empress, as all the original 7 great saints no longer exists. Ling Xiaotian slowly sighed and said, but at that time, if you need any help, feel free to ask. Okay. Ren Tianyu nodded his head without any refusal. Next, the gathering continued to discuss and formulate the details of plan. All in all, this was a battle concerning the continuation of Divine Wind Continent, and every races, basically unable to bear any carelessness. This gathering continued for nearly 10 hours before it gradually ended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, The Objective of Yaorao. The Objective of Yaorao. After the gathering of Holy Light Hill, every large forces of Divine Wind Continent began to get into action swiftly. This upcoming war, however, concerned the entire continent, and also concerned each and every race's continuation in future, so all of them wanted to bet their everything in this war. Whatever happens, they must win this war. Now after 1 month, the imperial capital of Supreme Feilu Empire was already desolate and uninhabited. Not even a shadow of a person could be seen, because after the discussion, everyone of Khaleesi City were evacuated, as the Demon Clan's passage, which was sealed by Tower of Babel, was in the sky just above this city. The instant when Demon Clan arrives, this city would be the first place to be changed into ruins, and at that time, if there still was people inside the city, then would they be able to keep their life under the attack of Demon Clan? And every large forces had also simultaneously unified their respective fighting resources, then moved to the Light Capital. At this time, who would secretly hide their fighting resources, as they all knew the strength of Demon Clan, moreover especially after learning about Demon Clan's specially prepared Demon Spirit Baleful Soldier, this kind of killing weapon for this war from the mouth of Ren Tianyu, they even more couldn't slack off. In this period of time, Divine Wind Continent fell into tense preparation for war atmosphere. Every large forces people were extremely busy. Groups after groups of fighting resources moved towards Radiant's capital city, and various professions combatants also set out Radiant's capital city. And Tainji Clan's people were busy establishing the magic communication system to link Light Palace with the entire continent. This communication must cover the entire Divine Wind Continent, so that they could have complete control over the war situation of entire continent, and unify the command. Right now Khaleesi City was already barren without any shadow of human figure. Originally bustling street was also completely deserted at this time. Just then, the space above the city wall of Khaleesi City suddenly distorted. Shortly afterwards, a figure suddenly walked out from this distorted space. This figure precisely was Ren Tianyu. Never thought that one day this imperial city of an empire would be devoid of even a shadow of a person. This is really, looking at Khaleesi City, which was already deserted completely, Ren Tianyu sighed. Shortly afterwards, Ren Tianyu looked towards the sky with longing gaze, and muttered, Tower of Babel, here I come. In Tower of Babel, along with the appearance of Ren Tianyu, the spirit of Tower of Babel immediately sensed the presence of Ren Tianyu, then a golden radiance directly flew down straight from a mysterious space of Tower of Babel. Just when Ren Tianyu had come to stop, a golden energy radiance appeared before his eyes. You finally came. Yes, I came. Looking at the golden radiance in front, Ren Tianyu nodded his head, and said, How is it? Are those words you have said at that time still remain valid? Naturally they remain valid. The spirit of Tower of Babel naturally understood what Ren Tianyu was pointing out, and affirmed, as a matter of fact, I am already getting impatient to recognize you as master, because in addition to the reason of only you are qualified in this entire Divine Wind Continent to inherit my power, other reason is the upcoming Demon Empress. Demon Empress? Her strength is indeed extremely strong, even now I don't have certainty of being able to defeat her. Ren Tianyu recalled the time he had encountered Yaorao, and that indistinct pressure that was emitting by her body. Thinking of this, even now he felt pressure in his heart. In fact, everyone is underestimating Demon Empress. At that time, the spirit of Tower of Babel sighed, then said, The reason why Demon Empress went all out and brought all the military strength of Demon World to invade Divine Wind Continent, do you think she really only wanted to seize this place? Could it be that it isn't so? Ren Tianyu asked in confusion. If it was not for seizing, then why was she spending such pains to invade Divine Wind Continent? The reason why she wanted to invade Divine Wind Continent is because there is something in Divine Wind Continent that she wants to obtain. The spirit of Tower of Babel sighed and said, and the thing she truly wants to obtain is me. What? Ren Tianyu had never thought that the thing she wanted to obtain here was so shocking. If this really was the case, then it was not hard to guess the objective of Demon Empress. At that time, 7 great saints burned their vitality to forcibly draw forth my power of realm, and hitting Demon Empress, she was sent flying back to Demon World, but under this one attack, Demon Empress however was basically uninjured. Hearing the recount of Spirit of Tower of Babel, Ren Tianyu didn't interrupt, rather deeply frowned, and inwardly thought this Yaoro was really not simple at all. 7 peak God Lord realm experts possessing God-grade blood lineage burned their life, and use one all-out attack, and in addition there was still the attack of Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, but under these attacks, Yaorao was still unscathed. Then how strong was her real strength? Moreover, if Yaorao really had such powerful strength, then in the Demon Empress's city, he basically couldn't have been able to flee from there. This only means that, as Yaorao had said, she had deliberately let him go. In fact, with Demon Empress, in addition to the Universe Boundary Divine Artifact of Demon World, she also has 3 other realms Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, so when you face her, you must be careful. The spirit of Tower of Babel looked at Ren Tianyu and slowly said, "But although you are qualified to inherit me, you must understand that, once you inherit me, from that instant, you are sure to have a life and death battle against Demon Empress." Battle? Then let her come. Hearing Spirit of Tower of Babel, Ren Tianyu said without timidity, but full of powerful fighting intent. Now he had already awakened Rinnegan, his wood style's power had also already surpassed Senju Hazarama, and in addition, he still had tailed beasts. If even this couldn't defeat Yaorao, then he should simply commit suicide. Moreover, although Yaorao possessed 4 Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, she was also collecting other Universe Boundary Divine Artifact. Like this, her and his own objective had already conflicted, so the battle between them was already inevitable. Since they had to fight sooner or later, he'd fight sooner. Well, in this case, then accept my heritage. Hearing Ren Tianyu, the spirit of Tower of Babel laughed heartily. Shortly afterwards, a space black hole split open in the middle of Tower of Babel, and a large amount of simple and vigorous golden-colored radiance changed into a light beam and directly fell onto Ren Tianyu, surrounding and entering his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Gain. Gain. Along with the appearance of space black hole, huge golden energy light beam fell down straight upon him from this black hole, covering the whole body of Ren Tianyu. After this energy entered into his body, that boundless chakra within the body of Ren Tianyu began to violently roll over and over, greedily absorbing these terrifying power. After undergoing the transformation due to the power of Forever Green, the physique of Ren Tianyu could be said to have already surpassed Naruto World's Senju Hazarama and Uchiha Madara, and the potential of his own body was already beyond the imagination of Ren Tianyu himself. Now the difference between he himself and Senju Hazarama and Uchiha Madara was merely a number of time to accumulate details. And now, half the origin power of Divine Wind Continent contained in Tower of Babel, which had become extremely pure worldly energy after undergoing the refinement for 30,000 years, was directly entering the body of Ren Tianyu as if pouring, and changed into chakra within the body of Ren Tianyu. The chakra capacity of Ren Tianyu began to increase rapidly. In just a moment, his chakra had already increased by nearly 1/4. Ren Tianyu's chakra in itself, after undergoing the refining of these few years, coupled with his fortuitous encounter, his chakra level was already comparable to primary tailed beasts. And now, obtaining that energy of Tower of Babel which was slowly accumulated in 30,000 years, and changing it into chakra, his overall chakra began to increase at a speed which could be seen with naked eyes. Just think, how much energy did Tower of Babel absorbed over these past 30,000 years? One might well say, it's beyond imagination of ordinary person. Although the amount of accumulated energy used by Tower of Babel to seal the transfer passage of Demon Clan as well as Demon Clans within the tower for these 30,000 years was not low, but the surplus accumulated energy was still very considerable. Along with the gradual passage of time, roughly 3 hours passed, and that huge golden energy beam falling down from the sky gradually became weaker, then the energy slowly disappeared. Right now great changes had already occurred inside the body of Ren Tianyu. If the previous overall chakra of Ren Tianyu could be said to be a river, then the current was a vast expanse of the sea. This growth was far more than merely several times off. Furthermore, this was still not over. After the energy beam disappeared, a small-sized Tower of Babel's shadow gradually appeared from the space black hole. This was the energy core of Tower of Babel. As long as one obtained this tower's shadow, he can completely control this Tower of Babel. This energy baptism of just now was the energy of Tower of Babel to strengthen its inheritor. After all, the more stronger the strength of Ren Tianyu was, that more Ren Tianyu would be able to bring out its power. Only after that, the odds of winning against Yaorao in a fight would be higher. The tower's shadow directly fell down from the sky and entered into the body of Ren Tianyu and disappeared. After that tower's shadow entered into his body, Ren Tianyu instantly sensed that he was connected to something. Slowly closing his eyes, Ren Tianyu suddenly discovered everything within Tower of Babel was within his grasp. If he wants to, then he could instantly move to anywhere within this tower. Now within this tower, he was Supreme Master. And not only that, Ren Tianyu also sensed a connection between him and the outside world, Divine Wind Continent space. Now he felt that, with a wave of a hand, he could borrow the worldly energy, and space seemed to not obstruct his steps. This was the power of realm of Divine Wind Continent bestowed by Tower of Babel to Ren Tianyu. Now every movement of the entire Divine Wind Continent was within the grasp of Ren Tianyu. He could draw the support of this power of realm to completely seal off the space of certain range, just like Yaorao sealing the space to block the space ninjutsu of Ren Tianyu. Furthermore, the function of Tower of Babel also appeared in the brain of Ren Tianyu, and he also instantly understood how to use Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel had a space inside the tower. In this space, all the laws and rules were determined by Tower of Babel and its master. And the biggest function of Tower of Babel was sealing. He could suck in his enemies inside the tower, then use the power of Tower to seal him forever, making him unable to escape. Just like at that time's heaven-sealing demon god. At that time, Tower of Babel was exerting all of its effort to withstand the bombardment of Demon Clan from the other side of the passage, and was powerless to deal with the seal within the tower, leading to heaven-sealing demon god being able to attack others within Tower of Babel. But even like this, heaven-sealing demon god was still powerless to break free from Tower of Babel with his strength. Furthermore, Tower of Babel could suppress other people, and use its powerful exceedingly high divine power to suppress everything with a certain rage. This was the greatest function of Tower of Babel. Ren Tianyu stood up, then sensing that terrifying chakra capacity within his body, he slowly clenched his hands into fists, and released a trace of powerful sense of oppression from his body towards his surroundings. Good power, this is Ren Tianyu's true power. Well, now that you have already grasped my origin power, you can use Tower of Babel. Now you only need to collect my body after you go out. After seeing Ren Tianyu had already accepted his inheritance, the spirit of Tower of Babel slowly said. Shortly afterwards, its body directly changed into a golden light and entered into the body of Ren Tianyu, then a tower's shadow appeared in the sea of consciousness of Ren Tianyu. The current level of Ren Tianyu's chakra was basically comparable to Senju Hazarama and Uchiha Madara. And now if he were to fight against Uchiha Madara, then who would win and who would lose was uncertain. After sensing the surging chakra within his body, Ren Tianyu instantly appeared outside the Tower of Babel with a single thought, and saw a towering huge tower piercing straight to the skies. And with the thought of Ren Tianyu, this towering Tower of Babel began to shake violently, and huge fissures appeared on the surrounding grounds. The shaking got increasingly bigger, and this Tower of Babel suddenly became smaller rapidly. In a blink of an eye, that towering Tower of Babel already changed into a merely 20 centimeter high and flew to the palm of Ren Tianyu's right hand. Never thought that one day I'd become the king of Tower of Babel. Ren Tianyu couldn't help but made a wry smile, the put-away Tower of Babel within his body. And along with the disappearance of Tower of Babel, the transfer passage of Demon Clan which was being suppressed by Tower of Babel began to crack slowly. It seems, Demon Clan might arrive at an earlier date, now I should return back to prepare. Finished speaking, along with Kamui of Right Eye, he disappeared from there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Demon Clan Descend. Demon Clan Descend. In such tense state of preparation for war, time slowly passed. And in a blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. In this 6 months, Divine Wind Continent's 100 clans coupled with human clans' allied force had already assembled and integrated. Moreover, Tianji clan had already finished setting up magic communication system connecting the entire Divine Wind Continent using their special blood lineage's innate skill, ensuring that every corner of the continent was under their magic communication coverage. Nearly 300 million armies were assembled from the entire Divine Wind Continent. Each one of the soldiers were at least great swordsmen in strength. Although 300 million people sounds like a lot, but as compared to the Divine Wind Continent's that population of several billions, this was noting. This moment, the entire army was divided into 6 units. Each of them were ready to start out according to the arrangement of at that time, and now they were only waiting for the arrival of Demon Clan. Today, in Supreme Feilu Empire's imperial capital Khaleesi City, the original bustling city now had already changed into a deserted city. Not even a shadow of a person could be seen on the desolate streets. But just then, the sky above this city suddenly gave out a caw-caw cracking sound as if a glass. Then in the originally sunny sky, huge spider web-shaped cracks unexpectedly appeared. These cracks rapidly spread all around, then with a hong sound, large amount of purple-colored radiance burst out from that space cracks. The space was directly broke open with huge force, and a huge space black hole appeared in the sky above the city. Afterwards, under the help of that purple-colored radiance, that space black hole rapidly spread all around, unexpectedly covering the entire Khaleesi city. Looking from far away, this looked just like a huge prehistoric beast wanting to devour the entire Khaleesi city. And just then, a loud voice of a woman came out from inside that space black hole, power of realm, space freeze. Along with this voice, from the corner of this space black hole, 6 huge purple light beam flew out, and fell in all around Khaleesi city. This 6 huge purple light beam emitted a large amount of power, which thoroughly stabilized the space black hole above. And just after the space black hole was thoroughly stabilized, various colored radiances flew out from this black hole and descended to Khaleesi city. When these radiances dissipated, numerous demon soldiers were already standing in Khaleesi city. All of these demon soldiers wore pitch-black battle armor with spear in their hands. And they were wearing ice-cold dark helmet in their head which only exposed their ruthless eyes. After these demon soldiers landed, they rapidly spread all around. One was to clear away all the neighborhood's people of Divine Wind Continent, so as to ensure the successful entry of demon soldiers. Another was to make place for next demon soldiers, as the small Khaleesi city was not enough to hold all the demon sodders. After almost half an hour, all the demon soldiers entered Divine Wind Continent from Demon World via space transfer passage. And with Khaleesi city as a center, the surroundings within 50 li in radius was already under the control of Demon World. Fortunately, at that time Tianji clan had ordered to evacuate all the people from entire Supreme Falu Empire, otherwise right now, the surroundings of Khaleesi city would already have bloodbath. And after these demon soldiers and a number of other races experts finished descending, from the space black hole above the city, another 16 huge light beam flew out. And in the sky of Khaleesi city, when these radiances dissipated, 16 demons who were emitting powerful aura appeared in the sky. These 16 individuals were Demon Clan's 13 demon generals and 3 great demon god. After these 16 people appeared, they simultaneously fell down to one knee, then placing their right fist on their chest, they shouted towards the space black hole, "Welcome, Your Majesty the Demon Empress." Those demon soldiers in the city also fell down to one knee simultaneously, then respectfully yelled in unison, "Welcome, Your Majesty the Demon Empress." When several 100 million demon soldiers shouted in unison, that loud sound reverberated through the entire world, and surging huge sound wave rapidly spread in all direction. And just at that time, a huge purple-colored light beam flew out from the space black hole, and landed on the ground of Khaleesi city, which stood in the middle of Khaleesi city as if a pillar supporting the heaven. And along with the dissipation of this radiance, a tempting figure outlining perfect curves appeared in the sky. This person was precisely the Empress of Demon Clan, Yarao. Seeing Yarao in the sky, the eyes of countless soldiers underneath showed a fanaticism expression. In the heart of all those people, Yarao was the Empress of entire Demon Clan, and was also an invincible god in their heart. Seeing all the demon soldiers had arrived, Yarao standing in the midair nodded her head in satisfaction. Shortly afterwards, her gaze rested on those 13 demon generals behind 3 great demon god. "Listen to my command, 13 demon general." Looking at these 13 demon generals, Yarao coldly said, "Subordinates will." 13 demon generals simultaneously cupped their hands and responded in a loud voice. "Immediately seize the cities around and turn them into our demon clan strongholds, but..." "Yes." Those 13 demon generals simultaneously answered respectfully, then dispersed in 4 directions. And those soldiers underneath also orderly followed after demon generals and began to get into action according to the command of Yarao. "As for you 3, follow me," Yarao said to those 3 great demon god. Then she flew towards the imperial palace of Khaleesi city, and 3 great demon god flowed after her. There in the hall, a mysterious shadow was already waiting for the arrival of Yarao. And the moment Demon Clan had descended, the experts of Divine Wind Continent had already noticed them. And they also understood that war was starting soon, so everyone immediately began to move according to the plan. Groups after groups of Divine Wind Continent soldiers began to hurry over to their assigned place. And on the top of a mountain, Tian stood there. This moment, his eyes had already changed into Rinnegan. The moment the space black hole appeared, he raised his head looking towards distant horizon, as if his vision could pierce through the space barrier and see distant Khaleesi city, finally came. "Well, I have already mastered the power of Rinnegan thoroughly, let the battle come faster. Demon Empress, I must obtain those 4 universe boundary divine artifact in your body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 340, Leave Other Side to Me. Leave Other Side to Me. What's it like? Did Demon Clan begin their move? In Light Palace of Radiance capital, the leaders of 100 clans and the experts of different big forces of human, all were present. And one of them asked to Tianji clan's clan head Ling Tian. Right now it's already been 2 weeks since the arrival of Demon Clan. In this period of time, they had already done their best to prepare, and all the army of various races were ready to advance. They have already started to move. Ling Tian nodded his head, then walked towards the center position of this hall, where a huge water screen mirror was located. Underneath this water surface, there was mysterious and profound magic formation. And currently, boundless magical power was in the process of flowing into this water screen from that magic formation. Ling Tian walked over to the front of this water screen, and began to slowly chant the magic incantation. Along with his chanting, a miniature map of entire Divine Wind Continent appeared in the mirror. Ling Tian pointed towards the direction of Supreme Falu Empire, then said to everyone, "Demon Clan, this time they have divided their soldiers into 7 divisions. Two among them separately set out towards east and southeast of Khaleesi City, in the process of speeding towards the border of Allier Empire, intending to outflank Allier Empire with 2 units. Another 3 divisions are now already heading towards Dark Empire, and the remaining 2 divisions however are already heading towards Evil Capital. According to their course of action, I reckon their plan is like this: they are intending to attack Allier Empire and Dark Empire first, then outflank Evil Capital with demon soldiers already heading there, then attack our headquarter i.e. Light Empire at one go. Since that is the case, then we have to disperse to stop them. Seeing the course of action of Demon Clan, Brilliant said to everyone. But our real fighting force is only 6 units. Furthermore, one of them is set aside to deal with demon spirit baleful soldiers of Demon Clan, so they cannot act causally. And as for the remaining 5 units, after undergoing the intensive integration training of this period of time, they roughly understand the fighting style of each other, and when fighting they can roughly cooperate with each other. But if this 5 large units is again split up now, then their fighting strength will be greatly reduced. Elf Queen a little bit worriedly said. As a matter of fact, this was the biggest weakness of Divine Wind Continent. Divine Wind Continent had 100 clans, and even the humans of the continent were dispersed into various forces, usually clashing against each other. Now although they had put down their hatred to cooperate with each other and fight in unity, but they didn't have clear understanding about the fighting style and fighting resources of each other, so they were basically powerless to achieve perfect cooperation. The most important thing for the general of the army was to have the complete understanding of the fighting style and strength of the troops under him. Only then he could be able to direct them to perfectly cooperate with each other and maximize their strength. But this allied army was formed only less than half a year ago, so even if the strength of these various units' leader was very high, it was almost impossible to completely grasp the strength of everyone, not to mention perfect cooperation. Now after the period of temporary run-in, they finally had initial effect. And if in this time, they were to break up and regrouped again for the time being, then it'd be a wonder if allied army didn't have an accident. From this point, it could be seen that Demon Clan had advantage. In Demon Clan, there will always be only one supreme leader, that was Demon Empress Yarao. All the demon soldiers of the subordinates under her were gathered together throughout the year, had unified fighting, and unified training. They eat together, and live together, so all of the demon soldiers knew their fellows just like the palm of one's hand. In the real combat, with merely a simple move or eye contact, they could probably convey the meaning with each other. Furthermore, all of these armies were controlled by the 13 demon generals and 3 great demon gods who were under the leadership of Yarao. And all of them knew the performance and fighting capacity of the army under them like the palm of their hand. Even if all the army were thrown into confusion for the time being, it was nearly impossible for them to mess up while fighting. Moreover, this dispersing her army to attack different places at once was also the first battle plan carried out by Demon Clan to fight against people of Divine Wind Continent. She wanted to create confusion among human first, like this she only needs to spend minimum effort to seize Divine Wind Continent. But where did Yarao learn about the battle plan of humanity? In this extremely short period of 2 weeks, she learned about the battle plans of humanity and also made the arrangement rapidly. Furthermore, that arrangement was directly striking the greatest weakness of humanity. This was something worth thinking. The words of Elf Queen is right, this moment, we absolutely shouldn't split the army. If we break up the army this time, then it'd be self-defeating. Ling Xiaotian naturally knew the weakness of their army, so he knew that he absolutely shouldn't break up. If break up, then they would definitely lose. But if so, then what should we do? Don't tell me that we can only give up one side and concentrate to deal with other? Brilliant also certainly understand the weakness of his side, but there was no other way. Now Demon Clan had already begun to march rapidly. If now they couldn't come up with an effective measures, then they'd be done for. Damn it, Demon Empress, that bastard is actually this cunning. Even the first move is directly striking to our heart, making us exhausted to cope with it. Grumpy Beast Emperor couldn't help but cursed at Demon Empress. As the matter stands, we can only concentrate on. Ling Xiaotian carefully thought about this. As matter stands now, they could only give up one side for the time being, and concentrate to deal with other side, but before he could finish speaking, a sudden and unexpected voice interrupted him. What a minute! Just then, a voice suddenly resounded with the hall, and entered into the ear of everyone present. Shortly afterwards, the space beside Elf Queen suddenly distorted, and along with a huge spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it appeared there. Ren Tianyu raised his head, and his pair of Sharingan carefully scanned everyone all around and slowly said, "Let me deal with the enemies at Evil Capital, and as for the remaining enemies, I will leave them to you all." Let you, hearing the words of Ren Tianyu, everybody present couldn't help but were startled. An Elf Queen beside him pulled him and said, "Boy, don't show off, you should know that there are 2 big divisions of Demon Clan, which means there are at least 30 million demon soldiers there. Can you alone really able to deal with all of them? Rest assured, just let me deal with them, I will do my best to delay their steps to buy some time for you all." Ren Tianyu laughed, seemingly not feeling any pressure. Moreover, I am not alone. Not alone. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Elf Queen was stunned. But when she wanted to ask more about it, Ling Xiaotian had already opened his mouth. Zero, can you really deal with them? Be at ease, I am not a kind of person who only talks big. Since I am saying this, I can definitely do it. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, and confirmed. With his current level of strength, as far as he believes, the quantity of people was of no use against him. That's good. Since this is the case, pass on the command. All the army are to proceed to Ailer Empire and Dark Empire respectively. Prepare for the war. Ling Xiaotian nodded his head, then said to the people responsible for communication. Yes. Those people immediately answered, then used special method to transmit the order to all the troops. After that, Ling Xiaotian looked towards Ren Tianyu. Zero, then we leave Eiffel capital to you. No problem, then I am going to Eiffel capital now. Ren Tianyu nodded his head, then along with Kamui of Right Eye, he left the hall, proceeding towards Eiffel capital. A great war was about to be launched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Yaorao's Doubts. Yaorao's Doubts. In the palace hall of Khaleesi City, Yaorao alone was silently sitting on the throne of this hall with her beautiful eyes closed, seemingly resting. But just then, the finger of Yaorao's right hand suddenly moved, and her eyes also opened suddenly, sharply looking towards one corner of this hall. Then terrifying auras spread all over this entire hall, and suffocating pressure filled every nooks and corners of this hall. In one corner of this hall, along with the sudden large space fluctuation, huge space crack appeared. Shortly afterwards, a mysterious person wearing black robe covering his entire body walked out from this space crack. After seeing this mysterious person, Yaorao slowly withdrew her aura, and the finger of her right hand also slowly relaxed. Then she asked, "Why were you late?" "It shouldn't be that late, I was merely confirming certain matters." Hearing Yaorao, a hoarse voice of that mysterious person came from inside the black robe, answering the question. Yaorao. "How is it, what do they, humanity side plans to do now?" Yaorao seemed to be waiting for the appearance of this mysterious person. After hearing his answer, her body reverted back to sluggish state, then sitting on the throne with her body leaning on the back of the chair, she asked. The humanity side seems to have decided to place all of their main troops on the battlefields of Ailer Empire and Dark Empire. Their troops are already proceeding towards these two battlefields. But, this mysterious black-robed person slowly told all the information he had gotten. No one would have thought that, he had already grasped accurate information on the commands that were issued just now by the Allied army. This speed of gathering information was really shocking. But what? But humanity didn't dispatch any army to Eiffel capital, as if they intend to give up Eiffel capital. They dispatched all their main army only towards other two battlefields. Speaking this much, even this mysterious black-robed person himself also found this little strange. This time's method of dispatching Demon Clan soldiers was precisely his plan. Because he had gotten humanity's complete action plan, he was very clear about the weakness of their army. But according to his prediction, even if humanity didn't break up the army, they would have at least taken certain measures in Eiffel capital, but they completely ignored Eiffel capital where the enemies were already proceeding, as if they had thoroughly given up that place. As a matter of fact, the information of Ren Tianyu going to Eiffel capital by himself was kept confidential by Ling Xiaotian and others, because they wanted to use this tactic to intentionally mislead the enemy, making them hesitate over the side of Eiffel capital. This way the effect might also reach other battlefields, so with regarding to the news of Ren Tianyu already leaving to Eiffel capital was unknown to outsiders, merely those 100 clans leader present at that time knew of this. Hearing this black-robed man, Yaorao fell into a long thought. With regarding to this action arrangement of humanity, she was also puzzled. Just then, she thought of a pawn of her this time's plan, then she asked this black-robed man, "Do you have any news about that human I had mentioned before?" "No." This black-robed person shook his head and said, "At that time in Sky Fragrance Restaurant, I accidentally bumped into them, but never thought that his vigilance was so high. I just appeared in their doorway and I was already discovered. Fortunately at that time I was merely using a clone. And from the time we Demon Clan had arrived, the trace of this human thoroughly disappeared, and I have no way to find him. At that time when I broke the seal, that Tower of Babel had already disappeared. I think that human has already obtained Tower of Babel." Yaorao thought of the disappearance of Tower of Babel, then slowly said, "But like this, making this human obtain Tower of Babel is also a part of my plan. Now we only need to use the blood and soul of entire continent to wash the spirit of Tower of Babel, then the Tower of Babel will be mine, making my goal a step closer." Wait a minute. Just then, Yaorao seemed to think of something, then noiselessly whispered few words. When the corner of her mouth stopped movement, an afterimage suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. Then a middle-aged demon clan wearing black-colored battle armor with 2 dragon horn in his head appeared in the hall, then falling down to one knee, he said towards Yaorao, "Anlake pays respect to Demon Empress. Anlake, go to Eiffel Capital right now, and help demon soldiers of that place to attack Eiffel Capital." Seeing the appearance of this middle-aged male, Yaorao said in a stern voice, "I obey your command." Anlake answered, then ignoring that mysterious black-robed man, his body immediately changed into a blur and disappeared from that place. "You are dispatching evil dragon demon god to Eiffel Capital, did you notice something?" After seeing Anlake had disappeared, that mysterious black-robed person confusedly asked Yaorao. "That's right, Anlake of just now was precisely Demon Clan's one of the three great demon god, evil dragon demon god." "No, I merely dispatched him for just in case." Yaorao shook her head, then said to that underneath black-robed person, "Mo Yun, you should also start moving, this time, we absolutely can't fail." "Okay." This middle-aged man nodded his head, then his body slowly withdrew into the dark corner and disappeared. In the Carol plain in front of Eiffel Capital, suddenly countless shadow appeared, densely covering the entire plain. Carefully looking, countless demon soldiers wearing black battle armor with spear in their hand were advancing forward rapidly, straight towards the direction of Eiffel Capital. Among this thickly dotted demon soldiers, no one issued any sound, merely the sound of unswerving footsteps moving forward resounded. They changed into a huge black-colored mighty torrent and rapidly passed through Carol Plain. Roughly estimating, there were at least 30 million demon soldiers there. When these demon soldiers arrived under the city wall of Eiffel Capital, suddenly two figures at the most front raised their right hand, ordering to stop moving. One of the two was man and other was woman. This man was nearly 2 meters in height, had well-developed muscles, and from far away, he looked just like a combat machine. The woman beside him was a middle-aged demon woman. She had black-colored magic tattoo on her face, and was wearing red robe. This man was one of the 13 demon generals, Aguil. And that woman was also one of the demon generals called Isha. The reason why the two of them ordered to stop moving was because there was a figure on the city wall not far away from them. He was a young man with blood-red eyes wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it. He was standing on the city wall with his hands folded in front of his chest, and indifferently looking at underneath more than 30 million demon soldiers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Meeting Enemies Head-On by Himself. Meeting enemies head-on by himself. After arriving at under the city wall of Eiffel City, more than 30 million demon soldiers instantly stopped their steps. And the leading two demon generals solemnly looked at that figure of the city wall. A youth with blood-red eyes wearing black robe with red clouds imprinted on it was standing on the city wall. He had his arms folded in front of his chest and was indifferently looking at those thickly dotted demon army. Who is this fellow? Seeing this figure, the complexion of Aguil and Isha simultaneously became solemn. Seeing that youth without any aura in his body, they even as a peak god king realm expert actually felt pressure. Finally come? Looking at the army of Demon Clan that had already reached the city gate, Tian smiled, and I power of Sharingan involuntarily began to surge. It had already been 3 days since he had arrived to Eiffel Capital from Radiant's capital city. He had been continuously waiting for the arrival of these demons, wanting to use them to test his current exploding strength. Shortly afterwards, Tian directly jumped down the city wall, and looking at the army of Demon Clan not far away, without any fear, he slowly walked towards them. That faint footstep sound seemingly trampling on the heart of everyone, brought them endless pressure. Humph, dress up as God, play the devil. Seeing Tian was actually looking at them as if they were nothing, as one of the 13 demon generals, Isha's complexion became extremely unsightly, then coldly snorting, she raised her hand to make a move. Along with the circulation of demonic power within her body, the ground in front suddenly began to shake violently, and lots of cracks appeared. Rise for me! Along with the shout of Isha, the ground in front suddenly shattered, and the ground within the radius of 10 meters unexpectedly rose rapidly. And under the control of Isha, they rushed towards Tian, seemingly wanted to crush him into meat patty. This was the special ability of Isha, which let her control everything except living things. With her single thought, she could control these things to move in any way she wanted. Along with Hong sound, these huge chunks of ground suddenly collided with the body of Tian, then pieces of huge rocks flew about in all direction, and cracks in huge crater appeared on the ground. Seeing this, everyone thought that Tian had already died without a place for burial. Isha also withdrew her right hand with satisfaction, but just then, the figure of Tian suddenly rushed rapidly towards demon soldiers from inside the pile of stones. Not good. Seeing this, both Aguil and Isha exclaimed in surprise. Then, they instantly prepared to defend. Just after that, they saw a blur before their eyes, and the figure of Tian had already appeared in front of them. Next, they felt pain in their body and were directly sent flying. After these two demon generals were sent flying, Ren Tianyu continued onward, and with huge lightning sparks appearing around his body, he jumped. And brandishing his right fist, he directly punched on the ground right in the middle position of the demon soldiers. Hong loud explosion sound resounded. Huge explosion dusts and smoke accompanied by lightning sparks suddenly spread in all direction. And the demon soldiers around suddenly gave out a horrible shriek as they were sent flying, and when they were still in midair, strong lightning chakra engulfed them, changing them into burnt charcoal. After the smoke and dusts dissipated, Ren Tianyu with powerful lightning chakra armor on his body appeared. Right now lightning sparks were continuously flickering around his body, and his hair was also standing erect. Looking from far away, he looked just like the lightning god. Kill! After the brief stunned state, those demon soldiers quickly regained their composure, then each and every one of them raised the weapon in their hand and fearlessly charged towards Ren Tianyu. Their eyes showed the expression of facing death with equanimity. Humph! Looking at these charging demon soldiers, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly in disdain. Shortly afterwards, his body changed into lightning, and disappeared from that place. And in the next second, Ren Tianyu had already appeared in front of two demon soldiers in the west side. Seeing the sudden appearance of Ren Tianyu, demon soldiers instantly brandished the spear in their hand without slightest hesitation, stabbing towards Ren Tianyu, as if wanted to skewer Ren Tianyu with that spear. And looking at the stabbing spears, Ren Tianyu's Sharingan spun rapidly, and the trajectory of those spears were seen through by his Sharingan and was transmitted to his brain. Then he quickly reached out his hands, and suddenly seized those two spears, making them powerless to advance even a bit. After that, Ren Tianyu flipped his body in the air with these spears as a fulcrum, then spinning 360 degrees, his legs covered with powerful lightning, directly kicked their heads. Even though both of them were wearing helmet, it was unable to stop the kick of Ren Tianyu. With the kaka bones breaking sounds, their skull were shattered, and they weakly fell to the ground. And as for Ren Tianyu, even while falling down to the ground, he didn't stop. He flipped his body in midair, and his right leg covered in powerful lightning as if changed into a lightning battle axe, chopped down. Raitani Jiriken Darapu. Hong loud sound of explosion resounded. The body of demon soldier who was in the front was suddenly split into two, and black blood sprayed in the air. Ren Tianyu, as if wolf in a flock of sheep, relying merely on his taijutsu, was already abusing these common demon soldiers, because the difference between their combat powers was simply in a different dimension. But just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly heard a sound of wind breaking in right side. Agil with that huge stature as if War Machine had rushed rapidly towards Ren Tianyu. Then raising his right arm, his huge right fist attacked towards the head of Ren Tianyu. Drop dead, you damned bastard! Agil roared, and his right arm widened rapidly while attacking towards the head of Ren Tianyu. Even after seeing this quick fist, the complexion of Ren Tianyu didn't change, merely his right Sharingan quickly spun and eye power flowed out from his eyes. Kamui. After that, the huge fist and the whole body of Agil directly passed through the body of Ren Tianyu, hitting those unprepared demon soldiers of the left side. Hong loud sound of explosion resounded. With the body of Agil as a starting point, all the demon soldiers within 10 meters in the front were suddenly hit, and changed into a blood mist. This is... Recalling that strange state of him passing through the body of Ren Tianyu, Agil was shocked, and slowly turned around to look at Ren Tianyu. What a terrifying power! Seeing the state created by the fist of Agil, Ren Tianyu was surprised, and he couldn't help but sigh. Then changing into an afterimage, he disappeared from there, and appeared in front of the gate of Eiffel Capital. Demon Clan, today with Akatsuki Zero here, none of you can enter Eiffel Capital. Looking at the already disrupted formation of demon soldiers in front of him, a ruthless smile appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu, as he roared towards them. Damned bastard, don't be too smug. Hearing Ren Tianyu's insolent words, grumpy Agil couldn't help but cursed loudly. And the complexion of Isha also become very ugly. Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals while looking at these demon soldiers, and rapidly circulated large amount of chakra within his body. Katan Goka Mikyaku. Fire-styled majestic destroyer flame. After making the hand seals, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, and placed his hands in front of his mouth, then spat out blazing flame from his mouth. This flame engulfed the range of several tens of meters in both sides of Ren Tianyu, while rapidly advancing towards the demon soldiers in the front. Very strong fire magic. Seeing that huge wave of flame in the front, and sensing that surging heat wave even though they were several tens of meters away, they immediately understood that if they let this flame hit inside the demon army without stopping, then they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Isha stepped forward, then shouted to all demon soldiers, fall back. Then spreading her both arms, she quickly circulated huge amount of spirit power. After that, the ground in front suddenly split open, creating a huge crack, and huge earthen wall rapidly rose in front of the demon army. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Using Susanu. Using Susanu. Heavenly Earth Siege. Isha stretched her arms, and used her spiritual power to its limit. Along with the circulation of her demonic power within her body, the ground ahead suddenly began to shake violently, then a long crater appeared on the ground ahead. And from inside that crater several tens of meter long huge earthen wall rose in front of everyone. Just after that the flame created by Ren Tianyu directly hit this earthen wall. The terrifying heat of this flame roasted this earthen wall, and this earthen wall issued ka-ka cracking sound. Now the color of this earthen wall had become deep yellow, as if it would break at any time. When the mud underwent high temperature heating, it would change into porcelain, and one might well say it would break upon slight bump. This earthen wall was also similar, and Isha also clearly noticed this situation. She rapidly chanted the incantation, and as the incantation resounded, a special energy fluctuation shot out from her body, and entered inside the earthen wall ahead. Solidify! Along with the voice of Isha, a grey-colored radiance appeared above the earthen wall, then the earthen wall which was originally on the verge of disintegrating as if instantly strengthened, instantly become solid, firmly blocking the flame outside. This was the second ability of Isha, changing the density of the non-living substance she was controlling in limited area as she pleases, allowing her to instantly change soft mud into as hard as iron, or change hard rock into liquid state. But before Isha and Agul could relax, several loud dragon roars suddenly resounded. 9 huge flame dragons had leapt over the earthen wall, and was advancing towards demon army. Fire style, Grand 9 Flame Dragon Formation, Seeing those rapidly flying flame dragons, the pupils of Agul and Isha firmly shrunk, as they immediately knew that this was bad. But they were powerless to save demon army, because 2 flame dragons were already attacking towards them too. Roar, Boundary Breaking Fist. Agul roared loudly, and with the muscles of his right arm bulging rapidly, he directly stepped in front of the fire dragon. Then along with the swing of his right arm, the air in front issued a hissing sound, then a loud explosion sound resounded, and the terrifying impact force advanced forward. This flame dragon was directly hit by this impact, and was blown away, then changing into pure scattered fire element, it dissipated in the air. And as for Isha, she dealt with this flame dragon even more easily. She directly reached out her right hand towards this flame dragon, then changed its density. After that this flame dragon directly changed into fire element and dissipated in the air. But as for those ordinary demon soldiers, they were not so lucky. Each of them who were directly hit by flame dragons, their bodies suddenly disintegrated along with terrifying explosion sound. Now the incomplete limbs of these demon soldiers were everywhere in the battlefield. Along with a series of this loud explosion sound, large amount of smoke and dusts gradually rose and spread all over the place. And inside this smoke and dusts, the unceasing sound of demon soldiers screaming resounded. And just then, a figure emitting powerful lightning sparks directly flew up from the other side of earthen wall created by Isha, then rushed towards those underneath demon soldiers. This figure was naturally Ren Tianyu. After using fire style to throw battlefield into disorder, he immediately charged into this temporarily blinded demon army. Looking at those demon soldiers inside that underneath dust, a ruthless smile appeared on his face. Then he attacked towards demon soldiers underneath with his right leg which was covered with powerful lightning sparks. Hong sound resounded, which was accompanied by several blood-curdling screams. Many demon soldiers were directly sent flying. After landing on the ground, Ren Tianyu immediately controlled his body and began to spin rapidly, creating a huge lightning tornado in the place. Shortly afterwards, accompanied with loud dragon roar, a huge lightning dragon appeared in the mid-air. Raitund Raria no Tatsumaki. Lighting style, Thunder Dragon Tornado. This huge dragon immediately swept away the demon soldiers in the front. And suddenly loud sounds of horrible shriek resounded, as countless demon soldiers were directly hit and sent flying. Then in the mid-air, they were directly roasted into burnt charcoal by the lightning sparks, and fell to the ground. And when Ren Tianyu's lightning dragon was wreaking havoc in the battlefield, wind-breaking sound came from above his head. Agul's sturdy right arm was directly punching towards the head of this lightning dragon. Roar, break for me. Along with the angry roar of Agul, the body of lightning dragon was directly knocked back, and while still in the mid-air, it dissipated and revealed Ren Tianyu. When Ren Tianyu was knocked back nearly 40 meters, Ren Tianyu flipped few times in the air to neutralize the impact force, the stably landed on the ground. But a trace of blood appeared on the corner of his mouth, then he stretched his hand, and wiping the blood, he looked at Agul in the sky ahead, and said, "Pretty good power." But just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt the unusual change under his foot. Immediately after that several solid earthen vines shot out from the ground and firmly tied the body of Ren Tianyu, making him powerless to move. And Isha who was not far away slowly withdrew her right hand. This scene before his eyes was clearly her doing. When Agil had flown up, she had already made her preparation, and waited until Ren Tianyu landed on the ground, then she immediately changed the density of the ground under his leg, making them hard as a steel, and firmly tied the body of Ren Tianyu. And after seeing Ren Tianyu was bound, those demon soldiers naturally wouldn't waste this rare excellent chance. All the demon soldiers in the front immediately send out huge energy ball towards Ren Tianyu. Perhaps because the strength of single demon soldier was very weak as compared to Ren Tianyu, he could completely disregard it, but now at least several 10,000s of demon soldiers were attacking simultaneously. This was not the attack that he could casually neglect. Looking at as if raindrops energy balls, Ren Tianyu unhurriedly sighed. Nobodies in the end is still nobodies, and even if the quantity is also many, they however are also unable to change their fate of nobodies. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the pattern of Ren Tianyu's eyes quickly changed into Mangekyo's pattern. Immediately after that, powerful eye power continuously flowed out from his eyes. Just after that, those as if raindrops energy balls, under the gaze of Agil, Isha as well as demon soldiers, directly landed on Ren Tianyu. Then a series of hong, 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 loud explosion sound continuously resounded, and large amount of smoke and dusts gradually rose and spread all over the surroundings of where Ren Tianyu was standing. Did that finish him? Looking at the circumstance, everyone expectantly thought. But the reality was brutal. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread all around rapidly from inside the dusts and smoke, blowing away the surrounding demon soldiers. After they finally stabilized their body with difficulty, they look ahead, and instantly all of them involuntarily opened their mouth wide. Right now the body of Ren Tianyu was surrounded by huge energy war god wearing battle armor and huge helmet. Its body was emitting a powerful purple-colored lightning light, and was holding two huge swords. This was precisely Ren Tianyu's Dojutsu Susanoo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Rinnegan emerges. Rinnegan emerges. What's this move? Seeing that purple ash-colored lightning sparks huge Susanoo around the body of Ren Tianyu, even Agil and Isha who were demon generals couldn't help but simultaneously cried out in alarm, with their eyes filled with shocked expression. Ren Tianyu stood there with his arms folded in front of his chest, and with the rapid spinning of his Sharingan, powerful eye power gushed out from his eyes, sustaining the Susanoo. Just then, suddenly 7 or 8 huge purple lightning energy Magatama appeared above that huge body of Susanoo, then along with the wave of that huge right arm of Susanoo, those huge Magatama shot out towards those demon soldiers. Bastard! Seeing Ren Tianyu was attacking towards those ordinary demon soldiers, the complexion of Agil and Isha blackened, and cursed Ren Tianyu simultaneously. They had never expected that Ren Tianyu as the strong would actually not show a trace of grandeur of the strong, and would actually took the initiative to raise his hand to deal with these weak and small people. One should know that in this world, the strong using their strength to bully the weak was despised by other people. But in any case, they must stop Ren Tianyu's move. Agil flew towards several Magatama, then relying on his that very strong fists, he actually smashed those Magatama into pieces one by one. And as for Isha, she used the same old tactics, used her special ability to directly create countless solid earthen wall, blocking the Magatama. But at that time, Ren Tianyu with Susanoo nevertheless directly jumped into the middle of the demon soldiers' battle formation, then brandishing Futsu no Matama swords in both hands, he sent out sword light, chopping all the demon soldiers around him into two. After that they changed into bloody mists and fell to the ground. Seeing Ren Tianyu massacring the people of their demon clan as if tiger entering the flock of sleep, the eyes of Agil and Isha instantly become very red. Although they as one of the 13 demon generals had already reached peak God King realm, but when confronting against Ren Tianyu, they however had a kind of powerless feeling. They basically were powerless to stop his moves. Isha immediately landed on the ground, and placed her both palms on the ground in front of her, then she began to circulate her spiritual power and demonic power inside her body rapidly. After that the ground underfoot of Ren Tianyu began to shake violently, followed by the sudden rise of huge earthen wall in two sides of him. And under the effect of peculiar white light, they became incomparably solid, and begun to advance towards his Susanoo to flatten him. Humph! Seeing these solid thick earthen walls had already arrived in front of him from both sides, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then Susanoo hold up its hands, directly stopping this continuously moving forward earthen walls, making them powerless to advance forward even a bit. It's not that simple. Seeing Ren Tianyu had stopped her move, Isha shouted loudly. Then in the front and back of Ren Tianyu, two solid earthen walls simultaneously rose once again, then advanced towards Ren Tianyu to flatten him. Drop dead for me. Seeing Ren Tianyu was already powerless to stop her move, Isha was delighted, and circulated demonic power inside her body rapidly with confidence. As long as earthen walls completely encircled the body of Ren Tianyu, she could thoroughly seal him in that place. But an ideal was beautiful, and reality nevertheless cruel. Ren Tianyu just sneered, and with a thought, another pair of huge hands appeared on the body of Susanoo, and two huge Futsu no Matama sword appeared in these hands too. After that, under the disbelief looks of Isha and callous looks of Ren Tianyu, those two Futsu no Matama swords directly chopped down. Break! Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, two huge swords split open the ground, and also cut through those earthen walls all around him, which were reinforced using the special ability of Isha. After that, those slashes still continued to move forward, which was accompanied by loud screams. Countless demon soldiers met their death under these two sword slashes. But just then, Ren Tianyu suddenly heard a loud wind-breaking sound coming through the smoke and dust ahead, followed by a shadow arriving in front of Susanoo after piercing through the smoke and dust. This shadow was precisely Agule. This moment, the blue veins on the body of Agule suddenly stuck out, and his developed muscles rapidly expanded, especially that right arm, compared to usual size. Now that right arm was very wide. After that, along with the pressure that could suffocate a person, he swung his right arm towards Ren Tianyu. Roar, break for me! Agule loudly roared, while his huge right arm punched towards the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu. Along with the attack of this fist, the air in front suddenly issued a rumbling sound, then sharp explosion sound resounded in the air. No one would have thought that the power of Agule's this fist could actually smash the air itself, creating a phenomenon of air explosion. Immediately after that, this very heavy fist landed on Susanoo, then the body of Susanoo suddenly began to issue caca sound. Numerous cracks appeared on that armor made by energy, and the Susanoo unexpectedly began to dissipate slowly. What? Seeing this scene before his eyes, Ren Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had never expected that the fist of this Agule was actually this strong. Only relying on his one fist, he was able to destroy his Susanoo. The might of this fist was far stronger than the one fist of Reikage with the help of Tsuchikage. Even after Susanoo dissipated, the power of Agule's fist had still not disappeared. It continued to advance towards the head of Ren Tianyu. If this fist land on the head of Ren Tianyu, then his head will definitely smashed into pieces as if watermelon. Looking at this rapidly approaching fist, Ren Tianyu lightly sighed, then along with rapid increase of eye power, the pattern of his eyes began to change dramatically. Now, a pattern of a ripple pattern that spreads over the eyeball appeared in his eyes. This was precisely Rinnegan. Agule also clearly saw the changes in the eyes of Ren Tianyu, and he immediately had an ominous premonition. Just before the fist arrived, suddenly powerful eye power gushed out from his eyes, and the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. Shinra Tensei! Almighty push! Immediately after that, Agule suddenly discovered that his fist unexpectedly was powerless to move forward even a bit. Moreover, not only that, but he also discovered that with Ren Tianyu as the center, a powerful repulsive force spread all around. Precisely this powerful repulsive force had stopped his fist. Pang Agule's body was suddenly sent flying, and heavily fell on the distant ground. Agule, what happened? Are you alright? Seeing Agule was suddenly sent flying, Isha was startled, and she quickly flew over to Agule and asked worriedly. Cough cough, I'm fine. Agule stood up with the support of Isha, then wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he calmed down his rolling over and over blood and chi, then answered to Isha. What happened just now? How were you suddenly sent flying? I simply was unable to see when that fellow attacked. Seeing Agule was fine, Isha relaxed, then asked in confusion. I also don't know, I just felt a powerful repulsive force coming through his body, and that repulsive force was so strong that my body was basically powerless to resist and was directly sent flying. Agule shook his head, and expressed that he was also not too clear. But I reckon this has something to do with the changes in his eyes. Looking at those indifferent eyes, Agule said with uncertainty. This fellow is terrifyingly strong. With just two of us, we are basically powerless to stop him, unless His Excellency Demon God came to help. Looking at unscathed Ren Tianyu and again looking at those dead or injured demon soldiers, Isha said. Within extremely short time, nearly 10,000 demon soldiers had already died, although compared to 30 million demon army, this was merely a trivial number, but one should understand that this was caused by a single individual Ren Tianyu. Wait a minute, that fellow is moving again. Just then, Agule suddenly noticed that Ren Tianyu was making a move again, so he warned Isha. Now Ren Tianyu suddenly jumped back, and after landing on the city wall of Eiffel capital, never thought that these guys unexpectedly forced me to use Rinnegan. Since it is like this, I will use this move to clean up the battlefield. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Tengai Shinsei. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. Ren Tianyu stood above the city wall of Eiffel capital. His eyes had already changed into Rinnegan. Now he was staring at those underneath demon army with his eyes containing powerful eye power. Just now his Susanoo getting broken by the fist of Agule, although was a bit outside of his expectation, but in fact even if he didn't borrow the power of Rinnegan, he could have easily dodged that heavy fist of Agule without any injury. The reason why he used Rinnegan was, because Ren Tianyu didn't want to waste too much of his energy to deal with these demon soldiers. At first he had directly dashed into the middle of demon army, as he thought that he could kill them by catching them unprepared, and give them heavy casualties, but in reality he was merely able to kill 10,000 or so demon soldiers, which when compared to that 30 million demon army, was negligible number. Furthermore, after undergoing the battle of just now, these demon soldiers were gradually adapting to his fighting rhythm under the leadership of Agul and Isha. In the beginning, it was one-sided massacre, but now they were defending with one group and counterattacking with other group, so now Ren Tianyu wanted to use absolute power to let them see the real power. Thinking this, slowly purplish-colored lightning energy reappeared around Ren Tianyu, slowly forming a huge purplish-colored skeleton, which slowly changed into a huge energy war god, precisely was Ren Tianyu's Susanoo. After that, Ren Tianyu inside Susanoo made a hand seal, simultaneously Susanoo's two pairs of hands also made hand seal and maintained that hand seal. And at the same time, that chakra within his body that was comparable to tailed beast began to violently move. What does he want to do? Seeing the move of Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Agul and Isha simultaneously became solemn, and both of them simultaneously had an ominous foreboding. They had already experienced the might of Susanoo, that humanoid combat weapon. And Agul with the assistance of Isha had finally managed to break it with difficulty, and at that he had believed that he would be able to injure Ren Tianyu, but who would have thought that Ren Tianyu would stop his move with special move? And now within the short period of time, he was basically powerless to bring out the might of that punch of just a moment ago, so he feared that Ren Tianyu with Susanoo would again come down and wreak havoc, but he didn't know that a move that was even more terrifying than the half-body Susanoo of Ren Tianyu was about to befall. Ren Tianyu's both hands and Susanoo's two pairs of hands simultaneously maintained three different hand seals. After that, the chakra within his body violently rolled over and over, and the eye power of Rinnegan also surged rapidly. Compared to ordinary Bansho Tenin, universal pull, even stronger gravitational pull linked up to outer space under the effect of his chakra. After that, under the effect of large amount of Rinnegan's eye power, a huge meteorite directly pierced through the atmosphere, falling towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. When Agul and Isha were wondering why Ren Tianyu had not made any move, they noticed that the ground below them were covered by a large shadow, as if something huge covered the sky above them. After that, they immediately raised their head to look up, but the scene above them completely stunned both of them, with their face filled with shock, disbelief, despair, and so on expression. An enormous meteorite with more than 70 li in diameter was rapidly falling down towards the battlefield. If this meteorite falls, then it would definitely wipe out nearly all of these 30 million demon soldiers. Not even 1 in 10 will survive. Bastard, how is this possible? The strength of us in this human is basically on the different dimension. Looking at the rapidly falling meteorite, Agul said while gnashing his teeth. Don't tell me this is the strength of the true god? Also looking at this rapidly descending meteorite, Isha muttered. Then she immediately roared towards demon soldiers. Retreat, all of you retreat Everybody, run for it. Quickly run for your life. Only after the roar of Isha, those demon soldiers finally woke up from the stunned state. After that, under the absolute power of suppression and the dread of death, these elite demon soldiers of Demon Clan forgot their usual firm military discipline. All of them began fleeing wildly for their life with face filled with panic, fear, expression. And as for Isha, looking at the rapidly descending meteorite which would land very soon, she firmed herself, then going over to the side of Agul, she began to use her special ability, intending to go all out to survive. Looking at those demon army fleeing wildly for their life, Ren Tianyu sneered. This meteorite was something he had created by spending almost 1/6 of the chakra within his body, so how could they easily escape it? Tengai Shinsei is one of the dojutsu of Rinnegan. At that time, after Madara was resurrected by Kabuto using Edo Tensei, he had used this move to summon 2 earth-shattering meteorites to directly destroy the 4th division of Ninja Allied Force. One might well say that this is super powerful ninjutsu. As a matter of fact, this move in Shibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation, has similar expect, which is, both the move's main principle is to use Bansho Tenin to its limit. Using Rinnegan's powerful eye power, bringing out the mechanism of Bansho Tenin's power, and under the effect of large amount of chakra within the body, link up with the meteorite of outer space, then use Bansho Tenin's powerful gravitational force to pull down meteorite from outer space, thereby attacking the enemy. This move's range not only covered the entire battlefield, but even covered Ren Tianyu as well as the entire Ephile capital. However, since Ren Tianyu had used this move, he naturally wouldn't perish with them. His eyes changed into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then under the effect of Kamui of right eye, his body disappeared along with the spiral-shaped space ripple. Several hundred kilometers away, in the sky, evil dragon demon god Anlake was speeding towards Ephile capital. Because compared to main army, he had set out after nearly 5 days, so now he still hadn't reached there. But just at this time, he suddenly noticed an enormous meteorite falling down in the distant sky, and even he felt apprehensive seeing the area of this meteorite. and after estimating where the meteorite would fall, his complexion suddenly became extremely ugly, because the meteorite falling site was precisely the battlefield of evil capital. Something unexpected must have happened in the battlefield, I have to get there quickly. Anlake anxiously thought, then along with the loud dragon roar, he changed into a black light and disappeared from there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, You all are not qualified for me to personally raise hand. You all are not qualified for me to personally raise hand. After Ren Tianyu used Kamui to leave the city wall of evil capital, that earth-shattering huge meteorite which he had summoned landed on the ground with a loud bang. Under the fear, anger, unwilling, and so on expression of all demon soldiers, it directly landed covering the entire battlefield, and even evil capital was also within the area covered by this meteorite. Ear-deafening explosion sound resounded, that meteorite finally landed, and the underneath ground suddenly shook violently, and as if the doomsday had arrived, ground cracked one after another, and under the terrifying shockwaves that spread all around due to this meteorite colliding against the ground, countless demon soldiers were killed without leaving even dead bones under this attack, which could be rated as catastrophic attack. This explosion gave rise to smoke and dusts which instantly spread all over the entire battlefield. When the explosion sound disappeared and shaking stopped, now the battlefield was in complete ruins as if a prehistoric beast had rampaged on it. And as for that huge meteorite, it had exploded, changing into countless huge rocks and was raining down in the battlefield. And as for that powerful nearly 30 million demon army, they had completely disappeared. Merely a number of demon soldiers had luckily survived under this terrifying attack. As for remaining, they had already changed into ice-cold corpses, and some even had their corpses thoroughly crushed by the meteorite, leaving behind not even their dead bones. And the original flourishing ancient city, evil capital, had also changed into a waste city under the impact of the meteorite. City wall and all the buildings inside the city had already collapsed, changing into broken down debris. This scene as if the scene after a disaster was the result of Ren Tianyu's Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstacle quaking star, move. And at this time, a boulder suddenly flipped over, then the soil burst out. After that, Aguil and Isha jumped out from inside. When the meteorite was just about to land, Isha had used her special ability to hide herself and Aguil under the ground. Moreover, she changed the density of soil around, making them incomparably solid. In this way, they were luckily able to keep their small life, surviving this terrifying attack. After they stood firmly, and slightly calming down their rolling over and over blood and chi within their body, they looked around the battlefield. The scene they saw, however, immediately overwhelmed them. There was the sound of wailing mournfully everywhere in the battlefield. Countless demon soldiers had already died under this meteorite, and they could estimate that merely less than 30,000 demon soldiers had survived. Moreover, among these survived demon soldiers, basically all of them were injured. Seeing this scene before their eyes, the eyes of Aguil and Isha instantly turned red. Roar, damn human, come out, Aguil will definitely kill you. When he had set off, Aguil was high-spirited. He believed that humanity was basically powerless to stop his elite army, but to his surprise, a single human destroyed his entire legion. So how could he keep himself from getting angry? Aguil looked up to the heaven and roared, and with that tyrannical aura on his body suddenly rising sharply, he punched the huge rock beside him. Immediately ka-ka cracking sound resounded, and cracks appeared on this huge rock. Shortly afterwards, with a pa sound, it shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. And just then, suddenly an ear-deafening dragon roar resounded in distant sky, attracting the gaze of Aguil and Isha. They saw a black-colored dragon-shaped light made up of demonic power was directly streaking across the horizon and was flying towards them in a high speed. With a show sound, Anlake descended down from the sky and landed in front of Aguil and Isha. We pay respect to your excellency Anlake. Seeing the arrival of Anlake, Aguil and Isha immediately bowed and greeted respectfully. What the hell happened here? How did it become this way? Seeing the circumstance around, as well as countless dead or injured demon soldiers, Anlake asked Aguil and Isha with ugly expression. Aguil and Isha looked at each other, then narrated the matter of encountering Ren Tianyu, his surprise attack, as well as how Ren Tianyu finally summoned a meteorite to exterminate the entire legion in full detail. After hearing the narration of Aguil and Isha, Anlake became incomparably solemn. Merely a single person destroyed an entire legion? Especially that earth-shattering meteorite he had summoned just now. Even when he was several hundred kilometers away at that time, he was able to see it. It seems the worry of Her Majesty is really accurate. Anlake solemnly thought inwardly. Before he had set out to hear, Yaorao had told him that she feared that this legion will encounter the attack of strongest human, so she was making him to go to support this army. Because for the truly strong expert, crowd tactics was merely a joke, as no quality and only quantity simply couldn't threaten these strong experts. Just like 30,000 years ago, Demon Empress had raised her hand and she directly changed 3 million army of humanity and 100 clans into the pool of blood. At this time, on the broken down high platform not far away from them, the space suddenly distorted, then Ren Tianyu walked out from inside. Then looking at the scene he had created, Ren Tianyu showed a cruel smile, and said, "The might of this move is pretty good, this scene is truly fascinating Damn human, you finally came out, I will definitely kill you." Seeing Ren Tianyu had appeared, Agul roared, while glaring at Ren Tianyu with his eyes that seemed to want to shoot out flames. "Are you the one who caused this?" Seeing the appearance of Ren Tianyu, Anlake asked while coldly staring at Ren Tianyu. "Yes, so, are you going to avenge these trash?" Hearing Anlake, Ren Tianyu's Rinnegan firmly stared at him, and feeling the energy within this body of Anlake, he unhurriedly thought inwardly, is he a demon god? Then drop dead, demon dragon wave. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ablake coldly snorted, then a large amount of black-colored energy wave flew out from his body, and changing into a huge black dragon, it shot towards Ren Tianyu. Humph! Looking at the black-colored demonic dragon, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then raising his right hand, along with the eye power circulating in his Rinnegan, under the surprised gaze of everyone, the energy of this demonic dragon was unexpectedly absorbed by Ren Tianyu, causing it to slowly shrink, and finally disappear. This was one of the ability of Rinnegan that could absorb any energy-based attack. What? Seeing the move of Ren Tianyu, the complexion of Anlake suddenly blanked, and yelled in disbelief. Humph, with only 3 of you, you all are not qualified to fight with me, let my pawns accompany you to play. Looking at Anlake and other 2, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then he began to quickly make a series of hand seals. And along with the circulation of chakra within his body, he placed his right hand on the ground. Kochios Edo Tensei. Summoning Jutsu Reanimation. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, from the ground in front of Anlake and others, suddenly 3 coffins bore out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Edo Tensei Jutsu. Edo Tensei Jutsu, Reanimation Jutsu. Kochios Edo Tensei. Summoning Jutsu Reanimation. Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, and finally clapped his hands, then along with the quick depletion of a portion of chakra within his body, the ground under the high platform where Ren Tianyu was standing suddenly began to crack. Shortly afterwards, 3 wooden coffins broke out from the ground, and appeared in front of Anlake and company. What are these things? Seeing the sudden appearance of 3 coffins, Agul couldn't help but ask confusedly. Be careful, you two. I suddenly have a bad feeling. Seeing the sudden appearance of 3 coffins, don't know why but a restless feeling suddenly welled up inside the heart of Anlake, as if something bad was going to happen. Shortly afterwards, the lids of 3 coffins slowly fell down, then 3 figures became visible inside the coffins. When the appearance of these 3 figures were seen clearly, Anlake was instantly stunned, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Anlake's gaze was firmly fixed on the figure inside the middle coffin among these 3 figures. This figure was a handsome middle-aged man wearing black-colored long robe, and was quietly standing inside the coffin. And as for the figures inside the remaining 2 coffins, both of them was also the people of Demon Clan with tall and big stature. Among them, one was holding spear and wearing black-colored battle armor, and other was holding saber. This moment, they were also quietly standing inside the coffins. Just then, the body of these demons suddenly emitted a light white smoke, then their body slowly moved, and opening their eye which had grey-colored scara, they walked out from the coffin. After walking out of the coffin, that middle-aged man wearing black-colored long robe looked all around him, then thought aloud in confusion. Shortly afterwards, his gaze was suddenly filled with disbelief seeing Anlake, and he asked in uncertainty, Are you? Anlake. Teacher. Hearing this middle-aged man, Anlake said with slightly trembling voice. What? Teacher? Sire Anlake, this person is? Hearing Anlake addressing this middle-aged man as teacher, Isha couldn't help but ask to Anlake. He is my teacher, named Andre, once venerated as Dark Knight Demon God. Looking at this middle-aged man, i.e. Dark Knight Demon God Andre, Anlake slowly said. 100,000 years ago, he was the head of 3 great demon gods, and above all, he is regarded as the strongest demon god in the history of demon world, not one of the strongest. Strongest demon god? Agul was stunned and asked stutteringly. What's going on here? Aren't we all already dead? How come we returned to life again? That demon god holding spear moved his right hand, and looking at the surroundings all around, he asked in disbelief. We indeed are already dead, but I guess someone resurrected us using special means. That demon clan holding saber sensed his body, but discovered that he basically was unable to feel any feeling of flesh and blood. Moreover, his movement seems to be under the control of a mysterious power. I think the person who resurrected and control us should be you, this human. Andre turned around and looked towards Ren Tianyu standing on the high platform and said coldly. Indeed, as once strongest demon god, now, after his death, other people unexpectedly resurrected him as a pawn, moreover controlled his actions, so how could he not have killing intent towards Ren Tianyu? Indeed, I am the one who resurrected you all. Ren Tianyu indifferently said, but I resurrected all of you not to talk about old days, rather to eradicate all my enemies. These three were naturally the resurrected corpses using Edo Tensei among the corpses of demon generals and demon gods Ren Tianyu had dug out from the demon empress graveyard of demon world at that time. This Dark Knight demon god was demon world's publicly acknowledged strongest demon god, not one of the strongest. Legend stated that his strength had already stepped into the border of demon emperor. And the remaining two were former demon generals. That one holding spear was called Baluk, and other holding saber was called Loorna. As a matter of fact, the number of people Ren Tianyu had resurrected was not limited to these, but Ren Tianyu had set aside the other resurrected people for reserve. Well, now that the chat is officially over, why don't you all begin to take action? Finished speaking, Ren Tianyu made a series of hand seals. Immediately afterwards, Dark Knight Demon God and other two resurrected demon generals felt their body advancing towards Anlake and others without their control. Anlake, stop me, here, only you are most familiar with my means, moreover now I am not strong as when I was at my peak. So try your best to stop me. Andre dashed towards Anlake, and his body began to slowly emit a dark demonic light, then terrifying aura spread out from his body. Now we are under his control, and all our actions are basically not under our control, so juniors, come up with your strongest power to stop us. Loorna with saber in his hand said to Agul, then he rushed towards him. And Balik also rushed towards Isha. And as for Ren Tianyu, he sat on the high platform while indifferently looking at the fight underneath, and began to rapidly recover his chakra. He wanted to keep his strongest state at all times, so that he could deal with Yaorao who might arrive at any time. As Yaorao possessed the power of 4 universe boundary divine artifact, he dreaded her endlessly, so he wanted to keep his strongest state at all time. Meanwhile, in the battle of Alar Empire and Dark Empire, they had also already began to exchange fire. The Humanity and 100 Clans allied army had already come into contact with Demon Army, moreover battle was already in a full swing. Although Humanity was master of battleground, but in individual battle, Humanity truly occupied disadvantageous position. When all was said and done, Humanity's soldiers' combat power was slightly weaker than Demon Clan, moreover the difference in the cooperation between Humanity and Demon Clans was too much. When battling, these people of Demon Clan could basically understand the thoughts of each other with merely an eye contact, then mutually cooperating they pressured Humanity. But although Humanity was in disadvantageous position for the time being, but it was still too early to say that Humanity would definitely lose. Each team under the leadership of each team leader were preparing to counterstrike. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, Kill. 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 Dark Empire's frontier, Guluwana City. Countless demon soldiers had already gathered outside the city. In the beginning, there were at least 40 million demon soldiers. But right now, on the battlefield, there were scattered fragment corpses of demons and humans. All of these were the corpses of those who were unable to making it back after the conclusion of first battle. And in Guluwana City, the 4th Division of Humanity and 100 Clans allied army was garrisoned here. And the leader of this army division was White Tiger. White Tiger was the first person to enter Akatsuki organization. And after the long period of cultivation, plus obtaining the inheritance of 7 great saints, and moreover evolving his blood lineage to god rank, he had already stepped into peak god king realm and strength. Furthermore, he was the eldest son of 100 Clans Holy Sword Clan. So no matter whether in his strength or status, everyone had already accepted him as a leader wholeheartedly, and with regarding to the instruction of White Tiger, no one dares to defy it. And to be prepared for all contingencies, Ren Tianyu made all other member of Akatsuki other than Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon and Northern Dipper who were leading those light magicians of Light Palace, follow White Tiger to the battlefield. And for just in case, before the war, Ren Tianyu had specially let elder sister Yuer to learn a secret move, and also gave her a number of things to guard against the unexpected. And on the side of Vermilion Bird, other than the 3 big experts of Akatsuki, the Brilliant of Light Palace was also there personally. Moreover, all 3 of them were holding Hyroshin mark of Ren Tianyu, so that if there was any mishap, he could go and rescue them at any time. And right now in Guluwana City, White Tiger and his company and a number of experts dispatched by 100 clans were sitting in the hall, formulating next step. In today's first contact, the armies of them and Demon Clan had made a brief confrontation, injuring each other. Moreover, in the side of Demon Clan, other than 3 demon generals, there were 5 mid-god king realm experts, as well as 7 or 8 true god realm experts. This shows the strength of Demon Clan. But in terms of the quantity of experts, humanity's side was also not bad. White Tiger, Void, Southern Dipper, these 3 were peak god king realm experts who had already evolved their blood lineage to god rank. Moreover, there was Yuer who had already stepped into Kage level and also had already successfully merged 3 attribute to awaken Kekiai Tota, Jin Tun, particle style. And relying on the might of particle style, even though she had just stepped into Kage level, and still didn't possess super Kage level chakra, Yuer could already proclaim herself king within God King realm. Even if White Tiger activated his god-ranked blood lineage, he wouldn't have any means to defeat Yuer. Moreover, there were Jade Maiden and Little Yu who had also stepped into peak true god realm and strength. They were also able to keep out those true god experts of Demon Clan. Furthermore, there were still several experts of 100 clans. T.L. Previously it was said that Jade Maiden and Little Yu had just stepped into God King realm, but here it is said that they are still peak true god realm, and in the later chapters too it is mentioned that they are only peak true god realm experts. At this moment, a human soldier wearing battle armor came in, then respectfully said towards White Tiger and others, reporting, Demon Clan began to move strangely again, as if preparing to besiege once again. Humph, want to seize this Guluwana city before I, White Tiger's eyes, it's simply a wishful thinking. Hearing the report of this soldiers, White Tiger snorted, then waving his hand towards the soldiers, he said, got it, you can withdraw. Yes. This soldier answered, then slightly bowing, he withdrew. Everybody, quickly head out to the city and prepare to meet the enemy head on. After the soldier withdrew, White Tiger said to the experts of 100 clans. We obey your command. In this army division, White Tiger was the supreme leader, so they will comply with all the command issued by White Tiger. Moreover, they themselves highly respected White Tiger, as in such a young age, he had already stepped into peak God King realm, so how could they not respect him? After these experts of 100 clan withdrew to prepare for the battle, White Tiger said to Yuer, Sister Yuer, how is it, are you able to completely control the thing given to you by Zero? I have already learnt this forbidden technique. This move in itself is not that hard. Yuer nodded her head and said, that's good, don't use this move for the time being. According to Zero's suggestion, this thing however is more dangerous at night. Since that is the case, after nightfall, we'll use this to surprise attack Demon Clan's barracks. White Tiger recalled one of the uses of that thing Ren Tian Yu had stated when he had given that thing to Yuer, then even he also couldn't help but feel chill in his neck. Let's go, we are also going to the city to meet the enemy head on. After completing the arrangement, White Tiger led everyone outside the hall, then flew towards outside Guluwana city. All the magicians and warriors army stationed inside Guluwana city had already came out of the city and now were looking at faraway demon army, preparing for the war. Brothers, since these demon bastards of Demon Clan dared to invade our homeland, what do you say we should do? White Tiger leading numerous experts flew to the front of this army, then looking at that thickly dotted demon army, he shouted loudly. Kill! Thinking of those Demon Clan who were in the process of invading their homeland, the gaze of these humanity and 100 clans allied army looking towards Demon army gradually become full of killing intent, then they loudly shouted simultaneously. They want to bully and humiliate our clansmen, friends, wives, children and families, what do you say we should do? The loud shout of White Tiger continued to enter the ears of everyone. Kill! Thinking of their close friends and their family members who had died in the hands of these Demon Clans people, and recalling some didn't even leave behind their corpse, the killing intent in the eyes of this allied army became even denser while looking at that demon army. Now their eyes were already red. They wants to exterminate all of us, they wants to bully and humiliate us as if magical beasts, and they wants to destroy our beautiful homeland. Brothers, what do you all say we should do? White Tiger said all of these in one breath. He wanted the momentum of this allied force to reach the maximum. Kill! 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 These allied soldiers roared loudly in high moral, and their body also emitted powerful murderous aura. Now their gaze that was looking towards Demon army was very ferocious and was full of dense killing intent. Seeing this, even those demon soldiers who had strong military discipline couldn't help but felt fear. Good, then let's work together to beat these demon bastard back to demon world, and make them thoroughly roll away from our divine wind continent. White Tiger roared loudly, then pulled out a huge black iron heavy sword, and the iron chain of this sword's hilt firmly tied up his body. After that he took the lead to rush towards Demon army. Kill! Kill! After seeing the action of White Tiger, the allied army also loudly roared simultaneously, then holding their weapon, they also fearlessly charged towards Demon army. And the people of Akatsuki also followed closely behind, each emitting a powerful aura. They also rushed towards the army of Demon Clan, starting to cross sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Battle of Speed. Battle of Speed. White Tiger took the lead with black iron heavy sword in his hand. And under the support of colossal battle chi within his body, he emitted a sharp sword chi, then flying high up in the air, he slashed out a huge sword light from his black iron heavy sword. Night Quaking Sword Secrets, Second Style, Night Quaking Thunder. Along with the voice of White Tiger, everyone in the battlefield suddenly heard soul-shaking sounds of thunderclaps. Along with hong, hong, sounds of thunderclaps, the complexion of those people whose strength was lower than White Tiger turned pale, and they couldn't help but stop what they were doing. Shortly afterwards, that towering sword light accompanied by thunderclaps, under the frightened expression of these unguarded demon soldiers, reached them with loud bang. Hong, a loud sound of explosion resounded, accompanied by the sounds of tragic screams. More than 100 demon soldiers in the front were instantly chopped into pieces by this towering sword light, spilling the blood to the ground. And on the other side, Void was also same, following the light sound of karma transmigration, a deathblade light slashed out the demon army. And as compared to the violent move of White Tiger, Southern Dipper Bufong appeared more elegant. In the mid-air, Bufong emitted the radiance of the stars, then changing into a blur, he disappeared from that location. And at the same time, countless afterimages of Bufong flashed in the battlefield ahead. Along with the flashing of afterimage, before demon soldiers could react, their necks would have already cut, then covering their neck they would lie down on the ground forever. When all the afterimages joined together, Bufong folding his arms in front of his chest appeared in the mid-air. Then indifferently looking at those more than 100 demon soldiers who were rolling on the ground after changing into corpses due to having their throat cut instantly, he said, "You all are too slow, but..." After seeing the invincible might of White Tiger and other, the spirit of all the soldiers of allied army behind them rose, and their morale also rose sharply, then all of them rushed towards demon soldiers. When White Tiger and others were continuing to act, several figures flew out and rushed towards them from the demon army, blocking White Tiger and others. They were precisely 3 demon general among 13. All of the 13 demon generals were peak God King Realm expert. And among all the God King Realm experts in this demon army division, they were the peak expert. And only these 3 demon generals were comparable to White Tiger and other, without much difference in strength. Stopping White Tiger was a demon general holding a spear. His body was emitting a calm aura, and compared to White Tiger's that violent sword power, one might well say that this was completely different. And the one who blocked Void was a female demon general. Her body was emitting a mature charm, and more importantly, she was an extreme fire energy cultivator. And that explosive temperament in Void's that ice-cold aura was also completely different. And as for the one blocking Southern Dipper Bufong, he was extremely mysterious demon general. The whole body of this youth was covered with a black-colored long robe, and his face was also full of magic lines of demon clan, and same as Bufong, he was also folding his arms in front of his chest while floating in the midair, and was watching Bufong with interest. Mercury, it seems Late Night is interested in that person. Seeing that black-robed youth's eyes were flashing with excitement, that female demon with mature charm said to the demon general holding the spear, "Yes, this fellow finally run into someone whose speed is a little bit faster, so he's naturally interested." Hearing that female demon general, that demon general holding spear warmly said, "But Amanda, we also shouldn't waste too much time on these trash humans, and resolve this battle as soon as possible. We absolutely cannot delay the plan of Her Majesty the Demon Empress." "Got it." That female demon general, i.e. Amanda, nodded her head, then powerful flame rose from her body, surrounding her body. "Your speed is indeed not bad, but I wonder you can dance before me." Looking at Bufong in front of him, Late Night indifferently said, "Oh? Do you want to try?" Hearing Late Night, Bufong said while his eyes shone, "Yes, I really want to try." An evil smile appeared on the face of Late Night, then spread open his both arms. "I want to see whether you human can still dance in front of Late Night. Then come." After the voice of Bufong resounded, at the same time, behind Late Night, a wind-breaking sound resounded. Bufong had suddenly appeared behind Late Night, and as for that body in the previous place, it slowly dissipated in the sky. Because his speed was too fast, he had created an afterimage. Shrill wind-breaking sound resounded. Bufong waved his right hand towards the head of Late Night. But Late Night didn't react in any way, merely stood blankly in the same place. The eyes of Bufong flashed with complacent looks, but when his right hand passed through the head of Late Night, his complacent looks turned into shock, because he didn't feel any resistance in his right hand, and directly passed through the head of Late Night. Afterimage? Suddenly these 2 words appeared in the heart of Bufong. And just then suddenly the voice of Late Night came through behind him, "Is this your speed?" Late Night, as if suddenly appearing out of thin air, suddenly appeared behind Bufong. He was still folding his arms in front of his chest just like before, and had spoken indifferently. And as for that late night in front of Bu Feng, it nevertheless slowly dissipated. This was really an afterimage. What? Hearing the voice from behind, all the fine hairs on the body of Bu Feng stood erect, and feeling of danger welled up inside his mind, because not only he didn't notice how Late Night moved just now, moreover even after Late Night appeared behind him, he was not able to notice him, as if suddenly appearing out of thin air, he didn't have any aura. Without thinking much, Bu Feng immediately moved front, and simultaneously turned around rapidly. Because previously he would always be the one who would suddenly appear behind other people, but now, other people suddenly appear behind him, moreover he was unexpectedly unable to notice that, so how could Bu Feng not feel shocked? But just after he turned around, he saw a blur in front of his eyes, and Late Night suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by a wind-breaking sound. After that, without thinking much, Bu Feng immediately used his arms to guard his chest, then the punch of Late Night suddenly landed on the arms of Bu Feng. Bu Feng was sent flying back by the impact of this punch, but at that time, wind-breaking sound suddenly came from above his head, and an attack advanced towards his head. Seeing this, the tiptoe of Bu Feng's right leg flashed with star splendor, and he instantly disappeared from there, appearing 100 meters away. But just after Bu Feng appeared there, a burst of severe pain suddenly came through his abdomen. He didn't know when, but Late Night had already appeared in front of him, and his right fist had heavily landed on his abdomen, directly sending Bu Feng flying. Cough, cough. Bu Feng stabilized his body in the mid-air, then violently coughed few times, then wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he solemnly looked at Late Night, who was standing not far away from him. This was the first time he had ever lost in terms of pure speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, Jin Tun, Particle Style, of Yuer. Jin Tun, Particle Style, of Yuer. Cough, cough. Bu Feng covered his abdomen, and violently coughing few times, he shakily stood up with a trace of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Raising his head, he saw that in the not-distant sky, Late Night, who was still floating in the mid-air with both arms folded in front of his chest just like in the beginning, was indifferently looking at him. Never thought that one day I would actually lose in terms of speed, even Zero was able to match me only after using space magic. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bu Feng solemnly thought inwardly. How is it? Do you still have strength to continue dancing in front of me? Seeing Bu Feng had stood up, Late Night indifferently said. It seems the fight over Late Night's side will be over very soon, so we'll also have to speed up. Seeing the battered Bu Feng, Mercury said to distant Amanda after forcing White Tiger to retreat. Settle the battle? Heh, you are greatly underestimating Southern Dipper, his speed is definitely the fastest under this starry sky forever. Do you really think that his speed is only this fast? Hearing Mercury, White Tiger sneered in disdain. What does that mean? Hearing White Tiger, Mercury involuntarily asked doubtfully. Go down and ask to Death God, before us Akatsuki, you demons will not have any room to retreat. White Tiger didn't answer, rather condensed sword intent, then slashed out sword chi from his black divine sword towards this Mercury. It seems I am being looked down upon. Bu Feng calmed down the violently surging chi and blood within his body, then Star's radiance rose from his body. And along with this misty star splendor, 4 energy shackles suddenly appeared in his hands, wrists and legs, ankles respectively. Open! Bu Feng firmly clenched his 2 fists, and shouted loudly. Then along with ka-ka cracking sound, these 4 energy shackles suddenly shattered into pieces, then changing into energy, it disappeared. This is... Seeing the action of Bu Feng, Late Night pricked his brows, then he couldn't help but became serious. After these 4 energy shackles disappeared, Bu Feng opened and closed his fists, then waving his arms, he indifferently said, It's been a very long time since I feel so light, now I'm feeling pretty good after releasing the seals. As a matter of fact, what outsiders didn't know was, the body of Bu Feng was continuously in sealed state. Bu Feng himself had set up these seals, and every single one of these energy shackles increased his weight by 2,000 kilograms, which means 4 seals increased his weight by 8,000 kilograms. This was Bu Feng's own way to train his speed. No one would have ever thought that the usual speed of Bu Feng, which was already very fast enough, was his speed in the state where his body sealed. Moreover, looking at his actions of before, it shows that he was already accustomed to this seal. Even when Ren Tianyu was chasing after him at that time, he had not released the seal, because although the speed of Ren Tianyu was fast, but in the eyes of Bu Feng, it was still not enough for him to release seal. If it was not the case for Ren Tianyu using Hiraition no Jutsu, then Ren Tianyu would have never been able to catch Bu Feng. After releasing the seals, Bu Feng slowly raised his head, then looking towards Late Night in the sky, he smiled. After that lightly stamping with his right leg, his body suddenly flashed, and leaving behind afterimages, he rushed towards Late Night. Humph, too naive. Seeing the action of Bu Feng, Late Night coldly snorted. Then lightly stepping on the air, he also disappeared immediately from the sky. Before the eyes of everyone, both Bufong and Late Night disappeared in the thin air. Although no one could see their figure, but this moment, pang, pang, muffled sounds resounded throughout the sky. After that, suddenly two figures appeared in the mid-air. Looking closely, they were Bufong and Late Night. They had punched each other, and due to the impact of each other's punch, both of them fell back. As a matter of fact, Late Night and Bufong had not disappeared in the thin air, rather because their movement speed was so fast that naked eyes couldn't see them, thus it seemed like they had disappeared in the thin air. And in fact, Late Night and Bufong were continuously moving in a fast speed while fighting, so only the muffled sound of fighting resounded in the air. With the force of Late Night's punch of just now, Bufong rapidly fell backward. And while still in the midair, Bufong stepped in the air and suddenly disappeared from there again. And at the same time, above Late Night, suddenly wind-breaking sound came, as Bufong had already appeared above the head of Late Night, and he was already kicking towards the head of Late Night. Without doubt, if this kick landed on the head of Late Night, then his head would definitely explode like watermelon. When Bufong had appeared above him, Late Night had already sensed his movement. Afterwards, suddenly a black radiance flashed in his right leg, and he instantly disappeared from there. Loud explosion sound resounded, as the kick of Bufong directly scattered a huge rock on the ground. Just then, Late Night accompanied by Black Light appeared beside Bufong, then he sweep-kicked towards Bufong, but Bufong easily dodged it. Shortly afterwards, Late Night and Bufong began to continue their dogfight. Although the speed of Late Night was very fast, but after Bufong removed his seals, Bufong was already able to match him in speed, and was gradually suppressing him. On the other side of the battlefield, Yue directly flew over to the middle of the demon army and landed on the ground. Then making a series of hand seals, Dotan Kaido Shokutsu. Earth-style, erupt. Along with the completion of the ninjutsu of Yue, the ground around suddenly spat out countless pieces of earth, which flew towards demon soldiers, and directly penetrated through their armor and stabbed their body. At that time, 7 or 8 demon soldiers suddenly flew in the sky, and brandished the spear in their hand towards Yue, as if wanted to smash her. Humph! Yue coldly snorted in disdain, then putting his palm together, she slowly separated her palms, and a transparent energy cube appeared between her palms. Shortly afterwards, under the support of the chakra of Yue, this cube rapidly enlarged, trapping all demon soldiers around her. Jin-tun, Genkai Hokori no Jutsu. Particle-style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Along with the charming voice of Yue, this cube suddenly flashed with dazzling light. When the light disappeared, the demon soldiers trapped inside this cube had already disappeared, including their armor and weapon, because they were already disintegrated to the most basic molecular state by the particle style of Yue. Jin-tun, particle style, is a Kekkei Toda of Naruto world, made up by merging earth, wind, and fire nature change. At present the known people who can use this Jin-tun, particle style, are only 2nd and 3rd Suchikage. And under the utmost help of Rin Tianyu, who possessed all the inheritance of Naruto world, Yue finally was able to merge together her chakra nature to finally obtain this terrifying power, Jin-tun, particle style. After disposing demon soldiers around her, she looked towards countless demon soldiers rushing towards her. Seeing this, Yue quickly flew up in the sky. After possessing Jin-tun, particle style, flying was merely a small matter. After flying in the sky, Yue again placed her palm against each other, then with the rapid consumption of chakra within her body, she slowly parted her palms, and a sharp-pointed transparent cone appeared between her palms. Jin-tun, Genkai Hokori no Jutsu. Particle-style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Along with the voice of Yue, this sharp-pointed light beam suddenly increased sharply, rapidly reaching over 20 meters, then landed in the middle of demon army. Then Yue quickly turned around, and under the alarmed and panicky gaze of these demon soldiers, this terrifying particle-style light beam quickly swept them away. In this instant countless demon soldiers were directly disintegrated to the molecular state and disappeared after this light beam swept them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, Dark Night Befall. Dark Night Befall. Jin-tun, Genkai Hokori no Jutsu. Particle-style, atomic dismantling jutsu. Along with the shout of Yue, a huge transparent light beam shot out from the middle of her palm towards the middle of underneath demon army. And along with the loud explosion sound, countless demon soldiers after being swept away by this transparent light beam directly disintegrated into molecular state and disappeared in the thin air. So strong. Seeing the might of Yue's particle style, little Yu standing above the city wall couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's natural. Jade Maiden beside her nodded her head and said, "Did you forget what Zero had said at that time when he was explaining about this particle style to elder sister Yue?" Hearing Jade Maiden, little Yu recalled the words that were stated by Rin Tianyu before. Jin-tun, particle style, is just creating a transparent barrier, but everything including living things that are inside this barrier will be directly disintegrated on a molecular level, dying without a place for burial. So for those people possessing particle style, one may well say that there is no effect with only the number of enemies without quality. Recalling this, little Yu looked towards Yuer floating in the mid-air, and thought inwardly, it seems elder sister Yuer has really become a peak expert. Idiot, his painstaking effort didn't go to waste. And in the sky, after the particle-style radiance slowly disappeared from between the palms of Yuer, beneath her, with herself as a center, the demon soldiers in the surroundings of several tens of meters had already disappeared without a trace. This was the might of particle style. On the other sides already changed into Ruin's evil capital battlefield, currently all 30 million demon soldiers had already changed into corpses. The entire 30 million demon soldiers had already disappeared. Right now Ren Tianyu was sitting on the dilapidated walls, and was firmly staring at the ongoing battle with his Rinnegan. Now that the battle has reached this point, it was time to end it. In the battlefield, evil dragon demon god Anlake was currently fighting with dark knight demon god resurrected by Ren Tianyu using Edo Tensei. In addition, Agul and Isha were also fighting with resurrected demon generals. Humph, I reincarnated you all, but instead of getting rid of my obstacles, you all are putting on a show of doing something without doing it like this. Seeing the circumstance of battle underneath, Ren Tianyu, who was sitting on the high platform, coldly snorted and said, originally he wanted to see a dog-eat-dog drama between Demon Clan. And what especially made Ren Tianyu surprised was, Andre, this fellow was actually the teacher of Anlake. This made him think that this way he would be able to see even more great drama, but possibly because he had not bound Andre, letting him keep his consciousness, he was holding back, simply didn't use any life-threatening attacks. Moreover, before attacking he would always warn Anlake. Humph, now that you are already my pawn, you have to mentally prepare yourself to get rid of my obstructions. Ren Tianyu snorted coldly inside his heart, then extending his hand, he raised his index and middle finger side by side, and rapidly circulated chakra within his body. Along with the action of Ren Tianyu, Andre, who was fighting closely against Anlake, separated, then his body suddenly trembled. After that the spirit in his eyes quickly disappeared, and black-colored demonic chi began to slowly reappear around his body. Roar! Andre suddenly issued a loud roar, and that black-colored demonic chi on the surface of his body rapidly formed a huge black-colored light beam. And the body of Andre in the middle of this black beam began to change rapidly. Slowly 8 pairs of black-colored demonic wings appeared on his back, and his body emitted a powerful aura. After Ren Tianyu controlled Andre, he directly made him enter into demonic wing state. What's going on here? Seeing his teacher suddenly entering demonic wing state, Anlake was stupefied, but he quickly reacted, followed by his body emitting similar dark demonic pillar, and similarly 8 pairs of demonic wings appeared behind him too. After entering into demonic wing state, Anlake suddenly noticed that his teacher's eyes already lacked any spirit. Seeing this, he looked towards distant Ren Tianyu, and after seeing the action of Ren Tianyu, he immediately understood, it seems teacher is already under the complete control of this wicked human. Damn it, actually dare to trample upon my teacher's soul. I will definitely not let you off. And at that time, distant Andre suddenly put together his palms, and the demonic chi from all over his body gathered in the middle of these palms. After that, between the palms, a small black-colored light ball appeared. This light ball emitted a pitch-black colored radiance, seemingly wanted to swallow the lights of surroundings. Dark night befall. This black light ball slowly floated up towards the sky from the middle of Andre's palms, then this black light ball suddenly burst open, and dark demonic light spread all around. After that, the original sunny sky immediately became dark. When demonic light disappeared, the clear sky within the surroundings of 10 li radius now changed into night. This black-colored sky emitted a pitch-black aura which spread out to the surrounding sky. Not good, this is teacher's dark night befall. Seeing the changes in the surroundings, the complexion of Anlake immediately sunk, and his heart was filled with strong pressure. As the disciple of Andre, he naturally was very clear about the terror of this move. Andre, no one clearly knows his background, only knew that he might be one of the demon who had appeared earliest in Demon World. And he always liked to travel at night, and loved that black-colored night. In the night, the strength of Andre would increase by 50% including speed, attack, and defense. In dark night, among the similar level experts, Andre fully deserved the title of king. And although Andre didn't like to move out in daytime, still it didn't mean his strength would be reduced during daytime, because during daytime, he could use his extremely powerful strength to instantly make night to befall within certain range, creating a dark night domain belonging to him. The style of this fellow is pretty good, now let me see a good drama. Looking at the sky around which had already turned into night, and again looking at already blended into night, Andre, Ren Tianyu thought. After night befell, Andre waved his right hand, then countless black-colored rays suddenly flew out from the sky towards Anlake. Sure enough, great forever dark rays. Seeing these rays, Anlake suddenly got solemn. These move was one of the unique skill of Andra. Once these rays hit the target, their body would be completely penetrated by these powerful rays. Moreover, these rays had strong corrosive power that could corrode both body and soul. Seeing these rays, suddenly a dragon-formed demonic energy wave sprang out of the body of Anlik, and he shouted loudly, "Countless dragons transformation!" Along with the voice of Anake, an ear-deafening dragon roar resounded, and the body of Anlik directly changed into countless black-colored dragon-form light wave and disappeared in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, Dark Night Star Explosion. Dark Night Star Explosion. Countless dragons transformation. In the face of countless black rays shooting towards him, Anlik directly shouted loudly, then along with the circulation of large amount of demonic power within his body directly changed into countless dragon-shaped energy light wave and dispersed in the sky. Although some of these dragon-shaped energy waves were shot down, and were directly corroded, but these countless energy waves were the clones of Anlik all without exception. And as long as even one of them survived, Anlik wouldn't be in any trouble. Moreover, Anlik was perfectly clear about the might of these rays. These rays were basically very tough to deal with, as even the energy would also be corroded by these rays. When this attack of Dark Night Demon God disappeared, those dragon-shaped energy waves that survived through great forever dark rays rapidly gathered together. And along with the burst of energy, Anlik appeared in the sky. Looking at the distant Dark Night Demon God who had taught him, making him finally reach this level, was now under the control of Tian, the eyes of Anlik couldn't help but got slightly moist. "Teacher, you were the one who had saved me from the battlefield of war, moreover you carefully looked after me, taught me cultivation, and even to the extent that for me, you went to Abyss Demon Path by yourself, beheaded evil dragon spirit by yourself and obtained his dragon crystal and dragon soul. Then when I reached God's domain, you let me refine them all, making me possess a foundation that greatly surpassed ordinary person, moreover giving me the ability to control the power of evil dragon spirit and also to change into dragon. In my heart, I've already regarded you as my father long ago. When Her Majesty Demon Empress bestowed me the title of Demon God, I especially choose my title to be Evil Dragon Demon God. That was because I knew that everything I possess now was given to me by you, teacher. But now after your death, you are resurrected and controlled, moreover I have no choice but to fight you. Teacher, please forgive the rudeness of this disciple." Saying this, Anlik retracted the sadness within his heart, then looking towards distant Tian, he said, "Wicked human, I Anlik swear to the souls of past dynasties Demon Emperor, I will definitely kill you, and take your head as a price for daring to humiliate teacher's soul." Tian was sitting on the distant stone platform and controlling the body of Dark Night Demon God. He was leisurely looking at the good drama of underneath. And when he heard the roar of Anlik, he merely laughed indifferently, and without paying much attention to it, he said, Tian will not show mercy to you all demon clan." Shortly afterwards, Dark Night Demon God waved 8 pairs of demonic wings on his back and rushed towards Anlik. Watching his teacher rushing towards him, Anlik took a deep breath, then opening his mouth, an ear-deafening dragon roar resounded, and endless sound waves spread all around. After that the ground around suddenly cracked, and from the body of Anlik, energy light waves appeared. Then blue veins suddenly rose on the surface layer of his body skin, and his aura also rose rapidly. This is... Seeing the action of Anlik, Tian frowned and thought confusedly. Just then, the body of Anlik slowly disappeared, and more than 40 meters long dragon appeared in the sky. After that a terrifying energy storm spread all around from the body of this dragon, sending countless stones flying. Roar! This huge dragon looked up to the heaven and gave out a roar, then whipping up a pair of huge dragon wings, he rushed towards Dark Night Demon God. He quickly rushed over to the front of Dark Night Demon God, then heavily hit Dark Night Demon God with his right claw, directly sending him flying. Then Dark Night Demon God landed on the distant ground with a loud explosion sound. Seeing Dark Night Demon God was sent flying, Anlik didn't show mercy, instead directly opening his mouth, he gathered large amount of black-colored energy in his mouth, then after gathering of energy was finished, that energy directly changed into countless energy light ball and landed on the place where Dark Night Demon God had fallen down, giving rise to a loud explosion sounds. And large amount of smoke and dust spread all over the place of battlefield, along with the series of explosions. Did that work? Seeing the result he had brought about, Anlik, who had changed into a dragon, expectedly thought while watching the distant place. Never thought that the strength of this fellow would suddenly rise to this level after changing into a dragon, and under my carelessness, I actually let this fellow hit Dark Night Demon God. Looking at the distant movement, Tian muttered, "But, now it's time to reveal the strength of this person, the strongest demon god in the history of Demon World." At that time, a shock wave from the center of the explosion suddenly blew away all the dust and smoke spreading all around. And when the field of vision became clear, unscathed Dark Night Demon God was there floating in the midair while flapping his demonic wings. Teacher really deserves to be called the strongest demon god, even if he is just mid-God Lord realm in strength after being resurrected. We peak God Lord realm also can't defeat him easily. Seeing the unscathed Dark Night Demon God, Anlik was not too surprised. If Dark Knight Demon God is the strongest demon god was defeated so easily even though he was not at his peak, then it would be too extravagant to give him this title. I'll give you all a big move. Watching Anlake while controlling Dark Knight Demon God, Tian revealed an evil smile. At this time, Dark Knight Demon God Andre suddenly placed his palms together, and the large amount of demonic energy within his body began to circulate rapidly, and at the same time, the night sky within the radius of 10 li created by Dark Knight Demon God began have subtle change. In the originally pitch-black sky, slowly black-colored demonic stars as if specks appeared, which glimmered and shone in the sky. And meanwhile, in the middle of the palms of Dark Knight Demon God, suddenly a black-colored demonic star which was made up of his demonic power appeared, then it slowly flew out from between his palms, floating towards the sky. The moment this black-colored demonic star appeared, those somewhat dimly glimmering and shining stars in the pitch-black sky suddenly lit up, then a pitch-black-colored star's splendor suddenly shot down from these countless stars, which entered into that black-colored demonic star created by Dark Knight Demon God. After absorbing the radiances of these countless stars, this black-colored demonic star as if eaten tonic, began to expand rapidly. It quickly expanded to 10 meters in diameter. Now looking from the distant, it seemed a black star had suddenly appeared in the air. Seeing this demonic star, as if he had suddenly thought of something terrifying, his big dragon eye abruptly shrunk, and his complexion changed greatly at the same time. After that, without thinking much, he directly flew to the other side of the battlefield, and directly sent 2 demon generals resurrected by Tian flying, then grabbing those caught off guard Isha and Agul, he directly flew straight toward the distant sky in his full speed, as if there was something terrifying behind him. Your Excellency Anlake, you are, in the dragon claw of Anlake. Looking at flustered Anlake who was fleeing for his life while carrying them, Agul couldn't help but asked in surprise. Don't spout nonsense, now I don't have time to explain. If we don't run away fast enough, then all of us will die without a place for burial. Anlake shouted, interrupting the words of Agul. He didn't explain much, rather continued to fly straight to the distant sky as fast as he could. And at the same time, he was anxiously shouting inwardly, faster. 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 Thinking of that black-colored demonic star behind him, Anlake could only pray that his teacher wouldn't be able to bring out the power of this move as the legend stated. Furthermore, now was daytime, so although now they were in the Dark Knight domain created by Dark Knight Demon God, but the power wouldn't be comparable to using it in real night. And after that black-colored demonic star in the sky rapidly expanded to 30 meters, a terrifying energy of this demonic star wreaked havoc all around it, and under the pressure of this demonic star, the ground underneath wasn't able to withstand and numerous cracks appeared. Dark Knight Star Explosion. With the voice of Dark Knight Demon God, that huge demonic star suddenly stopped, then with a bang, it exploded. A black-colored energy wave of explosion which surpassed the imagination of ordinary person engulfed all around, as ear-deafening explosion sound resounded across the sky as if the only sound that remained in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Arrival of Yaorao. Arrival of Yaorao. Along with the shout of Dark Knight Demon God, that huge black-colored demonic star in the sky suddenly exploded, and a loud sound of explosion reverberated through the entire horizon, as if only this sound was left in the entire sky. And along with the explosion of this demonic star, a terrifying shock waves accompanied by as if liquid, thick black-colored demonic mist quickly engulfed everything within Dark Knight domain of 10 li. After this black-colored demonic mist swept over, the ground within the Dark Knight domain were corroded rapidly as if disappearing in a thin air. This black-colored demonic mist was power of dark stars in the sky summoned by Dark Knight Demon God using a unique power within his body. This demonic mist could not only corrode all of the things, it could corrode even the souls. This was also the reason why Anlake was so afraid. Just when Anlake was about to reach the edge of Dark Knight domain, explosion shockwave accompanied by thick black-colored demonic mist reached his changed into huge dragon body. And feeling the unusual changes right behind him, Anlake gritted his teeth then directly threw away both Agul and Isha in his dragon claws towards the front. After that both of them turned into a light, and was thrown out of the Dark Knight domain range, escaping Dark Knight Star Explosion's explosion range. After that Anlake quickly turned around, then opening his huge dragon mouth, he let out a loud dragon roar, creating a huge black-colored dragon-shaped guard shield, firmly blocking in front of his body. Just after that, that huge shockwave accompanied by black-colored demonic mist directly collided against the guard shield of Anlake. After that huge energy ripples came out of dragon-shaped guard shield, and the powerful corroding energy of this black-colored demonic mist unceasingly diminished the energy of this dragon-shaped guard shield. This dragon-shaped guard shield began to weaken rapidly, and slowly become transparent as if it had disappear at any time. Roar, block for me. Seeing his guard shield was waning rapidly, Anlake roared loudly, and released energy from his body which unceasingly entered into the energy guard shield in front of him, thus sustaining the power of this guard shield. But that was merely a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Despite the support of the energy of Anlake, he was basically unable to withstand the corrosive power of this black-colored demonic mist, and the power of his guard shield continuously weakened. Why was Dark Knight Demon King named as the strongest demon god in the history of Demon World, but not one of the strongest? That was because his power came from the corroding power of infinite dark stars in the sky. As long as there was dark star in the sky, his power would be greatly strengthened. With his power of Dark Knight that could corrode even the soul of the enemy, coupled with his own strong demonic power, he was named as the strongest demon god. Although this evil dragon demon god was also one of the three great demon god of present, but the gap between his and Dark Knight demon god's strength was too much. Moreover, dragon's soul within his body was also bestowed to him by Dark Knight demon god in those years, so Dark Knight demon god was perfectly clear about the strength of Anlake. Furthermore, although after resurrected by Ren Tian, he was not at his peak strength, still average person didn't have ability to deal with him. Your Excellency Anlake. After being thrown out of the explosion range, both Aguil and Isha stabilized their body. Then seeing Anlake's that huge dragon body was gradually being swallowed up that black-colored demonic mist, both of them immediately cried out in alarm, and simultaneously thought to rush in there and help Anlake. But just then, suddenly a purple radiance rose at a distant horizon. This purple radiance directly shot forward, and passing by both Aguil and Isha, entered into that black-colored magic mist in front of them. This is... Seeing that purple light, both Aguil and Isha simultaneously stopped, and a figure of a person appeared in their mind. And after seeing the appearance of this purple demonic light, the Rinnegan of Ren Tian who was not far away shone, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. Finally came? Then he stood up from the stone, and folding his arms in front of his chest, he firmly stared at that demonic mist within Dark Knight domain. In the middle of the originally pitch-black demonic mist, suddenly a huge purple light beam rose, and this purple light beam gradually expanded. And the moment this light beam rose, the power of this light beam directly eliminated the Dark Knight domain. After that, the sky restored to clear skies, and the demonic mist created by Dark Knight star explosion also melted and dissipated rapidly in the sky under the radiance of this purple light beam. Now Anlake had already reverted back to his human form, and was kneeling down on one knee while continuously panting heavily, and beads of sweats were dripping down from his forehead. In front of him, a figure completely covered with purple radiance was floating in the mid-air. And after this purple radiance dissipated, a figure inside was revealed. This figure, if not Yao Rao, then who else it could be? As a matter of fact, the moment when Ren Tian caused the meteorite to fall, Yao Rao had sensed it. And she was clear that only with the strength of Anlake and other two demon generals, they wouldn't be the opponent of Ren Tian, so she immediately assigned other two demon god to other battlefields, and she personally rushed over to this side, finally saving Anlake from the imminent peril at the last moment. And this moment, Dark Knight demon god stood in the mid-air not far away, and as for other two demon generals, they however had already disappeared without a trace, as if they had disappeared into the thin air. Many thanks for saving me, Your Majesty Demon Empress. But your subordinate have failed to fulfill Your Majesty's task, please punish me. Anlake lowered his head towards Yao Rao. And both Aguil and Isha also simultaneously knelt down in one knee, and asked for punishment. Well, I know all the matters of this place, you all withdraw first, and go to the third battleground. That place needs your help. Yao Rao waved her hand without punishing them. And at that time, in the sky not far away, suddenly countless dusts flew, and slowly gathering, they slowly formed two figures. Actually, the two demon generals resurrected by Ren Tian whose body was scattered under the one move of Yao Rao, at this very moment were restoring, relying on the undying characteristics of Edo Tensei. Never thought that you had this kind of secret skill to resurrect already dead people as your pawn for a battle. It seems last time you came to steal the corpses from the graveyard was in preparation to resurrect them. Looking at these resurrected three people, and especially those two demon generals who were in the process of restoring after she had exterminated them, Yao Rao instantly knew that it was impossible to kill these people, and could only seal them. This is my small gift for you, do you like it? Ren Tian standing at a distant place indifferently smiled and said. Merely this is powerless to threaten me. Yao Rao coldly snorted, then purple-colored light flew out from her body, and floated above her head. This is, Universe Boundary Divine Artifact? Sure enough, Tower of Babel is right, there furthermore are other divine artifact on her body. Now this is troublesome. The pupils of Ren Tian suddenly shrunk, and he exclaimed, then he instantly became solemn in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, I also want your divine artifact. I also want your divine artifact. After this multicolored ribbon appeared in the sky, purple-colored radiance simultaneously sprang out from the body of Yao Rao, and she rapidly made hand signs. After that, purple-colored runes entered into that long ribbon in the sky. Then along with the support of the Yarao's energy, from this ribbon strip, light flew out, which changed into 4 multicolored light ribbons and rushed towards Ren Tianyu and the 3 demons who were resurrected by his Edo Tensei. Seeing these 3 light ribbons, Dark Knight Demon God and those 2 demon generals simultaneously dodged in the middle of the sky, and sent out their energy attack respectively towards the light ribbons approaching them. But those 3 light ribbons were slick as if earthworm, directly dodging past the attacks of Dark Knight Demon God and those 2 demon generals. Those 3 ribbons wind around their body. After these light ribbon wind around Dark Knight Demon God and others, their body was tightly bound by these light ribbons respectively. After that, Dark Knight Demon God and other 2 demon generals simultaneously circulated their demonic power within their body to forcibly struggle free, but all their effort were futile. No matter how they exert themselves, they were unable to break free. It's no use. Silk of Tian in itself is binding type universe boundary divine artifact. It can unlimitedly divide into light ribbons and bind the enemies. Furthermore, although the degree of sturdiness of these light ribbons is not as sturdy as Silk of Tian in itself, but are also not something that can be cut into pieces with common weapon. Seeing Dark Knight Demon God and others' action, Yarao, who was standing far away, coldly said, "Since you all have already died, then you all don't need to appear in this world again." Then rapidly circulating the energy within her body, the Silk of Tian above her head emitted stronger radiance. Seal. Along with the voice of Yarao, the light ribbons that were binding Dark Knight Demon God and others simultaneously emitted purple-colored radiance. Then along with the appearance of purple-colored curse seal in those light ribbons, Dark Knight Demon God and others were firmly sealed, unable to move again, thoroughly losing their freedom, under the seal of Yarao. And in the other side, seeing light ribbon flying towards him, Ren Tianyu stretched his right hand, and a power flashed through his Rinnegan. Then with his body as the center, a powerful repulsive force suddenly appeared all around him, which directly changed that light ribbon into a ball and sent it flying. Seeing her Silk of Tian's light ribbon was not effective, Yarao didn't get vexed. She just waved her hand, then Silk of Tian in the sky circled around that willowy waist of Yarao. "From your appearance, it seems you've already got Tower of Babel." Looking towards Ren Tianyu in front of her, Yarao, who was floating in the midair, slowly said. Although this was a question, but her tone was filled with certainty. "Hand over Tower of Babel now, then I will not kill you. Moreover, I will immediately command my demon army to withdraw to Demon World, and pledge that hereafter we will never invade Divine Wind Continent." Her objective is really universe boundary divine artifact, just like Tower of Babel had stated. Merely I wonder what her aim is to gather so many universe boundary divine artifact. Hearing Yarao, Ren Tianyu thought as he recalled what Spirit of Tower of Babel had stated before. These universe boundary divine artifacts were directly concerned with whether he could return home or not, so it was naturally impossible for Ren Tianyu to hand it over. Moreover, although this Yarao possessed 4 universe boundary divine artifact, and also had strength of peak demon emperor, but with his Rinnegan plus complete absorption of Forever Green and the power bestowed by the Spirit of Tower of Babel, he will not necessarily lose to the Yarao. Since this Yarao had got 4 universe boundary divine artifacts, then that means she has got the inheritance power of universe boundary divine artifacts 4 times, making her particularly strong. Hand over Tower of Babel? Ren Tianyu stretched his right hand, then along with a golden light, Tower of Babel appeared on the top of his right hand's palm. "Do you think I will hand over Tower of Babel? Furthermore, if you want to kill me, then you must have the ability first. I, Ren Tianyu, will never succumb to the threat of other people throughout my life, even if I have to burn both jade and common stone. Furthermore, not only will I not hand over this universe boundary divine artifact to you, moreover I will get hold of the universe boundary divine artifacts in your body." Ren Tianyu snorted coldly and stared at Yarao with gaze full of chilliness, then clutching his right hand, Tower of Babel immediately disappeared. "Although I already knew this would happen, but I still want you to hand it over on your own accord. After all, I don't want to kill you." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Yarao sighed and said slowly. Then the purple-colored radiance around her body suddenly rose sharply, and 12 pairs of purple-colored demonic wings slowly appeared behind her. Yarao directly entered into demonic wing state from the start, wanting to end this battle quickly. Seeing the action of Yarao, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, then circulating chakra within his body and also making a series of hand seals, fire-style, Grand 9 Flame Dragon formation. Along with the completion of his ninjutsu, he spat out huge flame from his mouth. And along with the loud dragon roar reverberated through the air, 9 huge flame dragon attacked towards Yarao. And after releasing this ninjutsu, Ren Tianyu directly followed behind his own ninjutsu, rushing towards Yarao. Humph! Yarao coldly snorted, then directly changing into purple-colored demonic light, she also flew towards Ren Tianyu. As for those 9 flame dragons, when purple-colored demonic light streaked across them, they directly changed into fire element and dissipated in the sky. Confronting against Yarao, Ren Tianyu neither dodged nor hid, directly met her head-on. Ren Tianyu's right hand directly unclasped her fist. Dojutsu Fujitsu Kyuan. Jutsu Absorption. The eyes of Ren Tianyu flashed with strong eye power, and an absorption power appeared from the body of Ren Tianyu, rapidly absorbing the energy of Yao Rao. This is... Feeling her energy was actually being absorbed rapidly by Ren Tianyu, Yao Rao was startled inwardly. Afterwards, the universe-boundary divine artifact encircling around her body directly tried to bind Ren Tianyu. Not good. Seeing this universe-boundary divine artifact was flying towards him, the pupils of Ren Tianyu shrunk firmly. After that he immediately stopped absorbing the power of Yao Rao, and a powerful repulsive force transmitted outward from his body, spreading all around. Shinra Tensei. Hon. A loud sound of explosion resounded. And Yao Rao, who was caught off guard, was directly sent flying along with her silk of Tian. In mid-air, Yao Rao quickly stabilized her body. Although Shinra Tensei was very powerful, but it was still not enough to injure Yao Rao. And in the mid-air, Yao Rao quickly made several hand signs, then the energy within her body changed into purple-colored demonic dragon and shot towards Ren Tianyu. But when this purple-colored demonic dragon reached near Ren Tianyu, it was directly absorbed by the power of Rinnegan, disappearing from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, Super Shinra Tensei. Super Shinra Tensei, Almighty Push. It seems this fellow is capable of absorbing all energy-based attacks. If this is the case, then things are a little tricky. Yao Rao stably landed on the ground, and seeing the huge dragon created by her energy was absorbed by Ren Tianyu, as well as recalling him absorbing her energy before when she came into contact with him, she couldn't help but thought inwardly. When we fought before, he shouldn't have this kind of abilities, otherwise he would have used it at that time. Yao Rao unhurriedly thought, then her gaze came to stop at the eyes of Ren Tianyu. And seeing Rinnegan, she couldn't help but thought, are those the abilities of his eyes? The pattern of his eyes is different from before. If he can absorb ordinary energy, then let try my real purple yuan power. Thinking this, Yao Rao made hand signs, and a crystal ball with purple radiance floated out from her body. The purple light of this crystal ball was brighter and deeper compared to the purple radiance on the body of Yao Rao. This crystal ball was Demon World's universe boundary divine artifact Purple Ling Dark Break. Intending to use the energy of divine artifact? Seeing the action of Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but creased his brows, and also became alert inwardly. The power of universe boundary divine artifacts cannot be underestimated, as each of them contain 50% origin power of their respective realm. Furthermore, now Yao Rao had already gathered 4 universe boundary divine artifact, so how could Ren Tianyu not be cautious and alert? After Purple Ling Dark Break emerged, Yao Rao shouted loudly, then this crystal ball slowly shrunk, and slowly entering into the space between the eyes of Yao Rao, it disappeared, and at the same time, a purple-colored 6-edged star-shaped mark appeared on the space between her eyebrows. After Purple Ling Dark Break fused with her, Yao Rao quickly flew up to the sky, and quickly made hand signs, while silently chanting incantation. Along with the action of Yao Rao, a fierce wind suddenly blew in the originally calm sky, and this wind increasingly became strong. Suddenly above the ground, sand flew about and stones hurtled through the air as if the prelude of the storm. Meanwhile, a deep purple-colored energy radiance rose from the body of Yao Rao. This radiance was even brighter than the purple light of before. Along with the appearance of this purple radiance, a deep purple-colored energy cloud rapidly gathered in the sky above them. This cloud covered the radius of several tens of li around the sky. After that, countless energy vortexes slowly appeared in this cloud, and huge energy storm wreaked havoc. Purple Yuan Heaven Explosion. After Yao Rao finished chanting the incantation, and also finished making hand signs, countless purple-colored handprint entered into the clouds in the sky. Then from those countless energy vortexes of purple-colored cloud, countless purple-colored energy tornadoes fell down in succession, quickly sweeping across Ren Tianyu. Immediately numerous cracks and fissures appeared on the ground. Even the ground itself was also unable to endure the attack of Yao Rao, and ruptured continuously. What a great spectacle! Seeing those countless energy tornadoes and the ground beginning to rupture, Ren Tianyu exclaimed, as countless huge storms swept across the entire world. But all energy-based attack is useless against me. Looking at these deep purple-colored energy storm, Rinnegan of Ren Tianyu glimmered with large amount of eye power, then slowly extending his hand, he got ready to absorb the nearest tornado formed from purple yuan power. But just at this time, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt chill in his heart, and a danger feeling also emerged in his heart. Ren Tianyu paused, and didn't directly use the absorption power of Rinnegan, rather made a series of hand seals. Would style, would clone Justu. A wooden clone appeared beside Ren Tianyu, then that wooden clone stepped forward and used absorption power of Rinnegan on that nearest purple-colored tornado. After that, before the eyes of Ren Tianyu, that purple-colored tornado was slowly absorbed by the clone of Ren Tianyu, and that tornado rapidly shrunk. Seeing this, Ren Tianyu was relieved, and just when he was preparing to raise his hand again, a change occurred. Suddenly a purple-colored radiance emerged from the body of his wooden clone, completely surrounding him. And after the wooden clone was completely surrounded by this purple radiance, its body began to melt rapidly, as if was dissolving. Sure enough, my foreboding was not a mistake. Fortunately I didn't absorb myself. Seeing the fate of his wooden clone, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but took a deep breath, as a trace of lingering fear flashed through his heart. Although Rinnegan could absorb all energy-based attacks, but it was powerless to assimilate a number of special energies. Just like when the Predapath clone of the Sixth Path of Pain absorbed the Senjutsu Chakra of Naruto, that clone was petrified. After Yaora merged with Universe Boundary Divine Artifact, the energy with her body completely changed into true Purple Yuan power, and once he absorbs it, his body would be melted by the power of Purple Yuan power. If it cannot be assimilated, and this Purple Yuan power possess even stronger melting power compared to corrosion style, then I can only spend a bit more effort to settle this move. Seeing countless energy storm already gathered around him, Ren Tianyu slowly thought inwardly. And as for Yaorao, after releasing this move, she quickly withdrew, in order to avoid suffering from her own move. Seeing Ren Tianyu was powerless to absorb her Purple Yuan power, Yaorao was relieved inwardly, because this way, she would not be in disadvantaged position in this fight. Ren Tianyu sighed looking at those energy storm all around him for a while, then he quickly flew up towards the sky, and spread open his arms. After that large amount of chakra with his body began to gather quickly, and the power of his Rinnegan also began to flow out rapidly. And just when those tornadoes were about to reach Ren Tianyu, a very powerful repulsive force with heaven destroying and earth exterminating rapidly spread out in all direction from the body of Ren Tianyu. Super Shinra Tensei. Hon. Loud sound of explosion resounded, and the ground around him were immediately split open in succession. Along with the tore open ground, those countless purple-colored energy tornadoes around were also immediately blown away by this powerful repulsive force, then changing into energy, they dissipated in the sky. Ren Tianyu's this move, Super Shinra Tensei, engulfed the surroundings within the radius of over 20 li. Within this 20 li limits, everything were completely destroyed. Not only that, but a huge crater which was more than 10 meters deep and over 20 li in radius appeared on the ground. As for distant Yaorao, when Ren Tianyu launched Super Shinra Tensei, she quickly reacted. She used Purple Ling Dark Break to create a layer of purple-colored energy shield in front of her. And although she was also sent flying by the impact of Super Shinra Tensei, but she was still unscathed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Forced to Go All Out. Forced to Go All Out. When the smoke and dust of explosion disappeared, Ren Tianyu descended to the ground from the mid-air and stably stood in the middle of that huge crater with the radius of over 20 li which was created by Super Shinra Tensei of Rinnegan. After that, raising his head, he looked towards distant Yaorao who was sent flying by his Shinra Tensei. After Yaorao stabilized her body in mid-air, she also slowly descended from the mid-air. Seeing Ren Tianyu had blocked her Purple Yuan heavenly explosion of just now, she took a deep breath, then rapidly gathering energy within her body, she heavily slammed her palms to the ground. Along with the palms of Yaorao landing on the ground around suddenly began to sway violently, and a long fissure appeared in already utterly dilapidated ground. After that, a deep purple-colored energy seeped out from that crack. Feeling the shaking of the ground, Ren Tianyu was not even able to stand firmly on the ground, so with no other choice, he left the ground and floated in mid-air while cautiously and alertly looking at Yaorao underneath. Purple Yuan Thousand Dragon Roar. Along with the voice of Yaorao, innumerable dragon roar resounded from underground, reverberating through the entire horizon. Then countless purple-colored dragon made up of Purple Yuan power flew out from that fissure, and rushed towards Ren Tianyu. Now I am temporarily unable to use Shinra Tensei, so I have to. Looking at those countless dragons in the sky, Ren Tianyu sighed. This moment, he was powerless to use Shinra Tensei for the time being, still needed 5 minutes or so to recover, but Yaorao was continuously using one big move after another, making him feel a kind of pressure. Thinking this, powerful power reappeared in his eyes, and a purplish-ash-colored lightning radiance appeared on the surface of his body, which quickly changed into a huge energy war god with 4 arms tightly holding Futsu no Matama sword. This precisely was the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu. Then looking at those countless purple-colored dragon flying towards him, more than 10 purplish-ash-colored energy Magatama suddenly flew out from Susanoo, which directly shot through those energy dragon. After that, those huge energy dragons blew up and scattered in the air. But there were at least 100 dragons flying towards Ren Tianyu. And at this moment, a purple-colored light suddenly rose from the 4 Futsu no Matama swords in the hands of Susanoo, then raising all those 4 huge swords simultaneously, he sent out purple-colored sword slashes towards those dragons. When these sword slashes landed on the body of dragons, their bodies shattered. But there were no less than 100 dragons, so these sword slashes were basically powerless to completely stop all of them. In the end, remaining 30 or so dragons collided against the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu. A series of hong explosion sound resounded, and huge explosion shockwaves spread all around, raising large amount of smoke and dust above the ground. After full 3 minutes, explosion stopped, and Yarao at not distant place slowly raised her hands. When smoke and dust dissipated, Ren Tianyu's Susanoo with half of its body already blown up was revealed. And right now, from the corner of the mouth of Ren Tianyu who was inside Susanoo, blood spilled out. He had suffered slight injury. After that, along with eye power slowly flowing out from his eyes, the half-body of Susanoo began to slowly restore. But would Yarao give Ren Tianyu this chance? The silk of Tian on the body of Yarao rapidly flew out and quickly elongated towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing this silk of Tian flying towards him, with a thought, Susanoo raised its only remaining arm that was holding Futsu no Matama's sword, then sent out a slash towards silk of Tian, but under the skillful control of Yarao, silk of Tian dodged his attack. Swish! Silk of Tian immediately bound Ren Tianyu's that huge Susanoo, quickly covering the entire huge body of Susanoo, and a purple-colored energy rune spread out in silk of Tian. Not good. Feeling his body was bound of silk of Tian, Ren Tianyu immediately noticed that his Susanoo was basically unable to move. Moreover, the restoration of his Susanoo was also stopped. Seeing Ren Tianyu's Susanoo was tied up by her silk of Tian, Yarao immediately began to make hand signs. Along with the action of Yarao, silk of Tian immediately tightened, and the purple-colored rune spread faster and faster, seemingly wanted to completely seal Susanoo. I never thought that I would actually be forced to this plight in such a short period of time. The difference between my combat experience and Yarao, this experienced veteran demon empress level expert, who have lived at least 100,000 years, is too much. Feeling his Susanoo was being sealed, Ren Tianyu shook his head and couldn't help but thought of these things. Perhaps the current strength of Ren Tianyu was already comparable to Yarao, but the difference in combat experience between them was very big, so he was forced to this extent in such a short period of time. I have no choice but to forcibly shake this off right now, and if I delay any longer, I will be screwed. Thinking this, powerful eye power gushed out from his Rinnegan, then a loud sound of explosion resounded in Ren Tianyu's side, and the silk of Tian that was binding Susanoo was shook off by a sudden strong force, and was sent flying back. When this sudden and unexpected shockwave spread all around, Yarao emitted purple-colored defense light covering her body as a conditioned reflex, blocking the attack of this shockwave. What's going on? Feeling this sudden and unexpected shockwave, Yarao exclaimed in confusion in her heart. Just now when her seal had reached the final key moment, unexpectedly it was broken by a strong force, moreover her silk of Tian also was forcibly sent flying. Yarao caught flying back silk of Tian, then looking towards the direction of Ren Tianyu, her eyes suddenly shrunk and was filled with disbelief seeing the scene before her. Right now there was an over 50 meters giant in the place where Ren Tianyu was located. The body of this giant was filled with purple-colored lightning sparks, and was surrounded by a huge suit of armor. Furthermore, with the powerful might being emitted by this giant's huge body, the surroundings air seemed to be solidified. And right now Ren Tianyu was standing on the forehead of the Susanoo, and the strong power of Susanoo was firmly surrounding him. This precisely was Ren Tianyu's full-body Susanoo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, Fierce Fight. Fierce Fight. In Radiant's capital of Light Empire, the general headquarters of the allied force of humanity and 100 clans, Tianji clan's clan head Ling Xiaotian was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. In this hall, there furthermore were many clansmen of Tianji clan who were in the process of maintaining that huge water screen in the middle of this hall, which precisely was perception system created by Tianji clan that covers the entire Divine Wind continent. And beside them, a number of 100 clans leader and people of humanity forces were discussing the next countermeasures. After coming into contact with Demon Clan, although the humanity were in disadvantageous position, and the entire combat capability of humanity army roughly lose to the soldiers of Demon Clan, but relying on their terrain advantage, at this very moment, humanity was making great effort to recover from losing battle. At this time, a burst of huge shaking sensation suddenly came through. The entire hall unceasingly shook, and all the people within the hall also stumbled here and there due to unexpected and sudden shaking, and they stabilized their body with great difficulty. And as fast as this shaking came, that fast it went away and disappeared very quickly. But everyone knew that this was not an illusion. What's going on here? Where did this quake come from? Brilliant stood up and asked towards those several people of Tianji clan who were responsible to keep an eye on the circumstance of various battlefields. Immediately find out what had happened. Ling Xiaotian also stood up and said towards his clansmen. This is? The face of clansman of Tianji clan that was responsible to keep an eye on the battlefield of Ren Tianyu was filled with disbelief expression, and cold sweats flowed down from his forehead, then said stutteringly as if he had seen something terrifying. Did you find anything? Quickly explain. Ling Xiaotian instantly arrived in front of this clansman, then tensely said. Now one might well say that the war situation of entire battlefield was undergoing a myriad changes in an instant, so he couldn't help but get nervous, as one should know that this war however directly relates to the fate of entire Divine Wind continent and its people. On the battlefield of Evil's capital, Akatsuki's leader, Zero suddenly summoned an earth-shattering meteorite. And after this meteorite fell from the sky, this instantly destroyed over 30 million demon soldiers of Evil capital. Now only few scattered demon soldiers have survived by luck. That clansman of Tianji clan responsible to keep an eyes on battlefield threw out a tremendous bomb all at once which exploded in the brain of everyone present there. What? How can this be? He is actually this strong. Hearing this, Tianji clan's clansman, one leader of human forces, exclaimed in great surprise. Yes, didn't expect the strength of this Zero was actually strong to this extent. Hearing the narration of this clansman, Ling Xiaotian immediately stepped forward. Then he placed his hands filled with unique ability of Tenji clan's blood lineage on the water screen. After that, along with the dazzling ripples, the situation of Evil capital appeared on the water screen. The original Evil capital had already ceased to exist, and now there were ruins everywhere. Furthermore, the entire battlefield was thoroughly dyed red by the blood and bodies of demon soldiers. Followed by the arrival of Demon Empress Yarao, and a series of confrontation between Rin Tianyu and Demon Empress. Yarao's universe-boundary divine artifacts, heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating big move, as well as Rin Tianyu's Super Shinra Tensei, Susanoo, and finally the full-body Susanoo, the giant form reaching over 50 meters in height. Seeing all of these that appeared one after another on the water screen, everyone present were greatly shocked within their heart. It seems our and these two's strength is basically in different dimension. Seeing Rin Tianyu and Yarao's power, Brilliant muttered. Under their attack power, even the space itself began to break and Earth was also broken. If they were present on the scene, then they would have already been wiped out from the battle. Not good, we can't let these two fight in the middle of the continent. Suddenly Ling Xiaotian solemnly said. Why? Hearing Ling Xiaotian, Brilliant confusedly asked, and others also had puzzled looks. The continent can't stand the destruction of these two people. Look, currently they have still yet to go all out, but the surrounding terrain has already changed completely, and Earth has also ruptured. If this goes on like this, then the land will definitely sunk. And you all also don't want a huge continental sea to appear in the middle of the continent, right? Ling Xiaotian pointed the ground around the Evil capital, and said to everyone present. Hearing the words of Ling Xiaotian, everyone carefully looked at the battlefield. Sure enough, just like Ling Xiaotian had stated, the surrounding land had already been reduced by more than 30 meters height, and some place already had a deep gully from where underground water was erupting out. So if this goes on like this, then perhaps the land around Evil capital would really sink, and deep sea would appear in its place. Not good, quickly contact Zero, make him pull the battlefield as near as possible to the sea. Brilliant immediately said to Ling Xiaotian. Okay, I'll contact him at once. Finished speaking, Ling Xiaotian sat cross-legged, then a mysterious aura appeared from his body which entered into the water screen and disappeared. On the battlefield, Rin Tianyu standing in the full-body Susanoo looked at underneath Yarao. Right now power was continuously gushing out from his eyes and was entering into Susanoo. Didn't expect you to still have this kind of move. Seeing the full-body Susanoo of Rin Tianyu, Yarao took a deep breath, then quickly made several hand signs. After that, purple-colored radiance rapidly gathered in front of her body. This purple-colored demonic light increasingly flourished, becoming a huge purple-colored lotus whose diameter was more than 5 meters. And when the energy flowed all over the place from this lotus, the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand this pressure. Go, Purple Lotus Era. Yarao's jade finger pointed towards Rin Tianyu, then this purple-colored lotus changed into a purple-colored light and shot towards Rin Tianyu's full-body Susanoo. Humph, insignificant skill. Looking at this purple-colored lotus, Rin Tianyu snorted coldly, then giant Susanoo's right arm directly pulled out Futsu no Matama sword from the waist of other side. Ka, the sword unsheathing sound resounded, and a huge purplish-ash-colored lightning sword slash was slashed out towards the purple-colored lotus. And when they collided with each other in the mid-air, they repelled one another. These two attacks mutually restricted each other, and finally with a hong sound, both of them cracked open. Then along with a loud explosion sound, another huge crater appeared once again on the ground underneath, and powerful shockwaves spread all around. But just before that shockwave reached Rin Tianyu and Yarao, it was blocked by their power, and dissipated. Just then, Rin Tianyu and Yarao suddenly felt a sense of prying, and both of them simultaneously stopped their action, then looked towards the void. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Yarao's Summon. Yarao's Summon. Ren Tianyu suddenly felt a spying upon power from the void, which was seemingly watching the entire battlefield. And noticing this spying upon power, Yao Rao also immediately ceased her action and spread her divine sense looking for that spying upon consciousness. Just then, a voice suddenly resounded on the mind of Ren Tianyu, Sire Zero, I am Ling Xiaotian. Clan head of Tenji clan? Why are you seeking me? Hearing the voice in his brain, Ren Tianyu replied back in his brain feeling surprised. He wondered why he was seeking him in a time like this. It's like this, I would like to trouble Sire to draw this battle to the sea area, because the land there is already unable to withstand your battle. Right now Eiffel Capital's land is already in a complete mess, and if it is hit again, then the land around will definitely sink. The requesting voice of Ling Xiaotian resounded in the mind of Ren Tianyu. Hearing Ling Xiaotian, Ren Tianyu seriously looked the surroundings of all around. The land around was already in ruin, there were huge craters and cracks all around the ground. And water had already begun to spring out from deep underground. Who? Ren Tianyu exhaled a long breath, then said towards Ling Xiaotian in his brain, well, I got it, I will try to draw the battlefield to the sea area as much as possible. Many thanks, Sire Zero. Hearing the reply of Ren Tianyu, Ling Xiaotian gratefully thanked Ren Tianyu. But he also knew that this matter was not good to do, after all, current Ren Tianyu and Yao Rao were evenly matched, so it was not so easy to change the location of battlefield. Okay, quickly leave, I will try to draw the battlefield to seaside as much as possible. The Demon Empress seems to have already noticed your existence, if she follow the tracks of your divine sense to launch an attack towards Radiant's capital, then that would be bad. Seeing Yao Rao seem to have already discovered Ling Xiaotian, Ren Tianyu hastily said to Ling Xiaotian in his brain. Then I hope Sire will be careful, and hope you will win a victory on raising the flag in this place. Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Xiaotian said a sentence and disappeared from the battlefield. And as for distant Yao Rao, after noticing that spying upon consciousness had disappeared, she again paid complete attention to that full-body Susanoo of Ren Tianyu. I truly cannot look down upon the energy of that thing, it seems I have to come up with real strength to deal with him. Looking at that huge body of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo, Yao Rao couldn't help but thought solemnly. But at this time, Ren Tianyu's Susanoo suddenly sprout two huge energy wings behind it. Then flapping its wings, this full-body Susanoo which was over 50 meters in height flew away. Want to run? It's not that easy. Seeing Ren Tianyu wanted to fly away, Yao Rao couldn't help but snorted coldly, then changing into a purple light, she chased after Ren Tianyu. Merely after running less than 100 li distance, Yao Rao had already caught up to him. After that Yao Rao waved her hand, and Purple Ling Darkbreak flew out from her body and shot towards Ren Tianyu. Seeing Purple Ling Darkbreak flying towards him, the right hand of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo brandished Futsu no Matama sword, sending out a huge purple-colored lightning slash towards Purple Ling Darkbreak, knocking it back. You want to run? Today unless you hand over Tower of Babel to me, don't imagine that it's possible to leave this place. Yao Rao caught the knocked back Purple Ling Darkbreak, then coldly shouted towards Ren Tianyu. Shortly afterwards, Yao Rao waved her hand again, then purple-colored radiance flew towards the sky, and two space black holes appeared in the sky. Shortly afterwards, two loud roar came through these two black holes, and two figures flew out from inside that black hole. This is... Seeing these two figures that had flown out from the space black hole, the pupils of Ren Tianyu suddenly shrunk, and flashed with shocked expression. One was a 9-headed huge snake which was over 40 meters in length, it flew out of black hole and landed beside Yao Rao, and its 9 pairs of eyes coldly stared at Ren Tianyu, precisely was Yao Rao's demon pet Abyss Hydra. This Abyss Hydra had already stepped into the realm of God Emperor in strength, although was not as strong as Yao Rao, but was far stronger than demon gods. And the other one made Ren Tianyu even more surprised, because it turned out that the other one was precisely the Thousand Eyes evil beast that was trapped in Demon World. How can this fellow appear here? According to reason, it and Yao Rao are definitely mortal enemies, so it shouldn't have helped her. The appearance of Thousand Eyes evil beast surprised Ren Tianyu the most, he didn't understand why Thousand Eyes evil beast was helping Yao Rao. Roar, Your Majesty Demon Empress, is this human the enemy of this time? Abyss Hydra flew down from the sky, and came underneath Yao Rao, letting her stand at the centermost snake head, and asked. As for Thousand Eyes evil beast, it landed beside Abyss Hydra and floated there without any movement and sound. What Ren Tianyu didn't notice was, after Thousand Eyes evil beast appeared, a strange mirror suddenly appeared on the waist of Yao Rao, and stuck with her belt. Yes, we absolutely can't let this fellow run away, Tower of Babel is with him. Yao Rao nodded her head and said to Abyss Hydra. Got it. Abyss Hydra answered, then it raised one of its snake head, and purple-colored lightning sparks gathered above that snake head. Along with the call of Abyss Hydra, suddenly large amount of black clouds which was densely covered with lightning sparks appeared in the sky. Huge lightning snakes were unceasingly wandering in this cloud. Thunderbolt roar, dot. Along with the voice of Abyss Hydra, countless huge thunderbolts struck towards the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu from the sky. Hong, 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 a series of explosion sound unceasingly resounded, and the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu was engulfed by countless thunderbolts, and under these thunderbolts, the ground around ruptured with a loud bang. When thunderbolts ceased, and dark clouds dissipated, Ren Tianyu's Susanoo was standing there without a scratch. And right now lightning sparks were glimmering around Futsu no Matama swords, and the surroundings lightning elements were being rapidly absorbed by Futsu no Matama sword. What? He is absorbing lightning. Seeing its lightning was being absorbed, Abyss Hydra exclaimed in surprise. It had never expected this result. No kidding, Futsu no Matama sword was the sword of Takamikazuchi, possessing the ability to control myriads of thunder and lightning, so how could ordinary lightning attack flaunt its superiority in front of this sword? Now that I have already recovered Rinnegan's power, I don't need to waste I power using Susanoo. Feeling the recovery of his Rinnegan, Ren Tianyu slowly thought. This was not because Susanoo was weak, rather because Ren Tianyu wanted to use other moves first to deal with these three in front of him. After all, the mobility of Susanoo was somewhat weak, so facing the besiege of three people, it would be hard to dodge. Thinking this, the Susanoo around Ren Tianyu slowly melted, revealing Ren Tianyu's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, Real Wood Style. Real Wood Style. Ren Tianyu landed on the ground, then looking at Abyss Hydra, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast and Demon Empress Yarao, these three great experts, he took a deep breath. Shortly afterwards, he made a series of hand seals, and because his speed of making hand seals was too fast, only the afterimages of hands was seen in front of his chest. Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Koten. Secret Wood Style, Deep Forest Creation. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, with his body as a center, the ground around within the radius of 100 li suddenly burst one after another, and huge trees accompanied by long sturdy vines broke out of the ground, then grew rapidly, instantly changing the surroundings of 100 li into a vast forest. After completely refining the power of Forever Green, the strength of Ren Tianyu's wood style had already surpassed first Hokage Senju Hazarama, and now his wood style was definitely number one in the world. Although Senju Hazarama was the reincarnation of Azura, but his strength was also not as strong as the wood energy crystallization of entire universe. Moreover, the most important matter was, the current wood style of Ren Tianyu still possessed the possibility of growth. Don't forget that Ren Tianyu still had yet to exchange Senju Hazarama's complete wood style and sage power from the system. Once Ren Tianyu merged Senju Hazarama's wood style with his own, his strength would definitely have a growth in quality. Furthermore, although to exchange Kekkei Genkai of Senju Hazarama, he required 60 million system points, but currently Ren Tianyu had more than enough system points. Far exceeding this figure, he already had 130 million system points. He had obtained these system points after he completely wiped out over 30 million demon soldiers with Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, but now he didn't have time to exchange wood style. But even so, compared to before, the current deep forest creation used by Ren Tianyu instantly created dense forest within 100 li surroundings. Moreover, the binding power of wood style was also far stronger than before. Now under the control of Ren Tianyu, those huge vines rapidly extend towards that huge body of Abyss Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Roar! Abyss Hydra roared loudly, and one of the snakeheads spat out a huge flame towards underneath vines. A number of vines directly changed into ashes under this raging flames, but even more vines extinguished the flame and continued to extend towards Abyss Hydra. As for Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, it nevertheless stood blankly at the same place, without any movement, as if he didn't see any attacks around him. Humph! Do you think it's easy to burn down my wood style? Now these vines are as solid as iron and steel, cutting gold and breaking jade is also not difficult. Seeing the action of Abyss Hydra, Ren Tianyu with his palms put together sneered, then directed even more vines towards Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Roar, damn human! These sturdy vines extended over to the body of Abyss Hydra, then immediately bound up its body tightly. After that, a trail of blood came out from Abyss Hydra's that comparable to steel hard body, instantly causing Hydra to roar, and it unceasingly struggled to break free from these vines, but it was not so easy. And at that time, Yarao, who was standing on the head of Hydra, flew up, then waving her left hand, that strange mirror in her waist flew to her palm. Yarao held this mirror with her left hand, then releasing purple-colored radiance in the fingertips of her right hand's index and middle finger, she drew a mysterious purple-colored rune on the mirror, which directly entered inside this mirror. Assimilate! At this time, Yarao coldly shouted loudly, and a hazy light beam shot out from that mirror, directly entering into the forehead of underneath Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Roar! After this radiance entered into the body of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, it let out a loud roar, and huge sound waves spread in all direction. Moreover, large amount of energy appeared around its body, and it struggled unceasingly, unexpectedly beginning to break those vines bounding it. Damn it, this thousand eyes evil beast is worthy of being ancient ferocious beast. Compared to Abyss Hydra, it's far too strong. Even compared to Yao Rao, it's not that weak. Now my with style wouldn't be able to bind it for a long time. Feeling the struggle of thousand eyes evil beast, the complexion of Ren Tianyu suddenly became a little unsightly. Then rapidly circulating large amount of chakra within his body, sturdy vines broke out from the ground and extended to thousand eyes evil beast's body to suppress it. At that time, a number of eyes of thousand eyes evil beasts looking towards Ren Tianyu suddenly flashed with pitch black radiance, and powerful energy gathered in those eyes. Death Ray! Swish, 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 wind-breaking sound unceasingly resounded, as a thick pitch-black light beam was shot out from those eyes. All the vines around were pulverized, and the 100-li tree domain around them was also instantly destroyed and disappeared. The vines binding both Thousand Eyes Evil Beast and Abyss Hydra also disappeared immediately, restoring their freedom. Furthermore, these light beams without any reduction in strength continued to fly towards Ren Tianyu, seemingly wanting to shot through his body. Seeing those quickly flying towards him light beams, Ren Tianyu bit the index finger of his right hand, then after quickly making a series of hand seals, he heavily slammed his palm on the ground, and a black-colored rune spread around the ground. Kuchios, Goju Rashomon. Summoning, 5-layer Rashomon. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground in front of him shook violently, then along with ka, ka, ka. 5 ground cracking sound, 5 huge iron gate broke out of the ground, blocking the front of Ren Tianyu. After those light beams shot at Rashomon, the first gate was immediately broken, and with the surplus power, they broke through another 2 Rashomon in succession. After that, in front of 4th Rashomon, the energy of those light beams disappeared. After that, Ren Tianyu jumped and arrived above the Rashomon, then emitting a special chakra from within his body, a special pattern appeared in his face, Sage Mode, open, but after entering into Sage Mode, the perception of Ren Tianyu immediately linked with the sky around him, and everything of surroundings were transmitted into the brain of Ren Tianyu. Senpo, Myo Jinman. Sage Art, Gracious Deity Gates. Ren Tianyu rapidly made a series of hand seals, then 10 huge red-colored wooden torii suddenly fall down from the sky above the head of Abyss Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. 9 huge Gracious Deity Gates fell on the 9 snakeheads of Hydra, completely suppressing it. And Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was also suppressed firmly by the power of remaining Gracious Deity Gates for the time being. T.L. Torii equals https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/torii right bracket. Even though they were unceasingly struggling, but with the sealing power of these Gracious Deity Gates, they were temporarily unable to free themselves. Meanwhile, huge wind shrunken appeared in each hand of Ren Tianyu. These 2 shuriken were no less than 2 meters in diameter, and sharp ear-piercing sound was unceasingly ringing. Senpo, Kodama Raisin Shuriken. Sage Art, Massive Rasen Shuriken. Ren Tianyu threw these 2 huge Rasen Shuriken, and they immediately flew out towards Abyss Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast suppressed by Gracious Deity Gates. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, Chibaku Tensei. Chibaku Tensei, Planetary Devastation. Senpo, Kodama Raisin Shuriken. Sage Art, Massive Rasen Shuriken. Standing on the top of Rashomon's that huge gate, Ren Tianyu shouted loudly, and threw those 2 massive Rasen Shuriken towards Abyss Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast who were sealed by Gracious Deity Gates and were immobile for the time being. If these 2 Rasen Shuriken directly hit these Abyss Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast who didn't have any defensive ability, then even with their strength, they would be unable to escape unscathed. But at this time, a purple-colored figure suddenly flew over to the front of Abyss Hydra and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, then extending both hands, 2 huge purple-colored light beam flew out from her palm, which changed into 2 huge purple-colored protective screen, blocking both Rasen Shuriken. This figure was naturally Demon Empress Yao Rao. Yao Rao floated in midair, and the energy within her body continuously gushed out from her arms, withstanding the attack of Rasen Shuriken. But this massive Rasen Shuriken unceasingly clashed with Yao Rao's that purple-colored protective screen, issuing an ear-piercing sharp sound. And the powerful force of impact forced Yao Rao to unceasingly stumble backward. On one side, Yao Rao was unceasingly forced backward by the force of impact of Rasen Shuriken, and on the other side, Yao Rao was unceasingly using her purple yuan power to whittle away the power of Rasen Shuriken, making it unable to explode. In the blink of an eye, when the distance between Yao Rao and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast and Abyss Hydra was reduced to just few kilometers, nearly half of the power of Rasen Shuriken was already whittled away by Yao Rao's purple yuan power. Roar, roar, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast and Abyss Hydra were unceasingly struggling, and their bodies were emitting powerful energy fluctuation. Furthermore, Gracious Deity Gates were also unceasingly shaking under this powerful energy fluctuation, as if they would shatter at any time. Damn it! Seeing his attack was unexpectedly blocked by Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu cursed and his complexion also became very unsightly. Gracious Deity Gates will not be able to suppress them for long. Moreover, when Yaorao completely blocked my Rasen Shuriken, and all of them joined together, it would be even harder to deal with them. Ren Tianyu unceasingly thought about the countermeasures inwardly. Since it's like this, before they come together, I should use a big move to deal with at least one of them. After thinking, Ren Tianyu forgot about the already dilapidated land all around, and apologetically said inwardly, "I'm sorry, now I really can't take this into consideration. Even if the continent is shattered, I have no choice but to do this." Finished thinking, he no longer hesitated, and immediately put his palms together. After that, chakra within his body began to circulate violently, and his Rinnegan emitted powerful eye power, seemingly wanting to condense all the air around him. It seemed to be only 1 second had passed, but again seemed a long time had passed. Ren Tianyu's firmly joined together hands slowly loosened, and a dark energy ball flew out from between his two palms, flying towards the sky. This pitch-black energy ball flew up to the sky, and floating in the mid-air, this energy ball slowly covered the sun's radiance. Just like solar eclipse, the sun was gradually swallowed by a shadow, and sunlight seemed to gradually disappear. Ren Tianyu, who was standing on the Rashomon, spread his arms, then looking at that black-colored energy ball, he shouted loudly, "Shibaku Tensei! Planetary devastation!" Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground within the radius of 100 li began to shake violently. The magnitude of shaking grew bigger and bigger, and the ground began to rupture one after another. After that, large pieces of disintegrated earth began to fly towards that black-colored energy ball in the sky. With ka-ka loud colliding sound, pieces after pieces of earth collided on the top of that black-colored energy ball, and under the attraction of powerful suction force of this black energy ball, slowly a satellite appeared in the sky. Even Thousand Eyes Evil Beast and Abyss Hydra, who were suppressed by Gracious Deity Gates, were also attracted by Chibaku Tensei. Their body along with the pieces of earth flew towards it. And under the effect of powerful suction force on their body, they were powerless to escape successfully. Roar! Thousand Eyes Evil Beast roared loudly, and a powerful black-colored mist surrounded its body, then a strong power spread all over the place around it from its body. After that, under the attack of its energy, the space around unexpectedly twisted little by little. At the time when the space began to twist, the suction force affecting on the body of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast disappeared. Seizing this chance, it immediately flew out from the range of this Chibaku Tensei. But as for Abyss Hydra, it was not so lucky. The gap between its strength and this Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, who had once wreaked havoc in entire demon world and also an existence even Yaora was unable to kill, was too much. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to flee from Chibaku Tensei. While Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was able to successfully flee from the attack of Chibaku Tensei, but wishing to assist Abyss Hydra to flee together was too unrealistic. As for Yaorao, she was entangled with 2 Rasen Shuriken, so she was also powerless to come over and help it. Humph, now that this is the case, I will dispose you first. Seeing Thousand Eyes Evil Beast escaping Chibaku Tensei, Ren Tianyu didn't lose heart, rather continued to release the chakra, directing the power of Chibaku Tensei to the body of Abyss Hydra. No, Abyss Hydra issued a roar of fear as its body was firmly drawn to the top of the satellite. And immediately afterwards, countless pieces of earth collided against the body of Hydra, thoroughly sealing its body in the middle of this satellite. When the shaking stopped, the ground around was thoroughly tattered already. And at some place, boiling hot magma had erupted out from deep underground. This scene around him looked just like the exact image of Doomsday. And the most shocking sight was in the sky. Right now a huge satellite which had the diameter of over 100 li was floating in the sky. This gave people a kind of strong visual impact. It's time to thoroughly dispose you. Looking at that huge satellite created by himself, Ren Tianyu took a deep breath, then quickly made a series of hand seals, and 4 purplish-ash-colored light entered into the satellite. 9-wheel seal, dot. After these 4 light entered into the satellite, immediately 9 halos made up of light thoroughly encircled this satellite. This was a kind of sealing jutsu, which could seal all solid body. And unless one possessed more strength than Ren Tianyu, they wouldn't be able to break the seal. Fly to the outer space where no one can reach. After doing all these, Ren Tianyu waved his head, and under the effective eye power of Ren Tianyu's Rinnegan, suddenly this satellite slowly rose, and flying towards outer space, it disappeared from the vision of everyone present. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Nine-Tailed Beasts. Nine-Tailed Beasts. Fly to the outer space where no one can reach. Ren Tianyu, standing on Rashomon, outstretched his arms, and with chakra within his body rapidly consuming as well as powerful eye power gushing out from his those Rinnegan, that satellite floating in the midair, which was over 100 kilometers in diameter created by his Rinnegan Dojutsu Chibaku Tensei, directly flew towards the sky, and breaking through the atmosphere, it flew to outer space. Ho-hoo! After completing all this, Ren Tianyu suddenly felt weak and fell down to one knee on the ground. Large beads of sweat drops flowed down his face, and a feeling of lacking strength came through his body. Your grandfather, did I create this thing too big? Now I don't have enough chakra to use. Feeling the remaining amount of chakra with his body, Tian forced a smile while thinking. But if I don't create this big, then it might be unable to suppress that abyss hydra. Although its strength was far below compared to Yaorao and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, still it after all is a magical beast that had stepped into God Emperor realm. So if I was not firm enough, then I really wouldn't have been able to suppress it. At this time, distant Yaorao had already flown back, and seeing her demon pet cease to exist just like this, her complexion was certainly not good looking. Then staring at Tian, who had a little pale complexion not far away, she coldly said, "It seems I was still being too benevolent to you. Originally, seeing you are a rare talent, I thought you might have a chance to enter that place with me, but as it now seems, it'd have been much better to kill you in the beginning." As her voice resounded, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast also arrived beside her and stared at Tian. Haha, I'm very sorry, Tower of Babel you needed is a thing I must obtain, moreover just like you, I also need even more universe boundary divine artifacts, so I must obtain all the universe boundary divine artifacts on your body too. Tian staggered to stand up. Although 2/3 of chakra within his body was already spent, but he still didn't have any fear on his face. Ha, truly funny, with your current state, do you think it is possible to seize universe boundary divine artifacts from me? Moreover, now I am using only 30% of my total strength, and here you want to fight with me relying on your this state of serious energy loss? Do you think you have that strength? Hearing Tian, Yaorao mocked Tian as if she had heard greatest joke. Relying on what? Heh, hearing Yaorao's mocking words, Tian sneered. Then extending his hands, he bit the thumbs of his hands. After that, rapidly making a series of hand seals, he simultaneously slammed both of his hand on the ground, and large 2 black-colored runes immediately appeared on the ground, relying on my 9-tailed beasts. Summoning Jutsu. Along with the voice of Tian, on the dilapidated ground in front of him, suddenly pang, 9 huge white-colored smoke appeared, pervading all over the battlefield. Just after that, several loud beasts' roaring sound resounded from inside the smoke, and the powerful sound wave directly dispersed the smoke, revealing the circumstance inside. This is? Seeing this circumstance before her eyes, the complexion of Yaorao suddenly changed and a solemn look appeared on her face. 9 more than 30 meters giant magical beasts had appeared in front of Yaorao. These were 9-tailed beasts Tian had exchanged before he had gone to Demon World before. Ichibi Shikaku, Nibi Matatabi, Sanbai Isabu, Yanbi Sengoku, Gobi Kokuo, Rokubi Saiken, Nanabai Chome, Hachibi Gyuki, and finally Kyubi Karama, also known as Demon Fox possessing Infinity Chakra. This was the hidden trump Tian had prepared to fight against Yaorao, as Tian was truly powerless to defeat current Yaorao by himself. After all, Yaorao had survived for more than 100,000 of years, possessed 4 universe boundary divine artifacts as well as had obtained the inheritance power of universe boundary divine artifacts 4 times, so how could Tian, who had suddenly raised his power sharply in extremely short period of time, be capable of shaking her? Shio! Tian directly jumped on the head of Kyubi Karama, and said to Kyubi, "Karama, lend me a little bit of your chakra to replenish my chakra. Boy, we'll help you, but we hope you are able to fulfill the promise you have made to us at that time." Hearing Tian, Karama said, "You can rest assured, I have no need to deceive you all, now I have already awakened Rinnegan, you should know what this means, isn't that so?" Tian nodded his head, and said to Karama. At that time, after he had exchanged all the tailed beasts, naturally these ambitious and proud tailed beasts didn't listen to any of his words, but after Tian displayed his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, plus with the agreement he made with them, they finally agreed to help him. "Since that is the case, I will give you chakra." Hearing Tian, Karama answered, then large amount of chakra sprang out from its body and entered the body of Tian, rapidly replenishing his chakra. Sensing powerful aura on the body of Kyubi, the complexion of Yaorao got increasingly solemn. Immediately after that, purple Ling dark break flew out from her body, and her right hand also held that mirror. After that, landing on the head of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, she said, "Attack, roar!" Hearing the command of Yaorao, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast immediately looked up to heaven and roared, and those countless eyes on its body shone, then suddenly black demonic clouds appeared above in the sky, covering the sky within the surrounding of 100 li. And in this black clouds, suddenly countless eyes appeared. These eyes contained black-colored energy, and were linked with the eyes of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. "Exterminating all the life within the radius of 100 li, now I will kill you thoroughly, then take Tower of Babel from your corpse." Looking at Tian and 9-tailed beasts, Yaorao coldly said. Along with the voice of Yaorao, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast immediately launched its attack. After that, those countless eyes in the demonic cloud suddenly shone, and countless black light beam whose diameter was over 1 meter fell down towards Tian and 9-tailed beasts. 100 li extermination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, Yueir's Edo Tensei. Yueir's Edo Tensei. Shikaku. Seeing those countless eyes on the demonic clouds shooting black-colored light beams towards them, Ren Tianyu cried out loudly towards Shikaku. Humph, Osama knows what to do. Shikaku coldly snorted, then heavily stamped his right claw on the ground, and boundless yellow sands directly flew up in the sky, forming a sand shield covering the whole sky above everyone present. Hong, 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 banging sound unceasingly resounded, as countless light beams hit the shield created by Shikaku. Also chunk after chunk of sands unceasingly fell down, but under the control of Shikaku, boundless sands would rise up and easily supplemented it, firmly blocking the attack of Thousand Eyes evil beast. Humph, although Osama's attack power is weakest among nine-tailed beasts, but in terms of defense power, even Kyubi, this stinking fox also can't compare with Osama. While controlling boundless sands, firmly blocking the attack of Thousand Eyes evil beast, Shikaku coldly said. TSK, you damned raccoon dog, what's here to be cocky? Hearing Shikaku, Kyubi said in disdain. Stinking fox, what did you say? Hearing Kyubi's those disdainful voice, Shikaku immediately roared loudly. Okay, calm down a little you two, now the most important thing is to settle these two troublesome fellow in front of us. Ren Tianyu placed his right hand on his forehead and said helplessly. While facing such powerful enemies, these two-tailed beasts still had mind to quarrel against each other, truly don't know how their minds have developed. Let's go, the real battle is about to begin, now all the skills already don't matter, what should be truly relied upon is absolute power. Ren Tianyu said to tailed beasts, then immediately flying down from the head of Kyubi, he unhurriedly walked towards Yaorao and Thousand Eyes evil beast. The nine-tailed beasts also closely followed behind him. And while walking ahead step by step, a large amount of purplish-ash-colored lightning slowly rose from the body of Ren Tianyu, slowly forming a giant with 60 to 70 meters height. The giant's body was covered with huge energy armor, and at its waist, there was Futsu no Matama sword. Full-body Susanoo was resealed, and with nine-tailed beasts, simultaneously walked towards Yaorao and Thousand Eyes evil beast. This moment, the sky had already turned dark, unconsciously curtain of the night had already arrived. On the other battlefield, Bu Feng and others leading the allied army of 100 clans and human, firmly withstood in front of the city gate, even though the offensive demon army was ferocious. Although demon clan's overall combat capability was stronger, but relying on the advantage of city wall, coupled with attacking boldly without fearing death, humanity finally withstood the first wave of demon army. And at this time of night, both sides had a tacit understanding and simultaneously withdraw their troops, because under the circumstance of poor vision in the night, the combat capability of both sides would be greatly reduced, moreover they really might accidentally injure their own people. In the hall, Bu Feng and others were sitting and were discussing about the upcoming war tomorrow. Didn't expect the combat power of these demon generals to be so strong, actually able to be fight one-on-one with us to this extent. Thinking of the battle of daytime, White Tiger Li Jianrong sighed and said. Yes, we really can't look down upon the combat power of these fellows. According to Zero, these fellows are Demon Clan's 13 demon generals. And all of them are similar level in strength. Bu Feng, who was leaning against the pillar with both of his hands folded in front of his chest, indifferently said, that demon general I fought with today, his speed ought to be fastest among all demons. He actually forced me to release my seals. He is the first one to do so. Yo, never thought one day, our haughty lightning speed Bu Feng would also praise other people. Hearing Bu Feng, Yuera covered her mouth and teased. I am just telling the truth, although I have yet to open my blood lineage, but that fellow also seemed to be continuously suppressing a power within his body. The complexion of Bu Feng didn't have any changes, and he was continuously recalling late nights that ghost-like figure. If the Bu Feng's speed and reflexes were ethereal speed, then late nights was synonym to ghost. Forget it, it's better to stall for time as much as possible. If we are not in dangerous circumstance, we should try to not activate our deity-rank blood lineage we have obtained in Secret Realm as much as possible. White Tiger said to his companions. But I wonder if there is demon god level expert on the side of Demon Clan. If they have, then it will be troublesome. Jade Maiden worriedly said. We don't need to fear, don't forget that thing Zero is given to Yuera before leaving. White Tiger smiled and said to Jade Maiden. You mean that? Yeah. I nearly forget this. Jade Maiden suddenly thought of that thing in the hand of Yuera, and said with a smile. Well, now the night has already come, it is time to initiate our most important plan, and use that thing Zero has given you to disrupt the camp of Demon Clan this night. White Tiger stood up and said to Yuera. No problem, I am already prepared long ago. Yuera also stood up and said to everyone. This place is unsuitable to use it, let's go to the roof, there is no outsiders there. Finished speaking, White Tiger changed into Afterimage and disappeared from that place. Afterwards, other also immediately disappeared, closely following behind him. On the roof, right now White Tiger and others stood in the middle of the night. And Yuer was standing in front of everyone. She made a series of hand seals and finally clapped her hands, Kochios Edo Tensei. Summoning Jutsu Reanimation. Along with the voice of Yuer, from the ground in front of her, suddenly a huge yellow coffin emerged before the eyes of everyone. Yes, this ninjutsu Yuer used was precisely forbidden Jutsu Edo Tensei Jutsu. In fact, after Ren Tianyu had completely mastered Edo Tensei, he had given the method of learning this jutsu to Yuer, making her master this ninjutsu sparing no effort. And as a matter of fact, this jutsu was really not that hard to learn, as Ren Tianyu said before. The reason why only very few could use this ninjutsu in Naruto world was because after the death of second Hokage, this forbidden jutsu was sealed and hidden away, until Orochimaru accidentally got the learning method of this ninjutsu, making it reappear in the world. And before going to the battlefield, other than those two demon generals and Dark Knight Demon God, Ren Tianyu had given all other resurrection materials to Yuer, making her take all these resurrected person to the battlefield. And among all of them, there was a demon god who was known as the most dangerous demon god in the history of demon world, whom they could treat as a life-saving trump card. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Shadow Demon God. Shadow Demon God. Before the gaze of everyone present, the lid of that coffin slowly opened, revealing a figure of Demon Clan inside it. This was a middle-aged man with a little gloomy complexion who wore a black-colored leather armor, now quietly stood inside coffin. And along with the move of Yuer, white-colored dust slowly emerged on the surface of his body, and his two eyes also opened slowly. After this middle-aged man walked out of coffin, he looked all around in confusion, then clenching his hand into fists and feeling he could move about his body, he muttered, "Where is this? Shouldn't I be already dead? What the hell is going on here? You have indeed already died, merely I resurrected you." Looking at this middle-aged person in front, Yuer said. From the explanation of Ren Tianyu, she knew that this middle-aged person in front was a very dangerous figure, and at his time, even demons were greatly afraid of him. Moreover, because this fellow was a person without moral standard and handled affairs according to his one feeling, finally, he was personally executed by contemporary demon empress i.e. Yaorao, so he had notorious reputation in demon world. The name of this fellow was Iurk, was one of the early three great demon god, Shadow Demon God, and was the younger brother of Dark Knight Demon God. Moreover, this fellow was downright assassin. He loved to move at night, and lurking in the shadows, when enemy was in most relaxed state, he would give them a fatal blow. In his time, countless experts had died in his hand. Moreover, he had once tried to assassinate Demon Empress Yaorao, although was not successful, but relying on his that remarkable assassinating means, he successfully injured her. This shows how dangerous this fellow was. Eh? You all are human? Hearing the voice of Yuer, Iurk slowly sized up Yuer and others, then said, "Pretty good strength, so young yet already peak God King in true God realm and strength. Furthermore, you, little girl, is strangest, even I actually can't see through your strength." I never thought that Iurk, who was once known as Shadow Demon God, can actually praise people. Yuer indifferently said, but her eyes were continuously fixed on Iurk, while maintaining the position of putting the palms together, so she can act at any time. After all, this fellow in front of her was too dangerous, and she couldn't afford to be careless. As Demon God, he dared to try and assassinate Demon Empress. This shows his madness level. So once this fellow in front make even a slightest movement, then she would immediately bind him, thoroughly sealing his consciousness. I had no idea that my name would unexpectedly still be preserved. It seems Yaorao, that little lass's magnanimity however is a little outside my expectation. Hearing Yuer, Iurk unhurriedly thought, then asked to Yuer and other people in front of him, "Tell me, why on earth did you, humans, resurrected me with this kind of special method? I don't think it's a simple reason like you all resurrected me just to accompany you all to chat like this. Yes, we want you to go and assassinate a number of people of Demon Clan." White Tiger Li Jinrong stepped forward, and said directly, coming to the point. "Assassinate Demon Clan?" Hearing White Tiger, Iurk dazed, then with mocking smile on his face, he said to White Tiger and other in disdain, "Are you all in idiots? Want me to go and assassinate my own clansmen? I think you all are mistaken about me. I myself am a person of Demon Clan, and you want me to go and kill my clansmen. This truly is as large as the heavens joke, but although Iurk, don't like a number of people of Demon Clan, moreover I end up dying in the hand of my own Demon Empress, but that doesn't mean I will go and assassinate those innocent clansmen. Never expected you to be so righteous. Now that this is the case, I have no choice." Hearing Iurk, Yuer sneered, then she changed her hand seals. Immediately after that, the body of Iurk shook, and his consciousness gradually disappeared. Now he was thoroughly under the control of Yuer. "Don't know what's good for you. White Tiger also sneered, then said to Jade Maiden Li Xinyan, Jade Maiden, leave a mirror seed in his fellow's body, and let's see a good play together. Okay. Jade Maiden nodded her head, then walking to the front of Ayurk, her body emitted a white-colored radiance which gathered in her right hand, forming a white-colored bead. After that Jade Maiden shoot this bead into the body of Ayurk. Well, it's done. Seeing her surveillance seed had already entered into the body of Ayurk, Jade Maiden said to White Tiger. In that case, Yuer, begin the operation. Use this pawn to thoroughly dye the camp of Demon Clan red tonight. White Tiger nodded his head, then said to Yuer. Hearing White Tiger, Yuer directly sat cross-legged, then began controlling Ayurk. A black-colored demonic light appeared around the body of Ayurk, thus his body slowly disappeared in the night. And at the same time, Jade Maiden also activated her blood lineage power, then linking up with the seed within the body of Ayurk, a huge white-colored light mirror appeared in front of them, and inside this mirror appeared the scene of Ayurk and his surroundings. Ayurk rushed towards the campsite of Demon Clan at full speed, with dark-colored demonic light emitting from his body. This demonic light slowly absorbed the dark element of surroundings, making him completely blend with the surrounding dark night. More than 10 minutes later, Ayurk arrived in front of the campsite of demon soldiers. Demon Clan had used earth magic to form a large-scale mountain stronghold kind of village with earthen city wall was all around this village, but this city wall didn't have any guards at all. That was because there was a barrier above the city wall. This barrier encircled the entire campsite of Demon Clan, but this barrier didn't have any defensive ability, rather had strong perceiving ability. This barrier could perceive everything including living and inanimate things that passes or touch this barrier. If anything was discovered, then it would immediately locate them, giving them nowhere to run. But this barrier had no effect on this king of assassin. Ayurk concealed within the night, walked to the front of City Gate, then his body slowly shrunk, and finally disappeared. How did this fellow disappeared? Seeing Ayurk disappeared, Little Yu curiously asked. He has not disappeared in real, rather he has entered inside the shadow. You are slowly introduced, this fellow can enter into any shadow and move. This is his very rare ability I am using to sneak into the campsite of Demon Clan from the crack between the barrier and city wall. Along with the voice of Yuer, the body of Ayurk slowly became visible within the campsite of Demon Clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Unexpected Appearance of Mo Yun. Unexpected Appearance of Mo Yun. The body of Ayurk slowly appeared from the shadow, then emitting a special shadow demonic light, his body again blended thoroughly with the surrounding light, becoming invisible. Afterwards, Ayurk rapidly rushed towards the center location of Demon Clan's campsite. Although he was very fast, but there was no sound at all, and even when he passed by those demon guards right in front of them, they didn't notice anything. This was a special ability of Ayurk called Night Ghost. Inside the city, White Tiger and others were able to see all the action of Ayurk through that light mirror created by Jade Maiden Li Xinyan. And seeing that special ability of Ayurk, all of them couldn't help but click their tongue in wonder. Having such mystical concealing ability, coupled with the ability to enter into shadow and move, this fellow could really become the nightmare of his enemy. If you became enemy with him, then later on when you walk out in the night, then you should take every steps carefully, because with this kind of highly skilled assassin targeting you, as long as, if your strength is far higher than him, then he would have at least several tens of ways to play you to death. Arriving at the centermost location of campsite, there was a huge courtyard which was brightly lit. Seeing this, Yuer, who was controlling Ayurk, instantly understood that the destination had arrived. Now that Yuer had used Edo Tensei to resurrect Ayurk, she naturally wouldn't target those ordinary demon soldiers. Her primary targets were those God King realm experts and those 3 demon generals, and also conveniently spying this campsite of Demon Clan to determine whether demon gods were present or not. Ayurk immediately sneaked into this courtyard, only to see that this courtyard was empty. There were several rooms inside, and the centermost hall was brightly lit, and indistinct sound was coming through this place. Yuer controlled Ayurk very cautiously and walked towards the front of this hall's door. Then looking inside from the crack of the door, she saw there were 10 or so individuals inside this hall. All the God King realm experts of Demon Clan who had taken part in today's war were present here. But there was 2 people whom Yuer didn't know. One was a demon youth wearing white-colored robe whose face revealed evil chi. Although he looked young, and Yuer couldn't see through his strength, but Yuer estimated that the strength of person was at least God Lord realm in strength. Yes, this person not only had God Lord realm power, furthermore his identity was also not simple. He was one of the 3 great demon god, baleful heaven demon god, Busek. No one would have thought that one of the 3 great demon god Busek was actually present here in this battlefield. One should know that the strongest person within humanity in 100 clan allied army was Holy Sword Clan's clan head, father of White Tiger, Li Tian. And he was High God Lord realm in strength. Moreover, now he was leading 2nd Division to 2nd Battlefield, so currently in the army of White Tiger and others, there wasn't any God Lord realm expert, with the exception of Ayurk, who was resurrected by Edo Tensei. Damn, never thought the demon god would really appear here. It seems we must change our fighting plan for tomorrow. Hearing Yuer saying that she believed that youth was demon god, the complexion of White Tiger Li Jianrong became a little solemn and said, "No matter how, tomorrow we must quickly finish off those demon generals. Everyone, tomorrow it would be best to activate our power of blood lineage to quickly finish off the battle in the shortest time possible. Then we six should combine our power to jointly attack that demon god, and stall him as long as possible." Wait a minute, who is that fellow? Just then, Little Yu suddenly said, pointing at mirrors, that person whose body was thoroughly covered with black robe. After that, others also looked towards the direction where Little Yu was pointing, and saw that mysterious shadow. Outside the door, Yuer controlled Ayurk to take a step forward, then looked at that mysterious person whose entire body was covered with black robe. But compared to that demon god whose strength she could indistinctly perceive, Yuer, however, couldn't feel any energy fluctuation in this person. Moreover, Yuer clearly sensed extremely dense death chi which could suffocate people, as if was from a dead person. But just then, something unexpected happened. Just when the gaze of Ayurk landed on the body of this person, this black-robed person instantly looked towards outside the door, and his eyes shone, seemingly seeing through the stealth of Ayurk. Now good. Yuer instantly thought, she had never thought that the vigilance of this mysterious person was actually this high. She had merely looked at him, and he had already noticed her. "Who's there?" Along with the hoarse voice which could cause people to have goosebumps, a black-colored light suddenly shot out from the body of this mysterious person, and directly collided with the door. In this imminent peril, Yuer instantly controlled Ayurk, making him directly dive into the shadow, then following the shadow, he rushed to the roof, firmly hiding there without any motion. With a loud explosion sound, the entrance door was directly smashed into pieces by this black light. Shortly afterwards, this mysterious person directly rushed out, and standing on the courtyard, he carefully looked all around, seeing whether there was any suspicious aspect or not. And at that time, Busaik and those demon generals also came out, and arriving beside this mysterious person, Busaik respectfully said, "Your Excellency Mo Yun, what's the matter?" Just now there seemed to be someone outside the door. No one would have ever thought that this mysterious person was Demon Clan's that mysterious Mo Yun. At that time, leaving the place of Yarao, he had come here. No one knew what his aim was and also his identity. What? Someone? Hearing Mo Yun, Busaik was startled, then he immediately spread his divine sense covering the entire courtyard, but discovered nothing. No need to look, there is no one inside the courtyard, just now, it might be my misconception. Mo Yun waved his hand, and said. Then he again said to all the people around, "Okay, remember all the things I have said just now, now it's very late, so all of you go and rest for the night, and prepare yourself for the fight tomorrow." "Yes, Your Excellency Mo Yun." Hearing Mo Yun, everyone simultaneously answered, then separately went their own ways. After everyone left, Mo Yun again glanced around, but still noticing nothing, he entered the hall. And after everyone had left, Ayurk's body slowly walked out from the shadow in the roof. Then after looking all around, he disappeared. He didn't leave this place, rather was intending to capture a person among those people present at that time. Although White Tiger and other didn't recognize Mo Yun, but seeing the sudden appearance of such strong expert, they naturally want to know some information regarding this person, and the best method to obtain this information was naturally from the mouth of these people. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, Capture. Capture. After Mo Yun entered the hall, Ayurk's figure slowly appeared from the shadow in the roof under the control of Yuer, then immediately used Ayurk's unique shadow skill to stealthily move inside the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a demon clan with tall and big figure opened the door of the courtyard and slowly walked inside. This was the target of Ayurk, a mid-god king realm demon clan. And in one corner of this courtyard, the figure of Ayurk slowly became visible. Hiding in the dark corner, coupled with his that strong concealing skill, this mid-god king realm demon was unable to notice any movement. Appearing from the dark, the gaze of Ayurk was fixed on the body of this demon. After that half squatting, he placed his palms on the ground, and circulating the demonic power within his body, his shadow unexpectedly began to lengthen rapidly. This elongated shadow began to quickly advance towards the demon clan, and instantly enter into the shadow of this demon behind him. Shadow bind. Instantly, the body of that demon shook, and originally going forward body immediately stopped. Not good, there is enemy. Seeing he couldn't move his body, that demon was shocked. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth to shout, but the movement of Ayurk was faster than him. After seeing the demon was bound by the shadow bind he had used, he instantly disappeared. Diving into this elongated shadow, he reached the shadow of this demon. After reaching to the shadow of this demon, suddenly a black-colored giant shadow that looked like a ferocious mouth of beast of prey appeared above the head of this demon. Shadow devouring technique. Along with the technique of Ayurk, a phantom which looked exactly the same as this demon slowly flew out from inside the body of this demon, and the face of this phantom was filled with alarmed and panicky expression. This phantom was the soul of this demon. Ayurk had used his unique shadow devouring technique to suck out the soul of the bound demon, then devour it. This was a very powerful secret technique. But just when Ayurk was about to devour this soul, a change occurred. A black-colored sword light suddenly flashed and advanced towards that ferocious mouth of beast of prey. Swish! This sword light directly split apart the secret technique of Ayurk. And that soul of demon that was sucked out also flew back to his body, and at that time, the shadow binding on him also disappeared. The body of Ayurk became visible from the shadow. Right now there was a huge cut in his chest caused by that sword light piercing through his chest. In a distant place, that mysterious Emoyun wearing black robe with sickle-like weapon in his hand slowly floated down from the sky, and landed beside that demon. This moment, the demon had already reverted back to original state, and seeing Emoyun beside him, he immediately kneeled in one knee, and said gratefully, "Many thanks for saving me, Your Excellency Emoyun. Rise." That hoarse voice of Emoyun resounded, as he waved his hand towards that demon. Then looking towards Ayurk who had his chest pierced through by his move, he said, "Shadow devouring technique? Aren't you shadow demon god Ayurk?" No, Ayurk had already died more than 10,000 years ago in the hands of demon Empress Yarao, so it's impossible for him to still be alive. Yes, Emoyun had already recognized shadow devouring technique of Ayurk. After all, this move was naturally famous as it was the unique technique of the most dangerous existence among great demon gods. But at this moment, Emoyun suddenly noticed that dusts were slowly flying above the wound of Ayurk's chest, and the wound was unexpectedly restored. At the same time, he also noticed those two eyes of Ayurk without any spirit. And immediately understanding a little, he said, "So that's how it is. It seems you are using a secret technique similar to my secret technique to create demon spirit baleful soldiers to resurrect him, but this technique is more powerful, actually able to use even the unique technique shadow devouring technique, and moreover also being able to restore the injuries. This Edo Tensei Jutsu is something you aren't able to comprehend. Did you think that we don't have countermeasures to those demon spirit baleful soldiers? I wonder what would happen when your demon spirit baleful soldiers runs into my Edo Tensei army." At that time, Ayurk who was under the control of Yuer said to Emoyun. She had never thought that this mysterious person, Emoyun, would unexpectedly appear here at this time. She originally wanted to catch the soul of this demon and bring it back to Void, and make him use special secret technique of Death Clan to extract all the information they wanted to know from him, but now it seems she could only change the method. It seems you are the person to resurrect Ayurk. Never thought this secret technique is so exquisite. I can't wait to capture and interrogate you with tortures about this secret technique, Jiji. Saying this, Emoyun issued an unpleasant to hear strange laughing voice. Although he was facing one of the three great demon god of before, but Emoyun didn't seem to feel any pressure, as if he was facing a common people. Now I can only kill that demon, then bring back some of his DNA. And after returning, use Edo Tensei to resurrect him, and obtain all the information from his mouth. Yuer secretly thought the only method that was left. After thinking this, Yuer controlled Ayurk. The right leg of Ayurk slightly moved backward, then his body changed into myriads of black-colored afterimages, rushing towards Emoyun. Pretty good physical skill, but even though there are many afterimages, there is only one real entity. Seeing countless afterimages, Emoyun indifferently said. Then brandished the sickle-like weapon in his hand. Dang, metal colliding sound resounded, as the dagger in the hand of Ayurk was firmly blocked by Emoyun. Shadow killing technique. After being blocked by Emoyun, the body of Ayurk slowly shrunk and entered into the shadow, then advanced towards Emoyun, changing into big black-colored shadow sword. Confronting the killing technique of Ayurk, Emoyun was forced to dodge the cutting edge. Emoyun was able to dodge, but that demon behind him however wasn't that lucky. With just a blood-curdling scream resounding, that demon collapsed to the ground, as the move of Ayurk had penetrated through his heart. After that, the figure of Ayurk suddenly appeared in that place, and he immediately cut a piece of flesh from the corpse of this demon and held it in his hand. Humph, dare to kill in front of me, it seems I am being looked down upon. Seeing the death of that demon, the complexion of Emoyun became unsightly looking at Ayurk. And just when he was thinking of using a move, he saw Ayurk opening his mouth. I have already fulfilled my purpose, now we shall meet in battlefield tomorrow, goodbye. After Ayurk finished speaking, a coffin suddenly broke out from the ground, then Ayurk entered inside the coffin, and both coffin and Ayurk disappeared from there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Yaorao's Eruption. Yaorao's Eruption. Now that she had already got DNA of that killed demon, Yue felt that there was no need to waste time with him. Moreover, from the pressure Mo Yun was emitting, she knew that even this Ayurk was also not necessarily his opponent. Seeing that strange method of Ayurk leaving, Mo Yun slowly thought, that should be undoing of that technique. Never thought this continent actually had such mystical magic. After muttering to himself, Mo Yun also left this courtyard. From the start to finish, he didn't even take a single glance at the corpse lying on the ground of demon who was killed by Ayurk. Okay, go and bring a captive of Demon Clan, then I will immediately use Edo Tensei, and learn about that mysterious black-robed person whose status is unexpectedly higher than demon gods. Yue stood up and said towards White Tiger and others. This is simple, Bu Feng, you are fastest among us, so quickly go and bring one back. White Tiger nodded his head, then said to Bu Feng. Got it. Bu Feng answered, then he immediately disappeared from there. And roughly after 3 minutes, a figure was heavily hurtled down to the ground from the sky, precisely was a demon soldier with both of his hands tied behind. Shortly afterwards, the figure of Bu Feng suddenly appeared before everyone present. Well, I've brought a person. Bu Feng indifferently said. Yue nodded her head, then picking up DNA material which was already prepared long ago, she went to the front of that demon soldier, then quickly made a series of hand seals, and rapidly circulating chakra within her body, a black-colored rune spread towards the demon soldier from that bloodstain. After black-colored runes appeared all around this demon soldier, Yue clapped her hands, Kochios Edo Tensei. Summoning Jutsu Reanimation, Along with the voice of Yue, that runes on the ground suddenly flashed with white-colored radiance, then countless dusts flew, surrounding the body of that demon soldier. And on the other battlefield, the serious battle between Ren Tianyu and Yaorao had also begun officially. After 9-tailed beasts were summoned by Ren Tianyu, the pressure on Ren Tianyu weakened greatly. Under the control of Ren Tianyu, full-body Susanoo pulled out that formidable Futsu no Matama sword, then rapidly circulating chakra within his body, powerful lightning radiance rose from Futsu no Matama sword. The Thunder God Slash. Ren Tianyu shouted loudly, then instantly lightning flew out from Futsu no Matama sword. After that, this Futsu no Matama sword, which was nearly 20 meters in length at first, instantly elongated to nearly 50 meters in length, then the huge right arm of Susanoo brandished this huge Futsu no Matama sword directly towards Yaorao. Slash. Hong, 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 the sound of explosion unceasingly reverberated through the horizon, and the earth underneath was directly chopped by Futsu no Matama sword slash, causing red-hot magma to bubble out from the depth of underground. Yaorao felt as if this sword slash could split the entire horizon, and a trace of unprecedented seriousness flashed in her eyes. Now her entire body was already locked on by this Futsu no Matama sword slash, basically powerless to flee, so she could only select to defend. Defying Heaven Domain. Yaorao waved her right hand, then that strange mirror of her waist suddenly flew out, floating in front of her. Shortly afterwards, Yaorao quickly make hand signs, and along with special purple yuan power of Yaorao entering into this mirror rapidly became large. It became a huge mirror which was nearly 10 meters in diameter and blocked her entire body. Furthermore, large amount of energy flew out from this mirror, which changed into white-colored shide in front of her. And just then, the slash of Futsu no Matama sword came crashing down. Along with the hong loud sound of explosion, that mirror actually stopped the full power attack of Ren Tianyu's full-body Susanoo. Roar! Break for me! Seeing his Futsu no Matama sword was actually stopped, Ren Tianyu standing in the Susanoo issued a loud roar, and along with eye power gushing out from his eyes, Futsu no Matama sword glimmered with powerful purple-colored lightning, then huge impact force directly sent Yaorao flying, and she crashed in the distant mountain. Then along with loud explosion sound, that huge mountain actually broke into pieces directly, and pieces of rocks fell scattered all around. Did that work? Ren Tianyu withdrew Futsu no Matama sword, then looking at that already broken into pieces distant former mountain, he thought inwardly. But greater the expectation, greater the disappointment, a purple-colored light flew out from the pile of rocks towards the sky. This person was naturally Yaorao. This moment, Yaorao was injured and a trace of blood also flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Under the full power blow of Ren Tianyu's full-body Susanoo, even Yaorao suffered few internal injuries. But under the effect of that purple yuan power within her body, her injuries were recovering. It seems I can no longer use such boring style to accompany him to play. Looking at Ren Tianyu's that huge Susanoo as well as 9-tailed beasts he had summoned, she unhurriedly thought inside her heart. After thinking that, Yaorao directly put her palms together, and the purple yuan power within her body circulated rapidly, then she began to slowly chant the incantation. After that, along with the movement of energy within her body, suddenly a purple radiance appeared in the originally pitch-black night sky. This purple radiance suddenly descended, splitting open the night, then changing into huge purple-colored light beam. It surrounded Yaorao. And when this light beam descended, a sound, as if the sound of Buddha humming, seemed to come through the sky, reverberating through the entire horizon. What is this sound? Why do I feel like killing intent is welling up inside me? Hearing this sound that had suddenly reverberated through the sky, Ren Tianyu felt his blood and qi were unceasingly stirring, and dense killing intent suddenly sprang out from his body. This thoroughly alerted Ren Tianyu against this forthcoming move of Yaorao. Roar! Purple Yuan Demonic Buddha. Yaorao spread open her arms, then looking towards the sky, she roared loudly. And along with the voice of Yaorao, a loud droning sound suddenly came through the sky, followed by a figure descending from the heaven. Seeing this huge figure that had arrived after splitting open the night sky, the corner of Ren Tianyu's mouth twitched, and he yelled involuntarily, F***K, there is no mistake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, Ghetto Mazo. Ghetto Mazo, Ghetto Statue. Roar, Purple Yuan Demonic Buddha. Along with the loud roar, Yaorao's body emitted powerful energy, and slowly a huge figure descended from that huge purple-colored light beam. This was a giant sitting cross-legged with both hands palms put together, and its body was emitting soft purple-colored light. The height of this giant when it was still sitting cross-legged was already more than 50 meters. The entire body emitted a sharp aura, giving people a kind of powerful feeling. Behind it, there was a huge purple halo, where light waves were wandering about. Although radiance was soft, but the aura alone could make people feel their qi and blood boiling, and have their heart filled with dense killing intent. That giant slowly descended along light beam, and landed behind Yaorao. After that, Yaorao put her hands palms together and emitting purple light from her body, she slowly entered into the chest of that giant and disappeared. And after Yaorao entered into the body of this giant, two radiances flashed in this giant's eyes, and this giant slowly stood up. As this giant stood up, a terrifying energy shockwave spread all around. Seeing this over 70 meters giant in front of him, solemnness flashed in the eyes of Ren Tianyu, and thought in his heart, it seems Yaorao also truly wants to go all out now, I must be careful. At this time, that giant begun to get into action. It brandished that huge right arm, and huge purple-colored halo slowly condensed in the center of its right palm. Then it slapped towards Ren Tianyu's Susanu, myriad demon homing. Suddenly a loud demonic voice resounded between heaven and earth. Countless demonic images appeared in the sky behind this giant one after another, then that slapping palm rapidly became larger, and as if a huge mountain peak, covering the whole sky, it slapped towards Ren Tianyu's Susanu. Before this huge palm, the huge Susanu of Ren Tianyu was just like a child, and it seemingly wanted to destroy Ren Tianyu's Susanu with merely a slap. Humph, don't underestimate me, Ren Tianyu. Looking at that huge palm, Ren Tianyu snorted coldly, and his Rinnegan began to release powerful eye power, then Susanu began to rapidly extend its both arms to block above its head. Hon! Loud ear-deafening sound of explosion rang out. The space seemed to be shattered by this sound of explosion. When the hands of Ren Tianyu's Susanu had blocked Yaorao's this demonic Buddha's palm, the ground underneath Susanu was instantly broken by the impact force. And under this force, the legs of Susanu seemed bent and almost kneeling. Block for me. Ren Tianyu, who was standing inside Susanu, roared loudly, and simultaneously the hands of Susanu exerted power, finally blocking that huge palm for the time being. Kyubi, Baijadama. After Ren Tianyu blocked this demonic Buddha's attack, he immediately yelled towards Kyubi. Got it. Kyubi immediately answered, then immediately bent over. After that, rising its head towards the sky, gathered massive amount of chakra in its mouth, slowly condensing a huge chakra energy ball, precisely was a Baijadama. But the Baijadama of Kyubi was much larger compared to other tailed beasts' Baijadama, and even the space around it seemed to be crushed by the energy leaking out of it. Baijadama. Kyubi immediately shot its Baijadama directly towards Yaorao's demonic Buddha without the slightest hesitation. And the already tattered ground was pulverized once again by the power of the Baijadama all the way to demonic Buddha. After the Baijadama of Kyubi was shot, Ren Tianyu directly dispersed Susanu, and before the right palm of Yaorao's demonic Buddha landed on him, he instantly used Kamui to leave that place. Swish! Baijadama directly hit the body of demonic Buddha, and Hon loud sound of explosion resounded, then this huge explosion gave rise to shockwaves that spread all around. Above the head of Kyubi, along with spiral-shaped space ripple, Ren Tianyu appeared on its head. After that, he carefully looked for any movement inside the explosion. When the explosion winds and waves stooped, Ren Tianyu was able to clearly see all the circumstance inside. In front of the body of demonic Buddha, there was an energy shield formed from the purple-colored radiance emitted by its right hand, and this shield had completely blocked the Baijadama of Kyubi, but that radiance of its body had also become dimmer. It seems it will not be easy to fight this fellow with only my power. I must get the help from tailed beasts. Seeing this, demonic Buddha was unexpectedly enscathed under the Bijadama of Kyubi. Ren Tianyu, who was standing on the head of Kyubi, thought. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu said to other 8-tailed beasts, "You all go and deal with that Thousand Eyes evil beasts. As for this fellow, I and Kyubi will deal with." "Okay. Got it. Leave it to us." Other tailed beasts simultaneously answered, then rushed towards that huge Thousand Eyes evil beast. And as for Ren Tianyu, he directly bit his right hand's finger, then made a series of hand seals. Kochios no Jutsu Geto Mazo. Summoning Jutsu Geto statue. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, the ground in front directly broke open, and a huge statue emerged. This statue's body was as huge as that giant. It had 9 huge eyeballs in its head, and its body's color was just like the color of dead tree with 10 protruding pillars rising on its back. Moreover, both of its hands were shackled by huge handcuff. This was precisely empty vessel of the Jubi. Now Ren Tianyu had no choice but to get help from Geto statue too. And under the control of his Rinnegan, Geto statue was no weaker than any tailed beasts. Roar! Geto statue spread open its hands, directly shattering the handcuff, while roaring. And a powerful shockwave spread all around, blowing away countless broken rocks. And Ren Tianyu on the head of Kyubi released a large amount of eye power, then the Susanoo armor wrapped around the body of Kyubi. And at the same time, from 2 sides of the body of Kyubi, 2 huge energy arms emerged, and both of these hands held Futsu no Matama sword separately. Precisely was Beast of Calamity. Moreover, with Kyubi, it was strongest Beast of Calamity. Now with Ren Tianyu using his unique skill combined with Geto statue was about to fight to the death against Yaorao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Strong Collision. Strong Collision. Ren Tianyu and Kyubi jointly formed strongest beast of disaster. And in this form, Susanoo's powerful defensive ability would make up for the weak defensive power of Kyubi. Moreover, with Susanoo and Kyubi's joint attack power, this beast of disaster's might would be many times more powerful compared to previous time when he had used this majestic attire on Ichibi Shikaku. And as for Geto statue, this moment it began to run wildly with all its strength. Although it had already lost Jubi's chakra, but it in itself contained powerful life force. Moreover, with Jubi's physical strength coupled with the power of Ren Tianyu's Rinnegan, its might was something that couldn't be looked down upon. With huge quaking sound, Geto statue ran wildly towards that huge demonic Buddha. And when demonic Buddha was still nearly 10 meters away, it jumped with a loud bang, and its huge body soared in the sky while kicking towards demonic Buddha. Seeing Geto statue kicking, a disdain flashed in the eyes of Yaorao standing within the body of demonic Buddha, then raising the huge right arm of demonic Buddha, that shield on that right arm blocked the kick of Geto statue, making it powerless to kick again. At this moment, the shield suddenly flashed with light, and a huge repulsive force suddenly appeared, directly sending this caught off-guard Geto statue flying. But in the mid-air, Geto statue somersaulted backward and stably landed on the ground. Why does this shield look so familiar? Seeing the shield on the right hand of Yaorao's demonic Buddha, Ren Tianyu, who was standing on head of Kyubi, found it somewhat similar. Just then, a divine light flashed in the mind of Ren Tianyu, and with his eyes shining, he blurted out, "This is Yaorao's that mirror-like universe boundary divine artifact. Never thought she was actually treating it as the shield of this demonic Buddha." Yes, the shield on the right arm of demonic Buddha was that mirror-like universe boundary divine artifact. Before Yaorao had used this mirror to directly block an all-out attack of Ren Tianyu's full-body Susanoo, this clearly shows how tough its defensive power was. And now it had directly become larger, becoming an excellent defensive equipment for demonic Buddha. And just then, Ren Tianyu noticed a purple-colored crystal ball was embedded on the forehead position of this demonic Buddha. This crystal ball was emitting soft purple-colored radiance, continuously supplying the energy to this demonic Buddha. This crystal ball was precisely universe boundary divine artifact he had seen before. Purple Ling Dark Break. Never thought that Yaorao is unexpectedly so intelligent. She created such strong method to perfectly combine the power of her universe boundary divine artifacts, but I wonder where Yaorao is using the other 2 universe boundary divine artifacts. Looking at this huge demonic Buddha created by Yaorao to combine the power of 4 universe boundary divine artifacts, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but solemnly thought inside his heart. Perhaps she knew the thoughts of Ren Tianyu. That demonic Buddha transferred that shield to its left hand, and suddenly a huge sword light flew out from his right hand. This sword light slowly extended to nearly 10 meters in length before stopping, and revealed a long sword. This was a simple sword with a simple pattern carved on its blade, and it was continuously emitting sharp aura. This sword was also a universe boundary divine artifact called Void Slaying Sword, was a universe boundary divine artifact of a realm called Flowing Cloud Continent. When Yaorao invaded Flowing Cloud Continent 80,000 years ago, after she nearly destroyed then entire continent, she got this Void Slaying Sword. This void-slaying sword had the ability to cut through the void, so any barrier-type defense skill was merely a joke in front of it. This was a pure attack class universe boundary divine artifact. This sword, seeing this sword that was emitting sword chi which seemed to break the void around it, Ren Tianyu instantly became alert. Furthermore, he couldn't help but felt huge danger from that sword. Kurama, use Baijidama, we will attack together. Ren Tianyu said to Kyubi. Okay. Kyubi answered, then under the control of Ren Tianyu, the energy helmet covering the head of Kyubi slowly opened, revealing the huge head of Kyubi. After Susanu's helmet was opened, Kyubi immediately opened its mouth, and large amount of chakra began to gather in front of its mouth, forming a huge chakra ball. This move again. Seeing that huge energy ball above the mouth of Kyubi, Yaorao inside distant demonic Buddha couldn't help but become alert. With regarding to the Baijidama of Kyubi of just a moment ago, although it appeared that demonic Buddha had easily blocked this Baijidama, still in fact, after blocking this Baijidama, a large portion of energy within the body of demonic Buddha was instantly depleted, and the outer radiance of this demonic Buddha had become slightly dimmer. Thinking this, Yaorao began to manipulate the energy within the body of demonic Buddha and gathered it towards right hands that long sword. With the support of large amount of energy of demonic Buddha, void-slaying sword blade emitted powerful purple-colored sword light. Along with the appearance of this sword light, the void space around gave out ka cracking sound, as if it wasn't able to bear this continuous powerful sword chi and was about to get disintegrate. And when Kyubi was preparing Baijidama, Ren Tianyu directly inserted Futsu no Matama sword in the right hand of Susanoo into this Baijidama, then his Rinnegan poured powerful eye power into this Baijidama. After that, in the middle of this huge Baijidama, a long energy sword blade appeared. Go, beast of calamity! Ren Tianyu yelled loudly, and Susanoo swung its right arm. After that, this Baijidama, where huge amount of both Ren Tianyu, Susanoo and Kyubi was gathered, directly shot towards distant Yaorao's demonic Buddha. All along the way, even the space itself gave out ka cracking sound. And just at this time, Yaorao also finished her preparation of attack. And the blade of void-slaying sword in the huge right arm of demonic Buddha elongated to over 20 meters huge sword blade, and at the instant this sword appeared, tiny cracks appeared in the space around it. After that, looking at that incoming giant chakra ball, Yaorao swung the right arm without slightest hesitation, and that void-slaying sword chopped down with an indomitable will and momentum, then countless tyrannical aura wantonly spread all around. Demon God Sealing Slash. Under the gaze of both Ren Tianyu and Yaorao, this huge sword light collided with energy ball, followed by a loud thunderous sound reverberating throughout the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, Battle Escalate. Battle Escalate. Go, Beast of Calamity! Void-slaying sword, demonic god sealing slash. Both Ren Tianyu and Demon Empress simultaneously roared, and the strongest attack of both of them collided with each other, then extraordinarily loud explosion sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and huge blast waves spread in all direction. Furthermore, Ren Tianyu, Kyubi, Ghetto Statue as well as Demon Empress Yaorao's demonic Buddha were simultaneously blown out by this blast wave. Even with their power level, they were unable to resist this. Only after all of them were blown nearly 100 li away, they were able to stabilize their body and stopped on the ground. Right now the radiance of Susanoo surrounding around the body of Kyubi had already become incomparably dim, but both Ren Tianyu and Kyubi were unscathed. And with the help of that almost limitless chakra of Kyubi, Ren Tianyu quickly replenished his chakra, and the radiance of Susanoo also began to restore rapidly. And in the center of explosion, a huge mushroom cloud rose, and the space in the sky of this place was already shattered by the energy of this huge explosion, creating a huge space black hole which was emitting powerful suction force. When the explosion clouds and dusts dissipated, the land underneath had already disappeared, vast underground water was bubbling out from the ground, changing the surrounding terrain of 100 li radius into a huge lake. And the battleground of 8-tailed beasts and 1,000 eyes evil beast had already changed long ago. They had already moved to sea surrounding which was only several hundred li away from sea. So with regarding to the huge explosion on the side of Ren Tianyu, although they also felt it, but they didn't have time to pay attention to it. When this huge explosion occurred, the entire continent had shaken. And in Radiant's capital, which was several thousand li away, Ling Xiaotian and others also felt the sudden violent shaking of the hall. Because it was still late at night, some people who had consumed large amount of their energy because they had kept surveillance on the entire continent for the entire day were sleeping. But this sudden violent quake instantly woke them up with a start. What's going on? What happened? What's going on? Why did the hall suddenly sway? Is it an earthquake? This powerful shaking woke up groups of people with the start from their deep sleep. Every one of them couldn't help but jumped up in panic, and nervously looked all around to see whether something unexpected had happened or not. But there were also some thoughtful person, feeling this powerful shaking, they couldn't help but recall the previous circumstance of Ren Tianyu summoning earth-shattering meteorite to fall on the ground, shaking the entire continent. That and current circumstance was practically the same. Ling Xiaotian, who was sitting on the chair, also instantly thought of this matter, then thinking for a moment, he quickly rushed to the front of that magic crystal, then placing his hands on it, he began to chant incantation. Along with the chanting sound of Ling Xiaotian, the water screen flashed, and scene after scene flashed, finally stopping in the scene of the battlefield of Yarao and Ren Tianyu. When they saw Ren Tianyu and Kyubi in the form of Beast of Calamity as well as Yarao's the terrifying purple Yuan demonic Buddha, all of them were stunned, and all of them immediately knew that this was not a battle they ordinary people could meddle in. But seeing completely tattered land as well as that space black hole in the sky created by the collision of the attack of these two people, all of them were instantly alarmed, because if this go on like this, then the continent would definitely sink sooner or later, and at that time, the land suitable for human to survive would become very few. Thinking of this, Ling Xiaotian immediately prepared to contact Ren Tianyu to ask him to pull the battlefield to the sea area no matter what. He didn't want such a big piece of land of the continent to disappear without cause or reason. Sitting down cross-legged, Ling Xiaotian used secret skill of Tianji clan, and his conscious immediately entered into this water screen, instantly reaching faraway battlefield where Ren Tianyu was located. And the instant Ling Xiaotian arrived, his was instantly sensed by both Ren Tianyu and Yarao. "Sire Zero, I am Ling Xiaotian." The voice of Ling Xiaotian resounded in the mind of Ren Tianyu. "I know your purpose, but I can only say sorry, currently I'm powerless to draw Yarao to sea area, so now I don't care about it much." Before Ling Xiaotian could speak, Ren Tianyu directly explained, "Moreover, until the victor is decided between I and Yarao, neither I nor she will stop the battle, so even if the continent is smashed into pieces, or mountains and rivers are reversed, I can do nothing." "Sire Zero, please don't be like this. If you two continue to fight like this, then the destruction of the continent is only the matter of time. The battle of before had already destroyed large area of land that is equal to the land of a kingdom. Furthermore, in the war of 30,000 years ago, Divine Wind continent have already taken a heavy hit, and now this continent can't withstand this kind of battle of you two." Hearing Ren Tianyu, Ling Xiaotian immediately begged to Ren Tianyu. Because he didn't want the people of entire continent have no place to survive, and could only live in the isolated islands of the ocean. But just at this moment, Yarao discovered the divine sense of Ling Xiaotian, then she immediately used her own divine sense to firmly strike this trace of will of Ling Xiaotian. And while crushing his divine sense, a sound was simultaneously transferred, "Roll away for this empress. If you, ants, dares to disturb the battle of this empress again, then I will directly destroy the headquarter of your allied force. Now beat it." Far away in the Radiance capital, Puff Ling Xiaotian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion suddenly became incomparably red. Then he muttered in disbelief, so powerful, not only destroyed my divine sense sound transmission, moreover she instantly injured my physical body which is thousands of miles away. Is this the strength of Demon Empress? But thinking about the tattered continent as well as that terrifying storm of the battle between Ren Tianyu and Yarao, his complexion instantly became solemn. After that he immediately said to everyone present in the hall, "Immediately contact the leader of all army division, I want to converse with them." Yes. And in Magical Beasts Forest on the other side of the continent, Ling Weiwei, who had some karma with Ren Tianyu, was sitting cross-legged on hilltop at this moment. Right now her eyes were tightly shut, and an energy virtual shadow which looked exactly the same as her had appeared behind her, but this virtual shadow was very transparent compared to the time Ren Tianyu had seen it. It seems it would disappear at any time. Furthermore, right now, water elements between heaven and earth as if sea waves were gushing into the body of Ling Weiwei. And at the same time, the virtual shadow behind her became increasingly shallow, and finally it disappeared completely. And at that moment, the closed eyes of Ling Weiwei instantly opened. Now her eyeballs were completely blue in color, as if ocean. And those eyes could make people involuntarily sunk into them. Ling Weiwei raised her head, then looked towards the east sky. That direction was precisely the direction of the battlefield of Ren Tianyu and Yarao. After that, as if she sensed something, she heavily sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, One Attack of Fate. One Attack of Fate. AI, I've never thought that Elder Brother Zero's strength has already reached to such level, but this Yarao is really worthy of being strongest demon empress in the history of demon world. I fear now her strength has already entered peak God Emperor realm, and is advancing to that legendary realm above God Emperor realm. Ling Weiwei issued a deep sigh. Her gaze seems to penetrate through the space and see the battlefield of Ren Tianyu and Yarao. In my previous life when I battled with Yarao, I died physically as well as my continent was completely destroyed as a result. But at the key moment, considering everything, I kept back my origin power, and let a part of my divine sense enter rebirth and arrived at this divine wind continent, but I have never thought that she would actually put her eyes again on this continent where I am living. T.L. When did the character of Ling Weiwei change to actually call Ren Tianyu as an elder brother? Is this something to do with absorbing her origin power? No matter whether your purpose is to gather all the universe boundary divine artifact or not, in this lifetime, I will definitely stop you. Elder Brother Zero, you must hold on, wait for me, wait for the moment when I completely receive my inheritance power, then I will immediately come to the battlefield to help you. Ling Weiwei thought aloud. After that she retracted her gaze, and again began to absorb inexhaustible water elements from between the heaven and earth, and that slight aura leaking out from her body made all the magical beasts within Magical Beasts Forest to shiver and lie on their own nest, not daring to make even a slight movement. And in the battlefield, a pair of huge wings appeared on the back of Beast of Calamity formed by Ren Tianyu and Kyubi. Then flapping the wings, Kurama's that huge body flew to the air from the ground where water was bubbling forth from underground, then directly flew towards distant Yaorao who had changed into that huge demonic Buddha. Just like Ren Tianyu had said to Ling Xiaotian just now, this battle will not stop. Even if Ren Tianyu himself wants to stop, Yaorao will definitely not give up, because both of them were determined to win the universe boundary divine artifact in each other's hand. Rushing to the front of Yaorao's demonic Buddha, Kurama attacked demonic Buddha with its two front claw which was covered with Susanoo. Seeing Kurama had arrived in front of it, under the control of Yaorao, the demonic Buddha firmly placed its huge left arms that heaven-defying mirror which had changed into shield in front of it. And after the attack of Kurama was blocked, a powerful repulsive power came from the mirror, but Ren Tianyu was already prepared for it. Along with the strengthening by the eye power of Ren Tianyu, the Susanoo's huge armor around the body of Kurama slowly shone with purple-colored radiance, and at the same time, the two legs of Kurama heavily landed on the ground, directly nullifying this powerful repulsive power. Humph, this divine artifact of yours have the ability to rebound the attack. I have already seen through it, now it doesn't have any effect on me, receive death. Looking at Yaorao within demonic Buddha, Ren Tianyu standing on the head of Kyubi sneered. Shortly afterwards, those two Susanoo arms on the sides of Kyubi quickly lifted up those two Futsu no Matama sword they were holding, and under the control of Ren Tianyu's Rinnegan, they directly chopped towards Yaorao's demonic Buddha. But at that time, demonic Buddha's right arm directly swung void slaying sword, then with dang, two metal colliding sounds, Futsu no Matama sword was blocked by Yaorao's void slaying sword. I think you'd better hand over Tower of Babel now. Although your strength indeed surprised me, but the gap between you and me is something you cannot imagine. Yaorao standing within demonic Buddha indifferently said to Ren Tianyu, although I don't want a massacre, but I have no other choice. Because all of these universe boundary divine artifact concerns with my dream, so you are unlikely to understand how determined I am to win these universe boundary divine artifact. As long as you hand over universe boundary divine artifact, I will immediately withdraw my army. And you also don't want to turn this beautiful continent and all those people living in this continent into nothingness under our battle, right? Moreover, if you really want universe boundary divine artifact, then I can give you all of them after I finished using them. I just need the help of their power once, that's all. Pretty good, the terms you said are really pertinent, but I am sorry to say that I can't do as you say. Ren Tianyu standing on the head of Kurama said to Yaorao, I am also determined to obtain all universe boundary divine artifacts, not for any other reason, but because these universe boundary divine artifacts are the sole reason why I cultivate strenuously after I arrived to this continent. I, Ren Tianyu, cultivated strenuously every day not for my dream, but just to see my family's face once again. Now I finally have an opportunity to realize this wish, so how can I give up? So even if the continent is destroyed, or the human race is completely annihilated, I will not hesitate. I only need to protect my family and friends, and that will suffice for me. Although I cannot save all the people of this continent, I can guarantee the life and safety of my all friends. It seems we really do not have any possibility of reconciliation, really a pity that I have no choice but to personally end the life of a man who I feel had a talent. Hearing the persistence of Ren Tianyu, Yaorao standing within demonic Buddha slightly sighed. Then that giant demonic Buddha around her body slowly shone with purple-colored radiance, and at the same time, the energy within its body also strengthened continuously. Moreover, that void-slaying sword slowly suppressed Futsu no Matama swords in the hands of Susanoo, and slowly pressed them towards Kurama. But Ren Tianyu was already prepared. He raised his right hand with index and middle finger stretching erect side by side in front of him, and his Rinnegan emitted powerful eye power. Ghetto statue. Under the control of Ren Tianyu, suddenly a huge shadow appeared in the mid-air beside these two people. Carefully looking, this shadow was Ghetto statue, and under the control of Ren Tianyu, it had seized this rare chance to jump up suddenly to the mid-air. Then it heavily kicked demonic Buddha's that huge body with its right leg, directly sending it flying. And how could Ren Tianyu waste this rare chance? His eyes immediately changed into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern, then his left eye's pattern began to spun rapidly, unceasingly circulating powerful eye power. And at the same time, he yelled towards Kyubi, Kurama. I know what to do. Kurama answered, then immediately opened its mouth, and began gathering huge amount of chakra, rapidly forming Baijadama. Then under the command of Ren Tianyu, Kurama directly shoot its Baijadama towards sent flying demonic Buddha. And at the same time, the dojutsu of Ren Tianyu was also already ready. Then the space in front of Yaorao began to distort rapidly, and a huge space black hole appeared in Yaorao's demonic Buddha, warping its physical defense. Kamui. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Hopeless Situation. Hopeless Situation. Kamui. The left eye of Ren Tianyu, who was standing on the head of Kyubi, focused firmly on the chest of that Yaorao's demonic Buddha. Then along with eye power bubbling out from his left eye, a space black hole slowly appeared, and with the continuous distortion of space, that powerful defensive power of demonic Buddha with the power of 4 universe boundary divine artifact instantly fell apart under Kamui, creating a huge gap, from where the figure of Yaorao became visible. And at the same time, the Baijadama of Kyubi also reached in front of Yaorao, aiming at Yaorao inside the gap. Demonic Heaven Wrath. Seeing already close at hand Baijadama, Yaorao, who was standing inside demonic Buddha, wasn't panic-stricken, rather placed her palms together, and emitted majestic purple yuan power. Then suddenly a purple-colored halo appeared on the surface of demonic Buddha's body, and with lights wandering about, a sound as if Buddha's singing slowly reverberated throughout the world. But this Buddha's singing sound didn't make people feel peaceful, rather it made people filled with desire to massacre. Now the atmosphere around seemed to condense slowly, and the time also seemed to stop. And the Baijadama of Kyubi also seemed to stop advancing, stopping in the mid-air. And at this moment, dazzling radiance burst forth from the body of demonic Buddha, and a loud explosion sound resounded throughout the entire horizon. The might of this explosion was more than twice the might of the explosion caused by the collision of Ren Tianyu and Yaorao's moves of before. The nearest Ren Tianyu and Kyubi were instantly engulfed by the impact of explosion, and without any resistance ability, the huge body of Kyubi was directly sent flying. And under the powerful impact of explosion, the Susanoo around the body of Kyubi issued a zhizhi cracking sound, and under this circumstance beyond the imagination of everyone, the huge armor of Susanoo unexpectedly stripped slowly. Even though Ren Tianyu, who was standing on the head of Kyubi, unceasingly gathered chakra, and emitted eye power until his eyes were bloodshot, but he was unable to stop continuous coming off of Susanoo. Even 8-tailed beasts and 1,000 eyes evil beasts that were several hundred li away in the seashore were instantly swept away by the explosion impact. Then with each and every one of them issuing utter sad calls, their huge bodies were directly sent flying by this shockwave and fell into the distant deep sea, splashing a huge ocean spray. When the explosion stopped, Kyubi fell down into the gully not far away. Because of the Susanoo of Ren Tianyu, Kyubi didn't receive any injuries, but Ren Tianyu on the head of Kyubi was not so lucky. Because he endured the 90% of shockwave in place of Kyubi, not only was Susanoo broken, his body also received great injury. Now he was half-kneeling on the head of Kyubi, and coughing few times, he spat out mouthful of blood. At that moment, all the chakra within his body had instantly dried up, and although the chakra of Kyubi was unceasingly replenishing his chakra, and all the injuries of his body were also unceasingly healed by the powerful life force he had obtained after he refined Forever Green, but the eye power of his Rinnegan he had used however was not easy to replenish. Cough cough, BAS, bastard. I have never thought that her strength actually was fierce to this extent. Don't tell me that I really can only stop at this point? Ren Tianyu, who was half-kneeling on the head of Kyubi, said stutteringly while trembling. Now distant Yaorao's the demonic Buddha had become even more gigantic, had already reached over 100 meters, just like exceedingly high giant. Even Kyubi's that huge body was just like that of ants in front of it. And on the sea surface, the other 8-tailed beasts also emerged from the deep sea. Although they were also in the midst of the explosion, still they were in the periphery of explosion, so they didn't receive any heavy injury, merely received some minor injuries, that's all. All of them simultaneously jumped out of the ocean, then came to the side of Ren Tianyu and Kyubi. After that Ichibi Shikaku anxiously asked to Ren Tianyu, who was covered with injuries, "Little you, are you alright? Is there any big hindrance?" "I'm fine, thank you Shikaku." Ren Tianyu waved his hand, and totteringly stood on the head of Kyubi. Then looking at all tailed beasts beside him, he said while sighing, "Shikaku, Kurama, all of you leave this battlefield. The farther you all go, the better." "Leave, little you, what do you mean?" Hearing Ren Tianyu, Shikaku instantly understood the meaning of Ren Tianyu, then not only it grumpily roared, it also got angry. "Boy, do you think we tail beasts are all cowards?" Kyubi also couldn't help but coldly said to Ren Tianyu above its head. "I don't mean that." Ren Tianyu sighed, and slowly explained, "Truly speaking about it, this matter is only happening because of my personal reason. Because it all depends on universe boundary divine artifacts for whether I can achieve my aim of returning to my original world, but you all don't need to go to die together with me." Since the time I summoned you all helped me greatly. Honestly speaking, perhaps I would have already died without your help, and especially Shikaku, you were the first one I summoned, and also the one who spared no effort to help me the longest. Rentania looked at Nine-Tailed Beast with reluctant to part with sentiment, so even though I awakened my Rinnegan, and possessed the power to completely bind you all, I also didn't go and resurrect Jubi, because this was my promise with Shikaku, and also my commitment to you all. Boy, we as a tailed beasts were continuously used by others in ninja world only as ultimate weapon, but we were always hoping for someone who will treat us as a combat partner not a weapon, but how many people are truly capable of doing so? Hearing Rin Tianyu, Shikaku sighed and said. Other tailed beasts also couldn't help but said similar remarks. Boy, who says you have already lost, with us tailed beasts helping you, even if you want to lose, that would be very difficult. Kyubi said to Rin Tianyu on his head. You have already awakened Rinnegan, so you have only one final step left to awaken Tomo, and achieve 9 Rinne Sharingan, T.L. Lit. Translation was Tomo Rinnegan, exactly the same as Old Man Six Path. Moreover, the power contained in your body have already surpassed everyone of ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara, that bastard didn't have this strong power before he became Six Path. Now you only need a key to unlock the hidden treasure contained within your body to obtain new power. Hehe, you all are speaking so simply, but first, no need to mention about I basically don't know what this key is. Moreover, in this current circumstance, I am powerless to go and look for this so-called key. Hearing Kyubi, Ren Tianyu made a wry smile and said, now in this kind of circumstance, he was already powerless to even leave. Who says you don't? All 9-tailed beasts simultaneously roared. Then their gaze simultaneously turned towards distant ghetto statue, and with determination flashing in their eyes, they roared, that key is all 9 of us. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372, Jubi Revived. Jubi Revived. Who said you don't? Hearing Rintianyo's helpless voice, all 9-tailed beasts simultaneously yelled loudly, and surging sound waves were transmitted into the ears of Rintianyu. And at the same time, the gaze of all of them simultaneously turned towards the distant ghetto statue, and eyes flashing with determination, they roared, that key is all 9 of us. You all? Don't tell me that. Hearing all 9-tailed beasts, Rintianyo's expression became blank, and instantly understood their meaning, so he exclaimed in surprise. Yes, now that is the only way. Karama nodded and lowered his voice. Won't do, you all cannot do this. In the first place, I promised you all that I will never use all of you to resurrect Jubi, because when Jubi is resurrected, the consciousness of all 9 of you will completely disappear. Hearing the confirmation from Kyubi, Ren Tianyu instantly opposed. Although he could temporarily control Jubi after its resurrection, and sealing it within his body to become the host of Jubi, he could obtain the power of Sage of Six Path, but Ren Tianyu didn't want to do this. From the time he had first summoned them, they had greatly helped him many times. During the Battle of God Weeping Region, invasion of Shiman Clan, destruction of Dragon Clan and the life and death battle with Heaven-Sealing Demon God, all along these time, if it was not for the help of tailed beasts then he might have already died at an earlier time. And now for himself, against his will, he had to injure his true friends. This however was something Rin Tianyu really didn't want to do. Boy, hearing you say this, we all feel that all of our help to you were not in vain. As a matter of fact, what common people don't know is, if you forcibly fuse us together to resurrect Jubi and become its host, then you will not obtain the genuine power of Sage of Six Path. Kyubi slowly explained to Rin Tianyu, since the time that Old Man Sage of Six Path separated us from Jubi, we 9 have our own consciousness, and each of us retain unique tailed beast power. So at the time when we are being fused together to resurrect Jubi, if you don't have sincere recognition of all 9 of us, and furthermore if all 9 of us didn't entrust you our power, then the power of Six Path you possessed will only be pseudo-power of Six Path, and your power will be as far apart as clouds and mud compared to Old Man Sage of Six Path. Moreover, when we entrust you our genuine tailed beast power, our consciousness will enter into your body, then after you merge our body with Ghetto Statue to resurrect Jubi, pull Jubi into your body and become its host, then combined with our origin power entrusted to you, the power within your body will truly awaken, becoming real second Six Path. But then you all will, although all the things Kyubi had said were very alluring, becoming host of real Jubi, and obtain the real power of Six Path, but the conscious of all 9-tailed beasts would disappear, and this kind of consequence was something he was unwilling to bear. You can rest assured, our consciousness will not disappear, because our consciousness will have already entered into your body. Kyubi said to Rin Tianyu, moreover now this is the only way left, otherwise after you died, do you think the enemy before us will let us slip by? Boy, don't hesitate, extend your right hand. Shikaku said to Rin Tianyu. Hearing Shikaku, he looked at the decisive expression of all the tailed beast, and again distant Yara's demonic Buddha who was in the process of unceasingly gathering power, and decisiveness flashed in his eyes, then standing on the head of Kyubi, towards 9-tailed beasts, he extended his right arm. Seeing Ren Tianyu extend out his right hand, 9 tailed beasts simultaneously staked their right hand above the back of Ren Tianyu's right hand. Then 9 special chakra fluctuation flowed into the right hand of Ren Tianyu from the body of 9 tailed beasts, entering into his body. Boy, summon Ghetto statue, we are ready. Let the people of this different world see your true power after you obtain our tailed beast's power. Now that their power had already transmitted completely, their origin power had already entered into the body of Ren Tianyu. After that they asked Ren Tianyu to summon Ghetto statue. You all can rest assured, after finishing off the enemies, I will think of a way to restore you all. The eyes of Ren Tianyu was a little moist, as he said to tailed beasts. Then he made a series of hand seals, and the chakra within his body, which had already replenished completely under the support of 9 tailed beasts, began to circulate rapidly. Ghetto statue. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, distant Ghetto statue instantly jumped over, heavily landing behind Ren Tianyu and 9 tailed beasts. Do it, boy. Seeing Ghetto statue had already stood in place, 9 tailed beasts simultaneously yelled loudly towards Ren Tianyu. And looking at the action of Ren Tianyu, distant Yaora was puzzled. But because she had wasted a lot of power in a battle just now, she was in the process of using the origin power of 4 divine artifacts to restore her strength. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu was more tragic in comparison, as although he had obtained 1 universe boundary divine artifact, but it had no attack power, because the biggest ability of Tower of Babel was to suck in the enemies and seal them inside, but he could absorb only those enemies whose strength didn't exceed his. So although crowd tactic was useless against Ren Tianyu with this, but it was useless against an expert enemy. Power of Outer Path. Hearing 9 tailed beasts, Ren Tianyu firmed his heart, and making a series of hand seals, he finally clapped his hands, then powerful eye power gushed out from his Rinnegan gushed out. After that Ghetto statue behind him instantly opened his huge mouth, and directly spat out 9 huge golden chains from its mouth. These chains directly wrapped around the necks of all 9 tailed beasts and dragged them into the statue. Goodbye, little you. Shikaku yelled towards Ren Tianyu while in the mid-air. You must win this battle. Nibi Matatabi also yelled towards Ren Tianyu. He continuously heard the sound of 9 tailed beasts, until all 9 tailed beasts completely disappeared, entering into the mouth of Ghetto statue, and was swallowed into its abdomen. At this moment, Ren Tianyu shed 2 drops of tears. I will win. Ren Tianyu firmly said, then Ren Tianyu stared at distant Yaora with determination flashing in his eyes. Roar! After all 9 tailed beasts entered into the body of Ghetto statue immediately issued a loud roar of anguish. Its body emitted a tyrannical chakra, and the 9 eyes on its forehead opened wide. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Strongest State, Heavenly Buddha Descend. Strongest State, Heavenly Buddha Descend. I will win. Ren Tianyu raised his head, and with determination flashing in his eyes, he looked towards distant Yaorao and slowly muttered. This was not only Ren Tianyu's objective of this war, but even more was his final commitment to 9 tailed beasts. Roar! After all 9 tailed beasts from Ichibi Shikaku to Kyubi Kurama were swallowed by Ghetto statue, a roar filled with anguish came out from the mouth of Ghetto statue, reverberating through the horizon. With both hands covering its huge head, mouth unceasingly issuing anguish roar, seemingly having great pain, and with 9 bloodshot eyes in its head, it gave people a kind of very terrifying feeling. Right now its body emitted terrifying chakra, and huge pressure disintegrated the land around in succession. Moreover, pieces of huge slabstones automatically floated in the sky. Those 9 huge magical beasts were swallowed by this demonic statue? What actually is going on here? Seeing those 9 tailed beasts were swallowed by Ghetto statue, Yaora, who was standing within the body of demonic Buddha, frowned, and a dangerous feeling unexpectedly welled up within her heart. She sensed that the energy contained within this demonic statue was capable of threatening her. This won't do, I must quickly end this battle without delaying any longer. Now I don't need to restore energy for the time being, as this 70% strength is already more than enough to kill this human. After thinking, Yaorao began to control demonic Buddha to take action. The figure of demonic Buddha quickly rose, and with the appearance of purple-colored lotus under the foot of demonic Buddha, it directly rushed towards distant Ren Tianyu. There is still 5 minutes left. Ren Tianyu, standing in front of Ghetto statue, muttered. According to response he got from the Ghetto statue to his Rinnegan, he knew that it would take 5 minutes for the complete resurrection of Jubi. And looking towards rushing towards him Yaorao, he slowly thought, I have to hold on this final 5 minutes, I will definitely not let the sacrifice of tail beasts be wasted. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu bit his right hand's index finger and quickly made a series of hand seals, Uchiha Kenjin. Uchiha Flame Formation. With his right palm heavily slamming on the ground, a huge fiery red barrier rose from all around Ghetto statue, and completely surrounded Ghetto statue inside. After setting up a barrier, Ren Tianyu quickly flew, then looking at Yaorao's demonic Buddha flying towards him, his left Rinnegan emitted powerful eye power, dojutsu baleful transposition. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, an obscured space fluctuation simultaneously appeared in the space around Ren Tianyu and the space at the right-hand side of Yaorao's demonic Buddha, then Ren Tianyu instantly disappeared and appeared at the right-hand side of Yaorao's demonic Buddha. In the instant Ren Tianyu used his dojutsu, the space of his place and the space on the right-hand side of distant Yaorao's demonic Buddha had swapped, achieving the effect of instantaneous movement. After suddenly appearing beside demonic Buddha, again eye power rapidly gushed out from his eyes, then suddenly a powerful repulsive force spread all around the surrounding space. Shinra Tensei. Repulsive force directly affected the huge body of demonic Buddha, and this repulsive force wanted to rebound its that huge body flying back. Don't imagine that you will always have your way. Yaorao standing within demonic Buddha shouted loudly, and emitting purple-colored energy, she folded her arms. And the demonic Buddha also made the same kind of action as Yaorao, emitting a powerful purple-colored radiance. After that, although its body was still unceasingly moving back slowly, but it wasn't directly rebound flying back. Actually blocking my Shinra Tensei, what sort of joke is this bastard? Seeing Yaorao's demonic Buddha unexpectedly wasn't directly rebounded flying back just like in the beginning, Ren Tianyu thought while feeling shocked. And simultaneously used even more eye power to make Shinra Tensei even more powerful. Super Shinra Tensei. With a hong loud explosion sound, Yaorao's demonic Buddha was directly rebounded flying back under the sudden boundless repulsive force. Even with her strength, she was unable to cope with this sudden upsurge of this repulsive force. When the explosion dissipated, that demonic Buddha quickly stabilized its huge body in midair after it was sent flying to some distance. Under this hard-to-resist Super Shinra Tensei move of Ren Tianyu, only the radiance around the body of this demonic Buddha had become a little dimmer, it didn't receive any fatal damage. What an abnormal ability! Relying on the power of 4 divine artifacts coupled with her many years' cultivation power, she actually formed such a huge giant whose strength is unexpectedly far beyond my current full-body Susanoo. Looking at distant demonic Buddha, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was also mainly because of the qualitative difference between the energy possessed by Ren Tianyu and Yaorao. During this battle, this chakra within his body was already replenished 2 times by tailed beasts, but Yaorao had been continuously fighting until now without showing any sign of her strength getting weaker. This was the qualitative difference between Yaorao and Ren Tianyu. Yaorao as Demon Empress after all had cultivated for millions of years, moreover she had obtained the baptism of divine artifacts power 4 times in succession, which basically wasn't something Ren Tianyu who had cultivated for such a short time could compare. This was concrete details, now Ren Tianyu also saw such shortcomings on himself. My current attacks are still lacking certain degree of fatalness, now I can only use my strongest state to stall for final 5 minutes. Looking at demonic Buddha which was already flying towards him once again, and that void-slaying sword in its right hand which was emitting huge sword light, Ren Tianyu instantly decided in his heart. Along with the special chakra circulating within his body, the perception of Ren Tianyu slowly became one with the surrounding environment, and special patterns emerged on his face. Sage mode, open. After the sage mode was opened, the perception of Ren Tianyu rapidly enlarged. And only this time, he was finally able to understand how strong the energy contained in that demonic Buddha of Yaorao was. It was at least 3 times as strong as his before full-body Susanoo. After that he directly put his palms together without any hesitation. And circulating large amount of Senjutsu chakra rapidly, Senpo Mokuton, Shin Susenju. Sage art wood style, true 1,000 hands. Along with the loud shout of Ren Tianyu, a huge wooden 1,000 hands Buddha reaching over 70 meters grew out from the ground, and Ren Tianyu was standing on the head of this giant Buddha. I'm not done yet. Standing on the head of this giant Buddha, Ren Tianyu again placed his palms together, and with large amount of eye power gushing out from his Rinnegan, he roared loudly, Susanoo. And along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, large amount of purple-colored chakra changing into Susanoo armor covered the entire body of this giant Buddha. Even those 1,000 huge hands of this giant Buddha were covered with the power of Susanoo, with Futsu no Matama swords appearing in its hands. Furthermore, the head of this giant Buddha was covered with Susanoo helmet, and Ren Tianyu also stood inside it. This giant Buddha coupled with this Susanoo armor, looked just like a guardian deity Luohan. Come Yaorao, taste my strongest state. Ren Tianyu standing on the head of giant Buddha, looking towards distant shocked Yaorao within demonic Buddha, this is my Susanoo coupled with true 1,000 hands formed strongest power, heavenly Buddha descend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Chojo Kabutsu. Chojo Kabutsu, lit. Peak Transformed Buddha. Take a look at my strongest state. Ren Tianyu, standing on the head of that giant Buddha, whose body was completely covered with his Susanoo armor, had his palms put together, and similarly the giant Buddha was also maintaining the action of putting the palms together. And after the head of this giant Buddha was covered with Susanoo helmet, he said, "This is my strongest state after combining my full body Susanoo and Sage Art True Thousand Hands, Heavenly Buddha Descend." Sage Art True Thousand Hands is Wood Style's supreme secret technique, can instantly form a nearly 100 meters thousand hands giant Buddha. And now Ren Tianyu had used his Susanoo as the armor for this giant Buddha, which not only greatly increased its already great defensive power, but also sharply increased its attack power. And this was also Ren Tianyu's final means to rely on. Go! Under the control of Ren Tianyu, this giant Buddha rushed towards distant Yaorao's demonic Buddha. Soon these two giants collided, and without any means and without any skill, they only used most direct physical power to collide. With two giants reaching nearly 100 meters directly meeting force with force and colliding with each other, a powerful impact force spread all around with these giants as the center. Ka-ka, a loud shattering sound resounded, and a huge and long fissure densely covered the ground around. And the arms of demonic Buddha of Yaorao and Ren Tianyu's heavenly Buddha firmly held each other's hands. Both of these giant Buddha were unceasingly emitting power, wanting to rely on their power to overwhelm other side. Humph, overestimating your capability. Looking at Ren Tianyu standing on the head of giant Buddha, Yaorao standing within demonic Buddha coldly snorted and sneered appeared on her mouth. Shortly afterwards, she made hand signs, and purple-colored sigil flew out from her hands, then a huge purple-colored halo appeared behind demonic Buddha. Along with the appearance of this purple-colored sigil, suddenly a loud sound as if heavenly Buddha was singing sound resounded between the heaven and earth, seemingly only this sound was remained under the entire sky. And at the same time, behind this demonic Buddha, suddenly a nearly 200 meters huge statue of Buddha sitting cross-legged with purple-colored radiance flashing around it appeared, and this statue of Buddha stretched out its huge right hand. In front of this suddenly appeared energy purple-colored statue of Buddha, Ren Tianyu's the giant True Thousand Hands however looked like a child. Demon moves the mountain and rivers. With the explosive shout of Yaorao inside demonic Buddha, that heaven-concealing huge right hand of that huge Buddha behind her swatted towards Ren Tianyu. Under this heaven-concealing huge hand, Ren Tianyu felt great sense of pressure, as if he was not facing a person rather the heaven, and he felt that he was incapable of stopping this move. Now he felt that his strength, which he was intensely proud of, was really too insignificant in front of Yaorao's this absolute strength. But at this time, in the brain of Ren Tianyu appeared a scene of how he got together with little Yu with great difficulty, and with her weak and tender disposition. If he died, then what would she do? Moreover, his elder sister Yuer, who was resurrected with great difficulty, how sad she would be if he died. Furthermore, there were still White Tiger and others, his life and death companions. And finally appeared the scene of, when all 9-tailed beasts were swallowed by Ghetto statue, all of them resolutely saying those words to him. You must win. Ren Tianyu slowly raised his hand, and looked towards that heaven-concealing hand that had already covered the entire sky above him. He recalled the sacrifice of 9-tailed beasts for him, then the fighting will slowly ignited again in his heart. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu gathered all the chakra within his body, then quickly made a series of hand seals. And at the same time, his Rinnegan also emitted large amount of eye power, and the surrounding Susanoo glimmered with purple-colored lightning. Senpo Chojo Kabutsu. After Ren Tianyu finished making hand seals, he placed his palms together, then shouted loudly. Along with the completion of ninjutsu, the eyes of giant Buddha suddenly flashed with bright radiance as if alive. After that, those 1,000 hands behind giant Buddha moved, and with all hands changing into fists, they punched towards those huge hands in the sky. Hong, 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 a series of loud sound resounded. Countless arms hit the giant hand above, issuing a thunderous sound. And under the grand power of that heaven-concealing hand, countless arms also broke and changing into wood, they fell down. But even more hands would replace those broken ones to punch towards that huge hand. Under the attack of Chojo Kabutsu combined with the power of Ren Tianyu's Susanoo, the attack power of this giant hand was finally depleted, and slowly dissipated in the air. Moreover, that huge statue of Buddha behind Yaorao also disappeared slowly. Ho-hoo! After seeing that huge hand had disappeared, the complexion of Ren Tianyu loosened, and he fell down to one knee on the head of giant Buddha, then began breathing heavily, while unceasingly shouting loudly in his heart, finally stopped. Shikaku, Kuruma, I didn't disappoint your expectation. I will definitely win this fight. It seems I still underestimated you. Looking at heavily breathing Ren Tianyu, Yaorao standing within demonic Buddha slowly said. But seeing that incomparably dim Susanoo around the huge body of giant Buddha, a sneer appeared on her face. But do you still have the ability to stop my attacks again? Now let me split open your tortoise shell, and send you to meet Death God, then I will retrieve the thing that should originally belongs to me from your corpse. Finished speaking, demonic Buddha's right hand slowly raised void slaying sword which was emitting powerful sword light, and under the control of Yaorao, it chopped down. With the space in front of this sword breaking into pieces, it directly chopped down towards Ren Tianyo's giant Buddha. With a loud explosion sound, the Susanoo armor was instantly shattered, and the giant Buddha created by True Thousand Hands also was chopped into by this sword. Then changing into pieces of woods, they rained down from the sky. As for Ren Tianyu, under Rinnegan's remaining eye power, he used baleful transposition to instantly land on the distant ground. What other means do you have now? After splitting open the last defense of Ren Tianyu, Yara standing within demonic Buddha indifferently looked at Ren Tianyu, and slowly raising Void Slaying Sword once again, she said, in front of absolute strength, any of your stratagem will not ensure success, now you no longer have a chance, just go and report to Death God, that old man. Is that so? Ren Tianyu slowly stood up from the ground. Even though he was wounded all over, he still had a smile on his face. Time has come, it's time to draw a full stop to this battle. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, Uchiha flame formation was shattered with a bang. And with a huge sound of explosion of barrier breaking resounding throughout the horizon, and a huge dusts and smokes rose. This is... The eyes of Yara standing within demonic Buddha flashed with purple radiances. Just now in the midst of explosion dusts and smokes, she had indistinctly seen a huge figure. It's time to end everything. Looking at the center of the explosion, the Rinnegan of Ren Tianyu who was standing far away shone, then he rushed towards the center of explosion without any hesitation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, 6-Path Mode. 6-Path Mode. With Uchiha flame formation breaking open with an explosion, a loud explosion sound suddenly reverberated through the entire horizon. And along with the explosion shockwave, dusts and smokes rose. And the instant this explosion rose, the eyes of Ren Tianyu shone, then he quickly flew towards the center of explosion. And at this time, a loud roaring sound of beast came from the center of explosion, and the surging powerful sound waves spreading out from the center of explosion dispersed all of the explosion dusts and smokes, revealing the circumstance inside. This is? Seeing the thing appeared before her eyes, the complexion of Yara standing within demonic Buddha blanked, and deep shock flashed in her eyes. In front of her, there was a gigantic beast with 10 huge tails swinging behind it. The skin of this gigantic beast was as if withered bark, and the most peculiar thing was, its foreheads that one unusually evil eye. That was a blood-red eyeball, and the eyeball had 9 tomo. This eyeball gave people a kind of unusually evil feeling. Just looking at this eye, the consciousness of people seemed to involuntarily sink in. This eye is the eye of the strongest tailed beast Jubi Rinne Sharingan, also was legendary Eye of the Moon. And the moment this Jubi was resurrected, Ren Tianyu had already arrived at its front. Then looking at the huge body of Jubi and sensing the suffocating chakra its body was emitting, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but sigh, it indeed is worthy of the title of the strongest tailed beast, this chakra alone is already truly strong. After sighing, Ren Tianyu no longer hesitated, his Rinne Sharingan emitted powerful eye power, and he simultaneously made a series of hand seals while circulating the chakra within his body. Now it's time to become host of Jubi. Although Jubi was resurrected, and relying on his Rinne Sharingan, he could completely control it, but that had no meaning to Ren Tianyu, because his goal was to become the host of Jubi, and obtain the power of 6-Path. Thereby defeating this Yarao. This big fellow is not a good news Looking at distant Jubi's that huge body as well as sensing that oppressive chakra leaking out from its body, Yara standing inside demonic Buddha felt danger. What is that human doing? Just then, Yara suddenly noticed Ren Tianyu, standing in front of that magical beast with 10 tails, was in the process of unceasingly making hand seals, as if he was preparing to do something. Ren Tianyu finally maintained Rat Hand Seal, then with chakra continuously circulating within his body and Rinnegan continuously emitting powerful eye power, he looked at Jubi in front of him, then loudly roared, "Come in for me." Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, Jubi's that huge body instantly changed into 9 white-colored chakra and flowed into the body of Ren Tianyu. And Ren Tianyu slowly absorbed it. Along with the absorption of these 9 white-colored chakra, the body of Ren Tianyu emitted dazzling white-colored radiance, illuminating the entire horizon. And when that huge body of Jubi completely disappeared, and white-colored light beam also dissipated, Yara deeply frowned, clearly seeing the changes in Ren Tianyu. And her fists also couldn't help but tightened. It seems it'd have been wisest choice to kill him in the beginning. Saying this, Yara couldn't help but look towards the sky and muttered slowly, since this is already the case, there is no need for the existence of this continent. And on the other side, after absorbing Jubi, the body of Ren Tianyu already had earth-shaking changes. Now he was wearing black and white alternating windbreaker, and behind him, 9 black-colored chakra balls were slowly revolving in the mid-air. In the hand of Ren Tianyu there was a long scepter, and on one end of this scepter there were few black-colored metal-like substance making up iron hoop. And now his body doesn't seem to have any aura, but if one carefully probed, then they would discover his power was as if vast ocean. This was the state of becoming the host of Jubi and obtaining the power of Sage of Six Path. And at this moment, Ren Tianyu firmly closed his eyes, because after sealing Jubi in his body, the consciousness of nine-tailed beasts had reawakened within his body. Little you succeed. You finally obtained the power of Old Man Six Path. Within his body, the voice of Shikaku rang out speaking to him. Boy, not bad, you really didn't let us tailed beasts down. Karuma's voice also rang out. Your consciousness finally restored, that's really too good, too good. Hearing the sound of tailed beasts within his body, Ren Tianyu a little agitatedly said. Well, don't get too sentimental now, boy, there is enemy in front of you here. Now show her our real strength. Nine-tailed beasts loudly roared towards Ren Tianyu. Yeah, there is a battle waiting for me. Ren Tianyu slowly thought, then slowly beginning to open his eyes, he said slowly, Demon Empress Yarao, let me show you my six-path mode power as well as the power of my new eyes. After Ren Tianyu opened his eyes, two radiance seemingly shot out from his eyes, eradication this dark surrounding. The eyes of Ren Tianyu had also changed greatly. Now in his Rinnegan's ripple pattern, each of them had few tomo. Altogether there were 9 tomo in each of his eyeball. This was precisely Ren Tianyu's evolved eyes, Rinnegan's strongest mode Rinne Sharingan. The reason why he was able to awaken Rinne Sharingan was also related to the system within his body. After Ren Tianyu absorbed Jubi, becoming the host of Jubi, the voice of system resounded on the mind of Ren Tianyu. Congratulations to host for obtaining tailed beast's true power, become host of Jubi, and awaken six-path mode. Now you have awakened Sharingan's final form Rinne Sharingan. After obtaining Rinne Sharingan, and he asked the system inside his body, then knew the requirements to awaken this Rinne Sharingan. First, must have Sharingan successfully evolved to Rinnegan. Second, also the most important of all, must obtain the approval of all 9 tailed beasts, and obtain their tailed beast's origin power, otherwise even if you became the host of Jubi, there was no way to awaken. Third, i.e. absorb Jubi, becoming the host of Jubi. Six-path mode, coupled with Ren Tianyu's Rinne Sharingan. This was the true six paths power that was stated by 9 tailed beasts at that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, Musiciogen. Musiciogen, 6 Crimson Ray Formation. Is this the power of six-path? Ren Tianyu sighed, feeling that as if vast ocean inexhaustible chakra within his body as well as the eye power contained in those newly evolved eyes. Then his gaze firmly fixed on distant Yaros that as if life-exterminating giant demonic Buddha, and he slowly muttered, first I should split open the body of this big fellow. Son, lend me your strength. Ren Tianyu yelled towards Son Goku within his body. Got it. Son also loudly replied back to Ren Tianyu. After getting the answer of Son, Ren Tianyu slowly raised his right hand. Then he began to gather his boundless chakra within his right palm, and Son Goku also sent out the power of Yotan, lava style. After that, along with sharp ear-piercing sound, a super-huge shuriken formed by wind energy rapidly rotated in the palm of Ren Tianyu. And in the center position of this Rasen shuriken, there was a magma-like energy ball. This was the power of Son's lava style. Take this, Senpo Yotan Raisin Shuriken. Sage Art Lava Style Rasen Shuriken. Along with the loud roar of Ren Tianyu, this super Rasen Shuriken created by the fusion of power of six path and the power of Sun's lava style directly shot towards Yaorao's giant demonic Buddha. Sensing the energy contained within this move, even Yaorao felt apprehensive. Humph! Heaven-defying mirror. Looking at this rapidly approaching giant Rasen Shuriken, Yaorao standing within demonic Buddha coldly snorted, then gathering boundless purple yuan power within her body, she directly moved all the energy of this demonic Buddha to one of the 4 universe boundary divine artifact, heaven-defying mirror. Along with the support of the energy of Yaorao, that huge heaven-defying mirror in the left arm of demonic Buddha directly flew up, then rapidly became huge in the sky, changing into an even larger shield, and as if a real heaven-concealing shield, it blocked Rasen Shuriken. Pang! That huge Rasen Shuriken directly collided with this shield, and unceasingly clashed against it, wanting to break through this shield, but it was powerless to break through this shield's obstruction. Humph, it's not so easy. Seeing his Rasen Shuriken was blocked, as well as seeing Yaorao looking at him with disdain, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted, then looking towards his Rasen Shuriken, he lightly said, explode. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, that Rasen Shuriken exploded with a loud bang. A loud sound of explosion resounded throughout the entire horizon, and a huge explosion shockwave with rolling hot magma spread all around. Countless things were instantly destroyed, and the destruction degree of Earth became even more critical. And just at this time, suddenly wind-breaking sound came from his right-hand side. Ren Tianyu turned his head, and saw thick black-colored light beam was straightly shooting towards him. And the attacker was precisely Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Humph. Beast. Looking at the attack of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu coldly snorted in disdain, then waved his right hand. Two of the good Adama, truth-seeking balls, behind him flew out. After that, under the control of Ren Tianyu, both of them fused together, and rapidly changed the form, changing into a huge black-colored light mirror in the sky. When that thick black-colored light beam hit this shield made up of truth-seeking balls, no sound resounded, rather a mysterious power quickly melted that black-colored light beam. After that, along with the rapid disappearance of the energy of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, this black-colored light beam thoroughly disappeared. Afterwards, that black-colored light mirror again changed into two truth-seeking balls and flew back to the back of Ren Tianyu, then began to again slowly revolve with other 7 truth-seeking balls. These truth-seeking balls can freely change their shape according to the will of user. It could change into liquid state form, and again change into solid state matters to defend and attack. Moreover, they could nullify all the ordinary attacks. Although the energy contained within the attack of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was strong, but it still belonged to the 5 elements, not a special energy attack, so it has no effect on Ren Tianyu's truth-seeking balls. Truth-seeking balls directly nullified the energy of that attack, erasing it from this space. And on the other side, Yaorao's demonic Buddha also charged out from the explosion range of Rasen Shuriken. Although the explosion of just now was very powerful, but it was still not enough to injure Yaorao, merely depleted her energy a bit. I cannot let Yaorao and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast work together, otherwise I will definitely have to exhaust myself to separate them again. Ren Tianyu thought while looking at Yaorao and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Furthermore, looking at the land around, he slowly thought, moreover this land is already not far from completely destruction, so I cannot fight here again, I must change the battleground. Might be because she had discovered the thought of Ren Tianyu. Under the control of Yaorao, Thousand Eyes Evil Beast rapidly flew towards the direction of Yaorao. That's not so easy. Ren Tianyu sneered, then his left Rin Sharingan flashed with eye power, followed by the space where his body was exchanged with the space between Yaorao and Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Dojitsu Baleful Transposition. Ren Tianyu suddenly appeared between them, then with the eye power rapidly gushing out from his eyes, for mysterious matter flew out in foresight from Ren Tianyu, flying towards Thousand Eyes Evil Beast and Yaorao's demonic Buddha. Limbo Hengoku. Roar. Hon. Along with the anguish roar of Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, it and Yaorao's demonic Buddha were suddenly sent flying. Seeing Thousand Eyes Evil Beast was roaring in pain and the energy of Yaorao's demonic Buddha suddenly dimming, they seemed to have received a heavy attack. And Ren Tianyu had no intention to let Thousand Eyes Evil Beast flying out, so he used right Rin Sharingan to firmly stare at sent flying Yaorao, while emitting powerful eye power. Dojitsu, the other side. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, sent flying Yaorao's that huge demonic Buddha suddenly bumped against an invisible protective screen, and its huge flying body suddenly stopped. After that, under the control of Yaorao, demonic Buddha stood firmly, then sweeping all around, her eyes flashed with purple-colored radiance, then demonic Buddha raised the void-slaying sword in its right hand and slashed in front of her. A hong sound resounded, and as if something was blocking it, void-slaying sword stopped in the mid-air, no longer slashing down. What a strange space magic! I've never thought that there is actually a space protective screen which even I am not able to cut through with my void-slaying sword, which is also known as a sword that is capable of cutting through even spacetime. Feeling that she could no longer force her void-slaying sword down, and seeing an obscure space protective screen around her, Yaorao within demonic Buddha couldn't help but mutter looking at distant Ren Tianyu. Although she was trapped inside here and couldn't move outside, but Yaorao wasn't worried, because she clearly understood that, within this space, although she couldn't attack other people, but Ren Tianyu also couldn't injure her. Moreover, she also understood that this space wouldn't remain for too long, because she could clearly sense that this space protective screen was the temporary assemble of mysterious power. You just stay here, wait until we exchange the location of our battle. Looking at Yaorao, who was trapped in his dojitsu for the time being, Ren Tianyu sneered, then looked towards Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, who had fallen on the distant ground after being hit by his limbo. This fellow's skin is really thick, and the defensive power is also really strong. Even after getting hit by my limbo attack, it actually didn't get any injuries at all. Looking at unscathed Thousand Eyes Evil Beast, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but sigh. Its defense was far too powerful, no wonder in those years, Yaorao was also powerless to kill it and could only seal it. Let's seal its movement for the time being. Ren Tianyu shook his head, then waving his right hand, 6 black-colored metal rod flew out, and respectively landed on the 6th position around Thousand Eyes Evil Beast. Barrier Jutsu, Musakaijin. 6 Crimson Ray Formation. Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, and from the 6 black-colored rod, 6 huge crimson-colored energy light beam flew out, then these light beams rapidly changed into light screen combining together, and formed a huge crimson-colored barrier, trapping Thousand Eyes Evil Beast inside. 6 Crimson Ray Formation, compared to Shisekyojin, for Crimson Ray Formation, which needed 4 Kage-level ninja to use, was far wider and defensive power was also far stronger. Ren Tianyu intend to first trap Thousand Eyes evil beast here, and after finishing the battle with Yao Rao, return back to deal with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 377, Spacetime Teleport. Spacetime Teleport. Barrier Jutsu, Musakaijin. 6 Crimson Ray Formation. Floating in the midair, Ren Tianyu quickly made a series of hand seals, then along with the rapid circulation of that could be rated as unlimited chakra within his body, instantly 6 huge crimson-colored light beams flew out from those 6 black-colored rods stuck around Thousand Eyes evil beast. Then those light beams rapidly expanded, forming a huge crimson barrier that trapped Thousand Eyes evil beast inside it. It's a spectacular barrier, but do you really believe that you can obstruct my Thousand Eyes evil beast with only this? Seeing that huge barrier, Yao Rao, who was temporarily trapped within the different space created by Ren Tianyu's Dojutsu, laughed, then along with chanting the incantation in a low voice, that heaven-defying mirror of Yao Rao suddenly emitted a hazy light. And on the surface of this mirror, indistinct phantom of Thousand Eyes evil beast appeared. Roar! Along with the action of Yao Rao, Thousand Eyes evil beast within the barrier suddenly issued a loud roar and surging sound waves spread in all direction. And all those thickly dotted eyes on the body of Thousand Eyes evil beast suddenly lit up, then black-colored lights flew out from these eyes, and condensed in the midair. After these radiances condensed, a huge black-colored eyeball suddenly appeared in the sky above Thousand Eyes evil beast. This black-colored eyeball slowly rotated, and finally its gaze locked onto Ren Tianyu, who was floating outside the barrier. Then with a continuous buzzing sound, countless black-colored energy radiance condensed in this eyeball. This boundless energy and the surrounding space produced a huge friction. And a black-colored lightning appeared in the surrounding void, and space also issued cracking sound. Evil God light whistle, dot. Along with the explosive roar of Thousand Eyes evil beast, a giant black-colored energy light beam which was over 30 meters in diameter shot out from this black-colored eyeball straightly towards the direction of Ren Tianyu. The ground below this shooting forward light beam instantly disappeared, and cracks appeared one after another in the space. Humph, vain effort. Seeing the attack, Ren Tianyu didn't dodge nor avoid, he just snorted coldly in disdain. Even Shisekyojin, for Crimson Ray Formation, set up by 4 Kage-level experts, could withstand the all-out 1-by-Jadama attack of Jubi. And with this 6 Crimson Ray Formation trapping Thousand Eyes evil beast, if it wants to break this barrier with only its power, then that was only a wishful thinking. Hong! A loud sound of explosion resounded. The instant that huge black-colored light beam directly hit the barrier of 6 Crimson Ray Formation, a loud sound of explosion reverberated through the entire horizon, and the explosion shockwave also spread within the entire barrier. However, even though the barrier of 6 Crimson Ray Formation swayed, but it firmly blocked this attack. The shock wave of explosion didn't spread out of the barrier, all of them were contained within this barrier, which resulted in Thousand Eyes evil beast to eat his own bitter fruit. It was engulfed by its own attack's explosion shockwave. Seeing the fate of Thousand Eyes evil beast, Ren Tianyu no longer take care of it, rather looked towards distant Yao Rao. Although his eyes had already achieved the ultimate evolution, but the other side could trap people for at most only 1 minute. Now there was only 10 seconds left before Yao Rao got free from that trap. The time is just right. Looking at Yao Rao, Ren Tianyu estimated the time, then he suddenly put his palms together, and rapidly circulated the chakra within his body, as well as right Rinne's Sharingan emitted powerful eye power. Along with the action of Ren Tianyu, in the void under both Yao Rao and himself, suddenly a purple-colored formation appeared, which emitted a strange power that spread all around. This is? Seeing this huge formation that had appeared under her, Yao Rao suddenly had a bad premonition, because the pattern of this formation and Ren Tianyu's eyes were exactly the same. And just at that time, in the void above both of them, suddenly a huge space black hole appeared, and it emitted a powerful attractive force. Dojutsu Spacetime Teleport. Along with the voice of Ren Tianyu, that Rinne's Sharingan's formation under 2 people suddenly changed into purple-colored light beam and surrounded the body of those 2 people, then entering into space black hole, they disappeared. After these 2 people disappeared, that space black hole also disappeared, leaving behind only that tattered beyond recognition continent's land. In the inner part of the endless ocean, boundless tsunami occurred throughout the year, and there were only very few very powerful water magical beasts that were capable of surviving here. Usually no one could cross thousands of miles to come here. But at this moment, above in the sky of this part of the endless ocean, a huge space black hole suddenly appeared, followed by 2 light beams shooting out of this black hole, and both of these light beams landed in mid-air above this sea surface. And with the disappearance of this black hole, those 2 light beams also dissipated instantly, revealing 2 figures. These figures were none other than Ren Tianyu and Yao Rao's demonic Buddha. Ren Tianyu knew that if both of them continued to fight like that on the continent, then the continent would certainly collapse, and countless people would perish because of them too. So Ren Tianyu used his newly awakened ability of Rinne Sharingan, and forcibly teleported both himself and Yaorao thousands of miles away, and arrived to this inner part of the endless ocean. Come, this will be our final battleground, here, no one will bother us again. Looking at distant Yaorao, Ren Tianyu slowly said. It seems you suddenly become strong and very confident of yourself. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Yaorao sneered and slowly said, now that you are so confident, I will use my strongest state to fight with you. No matter what the outcome is, since we have started this battle, no one can stop it, even if I have to destroy this planet. Looking at Ren Tianyu, Yaorao loudly said, then her demonic Buddha slowly changed once again. So am I. Ren Tianyu also sneered, then with purple lightning sparks glimmering around his body, slowly a huge skeleton appeared which emitted powerful energy as if wanting to form something terrifying. Yaorao was about to go all out. Her that terrifying purple Yuan demonic Buddha also changed greatly. As for Ren Tianyu, he evolved his eyes to the strongest evolution Rinne Sharingan, and was using newly evolved Susanoo. The real battle was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, No Title. No Title. The purplish ash-colored radiance around the body of Ren Tianyu slowly formed an over 100 meters giant war god. And rays of lights were wandering about on the body of this war god. Moreover, a suffocating pressure spread out all around from the body of this war god, and this pressure was so strong that the seawater of the surroundings seemed to be unable to withstand, and a concave impression appeared on the sea surface. And in the waist of Susanoo, there was a long sword, precisely was Futsu no Matama sword. After undergoing the evolution of eyes once again, the build of full-body Susanoo already exceed 100 meters in height. Not only that, but the strength of Susanoo had also increased greatly, and the energy contained within it was also far more than twice compared to before. And on the other side, Yaorao was also preparing to thoroughly go all out, no longer had any plan to play with Ren Tianyu, rather use her strongest power to destroy everything in front of her. Along with the eruption of Yaorao, all four universe-boundary divine artifacts flew out from within the body of Yaorao's demonic Buddha, and floated around demonic Buddha, then boundless power shot out from these universe-boundary divine artifacts. Yaorao had obtained these universe-boundary divine artifacts for a very long time, so her research on the power of these divine artifacts was far higher than Ren Tianyu. Moreover, the power these divine artifacts could display in the hands of Yaorao far surpassed the imagination of Ren Tianyu. Power of Realm, stir up origin, in the name of I, Yaorao, Master of Realm, assemble for me. Yaorao, standing within demonic Buddha, drew out purple-colored sigils with her hands, which entered into those four universe-boundary divine artifacts, directly stirring up the origin power of these divine artifacts to wake up the origin power that belongs to their respective realms. Along with the voice of Yaorao, four universe-boundary divine artifacts instantly gave rise to four exceedingly huge light beam. One purple, one white, one blue and one golden light beams rose straight to the sky, and flying out of atmosphere, they reached into the outer space. These four light beams flew up to the outer space, and slowly began to communicate with their respective realms. Then from Demon World and other three realms from where these universe-boundary divine artifacts were obtained by Yaorao, an energy light beam that could suffocate people simultaneously flew out, then splitting the void and pursuing the guide Yaorao had sent out to the outer space, they flew towards Divine Wind Continent. Along with the incoming of those four realms' half-origin power, the entire Divine Wind Continent began to shake violently, as if it was unable to withstand the pressure of this suddenly incoming power. The ocean began to roar on and set off huge sea waves, causing a huge tsunami. The earth began to crack, and under this natural disaster, countless people perished. And everyone of continent looked towards that distant place, from where even when they were several thousands of miles away, they felt suffocating pressure. This is definitely caused by Zero and Demon Empress. I have never thought that their battle would actually affect the entire continent. Feeling continuously shaking ground as well as seeing the city walls were beginning to crack, Southern Dipper Buffon solemnly muttered. This way it's only the matter of time for the destruction of the continent. Looking the surroundings all around him and sensing the suffocating energy, White Tiger solemnly said towards his fellows. Currently we are powerless to do anything, we can only put our hopes on Zero, and pray that he will obtain victory in this battle. Jade Maiden said. And looking towards the distant horizon, her eyes flashed with worried and solicitude looks. Yes, all we can do now is put all our hopes on Zero. Hearing Jade Maiden, White Tiger and others looked towards the distant horizon. Now all they could do was bet on the victory of Ren Tianyu. Jia, it seems Yaorao really couldn't bear and is intending to destroy this planet. Within the campsite of Demon Clan, sensing the changes in the world as well as those four energy light beam that would make people palpitate, black-robed Mo Yun gave out an unpleasant to hear strange smiling voice. Ha, finally the hatred I have hidden for 30,000 years will be requited. Just like I had stated at that time, I will use the blood of everyone in your Divine Wind Continent to eliminate my heart's hatred of the betrayal of you all. Mo Yun said while thinking about this demon life of him for 30,000 years. He had concealed his original intention of at that time and helped at that time's enemy demon Empress Yaorao. Wasn't that just for this day? Wait for me, I have already set up all the things in these last 30,000 years, and I am already ready to use the power of resentment collected after the death of these people to resurrect my companions. Finished speaking, Mo Yun slowly flew towards the distant horizon. This is? In the distant magical beasts forest, feeling that familiar energy fluctuation, Ling Weiwei instantly woke up from her meditation and her complexion instantly changed greatly. Damn, Yaorao, this lunatic is actually intending to destroy a world once again. No, I've to stop her. Thinking this, even though she hadn't recovered her strength completely, she changed into blue light and flew towards the distant sky. This power, feeling this about to befall origin power of the other 4 worlds into this world, even though Ren Tianyu already possessed the power of 6 path, he also couldn't help but felt apprehensive. If this power really erupts, then this world will really perish. I cannot let this happen. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu looked towards the outer space. It seems I must implement this action ahead of time, and take her to outer space to fight. Thinking this, Ren Tianyu again used his dojutsu to forcibly teleport both Yaorao and himself to outer space. After becoming the host of Jubi, and becoming 6 path, the power of Ren Tianyu had already exceeded the cognition of mortal. Now even in the outer space, where there were no air and mass, he could live as usual without any problem. And feeling that they had already left the original world, and entered into the outer space, Yaorao didn't panic at all. With her strength, it was easy thing to survive in the space. Moreover, the origin power of 4 worlds she was drawing was already on the point of arriving completely. System, give me the chakra of Senju Hazarama. Ren Tianyu's consciousness dived into his sea of consciousness and said to System. Despite him being fatigued, very soon he wanted to use that ninjutsu, so he wanted to have strongest power to use it, and moreover he believed that the chakra of Senju Hazarama would greatly help him. Okay, it consumes 60 million system points to exchange the wood style of Senju Hazarama. The voice of System resounded in the mind of Ren Tianyu, then a boundless power flowed out from his sea of consciousness, which was absorbed by Ren Tianyu. Then come. Ren Tianyu looked at distant Yaorao, and standing in Susanoo, he put his palms together, then circulating chakra within his body sparing no effort and simultaneously emitting powerful eye power from his Rinne Sharingan, the Susanoo around his body began to make hand seals, helping Ren Tianyu to make a move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, God Chibaku Tensei. God Chibaku Tensei. Roar. Ren Tianyu with both of his palms put together, rapidly circulated that boundless chakra within his body as well as slowly emitted his powerful eye power from his Rinne Sharingan, and at the same time, the Susanoo around his body also directly put its palms together, seemingly gathering the power. Roughly after 1 minute, both Ren Tianyu and Susanoo simultaneously separated their hands, and one large one small 2 black-colored energy balls flew out from the center of both Ren Tianyu and Susanoo's palms. Then both of them slowly merged together, becoming a huge black-colored energy ball which was over 10 meters in diameter, then flew towards Yaorao. After this energy ball flew out, Ren Tianyu and his Susanoo simultaneously spread their arms, and looking up to the heaven issued a loud roar. And their body also emitted large amount of chakra, shattering the space around them one after another. Roar. God Chibaku Tensei. Along with the roar of Ren Tianyu, that huge black-colored energy ball stopped in mid-air above Yaorao, then emitting a black-colored dim light. This energy ball released a powerful attractive force. Numerous huge meteorites including some minor planets drifting in the outer space around this place were unable to withstand this powerful attractive force, and flew towards that in the process of releasing powerful attractive force black-colored energy ball. Hong, 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 one huge meteorite after another directly collided with this black-colored energy ball. And slowly a huge star was in the process of emerging here. Yaorao, who was under this Chibaku Tensei, was also directly drawn by this powerful attractive force. Although her strength was very strong that it was enough to destroy a world, but this moment, all her energy was focused on those 4 universe boundary divine artifacts to communicate with the origin power of their respective realm, so she could only look on helplessly while her body slowly flew towards that black-colored energy ball. Even though that demonic Buddha around her body was continuously resisting, it however didn't have any effect. The huge body of this demonic Buddha directly attached firmly to the surface of this star under the attractive force of this god, Chibaku Tensei. Shortly afterwards, again countless huge meteorites were drawn in under the attractive force of this Chibaku Tensei, and covered the body of Yaorao, slowly sealing her body inside. In the Divine Wind continent, countless people felt the continuously quaking continent unexpectedly stopped all of a sudden, and those energy 4 light beams which emitted suffocating pressure also disappeared. All of those people couldn't help but wondered what had happened, but when everyone raised their head and looked towards the sky, all of them were stupefied. In the pitch-black night, beside the moons which were emitting bright and clear moonlight, suddenly yet another huge moon appeared. Moreover, the area of this moon was rapidly growing, and had already surpassed the area of the original moons. What's going on here? This question involuntarily appeared in the heart of everyone, as they didn't understand what was happening. In the outer space, Ren Tianyu, standing within the huge Susanoo with his arms wide open, looked at that slowly forming huge star, while unceasingly strengthening it with the chakra within his body. Even though Yaora was already sealed within this Chibaku Tensei, Ren Tianyu however didn't stop his action, because he was not exerting his effort to make such huge star to do something simple like sealing Yaora, but he wanted to use this star to do something absolutely insane matter. Roar! Ren Tianyu still unceasingly sent out large amount of chakra from within his body. Even with his current level of strength, creating this star with the area which had now already surpassed the area of 1/3 of entire Divine Wind continent was very difficult matter, and now his originally nearly endless chakra unexpectedly began to reduce. Still not enough. Still not enough, Shikako, Matatabi, Kurama, lend me your power. Feeling the unusual condition within his body, Ren Tianyu couldn't help but yell towards 9-tailed beasts within his body, asking them to lend him their origin power. Okay. Understood. No problem. Hearing the yell of Ren Tianyu, all 9-tailed beasts simultaneously sent out their origin power to Ren Tianyu, making him able to continue this ninjutsu. After obtaining the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, and coupled with the power of Ren Tianyu, the area of Chibaku Tensei unceasingly enlarged. Very quickly, its area reached more than twice the area of entire Divine Wind continent, moreover it was still increasing rapidly. And under the powerful attractive force of this Chibaku Tensei, now even Divine Wind continent began to shake, wanting to break away from its moving orbit and fly towards Chibaku Tensei. Ren Tianyu immediately changed the direction of the attractive force of Chibaku Tensei to avoid that disaster. When this ninjutsu stopped, Ren Tianyu, standing in the outer space, was unceasingly panting, large beads of sweats continuously flowed down his forehead, and Susanoo around his body also dissipated. And now in front of Ren Tianyu, there was a huge star. The area of this star was roughly 5 times more than Divine Wind continent. And from the eyes of the people of Divine Wind continent, they could only see a huge moon covering the entire sky. Did I succeed? Looking at this huge planet in front of him, Ren Tianyu wiped his sweat, and slowly thought in his heart. Like this I can launch this technique, and this star will be the medium to use this ninjutsu to the entire 3,000 realms. Ren Tianyu slowly thought in his heart while looking at this star in front of him. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu manufactured such a huge star not only to seal Yaorao, but even more also to use a powerful dojutsu, Mugen Kodo Amatsukami, Infinite Kodo Amatsukami. Yes, precisely Infinite Kodo Amatsukami. This will make Ren Tianyu's Kodo Amatsukami one-time use ninjutsu. This means as long as he used this dojutsu once, he could no longer be able to use Kodo Amatsukami again as a price. The power emitted by this dojutsu would reach the entire 3,000 realms, making the power of this ninjutsu illuminate every place of this universe. Ren Tianyu had painstakingly used this ninjutsu, naturally was not because of stupid reason of destroying the world like Uchiha Madara. He wanted to control every living beings in 3,000 realms, then obtain the whereabouts of all the universe boundary divine artifacts through this ninjutsu. After that, directly control the spirit of divine artifacts, and make them fly to his side on their own, obtaining all the universe boundary divine artifacts. This was the ultimate plan of Ren Tianyu. And to shine the power of his dojutsu to the entire universe, a small moon was naturally not enough, so Ren Tianyu exerted great effort as well as exhausted large amount of energy to create such a huge star to treat it as a medium of infinite Kodo Amatsukami. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, Infinite Kodo Amatsukami. Infinite Kodo Amatsukami. Looking at this star he had created in front of himself, Ren Tianyu directly flew towards it. After flying to the front of this star, his Rin Sharingan began to emit large amount of eye power, reflecting it off this huge star. In the Divine Wind continent which was nearest to this star created by Ren Tianyu, countless people walked out from their room, and looking at that earth-shattering huge moon in the sky, all of them couldn't believe that this star was man-made. What the hell is going on? Looking at that huge moon in the sky, White Tiger couldn't help but asked everyone of Akatsuki beside him. I also don't know, but I am having a kind of bad feeling. Buffon shook his head, and expressed that he also didn't know what was happening in front of him. But just then, the complexion of Void beside them suddenly changed greatly, then pointing towards that huge moon in the sky, he said to everyone present, "Quickly look." Along with the pointing out of Void, the gaze of everyone couldn't help but again turn towards the distant sky. At this moment, the heaven-concealing huge moon in the sky suddenly had a great changes. Its original bright and clear moonlight suddenly changed into blood red. Moreover, in this blood red moon, slowly 9 Tomo appeared. Precisely was eye of the moon. What's going on? Seeing that as if huge blood red eye's moon, White Tiger instantly asked in confusion, isn't that the pattern of Zero's eye? How can it appear in the moon? Don't tell me that something happened to Idiot? Seeing the pattern that had suddenly appeared in the moon, Little Yu also immediately felt this was very similar to the pattern of the eyes of the person she was very worried about. Nearly she didn't know why such patterns suddenly appeared in the huge moon. Moreover, thinking about her husband was currently fighting with Yao Rao, the strongest expert of Demon World, she couldn't help but instantly began to worry about Ren Tianyo's safety even more. But just then, the eye in the moon suddenly emitted an obscured power that spread towards the universe. The very first that came into contact with this power was Divine Wind Continent that was nearest to this moon. Under powerful Dojutsu Infinite Kodo Amatsukami, the consciousness of everyone began to slowly disappear, and the pattern of all these people's eyes instantly changed into the pattern of Rinne Sharingan. Now everybody were blankly looking towards the sky. Even the people possessing exceedingly high strength were unable to resist the effect of this powerful dojutsu, and all of them were controlled by Infinite Kodo Amatsukami. White Tiger, Southern Dipper, Jade Maiden, Little Yu and all others had also fallen into this dojutsu and lost their consciousness. Mo Yun, who was in the process of setting up his scheme, as well as Ling Weiwei, who was flying towards Endless Ocean, had also fallen into this dojutsu. No matter how far you hide, no matter how deep you hide, no one was able to escape from the effect of this dojutsu. But all these people were merely caught in this dojutsu, and were controlled by Ren Tianyu, nothing more. He didn't harm the life of any of these people. In the outer space, after Ren Tianyu used Eye of the Moon to reflect his eyes on the moon he had created, he immediately gathered together all the power of his Infinite Kodo Amatsukami, and shone upon the moon. Since the time he had exchanged the eyes of Uchiha Shui, Ren Tianyu had never once used Kodo Amatsukami, fearing he would waste the eye power of Kodo Amatsukami. But today, he gathered together all the eye power of Kodo Amatsukami, making it one-time use dojutsu. In other words, after using Infinite Kodo Amatsukami once, Ren Tianyu would no longer be able to use Kodo Amatsukami ever again. After the success of Infinite Kodo Amatsukami, Ren Tianyu sat cross-legged in the outer space, then closing his eyes, he linked up with Eye of the Moon. After that, all kind of information came to Ren Tianyu from these controlled people. After the people were controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, all the secrets in the heart of all the people were transmitted to the mind of Ren Tianyu, all without exception. After everyone present in the Divine Continent were controlled, the eye power of Eye of the Moon slowly advanced towards the depth of the universe. After that, all the life of the planets were under the control of Ren Tianyu, and even the universe boundary artifacts of these planets were under his control. Roughly after one day, the closed eyes of Ren Tianyu slowly opened, and taking a deep breath, he muttered, I've already found all 3,000 universe boundary divine artifacts, merely I've never expected to discover such interesting matters. After Ren Tianyu controlled Divine Wind Continent, the memory of everyone including Little Yu was transmitted to Ren Tianyu's mind, which naturally includes the controlled Mo Yun. And to the surprise of Ren Tianyu, this Mo Yun was unexpectedly a human. Furthermore, he was the dark saint that should have already died 30,000 years ago. As a matter of fact, Ren Tianyu had already thought about this possibility, because the time when this Mo Yun had appeared in Demon World was after Demon World failed their invasion to Divine Wind Continent. In fact, at that time, after 7 great saints sacrificed their blood lineage and all battle chi to jointly issue an attack, they all didn't die, rather lost their cultivation and changed into waste without any power. But just because they all had become waste, after the conclusion of Demon World's invasion, they were unexpectedly subjected to Pry of Evil Eyes clan, as they wanted to obtain the method to open God-rank blood lineage and also their cultivation technique. And confronting against Evil Eyes clan in the state when they had already lost their cultivation, the other 6 great saints naturally had no power to resist, and finally they all choose to commit suicide. But Dark Saint was lucky enough to escape this disaster, and luckily got a cosmic energy crystal called Evil Cloud Celestial Body, then completely recovered his strength, and moreover his strength was strengthened further. But when he wanted to take revenge against Evil Eyes clan, each and every big powers of the continent stopped him. This made Dark Saint hate all humans and 100 clans of Divine Wind Continent in secret. Finally, thinking to carry it through, whatever the consequences, he directly went and joined Demon Empress, then helped her to create demon spirit baleful soldiers and came to invade Divine Wind Continent to avenge his 6 younger brother and older sister. And the mother of Great Bear Di Qingyu was precisely Fire Saint, and she had also died in the hands of Evil Eyes clan, and even though he wanted to take revenge, he however didn't have any opportunity. Didn't expect this Mo Yun to truly be Dark Saint. Ren Tianyu slowly thought in his heart, but since this Evil Eyes clan killed the mother of Great Bear, I will help him take the revenge. Thinking this, with a single thought of Ren Tianyu, all the clansmen of Evil Eyes clan who were under the complete control of Ren Tianyu due to the effect of Infinite Kodo Amatsukami, all of them choose to cut their own throat to commit suicide. Now the life and death of all these people without exception were completely under the control of the single thought of Ren Tianyu. And the matter that surprised Ren Tianyu the most was the identity of Yaorao. Although Yaorao was sealed, but also wasn't able to escape infinite Kodo Amatsukami, and he was able to peep through all of her memories. So it was like this, never thought that in this world, I have a partner. Ren Tianyu sighed with feelings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Spacetime Passage. Spacetime Passage. After Yaorao also fell into his illusions of infinite Kodo Amatsukami, all the hidden memories in the depth of her heart without exception were transmitted to the mind of Ren Tianyu, and Ren Tianyu peeped on it. As it turned out, Yaorao had also transmigrated from Earth, but when she had transmigrated, it was year 1997 on Earth, that's all, meaning she had transmigrated 10 years earlier than Ren Tianyu. No, she transmigrated only 10 years earlier than me, but how come she had already lived here for 200,000 years? Ren Tianyu couldn't help but thought in shock, but this shock instantly changed into pleasant surprise. Perhaps this universe and Earth is not the same, so there was such a great difference in time. This means when I return to Earth, my parents still might not have found my dead body, moreover the difference of time also will not be too long. No wonder she did everything possible to obtain universe-boundary divine artifacts. As it turned out, she also wanted to return her hometown once again. Ren Tianyu slowly thought in his heart, and simultaneously also understood the loneliness that was hidden in the depth of her heart. A woman alone transmigrated into this different world, and in order to return her hometown, she cultivated strenuously for 200,000 years, and she even went against her own conscience to kill countless people to seize those universe-boundary divine artifacts, just to return to her hometown one day, that's all. AI, forget it, I'll take you back to the Earth with me. In any case, you're just a pitiful person as far as I'm concerned. Ren Tianyu sighed, then both hands quickly made a series of hand seals, and made all 3,000 universe-boundary divine artifacts which were already under his complete control cross one realm after another, flying towards his side. Now in the space of the universe, lights continuously flew in the cosmic space. There were huge swords, ruler, lotus, and so on appearance universe-boundary divine artifacts, and their abilities were also numerous. And all of them flew to the side of Ren Tianyu under his pulling power. Standing in the empty void, and looking at these universe-boundary divine artifacts that were emitting powerful energy fluctuation, a smile appeared on the face of Ren Tianyu, then rapidly making a series of hand seals, these universe-boundary divine artifacts all emitted huge energy light beams towards Ren Tianyu and entered into his body. This was him accepting the baptism of divine artifacts, obtaining half of the origin power of their respective realms. After a day and a night, Ren Tianyu finally absorbed the origin power of all the universe-boundary divine artifacts. After absorbing all their power, now his body contained more than 100 times the power compared to his prior 6-path mode. After all this, Ren Tianyu stretched out his right hand, stretching towards underneath void, then little Yu, Jade Maiden, Vermilion Bird and elder sister Yuer appeared in front of him. A layer of his chakra protective membrane were around their body, letting them survive in the outer space. After this, Ren Tianyu dispelled his infinite Kodo Amatsukami dojutsu, and instantly all the people in the universe regained their consciousness, but Ren Tianyu left some words in the mind of White Tiger and other members of Akatsuki, so they instantly understood the whole story. Let's go, the war is already over. White Tiger and other people walked out of the city gate, and saw that all the demon soldiers in the demon camp had already disappeared, because all of them were already sent back to Demon World with the dojutsu of Ren Tianyu. You all should already understand my matters. Ren Tianyu, standing on the void, said towards the 4 girls in front of him. Ren Tianyu had already left behind the whole story in their minds in advance. Are you all willing to leave with me? Idiot, wherever you go, I will follow you. I'll never separate with you throughout my life. Little Yu walked forward and looking at Ren Tianyu with affectionate gaze, she said. My boy, if you want to go, then I will naturally follow you. Yuer waved her hand and said indifferently. When I joined Akatsuki, I have already stated, as long as you help me get revenge, my life belongs to you. Jade Maiden said to Ren Tianyu, but even little Yu and other people could see those affectionate looks in her eyes. Tisk, it's not this easy to get rid of this old woman, I will also follow you. Vermilion Bird casually said. After the dojutsu infinite Kodo Amatsukami, how could Ren Tianyu not understand the feelings of these 2 girls, so he decided to take them together with him when leaving. Then good, we'll leave together, and we'll never be apart throughout our life. Ren Tianyu said with heroic spirit. Then his right eye exuded a spiral-shaped space ripple, surrounding the body of 4 girls. First you all come into my Kamui space and wait, and after we leave, I will let you all out. After all 4 girls entered into Kamui space, Ren Tianyu looked towards the moon he had created. Then with a wave of his right hand, this huge moon instantly began to rupture, and huge meteorites began to disperse all around, finally revealing Yaorao inside it. Right now Yaorao had already retracted demonic Buddha. She slowly sobered up and looking at Ren Tianyu with complex gaze, she said, I've never expected you to be a transmigrated person too. I also never thought that. Ren Tianyu smiled, then stretching his right hand, he said, come, leave together with me. Looking at the stretched right hand of Ren Tianyu, Yaorao thought for a while with complex expression, then finally walking to the side of Ren Tianyu, she placed her jade hand on the right hand of Ren Tianyu. Give me the divine artifacts first, then you can go to my Kamui space and wait. And after we return, I will release all of you. Feeling soft jade hand of Yaorao, Ren Tianyu slightly smiled and said. Yaorao took out all her universe boundary divine artifacts and gave them to Ren Tianyu without the slightest hesitation, then she also entered into Kamui space. After that, looking at those 2999 universe boundary divine artifacts in the space around him, Ren Tianyu extended his right hand, then Tower of Babel flew out from his right hand. Now all 3000 universe boundary divine artifacts were present here. Finally I can return home now. Looking at these 3000 universe boundary divine artifacts, Ren Tianyu sighed, then began to quickly make a series of hand seals. And along with the movement of Ren Tianyu, those 3000 universe boundary divine artifacts shone with radiance, and his eyes also stared at the space in front of him while emitting powerful eye power. Open. Along with the explosive shout of Ren Tianyu, all 3000 universe boundary divine artifacts shoot out huge light beams concentrating at the point where the eye power of his Rinne Sharingan was concentrating. After that, a huge space-time black hole which emitted a powerful suction force appeared in front of him. And the small meteorites around were swallowed by this space-time black hole. Finally opened the space-time black hole. Looking at the space-time passage in front of him, Ren Tianyu smiled, then looking at those universe boundary divine artifacts whose radiances were dim, he waved his right hand, and all of them returned back to their respective realms. These divine artifacts were the law of this universe, so Ren Tianyu will not be able to take them out. As a result, after opening the space-time black hole with the help of their power, Ren Tianyu sent them back to their own respective realms. After that, he stepped into that black hole without the slightest hesitation, and with the disappearance of this black hole, he also disappeared from this universe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.